The final gate burst open, unveiling the ultimate enemy. Baek Jin-woo, humanity's hero, prepared to confront it. Authorities urged civilians to evacuate immediately. An explosion erupted in a towering building, shattering its windows as the gate emerged. A deep crack split through the structure. "Coo!" a voice echoed, distorted like static noise. The colossal monster emerged from the gate. A gigantic skeleton, larger than the destroyed skyscraper. It wore a tattered gray robe through which its skeletal frame and protruding bones were visible. "Is this warrior already staring me down?" the skeleton questioned, its hollow gaze fixed. Opposite it stood Baek Jin-woo, the final hero, tall and composed. Without armor, only a sword rested in his hand. "What should I fear, death itself?" Jin-woo asked calmly. With determination, he began his charge. A bold cry erupted as Blue Swirl, the revered hero, ran toward the monster, shouting that he had long abandoned fear. At lightning speed, Baek Jin-woo surged toward his foe, resolute in his mission to defeat the enemy and seal the gate once and for all. As he closed in on the skeleton, he struck midair, but death calmly extended a bony hand to block its savior. "Your end is here!" Baek roared. Unmoved, the skeleton smirked, its voice mocking. "Amusing," it said. The strike landed perfectly. A swirling blue vortex whisked back to an unfamiliar space. "Has the final hero fallen to death here?" the skeleton remarked. Yet at the brink of defeat, Baek reappeared. Sword in hand, he darted toward the skeleton, determined to end the battle. This time the monster was caught off guard. Confidence and bravery burned in the hero's eyes. Baek slashed his sword with unmatched force, unleashing a devastating shockwave. The skeleton shattered under the impact, bones scattering. Defeating the villain is such a cliché outcome. You'll close the gate, become a legend, and bask in glory, the skeleton taunted, fragments of its essence fading. "Hero, legend, none of that matters to me," Jin-woo replied, his voice cold. As life ebbed away, a woman's voice echoed, "Save the world, you're special," she pleaded. Blood stained his hands as he cradled her trembling body. Under the moonlit night, amidst a field of fallen swords and countless dead, she choked on her tears. "I've been a burden. Protect everyone, hero," she whispered. Applause broke the silence and a comrade called out, "We need you, warrior!" "I am a hero, a warrior, and I'm exhausted," Jin-woo admitted. His sword hovered near the skeleton's face. There was no triumph in his expression, only weariness and despair. "Let's end this together," he murmured to death, longing for release from his unending burden. "I failed to protect the one who mattered most," Jin-woo confessed. "Now my mission is complete. I can finally rest," he thought. "The long-awaited end," he whispered, closing his eyes, relieved that his hands would no longer wield a sword. "Oh, is our glorious little master awake?" said a male voice. "Coo!" Baek opened his eyes and saw before him the enormous face of a man with long gray hair and small green eyes staring at him. Baek was frightened. "Am I being attacked by a giant?" A white-gloved hand touched his cheek. "Did I die when I closed the gate?" Baek grabbed the giant's finger, which had brushed his cheek. "Haha, madam, look at this," said the white-haired giant. "Little Riley is holding my finger so tightly. Such a firm grip for such a little boy." In front of Baek stood the gray-haired giant and a blonde woman in a bright orange dress, smiling. The boy stretched out his arms. "Ian, you woke the baby up. That's why he's like this," the blonde woman explained. "Look, Riley's not even crying." Baek looked at his tiny hands in shock. "What are these little hands? And Riley?" he thought, startled. "What a cutie! He's already showing his talents," the woman exclaimed in amazement. Could this be my childhood memories? Baek tried to calm himself. After all, he now realized he was the youngest son of the great swordsman, Count Ippolit. Baek was a baby, lying in a cradle and wrapped in a soft pink blanket. Am I in some strange world? The panic continued to rise. And yes, he was indeed in a strange world. Did that woman say something about an Ippolit? Baek wondered, trying to piece it together, as Riley seemed to stir awake. Are you ready to accept the blessing of the sword? A new man asked. I am the master of the sword, and you are my youngest son. We, the Ippolits, are a family of great sword masters. The blessing of the sword is a significant ritual. eagerly awaited by every child of our lineage, he explained. The man, presumably Count Appellate, was tall, with gray hair and sharp brown eyes. Beck's expression was impossible to hide. He was stunned. Around him, several voices began chiming in, asking questions and sharing opinions. I can already imagine him receiving his first sword. Have you prepared Riley's sword yet? Another heir destined to be a master swordsman and the pride of his father. Beck was horrified. In my past life, I swore never to wield a sword again. And now I've been reborn into a family of master swordsmen? What does this mean? Why is this happening? Suddenly, swords came flying toward little Beck. Swords! What the hell are they doing? 3 swords were tossed at Riley simultaneously. Beck froze, his mind overwhelmed with memories of his past life. Those are real swords. Oh, the young master looks thrilled. He can't wait to hold his first sword, a red-haired man declared. Beck frantically waved his tiny hands in protest. What are you talking about? Your lordship, look at young Riley, one of the women exclaimed with excitement. He already loves the sword. These fools don't understand anything. I don't love swords. I despise them. Beck thought bitterly. Little Riley began to cry, overwhelmed by the situation. I swore never to touch a sword again, Beck's internal scream echoed. Reborn in the body of a child, he carried the memories of his previous life. When will this nightmare end? 19 years passed. Is the Ippolit family finally choosing an heir? Someone asked. At last, another voice replied. The people celebrated, chatting, drinking, and enjoying the occasion. The Ippolit family carried the blessing of the sword, yet none of the children had achieved mastery so far. Lion, Finn Ippolit's eldest son, stood tall, a serious, calm young man with empty gray eyes, resembling his father. He pursued the path of raw power and was renowned as a monster slayer. The middle son of the Ippolit family is Lloyd, a smiling young man with red hair and deep blue eyes. Lloyd is incomparable in agility and speed. He can cut through drops of water on the spot, the boy told me. What's the third son? You said he had 3 sons, asked the man. Yes, 3. But I don't talk about the third child just because he grew up completely worthless, explained the guy. What do you mean? The son of the Count of Ippolita, with no skill with a sword? The interlocutor was surprised. He's just lazy. Disgrace the Count, replied the boy. There was a man sitting near the 2 boys drinking a beer. He could hear their conversation and was not at all pleased to hear what was being said about the third prince. The man had long gray hair. They say that when the ritual of blessing the sword was performed, he took it. The interlocutor objected. That's probably just a story. I can't even say that he's going to do well in this life, replied the boy. The gray-haired man sitting next to him, after hearing this, abruptly put the mug of beer on the table so that when he heard this, the boy was startled. How dare you, commoners, said the man. It was now clear that this was the same green-eyed man who woke up little Riley 19 years ago. Only now he's not so big. Don't ever say that again, Dash replied the old man. The young lord is practicing with his sword, while you're just swinging a broom. Meanwhile, the prince was resting in a tree, humming a tune. He'll show his talents and his potential. He'll be no worse than his older brothers, shouted the white-haired man. At this point, the prince was thinking about which clouds looked like what, as if one of them looked like a hamburger. Don't talk about things you don't understand at all, Jan continued. Firstly, and secondly, he's doing the best he can and he's an honest man. The guy looked up and said he liked this new world, but he wished there was a Coca-Cola. Ah, I'll have a Coke, said Riley. I've been haunted by memories lately. Beck was thinking aloud, lying on the grass. Remembering the past, I thought I would forget my past life when I reached a certain age. When I was as old there as I am here now. I never thought it would happen to me. Inadvertently, I picked up a sacred sword that no one else could have. The bearer of the sword must save humanity from the Demon King. At that moment, I, as such, had disappeared. Now there was only me, the warrior. And I no longer had the right to choose. My fate was predetermined. So in this life, I will never pick up a sword, Beck promised himself. He fumbled with his hands in the grass and got down on all fours. His eyes were shining. Never, absolutely never, never pick up a sword. Jesus, Riley, someone called out. It was Jan, that old man with the gray hair and green eyes. Ah, Jan, replied Beck. I knew I'd find you here, said Jan. Have you practiced with the sword today? The election of the heir will be held very soon. The other families have been invited to observe your skills, young master. Let's go. They still say I'm an ugly, lazy duckling among my siblings. Why should I do anything for them? Riley yawned. Young master, do you know about this? The old man asked himself. So why aren't you trying to prove to everyone that you're not lazy? Why? They're right, Riley replied casually. But how can you? How can you just listen to that? Ian couldn't stop being surprised. Don't you want to prove to all of them that you're stronger than your brothers? Riley was about to leave and Ian tried to stop him. Stronger than what? With laziness? Riley asked. You're smart, and your reputation. Ian's jaw dropped when he heard that. Jan, the hero turned to the old man. I'm sick. I'll never be able to hold a sword. Riley made an unhappy face and let out a tear. Ian couldn't stand it any longer and became furious with the boy. Jan, don't listen to what people say. I'm no good. I've learned that from experience. Riley walked happily towards the mansion, but Ian was already holding his head. With all due respect, sir, you're only 19, shouted the dejected old man. Madam, the process of choosing an heir should begin soon. The table was set with many dishes and snacks, and a beautiful candlestick with 5 candles was in the center. Master Riley has to compete with his brothers. He knows, doesn't he, that water doesn't flow from stone? That's right, Ian. Riley also deserves the honor of being the heir. We should give him a chance. Riley, our family is famous for the greatest swordsman. You are the son of the great Finn Ippolit. The blonde-haired girl in the bright orange dress addressed Riley. Oh, right. Now my mom's going to scold me for that. Beck was upset. But I want my son to be happy. Mom began gently. I want the fate of Ippolit's family not to burden him, and for him to seek his own happiness. Riley was very happy. Mom, he rejoiced. Ma'am, doesn't that make you a little angry? Ian asked. Why should it make me angry? Asked the lady. The oldest and middle children and Mr. Riley, there's a difference between them. Wouldn't you like to talk to young Mr. Riley about this? Jan asks. Jan, well, don't pay attention to what people say. Riley replies calmly. Madam, you know how clever he is, continued the old man. I mean, he's been talking since he was a baby. I can finally talk, said little Riley in his diapers. Ma'am, come here quickly. Riley has spoken, shouted the maid. Riley is 1 year old. He's the most talented in the family. I've seen many things in my 60 years, but Mr. Riley is the most talented child I've ever seen. Riley is 2 years old. He learned to read early and immediately read the most difficult literature. Jan, are there any more difficult books? Riley asked. But you've just read a series of treatises on medicine. Little Riley. Children with an inclination for science usually use a pen, not a sword, replied the mother. But still, you are the great family of Ippolit. Madam, please stay by my side. Ian couldn't calm down. Riley sat down at the table, satisfied. It's all right with me. Ian and Mom love me very much and will always protect me. He rejoiced. I'll never have to hold a sword again. Suddenly, blood gushed from the woman's mouth, spreading all over her hand and lips. She didn't realize what was happening. Riley? She turned to her son. The mother was frightened. A pool of blood was already accumulating on her chest. The woman fainted and flew out of her seat. Madam, what's wrong with you? Madam? Ian was worried. Mom, said Riley monotonously. He was shocked. Ma'am, can you hear me? Shouted Ian. Mom! A cry erupted from Beck's chest. Madam! Shouted Jan. The white tablecloth on the table where the cheerful and loving mother had just sat was stained with the woman's blood. Why, I've had such a good life, haven't I? Thought Beck. Madam, you're bleeding, Ian continued. Everyone around me was happy and I didn't need a sword for that. What's wrong with my mother? Riley asked. Beck got up from the table and went over to his mother. She was lying on the floor with Ian supporting her with his hands. Beck was in total shock. Young master, you're coughing up blood, shouts an agitated elderly man. We should call... No, we should give her first aid first, said Riley. A red-haired girl in a purple dress stood outside the doors. The palace was dark, and it was impossible to see her eyes. Finally, said a woman's voice softly. I'm sure I heard it, although the voice sounded quite low, Beck thought. The woman behind the door smiled caustically. The one who poisoned my mother and deprived me of a peaceful life forever. My father's first wife, Orly Ippolita. Now he recognized her with certainty. She was a woman with red hair and narrow blue eyes. The second prince was very similar in appearance. That miserable, Riley hissed. His whole body was shaking with rage and hatred. He clenched his fists. Young master, I stopped the bleeding. Ian calmed him down. Ian, leave Mom to me and go to the doctor, said the third prince. But how can you help her? Asked the old man, uncertain. Have you forgotten? When I was 5 years old, I read all the medical treatises. I'll give you first aid and take you to your quarters, Riley explained. The woman was sweating, with nightmarish bruises under her eyes, and there were still spots of blood around her mouth and chest. All right, I'll bring the healer as soon as possible. Ian agreed. One more thing. Bring him to me. My wooden sword? Riley said confidently. Beck wrung out the soaked cloth and put it on his mother's forehead to lower the temperature. I think I did everything I could. Now, Riley began. Young master, I've brought a healer, Yang shouted from the other room. Come here, asked the prince. That happened after you tasted the soup, Ian told the healer. All right, sir, I'll take a look now, replied the doctor. Fortunately, the poisoning wasn't fatal, and there's a chance that you'll recover. The poison seems to be spreading through your body. The doctor put 2 fingers on the inside of your wrist. What? Ian rejoiced. Thank God his health is not in danger. Nothing threatening, you say. He says she's not in danger, with her mouth bleeding, Beck reasoned. Ian, are you thinking what I'm thinking? Riley asked Ian a question. Yes, young master. I also think there's a high probability of a deliberate attempt on the lady's life. The maid responsible for serving you and the lady has already been arrested. I hope her interrogation will begin soon. It will be necessary to investigate and see who is responsible. So far, we know nothing. Forgive me, young master. I should have been more careful. If I had noticed something suspicious, this wouldn't have happened. Ian regretted it. Ian, remember I told you about the other world I sometimes dream about? Riley began. Well, there's a saying in this world. What's that? The old man asked in surprise. Don't wake up while it's still quiet, the hero replied smugly. Thanks for the sword, I'm leaving. I need to talk to someone now. Young master, before Ian could finish. Take care of your mother, please. Beck left his mother's room. In this life, I've only dreamed of one thing. That is, to live happily and carefree next to someone I care about. Riley's favorite smile, that of a healthy mother, appeared in her mind. But, said the prince quietly to himself, someone dared to take away my last wish. Beck was furious. Now he saw his own mother's stunned face and the trickle of blood from her mouth. Who do I see? He turned to the woman in the purple dress. Then I'll have to get my sword again. And I was looking for you, he addressed Orly with joy. But this time, I'll take up my sword not as a warrior, and not even for the good of the good. Mrs. Orly, Beck called out to the woman in front of him. She turned away unhappy. But for the sake of your one wish, Enemy was displeased with this encounter and simply watched in silence. Hello, Riley, how are you? The woman turned around playfully. Master of the lazy sword, she boasted. My business is better than ever. The third prince replied casually. And thanks to you, I'm not the only one doing well. Orly became visibly tense. Her face no longer gave off a pleasant grimace, and now even more so. My mother too, for example. We'd like to thank you, Riley continued. My boy, Orly laughed playfully. I'm the owner of the castle. I do the best I can for all of you. I'm very worried about Iris because her son has a bad reputation and everyone makes fun of him and calls him Master of the Lazy Sword. I see the Master of the Lazy Sword has grown up. Now you're holding a wooden sword, sneered the woman. Some things have changed. I can smell the soup my mother used to eat from you. Is there something you want to tell me? Riley asked with a sly smile on his face. And you have a keen sense. You're right. I was in the kitchen before dinner. The scoundrel smiled. Ha ha, that's not like you, ma'am, laughed the boy. It's funny that you're telling me this, because you're the one acting very strangely right now. Orly turned around. There's a sign that when you try to change, it's sudden death. It's best to keep quiet and not try to muddy the waters, as you've been doing all along. The woman is gone. It's already evening. So, what did you find out about Riley? Orly asked. After meeting you, ma'am, he went to the courtyard to train, replied the servant. The courtyard, then. It's a good thing I sent you to keep an eye on him, said the unfortunate woman as she sipped her tea. Yes, I noticed that he doesn't even know how to hold a sword properly. Of course, what else could you expect from a lazy swordmaster? Orly boasted. A pathetic little dog, and he dares to speak to me in such a disrespectful way. There's no point in waiting any longer to finish what you started tonight, she ordered the servant. Yes, ma'am. Try to go unnoticed. Will it be that easy? Pondered the servant. At first it seemed completely harmless, but later I had the feeling that he realized he was being watched. It was as if he was waiting patiently for my actions to trap me. Why are you standing there? Orly was angry. Go and do it. Yes, ma'am. A violet shadow passed quickly down the corridor. Riley's room is around the corner, commented the servant. I was waiting. Riley sat upstairs watching the waiter intently. Thoth raised his head when he heard the sound and was horrified, because I saw a bit of fire in the guy's eyes. I practiced and then waited for you in the hallway. You took your time, Riley said with a smile. How could I not sense your presence? The servant was horrified. Riley jumped from the ceiling, but the servant managed to dodge. But he hasn't changed. Maybe he deliberately located me that way, pondered the servant. Ah! The servant was horrified. He saw the gap in the floor where the third prince had just hit. Is that a single blow? Said the servant. Wake up, Riley told him. You're inattentive. Riley flew at him with wildfire in his eyes and a smug smile. Have you come to kill me? Riley asked, brandishing his wooden sword at the servant. On Lady Orly's orders? The wooden and iron swords met. Riley's savage face and the servant's frightened eyes were literally inches apart. How are you? Began the servant. You've wasted so much money and all for nothing. Oh, interrupted the prince. A mercenary who can't resist even a wooden sword. Made of wood? Said the servant. Beck snatched the sword out of the servant's hands with a light movement, and it fell to the ground with a loud clang. Enemy was terrified. Damn! The servant panicked. Riley swung his weak sword at him again. He stood near the window against the light. Only his red eyes and silhouette were visible now. A quiet nightclub. Silent night. Ian opened the door and entered Riley's room. Young master, so you're here. Riley was resting with a book on his face. Apparently, he had read it before. The third prince groaned lazily. What is it? Said the prince. Sir, a corpse was found in the mansion, Ian replied tensely. Riley looked wearily out of the book. I thought it was something serious. Count Appellate doesn't have many enemies, shouted the old man. That's not the case. It's not just a corpse, it's the corpse of an assassin. He got into the castle somehow. How did he die? A servant asked another servant. Your neck is broken, she replied. They were standing not far from the corpse. Mrs. Orly was also beside them, biting her gloves in irritation. And right in front of the ladies' room, added one of the servants, the news of Lady Iris's poisoning had reached the Earl. Ian spoke up. You did a great job helping Lady Iris. Young master, I'm just saying it's not time to relax. You shouldn't be alone. We don't know if there are more murderers on the estate. I don't know about the others, but you, began Riley. Let's be honest. I don't know if you can defend yourself. Riley stood up. Ian, I can fend for myself, but you'd better keep an eye on my mother. He turned to the old man. But Ian didn't get a chance to start. And another thing. Riley interrupted him. Here. Riley handed her a piece of paper. I've written a list of herbs to make a potion for Mom. This should help her. But when are you going to... Ian asked himself. Do you think I'm only good at relaxing? The prince smiled. I didn't waste any time. Go and see your mother, please. And you, young master? Ian asked. I'll be going soon too, but in the meantime, I have things to do, replied the prince. A wooden and aluminum sword appeared under the prince's sofa. Did you search the whole estate? Asked the count. Yes, Dad, we've looked at everything, but... began the first prince. They haven't found anyone, finished the second prince. He came unarmed with the mark of a master swordsman. What arrogance! Finn Appellate was angry. Maybe someone from the mansion helped him. Judging by his clothes, he could be from a thieves' guild or an assassin's guild. Perhaps we should investigate this? In the same room with her back to her ex-husband and children, Mrs. Orly was sitting. Check the village of Yipa first. The count asked his sons. I'll find those who dare to challenge our great family, I'll kill them. He couldn't contain his anger. Damn, how did things get like this? Orly said nervously. And where did the assassin's dagger go? Someone on the estate now has that dagger who has... How's Mom feeling? Asked Riley. It was morning, and Riley was standing next to the tree where he always rested, stretching sleepily. "Good," replied January. "Thanks to the potion you prescribed for her. You're feeling much better today. I'm glad to hear that she's getting better, but in that case, I'm going to keep sleeping." Riley was already lying down on the grass, but the old man interrupted him. "Young master, listen to me, please. Now is the time to pick up your sword. You can't just swing it a few times and give up." Ian sank into the grass next to the prince. "You need to know how to lose, don't you?" Riley continued to tap his toe. "I can fight with a cane, for example." The third prince was lying on the grass, staring at the branch. "I noticed that the fruit is ripe. Take one for me, please. And you too, Ian." "What are you talking about, young master? We have lots of fruit in the mansion. You can eat it whenever you want." Looking up, Ian realized that Riley wasn't talking about fruit. As it turned out, the dagger in question was a dagger shining on one of the branches. Quick to notice. Riley rejoiced. "What are you doing? Didn't you want some fruit too?" asked the prince cheerfully. "No, not at the moment, young master." Ian picked up a stone from the ground. Then, with a soft snap of his fingers, he knocked the cold weapon out of the tree. With his other hand, he deftly caught the falling sword. "I don't think it's a fruit," said Riley naively. "How did he get here?" Ian asked himself. "What's that?" asked the third prince. "A dagger," replied the old man. "It has the same symbolism as that seen on the dead assassin's knives. Under the moonlight of the deep night, the carriages were traveling. Only the sound of horses' hooves could be heard. A white-gloved hand peered out of a wagon. "Number 3 is dead. Did he commit suicide?" asked the white-gloved man. "We don't know yet," replied the blonde-haired man in the black tunic. "What about the body?" asked the man sitting in the carriage. He had purple hair, an unshaven beard, and a menacing look. "Left in Ippolit's estate. Lady Orly could be in trouble," the man was thinking. "We're going to the village of Yipa. Are you really going to deal with all this yourself?" the man in the black robe asked himself. "Of course I shouldn't be seen," smiled the man. "We'll do it quickly and discreetly." The man put on the same black robe. After that, he covered his face so that only his eyes were visible. "I have to help my daughter. Ipellet Mansion." Mrs. Orly continued to bite her gloves in one of the castle's rooms. She was getting very nervous. "Damn, why did that idiot lose his dagger?" she thought. Earlier, Ian and Riley had given the sword they found to the Count. The sword was shining. "Stupid number 3, he couldn't even die properly. Why the hell did he give up his dagger?" Orly raged. "You bastard, you bastard!" she screamed. "Who's there?" "Mom, it's me, Lloyd," came from behind the door. "Come in," exhaled the woman. "I was afraid Riley would come in, that bastard. You must be very busy, son." "What brings you here?" Orly asked. "Then you already know," replied Lloyd. "It's nothing, Mom. I just wanted to make sure you were okay. I heard that a murderer was found outside your room." "That's right. Well, thank you for your concern, dear," said the lady. "Mom, are you really all right? You don't look very well. You must be worried, too. He was murdered right outside your door. You must be tired. Rest, Mom. I'll take care of your quarters." "Well, son, actually, you came and I felt better straight away. Did you hear that? Grandpa's factory has arrived in the village of Yipa," said the second prince. Orly smiled wryly. "The test factory," she said. "Yes, that's what the employees who visited the village said. It seems that the factory workers came in large numbers. And I hadn't even heard about it." "Could it be that they already know about the death of number 3? Orly pondered. "Thank you for passing that on to me, sweet Lloyd." The woman smiled gently. "Go on, you must have things to do. I'll be fine, son. Lots of workers, right? Maybe my father came too." Orly rejoiced. "If that's the case, it means he wants it to be as it should be. Strange," pondered the trickster. "Those two, the second wife and her bastard man, will have a hard time surviving this time." At dusk, Riley was still lying under the tree. "The plan is the same. Number 2 will be first, then number 4 and number 5, the strangers whispered. "Tsk. Everyone is making life difficult for themselves again." He wasn't satisfied. "I thought that showing my father the dagger would be enough to solve the problem. But everything suggests that the assassins will strike first. Are you ready? Tsk. Here we go again." Riley closed his eyes. 3 men in black robes were sitting in the branches of the tree. "Our task is to capture body number 3 and take it out of the mansion. Be careful. Almost everyone in the mansion is a current or former warrior," said the leader of the 3 in the tree. "Yes, sir." "Agreed. So, began the man in charge. Wait, said someone. I'm sorry to interrupt, but I have to tell you. They spotted Riley walking happily towards the mansion. I don't care what you're doing in the mansion. I only have one condition. Don't make me interfere, said the voice. Riley looked at them with burning eyes. Don't cross my path, concluded the voice. And as far as possible, avoid infiltrating the property. That's all, mind you. Did you hear that too? Asked one of the people sitting in the tree. Not just us, but all the guild members heard it, replied another. I don't know of any murderers in the Ipollet family. Should we give the order to withdraw? One of them asked. No, we need to put an end to this once and for all, replied the man in charge. I'll take the dagger. Everyone, from number 2 to number 10, their job is to capture and recover the body. Assassins can transmit information to each other telepathically. The rest of you must be a distraction for the residents of the estate. If something goes wrong, don't give yourself up alive and destroy the evidence. She may be the second, but she's still the wife of Count Stein of Ipollet after all. She may have guards, said one of the men in black robes. Let's just do the action and try to go unnoticed, replied the other. It's a personal request from Lady Orley. We can't leave without doing this. Her son is completely harmless. I hear he can't even handle a sword. The first guy didn't say a word. Everything will work out if we stay out of sight. This is our chance to get promoted. I'm tired of following orders. Didn't I forbid you to enter? Someone was telepathically addressing the assassins again. The two black-robed men were really scared. In front of them, there was a corridor where only the light of the moon came through, and in front of them was a large, beautiful door. And you got in, exactly where you shouldn't have. I warned them, Riley told them. The third prince stood in front of them. But you've already made your choice. He smiled uncontrollably at the prince. Riley was wrapping the rope tied to his sword around his arm. He asked the two guys in robes if they knew what adults who broke inhibitions did to children. If they thought their methods were correct. The assassins relaxed when they realized that it was the same third prince, the master of the lazy sword. They were happy that at least they wouldn't have to look for him for long. In gratitude for that, they promised the third prince a quick death. One of them was immediately behind Riley's back. The other was out of sight. The hand with the rope flew upwards. Riley looked back and realized that the other man was invisible. With the same invisible movement, he stabbed the first man in the heart with his sword. Blood gushed from the man's chest, and he couldn't understand how he hadn't noticed the prince's movement. Riley reminded them that he had warned them not to cross his path. He said the words calmly and without emotion. The prince pulled on the rope attached to his sword and deftly pulled it away from the assassin. You will die at the hands of what is erroneously called the master of the lazy sword, said Riley, trying to hurt his feelings as much as possible. The second assassin was horrified at the possibility of such a thing, how a lazy swordmaster could kill a warrior with a single move. They were told he was the weakest target in the palace. Meanwhile, Riley was calmly twirling his sword on the rope. The second assassin asked if they had really been deceived. The third prince smiled with satisfaction. Hey, I hear you loud and clear. Come out. Unfortunately for you, you won't leave this house alive. Riley spoke to the assassins. He could hear their telepathic conversations. Riley's statement was considered rude by the other man in the black robe. He couldn't understand how someone like him could say such things about the Great Assassins Guild. Kara threw herself on top of Riley. He cut off his opponent's arm in a single movement and gently asked him to be quiet. It was night, and the villagers were asleep. On the ground was the limb of Riley's opponent. When the killer realized that his hand, which had just been cut off, was lying on the ground, he was horrified. And after that, she started screaming and crying loudly for her lost member. Riley stood up and smiled. He was about to run away. He didn't want to die at all. But as soon as he took a step, a sword flew at his back. The assassin bowed 3 times. Riley just smiled his fierce smile and repeated that he had warned them in advance. The third prince asked the still-living assassin if it was so difficult to simply not interfere with him or force him into combat with them. The last thing the other guy in the black cloak heard was Riley saying that they had ordered. Princip spun around and finished off the assassin in one leap. There was murderer's blood everywhere, on the walls, the carpets, the floor, and the ceiling. Guy falls to the ground. As he left, Riley said he thought it would at least be interesting. But unfortunately, now he wondered where he could find the others. Meanwhile, in another part of the mansion, Ian and one of the maids were fighting other assassins. The maid turned to Jan and said that there were too many enemies. They wouldn't be able to cope. The girl also wondered how the assassins had managed to sneak into the guarded mansion. Ian shouted at the guys in the robes, calling them bastards. He wondered how they had dared to enter Ippolit's house. Ian slaughtered the warriors one by one. After cutting them both in half, he finally exhaled and called these humble riders bipeds. Sarah turned to the old man again, reminded him that they had already seen 15 murderers and said that if this continued. But Jan wouldn't let her finish and just ordered her to fight to the end. She understood and said she would guard Lady Iris's room and asked Jan to find the third prince. Velio agreed and promised to come back soon. Ian ran with all his legs towards the young master. He tried to comfort himself with the thought that Riley had always been good at hiding. Ian hoped that the prince had managed to find a safe place. Ian shouted loudly for the guy to hold on and not give up. But the old man didn't make it to the third prince's room before he was blocked by another assassin. An elderly man stopped. On seeing him, Ian immediately realized that this bastard was a bigger fish. The old man warned him that he didn't want to be rude, but said that if he didn't get out of here immediately, he wouldn't be able to stay alive. Assassin didn't answer anything, just pointed his sword at Ian. However, John had no time for him. He simply drew his sword and flew at his opponent with the words not to play with it. Everything was fine, but the assassin blocked his attack with his sword, but the old man still managed to cut off his enemy's finger. However, this did not please Ian, for this brat dared to challenge the great family of Ippolit with such insignificant skills. Now he's guilty of killing his family. Ian's eyes lit up and he spun around a second time. Suddenly, Ian's gaze changed. The old man shouted loudly, "Stomach!" Assassin continued to stare at Ian angrily. After a while, the villain decided to waste no time and brought a sharp sword up to the old man's face. Blood splattered. However, things weren't going well for the enemy either, as someone also stabbed him. The boy looked at his chest and realized that he had been stabbed with a dagger from their guild. He didn't understand how he couldn't feel such an attack either. It was a great opportunity for Ian. He swung his sharp sword right in front of his enemy's face. In doing so, the enemy is cut in half, just like the previous two. Now he could get to the young master. Suddenly, the old man realized that the prince was in danger. Ian threw himself at him. Meanwhile, Riley found it strange that he had made a mistake, since he was aiming for the heart. Later, the prince thought that this was entirely to be expected, since so many years had passed and his body was already very different. Riley cupped his hands and concluded that he had done a good job that night. Now he was walking calmly down the corridor, with a few dead bodies of assassins behind him. The prince decided it was time to go back to being the naive aristocrat who was unaware of the attack. Soon, the old man was running through the forest to the tree where Riley used to cool off. He called out to him and finally found the prince. He was sitting in a tree, on a large branch that could hold two other princes like him. Ian, on seeing the prince, asked if he had been here the whole time and if he was all right. Riley pretended not to know and asked what Ian was doing there in the middle of the night, and also that he was sweating. The elderly man didn't answer his questions, but asked him to leave immediately and follow him. Riley asked cheerfully, wondering if the killer was back. The third prince climbed down from the branch. Ian wondered how the prince knew about the assassins, and then confirmed his words by saying that the assassins had sneaked into the mansion. Riley tried to recreate the surprise, but the hero who had saved the world was completely inept at feigning surprise. Now Ian understood why the young master was hiding in the tree. Old exhaled, saying that if something had happened to Riley, he didn't finish. However, he said that it was now too dangerous, and that this time he had to insist that the young master not be left alone. Velio also informed the prince that he and Sarah had killed more than 15 assassins. Ian headed towards the mansion, but Riley interrupted him with a question about his mother, and he wondered what was wrong with her. The old man smiled and turned to the boy. He was surprised that, even at such a difficult time, Riley cared not only for himself, but also for his mother. Ian never understood how people could say that the prince was worthless, but he was actually very caring. Ian was radiant and delighted, his eyes shining because when he pointed his finger upwards, the roses seemed to wrap around him. However, Riley didn't understand why the old man was looking at him with the eyes of a young fan. Ian informed the prince that his mother was being looked after by Sarah, a brave and strong girl. Riley exhaled. If his mother was in good hands, he was calm. He said that, in that case, they should hurry to get to them. Riley and Ian were already at the mansion. Ian said that his sword had warned him of the approaching danger and asked if the prince knew it was his father's sword. Riley didn't pay much attention because he had already cleaned the place before and the old man didn't need to be so dramatic. Meanwhile, Ian walked from one wall to another like a spy and said that the young master was the most defenseless member of the family and should therefore be especially careful. Old Man asked the third prince to stay behind him, as they still didn't know what danger awaited them. Riley, of course, tried to pretend that he really needed it and thanked him. Beck is the strongest hero in the entire universe, who doesn't like to be seen as the weakest. Riley asked Ian to wait. He said something suspicious and I wanted to show it to him. Jan intervened. Riley rummaged through his pocket and found an old piece of paper and handed it to Ian, wondering if it might have something to do with assassins. "Young master, that's it," Ian shouted, looking at the piece of paper Riley held out. The third prince became tense, but then the old man continued shouting, saying that the paper looked like it had been cleaned by someone. The old man covered his nose and waved his hands, and Riley was shocked. Prince refuted the old man's words, saying that although he was lazy, he definitely wasn't dirty. Calming down, Riley asked the old man to take a closer look and handed him the paper again. He wasn't burning with desire, but Ian grabbed him nonetheless. When the old man looked more closely, he could understand the words. List of things to put in the soup, lacasa leaf powder, moongrass, cockatine mushroom. Ian paid special attention to the word put, that underline, just before a meal. Ian didn't want to believe that at all. However, it turns out that Lady Iris put poison in the soup. Lady Orly. Meanwhile, the Count of Epaulet was also fighting an assassin. He was telling his enemy that he was the equal of all assassins, especially the fact that she runs away from him like a rat. The wounded and tired assassin didn't answer, and the Count kept saying he couldn't beat him. Later, the Count struck another blow. Assassin thought that the Count of Epaulet was absolutely right. Finn, the Count, kept humiliating his opponent, saying that if there were more of them, it would at least be interesting, and that he alone was too easy a prey for him. In short, the assassin didn't pay much attention to his words. He was just thinking about how to get out of here sooner, as he had already picked up the dagger. His smoke bomb was due to be lit in 2 minutes. The assassin decided that if he could buy time, they would save Lady Orly. "You can beg on your knees, but I won't spare you," Finapelle said. He flew towards the enemy with murderous fire in his eyes and a sword in his hands. A colorful battle began, with sparks flying around from the clash of cold weapons. Finn called his opponent a coward, because he was only dodging his attacks. The Count said he intended to take him alive, but left him no choice. By now, the assassin was making sense of the words of the head of Epaulet's large family, and he now realized that he was in great danger. Finn Epaulet, pointing his mighty sword at his enemy, promised to let him say his last words. But the fact that someone had entered the Count's office prevented him from finishing off his opponent. It was Ian, who rushed into the room with words to the effect that he had terrible news for the Count. He found out who tried to poison Lady Iris. The Count of Epaulet couldn't believe his eyes. Ian was holding Lady Orly by the shoulder. Mrs. Orly was horrified. Ian was worried about who the man in the black cloak was standing in front of the Count. Finn replied that he was just a lowly assassin and that he would kill him at any moment. Condé also asked why Ian thought Mrs. Orly was guilty. Ian didn't explain anything. He just handed the Count the sheet he had received and asked him to take a look at it. Lady Orly was practically hysterical. Finn began to reread the text on the piece of paper about the cockatine mushroom. Assassin tensed up at the joke. Condé clenched his fist with a piece of paper. Just like that, Kaki Yan paid special attention to the word put, and then to the text just before eating. After realizing what had happened, the veins in Finn Epaulet's face popped, and his eyes seemed to be gradually filling with blood. Ian said that, as the Count had probably already realized, this handwriting belonged to Lady Orly's hand. The woman was about to sob. She was panicking. Riley was on the floor next to his sleeping mother's bed, thinking about what had happened in his father's office. He wondered if Ian had already handed over the evidence to his father, and he guessed that it was all Orly's fault, which would soon be proven. It seems like an eternity to the prince as he pursues the unfortunate man. Lady Eric woke up to find Riley lying beside her bed and asked if he was all right and if he was hurt. The third prince assured her that everything was fine and that she had nothing to worry about. Madame placed her palm on her son's forehead and pondered the origin of these murderers. She said she was very happy that her son was in one piece. Now it seemed that roses were blooming around Riley. The mother cuddled her son, and he said he was also madly happy that his mother hadn't been hurt. The chambermaid Sarah was also enjoying this wonderful scene of mother and son. There was a knock on the door. Sarah said it was Ian and Riley asked him to come in. When the old man entered, the prince began to question him. Sarah didn't understand what they were talking about. She didn't understand what Ian had to be right about. Later, he asked where she and the young man were. She explained that they had gone out and hadn't said anything, so she wondered. "You see, Lady Orly," began the old man. The girls intervened. Ian went on to say that Lady Iris's soup had been poisoned and that they had finally found the culprit. Lady Orly did so. Lady Iris was stunned. She asked Ian again if it could be a joke. Ian told me that Riley had found a note with a recipe for poison, written in Mrs. Orly's handwriting. Iris was disappointed and wondered why Orly had done it. She didn't understand why she had to poison her. "You're feeling unwell again." She fell off the bed and bent over. Sarah flew to her immediately. Across from her, Riley crouched down to her. The third prince's mother said that she knew Orly couldn't stand her, but she couldn't understand how the lady could do that to her. Riley asked her mother to calm down. After a while, the guy asked Ian where his father was. Ian replied that the count was talking to his first wife. But there's one big catch. An uninvited guest has joined them. The father turned to his daughter. He was talking about how it had all ended. They managed to get the dagger, but failed in their mission. What he saw horrified Finn. In front of him stood his father-in-law. Now he understood why the enemy was dodging, but how could he dishonor his daughter like that? Orly got angry and asked again. She said that the only person who embarrassed her was him, Finn Ippolit. She cried, saying that she felt terrible when he decided to take another woman as his wife. She said that he had become cold towards her, and that all his eyes were fixed on Iris. Finn didn't like this kind of statement either, saying that Orly wasn't after him, but his surname. He said that when they got married, he actually married a testmaker. He went on to say that all he cared about was having the surname Ippolit, and that at first she was happy with that, but now Orly led a gang of assassins to his house. Now Finn was totally pissed off. "And after that, you dare to say that it's all my fault?" The Count of Ippolit was furious. Everyone remained silent. Finn ordered the two of them out of there. She and her father were walking through the forest. Orly had no face. She was addressing her father with words about how all her dreams had come to an end. Orly wished it was all just a dream. Wished he could just get up and wake up in his bed in the mansion. "It's true," my father thought. "It was bound to happen sooner or later." He was happy that there was at least one silver lining in the whole nightmare. Orly had survived the blow. Dad calmed his daughter down, telling her not to get so upset. He told her to think that at least Lion and Lloyd would be better off than they were, that the Tess factory would survive, and that we would live. Someone's knife glinted in the air. Orly's father was still saying that they could live again. But his daughter was no longer listening to him. She looked angrily to her left and called someone a bastard. Dad asked who was there. After a while, I saw Riley sitting on a branch. "Is the fun over?" asked the third prince sarcastically. Orly's father hadn't expected to see Riley there and asked what the prince was doing in that direction. Riley replied that it was curiosity and revenge for his mother that had brought him here. The boy turned to Mrs. Orly. She was so furious that steam seemed to be coming out of her ears. She called the prince the humblest and laziest of the Ippolit family. She attacked him, shouting at him about how he dared to treat her like that. Riley wondered if she was going to hit him. Prince stopped the exasperated woman with his hand and asked how she thought his father would react if his son returned to the estate beaten. Orly started to shout at the second wife's son again, but her father stopped her. "You arrogant little dog! I don't know where you got your confidence from, but I'm going to put you in your place," addressed the boy by the woman's father. He drew his dagger, and a group of assassins appeared behind him. He asked Riley why he thought he would return to the castle alive. Orly decided that this was even better, because if she brought the third prince as a hostage, all the problems would be solved. Riley replied to his great-grandfather that, as he hadn't attacked him today, he would leave things as they were. And then he added that Lady Orly could not expect the same mercy. He explained that Mrs. Orly had tried to poison his mother's life and then had also sent assassins. Riley added that a double attempt is not something that can be forgiven. That's why the prince thinks she should pay for her crimes. Orly's father didn't hold back and tried to attack the third prince, but Riley deftly dodged and added that they shouldn't try, as they wouldn't be able to avenge today's defeat anyway. His father was horrified, unable to understand how someone like Riley could dodge an attack from the chief assassin. In shock, Orly ordered the assassins to kill Riley. The girl shouted for them to wipe the prince off the face of the earth. Riley, seeing what was happening behind him, smiled. It reminds him of the good old days. At that moment, he easily blocked the attack of one of the enemies with his wooden sword. Riley now believes that he was a naive and altruistic fool in his past life. In the end, the third prince decided that it was legitimate self-defense, and then he gently asked the murderers not to complain. Riley stood motionless as his opponents attacked him from all sides. With a single movement, Riley killed everyone in his radius of action. The prince addressed the murderers, who had been forgiven by him, saying that, to his regret, he was no longer the man he had been in his previous life. Above him, below him, and on top of him, the blood was accumulating, and a wine-red rain was falling from the corpses that had not yet fallen to the ground. Orly's father was also hit but didn't die. He was just thrown to the ground. He was shocked after all. How could he say that he had only trained with a sword once in his life? Riley was already walking towards him. A deadly red aura seemed to have formed around the young lord. Orly's father was equally surprised that the boy was only holding a wooden sword. Riley went to the head of the assassins and reminded him that this was the second time. But he also said that Orly's father had been a warrior, so he was giving him a quick death. Riley drew his sword from behind his back, and his stepfather begged for mercy. Then he started shouting about how Riley could kill him instead of Orly. He said that he didn't dispute the fact that his daughter had done bad things, but that she wasn't a bad person, she was just under a bad influence. He begged Riley to believe him, crying out for mercy for his precious daughter. However, all I got in response was a cold-blooded no. Blood gushed out. There was a mass of red everywhere, in the trees, in the bushes, in all the plants in the neighborhood. Riley reflected on the fact that his body was very different in this life. As he had been resting for 19 years, there was blood on his hands. When he saw her, he decided that from now on he would never give in to his emotions again. Maybe now would be a good time to go back? To himself, Riley turned to Ian with words about things getting out of hand. It was becoming clear. Jana called out to the gentleman. She asked if the old man had managed to find the young master. Ian answered in the negative. The maid immediately began to feel sorry for the prince, as he was helpless. Ian asked the girl not to be dramatic and said that Riley was probably hiding somewhere. The worried girl shouted that he wasn't here, that he was in Lady Iris's room and had suddenly disappeared. She said she knew he liked to play hide and seek, but it was no time for games. The girl is sure that the killers did it. At this point, Ian became much more worried. He wondered if they would just stand there and talk. The elderly man said he would go round the property again. Sarah tried hard to go with him to see if she could find the third prince, but Finn Ippolit called out to her. He was on one of the mansion's balconies, watching the servants from above. When she heard the man's voice, Sarah tensed up. Conde concluded aloud that Riley was missing and they hadn't told him. Ian worried that the young lord had already lost his honor due to his laziness and lack of achievements. What would the Count do to him if he told him that Riley had also been kidnapped by assassins? Ian had an image in his mind of the Count's anger, saying that it was a disgrace that Riley had disappeared and forbidding them to look for him. He said that the House of Ippolit didn't need lazy, idle men like the third prince. He said that the House of Ippolit didn't need lazy, idle men like the third prince. The old man was already beginning to explain what had happened. Suddenly, Riley appeared out of nowhere. Ian attacked the prince with a hug, and Sarah asked him where he was. Riley's answer was simple, saying that he had just arrived and heard what they were saying about him. Sarah slapped the prince on the back and scolded him with words about how he had no idea how worried she and Ian were about him. For his part, Riley asked why only Jan was hugging him. Now Riley was approached by his father. The third prince replied monotonously. Finn Ippolit called his son to come with him to his father's office. The prince followed obediently. Lloyd was already in the office. He didn't look very happy. Dad said that he had been told that Riley had found the note and that the Count had asked about it. Riley confirmed the fact. Lloyd shouted that his mother had ordered Riley off the property. How could he have a piece of paper? Riley intervened with an innocent look. This infuriated the second prince, who told Riley not to pretend he didn't know what he was talking about. In a calm tone, Lloyd suggested that his brother admit that he had forged the note. This left Riley in a state of shock. Lloyd was very angry that Riley had caused his mother's banishment. The other prince spun around and almost hit his brother, but he dodged. His second son shouted for Riley to confess what game he had decided to play with them. Riley tensed up. He didn't think Lloyd had noticed, but was he really that angry? The third prince's fist clenched. He didn't like being provoked. His father stopped them both. Lloyd started to protest, but Finn said he didn't intend to repeat himself twice. In any case, it has already been proven that Orly poisoned Iris's soup and also let the murderers into the house. Now he turned to his youngest son and said that it wasn't an interrogation, he just needed to know where Riley had gotten that piece of paper. The Earl added that it certainly hadn't fallen from the sky. Riley decided to confess. He said they might not believe him, but he was the one who killed the killer who went after his mother. That wasn't at all what Lloyd had expected to hear. He intervened. Riley said more, saying that they probably already knew that he had gone to the courtyard a few days ago to practice with the sword. They told him yes, and also that Riley had said he didn't even know how to handle a sword properly. Riley didn't answer, but went on to say that just after training, the assassin had caught him in the corridor. He said that he had barely fought him with the wooden sword he was carrying. Riley said he managed to escape, and when he came back, the killer was already dead. In his hand, the boy found the note, and Finn Ipolit didn't let him finish. He concluded on his own that Orly had sent that assassin. Lloyd didn't like such comments against his mother. He shouted that his mother would never do such a thing. His father said he understood that Lloyd found it hard to believe, but that Orly had let murderers into the house was a fact. He explained that this was why he had to exorcise her. The conversation ended, and Finn told his children that it was time to split up, because it was getting late and it was time for bed. The children obeyed, and both were about to leave. Suddenly, his father turned to Riley. He asked his son to come to his office tomorrow, saying that he had something he needed to tell his son alone. The youngest son was in a stupor. After a few seconds, he finally agreed. Riley went out and closed the door with him. In the corridor, he saw Lion standing next to him. Big Brother ignored him defiantly. He doesn't seem to be talking to his little brother anymore, but Riley doesn't mind. Riley thinks they are two pontificators. Lion asked Lloyd what he thought about it. He replied that he didn't think Riley was lying. Lion said indifferently that it was certainly tragic about Mom, but that there was nothing they could do. Lion said that in such a difficult case, you can't give in to emotion. Lion reflected on the killers and said that he was even grateful to Riley. Lloyd was furious. He couldn't understand how his brother could say such things, but Lion only asked where he was going wrong, and if she was their mother, could she be forgiven for the murder? Lloyd shouted back that she was still their mother. Lion said again that contract killing was a crime and that there was no excuse for it. The second son was upset. He asked his brother if he really thought their mother was a criminal. Lion gently stroked his little brother's head. After that, he turned to Lloyd. After a while, he said they would leave things as they are for the time being. He then reminded his brother that the time was coming for the election of the heir to the House of Ippolit. It was then that Lloyd realized what Lion was getting at. The first prince said that the heir would be chosen, and that they could avenge their mother. He promised that when he won the right to inherit Ippolit's estate, he would put the house back in order. However, Lion reminded his brother that even though Riley was lazy and sluggish, he couldn't be written off, as his father still had hopes for him. Lion finished by saying that they would definitely avenge his mother, but that they had to wait for now. Lloyd cried and said he understood. Lion suggested that his brother trust each other, and a sly smile appeared on his face. It was finally dawn. The sky was clear, and apparently all the nightmares of the night had gone with her. Ian was already at the young master's side, equipped with cosmetics. He imagined the third prince in every possible way before his audience with the Count. When he had finished, the old man said that Riley looked a decade younger now, even though he was only 19. Riley's hair was combed to one side and his suit was ironed. On hearing Ian's compliment, Riley asked if he really looked 10. Ian ignored it, as he was saying that this could be a chance for the young master. After all, now that Lady Eagle has been banished, the prince can finally talk to his father about the inheritance. He was incredibly happy. The old man considered it a fateful moment. Riley didn't react much to the old man's song. He just said lazily that he was leaving. Ian went with him and continued talking about how Riley couldn't understand. Did his lordship call him because he wanted to see the prince's skills and talents? The old man boasted that he had always said that Riley was the most talented and outstanding of the brothers. The third prince knocked on the red door and said it was Riley. His father invited him in. Before entering, the prince was called by Ian. He clenched his fists and wished her luck. Finn turned to his son, who replied. The earl told Riley to pack for the road without further explanation. Riley was shocked by what he heard, but his father handed him the invitation card. The prince still didn't understand what the count meant, so he asked where his father was suggesting he go. Picking up the paper his father had handed him, Riley read that it was a memorandum for the royal tournament. It said that this was the 17th royal tournament, that it would be held in a month, and that it would bring together the best swordsmen in the world. However, it was written that it was an invitation for Finn Ippolit and that he was very welcome. Riley realized that no one else could take part but him, but his father could simply say that the third prince would be in the tournament. Riley thought that starting a dialogue with the words, "pack for the road," was a bit much. Riley asked why he wanted to go, but his father said that Riley knew the answer. For the experience, as his brothers had already taken part in similar tournaments. The third prince said it was wonderful and that they had a great chance of going again. However, the Count of Ippolit said that the letter was addressed to Riley. He then asked if the third prince had realized that it was a declaration of love. The father made a heart shape with his hands. Riley understood the last 3 words particularly vividly. A declaration of love? The third prince waved his hands in denial and said he wouldn't go. He decided that he would simply close his eyes and cry, as he had done in the first chapter. Riley kept saying that he wouldn't go, that he wouldn't take part in the tournament, that he didn't know how to do anything. His father closed his tired eyes with his hand. He asked the prince, how long can he go on talking like that? He also asked his son not to test his father's patience. His son tried to dissuade him in every possible way, saying that he had once decided to spin his mother with a wooden sword and almost had a stroke. Ian, who was listening to all this from outside the door, gradually turned pale. In the end, Riley asked his father not to force him because it wouldn't work anyway. He asked him not to be forced to pick up a sword. Dad said, with a benevolent and very fatherly voice and look, that Riley could do it. However, Riley was not at all encouraged by these words, as memories of his past life resurfaced. "You can do it, soldier." And everything around him was cherry red with blood. In the prince's mind were the phrases, "You can't do it without you. You can do it. You can do it. You're a fighter. It's your duty, fight. Soldier." Now he couldn't take his mind off the word soldier. Riley stood still for a while and then spoke, telling me that she was looking at him like that. Riley shouted worriedly so that his father wouldn't look at him like that. He reiterated once again that he would not take part. Finn left the table and walked towards his son. Condé said it was impossible to refuse. His father said that Riley was no longer a little boy and that he had responsibilities and no choice but to take part. And the Count of Ippolit ended by saying that Riley should defend his family's honor in the tournament. Riley was truly terrified. He wondered why he wanted to defend his family's honor. He almost fell out of the door, but Ian was there. When he realized he'd been seen, the old man started making excuses about not being listening, saying he was cleaning the place. Before Ian knew it, Riley was running away. Finn ordered Ian to go after the third prince. Ian didn't understand and the Count shouted his orders again. Riley hid in a woman's closet. He wondered why he remembered his past life. And he also wondered how he, who wished never to pick up a sword again, had been born into a family of swordsmen. He realizes that he is the son of a master, and it is natural for a father to want to pass on his skill to his son, but he doesn't understand why everyone on the estate, even the maids, wields a sword. Riley realized how much he had changed. Just a few sentences had left him confused. Why was he the only one to get everything? The voice of Riley's own mother asked what Sarah needed. The waitress replied that she was looking for a young gentleman. She explained that the reason was that you didn't agree with Riley, as the royal tournament was about to begin. Iris understood and asked if Riley was hiding. Sarah replied positively and told him that her ladyship hoped the third prince would agree to take part, but the young lord simply ran away. Meanwhile, Riley was listening intently to the conversation in his mother's closet. The maid asked if my mistress was worried about what everyone was saying about her, that her son wouldn't be the heir. Madame Iris replied that she did care, but that she was sure they would be fine. She told me that sometimes Riley looks at her like that. So sad. She asks what's wrong, but he immediately pretends that everything is fine and that there's nothing to worry about. He says, "Don't worry, it's all right, Mom." Lady Iris said that the prince had changed a lot. The third prince's mother told him that she doesn't understand him, but that, because she is his mother, she will do everything she can to understand her son. She said that even when everyone gets tired of his inaction, she will continue to love and support him, because she wants Riley to be happy. Sarah was impressed by the lady's warm words about her son, but Iris wondered if Riley was annoying Sarah with his laziness. The girls laughed. Sarah replied that she couldn't afford it. Soon, Madame Iris asked if Sarah could help her, as she wanted to move to another room. Sarah, of course, agreed. The blonde-haired woman turned to the cupboard next to where she and the maid were standing. She knocked on the door and asked if Riley was hiding there again. The third prince didn't expect to be found so quickly and easily. The closet doors opened and the prince saw his mother standing in front of him, a beautiful woman in a lovely orange dress. Riley began to make excuses, saying that he just wanted to be alone. The third prince apologized to his mother. She smiled and said that he knew he couldn't do that. She said that when he was hiding and the killers arrived, everyone was very worried because they didn't know where he was. She then asked him if he wanted to be alone because of the tournament. Riley shook his head in the affirmative. Mom wondered why. Riley explained that even the thought of picking up a sword terrified him. Lady Iris asked happily, if he had been accompanied by a beautiful lady, would he have gone? His mother simply said smugly that she was going to the tournament with him. Ian was adjusting the carriage and worrying if Madame Iris had taken everything. She said yes, and asked if Jan had forgotten anything. The elderly man assured her that he and Sarah had packed everything. He also asked if they had enough help, if they should take anyone else. Sarah said it would be worth taking at least 2 more. Riley shrugged and said that of course that was enough, as he knew how agile the 2 of them were. Ian was annoyed because, of course, a prince was a prince, but he thought this was too much. Finn Appellate came up to them, asking if they were leaving yet. Iris told her lover yes, and Ian simply greeted the gentleman. The Count began to say goodbye to his wife, almost crying that she wouldn't have to go with their son. Iris said gently that they had already agreed. The third prince's mother said that this was her first trip alone with her son. She kindly asked her husband to refrain from long goodbyes, or he might inadvertently upset someone. Finn said he wished someone wouldn't bother him. His lovely wife asked him to be honest and tell her if he was jealous. Condé coughed and said that she was going with Riley and that this was the only condition under which he would definitely agree to take part in the tournament. My lady frowned and reminded her darling that they had agreed not to talk about bad things. She turned away from her husband and said it was her advice to him. The Count of Ippolit and the servants said goodbye. The Count said sternly that the safety of his son and his beloved wife was in his hands, saying that if anything happened to them, he would chop their heads off. Ian swore on his life that he would protect the young lord and lady to the last drop of blood. Sarah said he had sworn that too. Saying goodbye, Lady Iris smiled from the carriage, and the young gentleman looked coldly and indifferently at his father. Along the way, the woman shouted the word Solalo. She explained that she hadn't had to shout those words for a long time, and Madame was very happy to be able to say those syllables again. Riley asked what the word was. Now that the mother realized it was the first time her son was leaving the estate, she told him that Solalo was the name of the Ippolit family estate. The prince said he didn't know it had a name. The lady proudly stated that her father built the property and it was therefore named after him. Miss Iris now turned to Sarah and asked if she had been born in Solia, and where. The maid replied that she had been born on the right. Solium on the right was to the right of the mansion, and there was also a solium on the left and one in front. Sarah told the prince that the only thing in the northernmost part of Solia was the Solalo mansion, and the wall that kept them away from strangers. Riley said that was nice and asked if Solia was big. The maid said that Solia is big, and that it's an entire kingdom in a single city. The girl also said that Solia had something similar to what the young master often mentioned. She couldn't remember the name, something about K-Coal. When she heard these words, Riley perked up. Sarah said it was a drink that gave a pleasant tingling sensation on the tongue, and that, with ice, it tasted even better. She said it was a heavenly, refreshing drink, just as the third prince had said. Riley stood up, hovered over the maid, and demanded details. The young woman was embarrassed. She told me that the cola was sweet like wine, but not intoxicating, and also reminded me that the young master swore that it was the drink of the gods. She said that its color was its main peculiarity, blacker than black. Riley finally lost it. The guy stabbed his fingers into the ceiling and shouted the name of the drink, Coca-Cola! The women on the transport called out to him and asked if he was all right. Riley didn't answer, but asked if the drink was really available in Solia. The waitress asked if the gentleman was talking about non-alcoholic wine. Iris intervened and then wondered if Sarah had tried to teach Riley to drink. Ian intervened and said that the drink the young man was talking about wasn't alcoholic, and even small children drink it. Riley rejoiced because if this drink was available in Solia, it should be there. This has been his dream for 19 years. The carriage jolted forward without wasting any time. Sarah determined that it was an assault. She jumped out of the carriage and asked Ian who had attacked them. Ian pointed at the goblins. The goblins were stunted, green, massive creatures with elf-like ears and a human face. These goblins were equipped with wooden clubs and shields. Riley said that if they were goblins, Sarah would deal with them in 3 seconds. Sarah shouted outside that they should split up. She said that the goblins might try to surround the carriage and asked Ian to protect her. Riley was nervous. Ian told the young gentleman to trust the maid. The prince didn't understand why Sarah was working so slowly after all. She has strong balance and powerful punches. The third prince can't wait to have a Coke. Now he thinks maybe he should have brought more people with him. There was already a lot of blood around the girl, but there were many more goblins. Jan shouted for her to be careful, because the young master was rooting for her. Finally, Riley couldn't take it anymore, and shouted that he'd had enough and would do it himself. While fighting the monsters, Sarah turned around and saw the gentleman, was surprised and asked what he was doing here. She also told him that it was dangerous, and that he should go back to the carriage. Riley snatched the gun from her. He asked why she hadn't worked her legs during the fight. The girl shouted for the prince to stop. At halftime, Riley said that he was the only one who had the chance to drink a Coke when these things came out, and he held them back. Now Riley will no longer be able to buy it. Then the third prince turned to Sarah and said that if you drew a circle and stayed inside it, your movements would be rushed and the battle would drag on. Meanwhile, he had cut another goblin in half. Riley had told him to keep his distance and hit the enemy with sudden short attacks. The prince shouted that if they didn't get rid of their opponents quickly, he wouldn't have time to have a Coke today. The enraged prince killed his enemies one by one. He seemed to have made no effort at all. The remaining goblins were no longer so keen to take part. With words about things getting fast and very even, Riley cut the remaining monsters in half with a single blow. Everyone was silent. Sarah and Ian couldn't say a word. The elderly man didn't realize what he had just seen. At that moment, the third prince, with a casual smile, offered to continue on his way, as there was blood on his cheeks and hands. The carriage had already left, and Jan asked Madame Iris if she knew her son's abilities. Lady Iris gently stroked Riley and replied that it was difficult for her to say, as she was not at all versed in swords. The third prince, meanwhile, was sleeping sweetly, apparently very tired. The prince's mother said she was happy that her son was well and unhurt, saying that her heart was broken when he ran into the goblins. Ian was still shocked by what had happened, but Iris told him to keep the incident a secret. She asked him not to tell anyone on the estate, not even the count. Old agreed. It's morning. They had already reached their destination, and Sarah was happy. She welcomed them with joy in Solya. Riley noticed that she looked very happy. He wasn't. The maid replied that this was natural, as it had been a long time since she had been home. Lady Iris said she didn't feel comfortable in front of Jan. She was worried about having to send Ian to the castle alone. However, Sarah assured him that it was for the best. Otherwise, he would have told them everything that happened on the road yesterday. The waitress said that it was important to respect the local rules and customs. In other words, to eat, drink, and be merry. Riley agreed, although it was hard to tell from his appearance that this looked tempting to him. Sarah asked where they would start. The prince said confidently that it would be with cola, but abruptly corrected himself by saying that they would start with sweet, black, non-alcoholic wine. Sarah told her that there was a cafe she frequented and that they probably sold what the young master wanted. She was glad they could get out of the sunlight at the same time. An apparently poor man said he had seen 2 targets. He stood on the corner and watched Riley and his mother carefully. Then he turned to the girl next to him and said it was time to earn his bread. He also rudely called her the scum of the magic tower. She was a very slim girl with fair skin and black hair, but there was one thing that wasn't so perfect. Half of her face was covered in a horrible scar. She didn't object to the statement or the orders, she just agreed. Riley stared fascinated at a barrel. He said it really does exist. She thought he was already swimming in Coca-Cola. The prince shouted about how it was fantastically cold, the tingling foam burning his throat. The third prince was literally going mad with happiness. The people around him looked at him like he was an idiot. Although the prince didn't care, Lady Iris and Sarah, on the other hand, were burning with shame. Happy. Riley asked his mother for another drink, who didn't understand what he was saying at first, but then agreed. As the prince drank another glass of Coca-Cola, Sarah told him that he was acting like an old drunk. The same black-haired girl was grabbed by 2 people. She resisted and shouted that she hadn't done anything, but people didn't believe her. She shouted for help, but those who grabbed her said that passers-by shouldn't worry because they had caught her stealing. Of course, the girl refuted their words. Sarah already wanted to help the girl and was rolling up her sleeves. Suddenly, Riley interrupted her and told her that it was an act. And then the prince advised the maid to relax and not pay attention. Riley sat down calmly and was about to continue savoring the enviable drink. Sarah asked what he was talking about. She didn't understand what staging meant, did she? Riley replied as they looked at his sword. Meanwhile, the actors were actively pulling the dark-haired girl back and forth, one of them even smiling. The third prince explained that if this girl needed help, she would search for it with her eyes, looking in all directions. However, with his gaze fixed only on the maid's sword, he asked Sarah what she thought it meant. Without waiting for an answer, the prince suggested that he shouldn't get involved in other people's problems. They were already inside the house. Riley entered the living room and saw Jan there. The old man was clearly not himself, and seeing the servant's condition, Riley asked what was wrong. Ian said that, to be honest, he wanted to do things his way. He said that if he had wanted to, he would have accepted the right to enter the fight. Ian took the glass and turned it over in silence. The elderly man swallowed the drink next to him. He then asked if the prince knew what had happened to him today at Solia Castle. At the entrance to the castle, John asked for 4 tickets to the fencing competition. The girl asked where they came from. Jan told her that it belonged to the Count of Ippolit. The girl got very excited and asked if it was true. Ian didn't understand why she was questioning him, but he answered positively and handed her the letter from the clan with the Count's seal. The girl checked it and said that there were 4 tickets to take part in the competition and asked if everything was correct. Jan remained silent and then asked him for tickets to the auditorium. Ian sobbed into his pillow and said that the girl was very surprised to learn that the tickets were for the auditorium and not for the participants. However, Ian shouted that the problem was that it wasn't over yet. The prince asked if he couldn't finish, but was ignored. There was an awkward silence between Jan and the ticket girl, but then someone called Jan and said, "It's really him." Jan turned around and was greeted by a middle-aged man, blonde, tall, and pumped. He called the old man a mercenary hero and said they hadn't seen each other for a long time. When Jan realized it was Schneider, he asked a few more times and, finally convinced, shouted out how many years had passed. The man wondered how Ian was doing, if he had also been to the fencing competition. Later, calmer, he said that it seemed Jan had never married, and Jan revealed that he was just an ordinary butler on the Ippolit estate. An old acquaintance asked him if he was a steward there, which one he was serving, and the old man's heart fell into his heels. The man began to wonder if it was the sharp sword Lion, or was it the fast sword Lloyd? With every word, Ian's face became darker and darker. Then the blonde-haired fellow laughed and asked if it was the Count of Stein himself, who confirmed his words, saying that, at Jan's age, it was more likely to be the second. Ian didn't answer his acquaintance's question and asked the girl when there would be tickets for spectators and how long he would have to wait. But, without waiting for an answer, he continued his questioning. He remembered that the Count had a third son, tried to remember his name, but finally remembered Riley. All the sons have a middle name, such as Sharp Sword, Quick Sword, and so Schneider decided to remember the middle name of the third prince as well. Jan choked back tears and hugged the blanket. He shouted that he was so ashamed to have humiliated himself in front of his former partner. Ian was pouring all the water out of his system, and Riley couldn't hear him anymore, so he covered his ears with his hands. The old man was crying because of Schneider's pity for him, the mercenary hero. He shouted that if only Lady Iris hadn't asked him if he should keep what had happened yesterday a secret. If only she hadn't said that, Jan cried loudly. He thought it was all very unfair. Riley and Ian went down to the table and Madame Iris and Sarah were waiting for them there. Sarah asked how they had slept, and Madame covered her mouth with her hand when she saw the old man's appearance. Ian was swollen to death. Riley responded badly to the girl, feeling that he shouldn't have come here. The waitress was overjoyed, looking forward to tomorrow's competition, which she was looking forward to. She also said that it was the first time she had taken part in a tournament like this, so she was excited. Riley, lying on the table, said he just wanted to go home. Looking at her son, Lady Iris giggled and said that, apparently, Ian was really very sensitive. The third prince waved a white flag and agreed with his mother, saying that Ian was drunk and repeated the same thing every half hour. Ian coughed and awkwardly greeted everyone with a good morning. Sarah greeted him and immediately switched to the young master. The prince asked her where they were going today. Sarah happily replied that today they were going to Right Solia. Riley asked why right then and there, and the girl explained that they wouldn't have this opportunity any other day. She said that the 3-day competition was starting tomorrow. The prince asked if they shouldn't go to the lower part of Solia. The maid said uncertainly that it was better not to go there. Ian, who was already awake, added that it was unsafe and dirty. Sarah confirmed his words, saying that although she lived here, the lower part of Solia wasn't the best place. Riley said he had no particular desire to go there now. The waitress clapped her hands and said that was it. Sarah heroically offered to start searching the city. Lady Iris told her to lead them. They left the house where they had spent the night. Sarah and Riley looked dejected. The Temple of Solia is the place where the goddess Ironessa is worshipped and blessed. Here, the sick and injured are healed, and the goddess blesses oracles to make predictions of important, positive, and destructive events. Lady Iris once suffered from a serious illness. She had come to thank the priest to whom she owed her healing and, at the same time, to visit the town. Riley looked around and decided that the sacred temple wasn't very different from other places. He remembered that people used to say that the goddess gave people the gift of prophecy. Riley wondered if anyone would be willing to spend their life as a monk for that gift. Father looked at Lady Iris and then said that Lady Iris's recovery had been difficult, but she had made it. Father Liebers congratulated the lady on the fact that she seemed to be protected by the goddess Ironessa herself. The third prince's mother thanked Father Liebers. Riley was slowly walking away, and Sarah asked where he was going. To which the prince replied that he thought his mother would be talking for a while yet, so he decided to take a look around. Ian followed him. An elderly man commented that this temple has beautiful architecture. He said that many people come here to see the Solia temple. Riley remembered that, in a past life, he had come across a statue of such a temple by chance, and as soon as she saw him, she immediately declared that he was the chosen one of the sacred sword. From then on, his life began to change. He stood still. The third prince said that this place reminded him of his past life, how he met a saint and drew the holy sword. In front, next to the huge statue, there was a figure in a white robe. Ian wondered who it was, but Riley didn't care, as usual. She was a short girl with long lilac hair. She greeted the elder and the prince and added that she felt honored to meet someone who had been gifted by the gods. The girl also welcomed them as guests of the temple. Ian stammered a hello in response, and Riley simply remained silent. Old man didn't take too kindly to the prince's rudeness and said that Riley should also respond to the greeting. The third prince asked why. Riley told Ian that if she wanted him to greet her, she should open her face first. Everyone around was shocked by what the prince said. Ian said that he seemed to be an important person. However, the prince didn't mind too much and said that he was an important person too. The girl in the bathrobe called him funny. After that, she slowly took off her hood, and when she finally took it off, a beautiful girl with yellow eyes was standing in front of everyone. Jan bowed and told her that she was Saint Frisia. The old man was embarrassed, apologizing for not recognizing her. Riley seemed to despise everyone. However, Jan didn't ignore him either and said that the prince should greet him because he was in front of a saint. He added that he was also the saint of Solia, the youngest of the holy virgins. Riley said that there seems to be a strange custom of worshipping living saints here too. Ian didn't understand what he was getting at. The prince said nothing and was just talking to himself. Riley didn't like saints very much. On the contrary, he didn't like them and even hated them. He saw the image of the saint saying that he had been chosen by the holy sword. She told him to take her and destroy the demon king. Beck drew his sword, and the saint added that only a warrior chosen by a god could do that. She said he was their only salvation. So Beck agreed calmly. But at the moment, Riley doesn't understand why or why not he did it. The third prince waved his hand, turned around and began to walk away. Ian tried to stop him and whispered in the prince's ear that he should at least show her his face so that she would remember him. The prince wondered why he would do that, and besides, the more he looked at her, the faster his appetite diminished. Saint didn't feel comfortable with such comments made by the third prince in his direction. Riley said it was time to leave, as Mom had probably finished talking. A woman's voice came from behind them, asking to hear. They turned around and saw a saint running towards them. The girl asked them to stop. The prince ended up turning around too. The girl looked into the boy's eyes. She seemed to remember him and wanted to start talking, but she wasn't sure. Riley wondered what she was going to tell him. If she was going to tell him that he was unusual and had made a good impression, he hoped she wouldn't say that he should take the sacred sword and destroy the demon king. He sincerely hoped that she wouldn't say that he should take the sacred sword and destroy the demon king. However, the little girl asked him to bend down a little. She asked if he was. And then only the third prince could be heard. The prince, stunned, asked in horror why a saint was asking about such things. She didn't answer but said, with a smug look, that she thought so. She also said that she understood and that she thought so. Riley still didn't understand why she was talking about it. She explained that it was because he had a very slow reaction when he saw her. Riley asked insultingly if she still considered herself a saint after that. As far as he knew, saints shouldn't say such stupid things. Everyone in the temple was horrified, including Jan. The girl wasn't hurt by his words, but said that despite this, she was still the youngest saint in Solia. She explained that it was natural to be proud. It was clear from Riley's face that he was extremely disgusted. But he sarcastically replied that she was good for it. He also added that, in that case, she could think whatever she wanted. The girl was surprised that the prince addressed her as you and said that, after all, she was a saint. The third prince asked if she was a saint. The girl hesitated. The prince continued, asking if he should kneel in front of her and cry. He asked John if that was the right thing to do. The old man, in a state of shock, replied that it wasn't. Riley was squirming with frustration. Santo looked at him with innocent eyes. He said he was terribly angry. He apologized and said that he couldn't stand the saints because one of them had made him feel very bad once. The priests and John had cold sweat running down their faces. Riley suggested that the girl go their separate ways and not bother each other. The girl gripped the hem of her white robe tighter. She was starting to cry and couldn't say anything anymore. Two priests ran up to her, all men by the way. One of them handed her a handkerchief. Meanwhile, Riley continued to pester the saint, asking her what was wrong and why she was crying, since she had started it. For her part, the little girl abruptly refused the handkerchief. She told Riley to listen, that such treatment of a saint was unacceptable. Since then, it's been sacrilege. The third prince didn't mind at all and told his interlocutor that he had no religion. He called her ridiculous, saying that she was the first to start talking nonsense and now she's making him look bad. The prince explained that this was the reason why he didn't want to come to the temple. He asked John to leave. Ian asked again, and Riley said he didn't think they should stay here. They were leaving, and the saint was watching them. She soon began to cry because of how unpleasant the situation had become. She was angry and irritated with the prince, saying, "What now?" saying, "You can't take it anymore." Tears flowed from Frisia's eyes. The priests did their best to encourage her, saying that there might be people who didn't like saints. The girl screamed, "That's what they call consolation." Ogai explained that you shouldn't attach so much importance to what he said. He added that he was just a rude gentleman. The girl replied that this was true, and then asked if the priest had ever thought this of her. He shook his head negatively. He shouted and wondered how he could think that about her. He was sucking up to her, saying that she was the holiest person after the goddess Irenaeus herself, saying that sometimes he even thought she was the goddess incarnate. The priest said again that she shouldn't attach so much importance to this gentleman's words. The other two priests supported the first. The girl seemed to have finally calmed down. Frisia told herself that it was enough to think about this young gentleman, that she should go and pray. Suddenly, something struck her. One of the boys addressed the saint, but she ignored his words. She turned sharply to Riley, who was leaving, and then she said out loud that there was no such thing. She asked, "Is it really him?" On his way out, Jan asked the prince what the saint had said in his ear. Riley thought about it. Remembered the girl asking him if he was the type who liked men. However, he told Jan that she was asking what type he liked. Jan didn't understand and asked what that meant. The prince replied that he meant the same thing. But that's okay. It doesn't matter anymore. Riley said that she had annoyed him, but that he was kind and would put up with it. The third prince also said that there was nothing good about being called a saint. Lady Iris asked her son what had happened in the temple when she was already outside. Sarah stood next to her and looked questioningly at the prince. Riley shrugged and said it was nothing special. A black aura seemed to float around January. The maid perked up and said that now they were going to the magic tower. The third prince was interested in such an offer. Sarah remembered that the Lord had told her that he was interested in magic, so she asked him about it. Riley was excited and said he wanted to learn how to move objects without using his hands. The prince thought this would be very useful. Ian told him in a low voice that magic was not used for such purposes. The old man's mind was racing, for there had never been a magician in Hippolyte's lineage. Sarah and Iris laughed at the waiter, and Riley cackled unhappily. They were already approaching the tower. It was a skyscraper that looked like Big Ben, and around it was a blue light like the one Riley, or rather Beck, had used to destroy the monsters' heads in the first chapter. Riley was impressed by the tower and said that it had a slightly different atmosphere to the one to the left of Solia. The waitress said it was true and that if you got closer, you would notice that even the air there was different. She said that some people say this is due to the high content of pure mana in the air around the tower. She then asked the prince if he could see that circle. He pointed his finger at the same blue light. Sarah explained that this was the device. Riley listened attentively and then hesitated. For him, as someone who hadn't heard much about magic, these stories were always very interesting. And when it came to his extraordinary ability in his past life, all he had was a curse and a blessing. Specifically, the sacred sword he had received. Riley felt it was much better here than in the other world, where he was forced to take on a burden of responsibility he didn't even want. He needed to live the life of a chosen one, and that was weighing heavily on Beck. The third prince had no desire to go through such an experience again. But it's different with magic. In this life, Riley's choices determine her future. The prince looked at his hand. He wondered if he would be able to deal with the trauma of his past life if he learned magic. Sarah asked if Riley wanted to try the same device as the magic tower. She also said that he could measure mana, and that anyone who wanted to become a magician had to go through this procedure. The third prince thought again, and Sarah insisted that if he had the chance, Riley should take it too. Ipellet's first two sons, Lion and Lloyd. They also measured their mana level to master the Magic Blade sword technique. They were only children at the time, and Lion's mana manifested itself at the age of 12. Lloyd's, on the other hand, in 14th place. Sarah continued, saying that he hadn't had the chance for various reasons. Lady Iris joined her and said that Riley should try. Ian, hearing all this, was burning with rage. It seemed that a deadly flame was growing around him. He thought about the fact that it was finally time for Riley to show everyone his skills. As the male mercenary hero, Ian was the best at battle magic during the Great War. He was also the first to realize Mr. Riley's potential. Now the old man seemed enthusiastic. He was excited by the idea that everyone would finally get to know the young lord's unusual abilities. Ian thought the day had come to get rid of the title of Lazy Sword. Riley, Mom, and the employees were already inside the tower. Everyone looked around in awe. Riley asked if this was the magic tower, and Lady Iris said that it was very spacious. There were lots of flasks or flying books around, lots of information about magic, everything glowed, and most interestingly, flying stairs to the top. She said she didn't know the details, but that's what they said. Riley said it was incredible. He continued to pay attention to the liminal jewels or magic stones in the air and those same stone steps. The maid said that the tower was a tower, and that the other people in it were different. They seemed special. There were wizards inside, and they wore blue robes but no hoods. One of the magicians approached them. He was a handsome guy with white hair and round glasses. He asked politely what they were looking for. Ian told the boy that they had come to see the tower. The man said politely that not everyone could enter the magic tower. He asked them to present documents proving their identity. The old man handed him the papers. The blonde-haired wizard smiled when he saw that they were from Ippolit. He then said that he was giving them permission to inspect the first floor, but to go up to the second floor or touch the items. Before he could finish, Riley was already standing, mesmerized, next to a large magic stone and touching it with his hand. Mago ran up to the prince in an instant and withdrew his hand. He shouted that the stone should not be touched. Riley apologized and said he was just curious because the rock was very blue. The boy examined the rock, making sure everything was all right. He was still nervous, saying that not even a gentleman from the Earl family should touch this stone. He also asked if Riley knew what it was. The prince asked what the stone was. However, the magician didn't tell him, but only replied that he couldn't tell him. Kara finally exhaled and said that there was a sign with the items that could be touched, and politely asked them to be more careful in future. He also added that everything else could not be touched, only looked at. Riley was embarrassed. Lady Iris approached them and politely asked the magician to show them where the place was, as they had no idea what it was. The magician smiled and said he would be happy to do that. Now he's introduced himself. His name is Ferda. Ferda said that there were many kinds of magicians, wizards, sorcerers, alchemists. He said that if you made a list of their properties, a whole day wouldn't be enough. He heroically stood next to a huge cabinet containing several books. He said that most magicians write magic books like that. He showed one of them, which looked quite ordinary, but had a magical blue light coming out of it. Now Ferda was in front of an interesting device with flasks. He said that water could be poured in there, and after a certain time it would turn to ice. The principle was that the magic circle came into contact with the water. Riley interrupted him by saying that it was like an icebox. The magician was surprised and asked what a refrigerator was. The third prince turned away and said it was nothing, that he had invented the word himself. Ferda told them to take a look around, and that if they wanted to go up to the second floor, they would have to go through a certain procedure. Prince asked what could be seen on the second floor. Ferda said that there it was possible to see the trainees practicing magic. For example, throwing the fireball that Riley was so interested in. Prince said, "That's interesting." Sarah called him and told him she was here. The prince and the wizard entered the room where the others were already waiting for them. The girls were smiling as usual, and Ian still had a dark aura. Sarah told the prince that it was a mana meter. Riley, on the other hand, wanted to try it out. Riley confirmed her words with hesitation. The look in Ian's eyes clearly made him uncomfortable. He already wanted to give up. At the same moment, he felt the old man's gaze on him again. Kara said yes. Prince, looking at the yellow ball in front of him, he asked Ferda how to use it. He replied that all he had to do was raise his hands above the ball. Mago added that it would start to glow and then fill with water, depending on how much mana the prince had. The third prince decided that there was nothing difficult about it. All he had to do was raise his hands, and he would start measuring. Ian asked the magician Ferda to listen to him, and Ferda replied. The old man asked what would happen if the amount of mana was too great, if the balloon would burst because of it. Ferda hesitated, but replied that such a person would definitely be invited to study in a tower or other educational institution, especially if it was a child. He said that so far the balloon has never burst. Ferda also said that if the balloon cracks, then they are dealing with a genius. But popping is hardly possible. Mago laughed and said that he wasn't a dragon, and therefore didn't need to worry about the balloon's safety. The only one who caused the crack was the great wizard Astroy. Ferda said that during the Great War that wizard had even defeated a great mercenary hero. However, the boy couldn't remember his name. Ian looked at him in silence. Ferda couldn't remember, but repeated that Astra had defeated the hero. The girls laughed and asked if John expected much from the young master. The old man coughed. Riley turned to the balloon with the words, "Shall we begin?" Riley's hand touched the balloon. The prince put a hand on the balloon and it began to glow. Something was happening. Riley turned to the balloon with the words, "Shall we begin?" The prince put a hand on the balloon and it began to glow. Something was happening. His palm was on the ball. He even had to squint because of the bright light. Ferda squeezed her eyes shut in the same way. The girls were equally interested in the photo that was taking place. Everyone was tense and watching the process carefully. Jan was particularly excited. Soon the light faded and Riley relaxed. He asked if that was the end. Everyone except the wizard ran to see what had happened. There wasn't much mana on the ball. However, the magician commented that this was the norm, the average. Ian's heart seemed to stop. He asked again. The elderly man was shaken and wondered why the standard, why not the excess, why not a measurement error. The prince wasn't upset at all. He was happy to be normal and thought that maybe he should become a magician after all. His mother supported him, saying that perhaps he should really dedicate himself to magic. Ferda laughed and said it wasn't a bad option, but she still thought the prince should learn everyday magic. A gloomy aura formed around Ian again, only this time not of anger, but of discouragement. Ferda went on to say that this was enough for magic. Ian muttered that it couldn't be. He still couldn't believe it. Ferda asked if Mr. Ian was all right. He was furious and shouted that this couldn't happen. The old man grabbed the balloon and was about to smash it to pieces. Mago tried to stop him, shouting that the magic ball shouldn't be handled like that. But Jan stood his ground and told Ferda that he was sure there was something wrong with him. Jan continued to cry, saying that there was some mistake. The third prince, meanwhile, whistled some tune, pretending not to hear anyone. He told the girls that he was hungry and asked what they were going to eat today. He also asked if they were going to have lunch at Solia. Lady Iris assured her son that Sarah had prepared everything, and the maid confirmed her words, saying that she had already booked a table at the restaurant and that was where they were going today. She also shouted to Ian that he had had enough and that it was time to leave. The old man was crying while holding a golden magic ball in his hands. Sarah looked at Ian in silence. Ferda was also crying, and it was possible to read help on his face. Such was the look he had for the maid. A moment of silence. Suddenly, Sarah shouted for Mr. Yan to turn around. Since Mr. Riley uses magic, she pointed to the right. Ian turned around abruptly, thinking that the prince had channeled his power into another object. He thought so, because here great power and strength could be transferred to another object. Ferda seized the moment and snatched the orb from the old man's hands. The elderly man was upset. John gave a long cry of "No!", blushed, and fell on Sarah. The girl deftly picked up the broken Jan and said that it was now time for them to go to dinner. She didn't forget to remind Jan that she had made a reservation at a good restaurant. However, Ian stood his ground because he didn't think he could just walk away. For the Lord's great talent, all those looks of disappointment. Ian thought of the nickname Lazy Swordsman, but didn't know what it meant. Everyone was about to leave, so Sarah had to drag the crying servant by the back of his head. When the door to the room closed, Ferda finally exhaled. He was finally gone, a golden ball on a red sheet. It's already getting dark. Mago was sweeping the floor of the magic tower. Today left him exhausted and Ferda looked tired. He couldn't understand where the old man was getting his strength from. Ferda complained to himself that that lord was touching everything. A pair of mages descended to the first floor. The man saw Ferda and said that it looked like he was on duty today. Ferda replied positively and greeted the magician. The man said that Ferda looked tired and asked what was wrong. Ferda wanted to tell him, but their attention was diverted by the wizards who were examining something. The older magician asked what had happened and told the boy that he would go and see. Ferda agreed. Mago stared ahead in silence. The man turned pale when he saw what was there and turned to look at the boy. His face had literally disappeared. He was stunned. Ferda became tense. He ran into the pandemonium and asked what was wrong. He was an order of magnitude lower than the others, so no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't see anything. A green-haired wizard asked if Ferda was really on duty on the first floor today. Ferda said yes and asked what he was asking for. The green-haired wizard asked what had happened here. Ferda still didn't understand what he was talking about. But when Ferda saw what it was all about, he was stunned. Now he saw that the large blue magic stone was cracked. Ferda was shocked. He didn't understand how, because only the strongest magicians use this stone. He asked who had done it. Man said that since he didn't know either, that was a problem. He said he didn't know who it was, but if Astroy's mage found out, he'd be everywhere. All the mages on the first floor turned even paler. The green-haired wizard said in a trembling voice that the culprit had to be found. Another red-haired wizard supported him and said that otherwise he might think they had done it, and they would be in trouble. One of them asked how they could find the culprit, as they had no proof. The other said that he didn't look like an ordinary person. Ferda was literally shaking with fear. Someone asked who was on the first floor today and if there were any witnesses. One of them approached Ferda, saying that he was on duty here today and asked if he had seen any suspicious people. They were going mad because they didn't have a single clue. All the wizards in the room had their backs to the damaged stone. In an instant, the stone was simply torn to pieces and the magicians were horrified. Especially the man, Ferda, and the green-haired wizard. There was a loud cry in the tower. A woman's voice called out to Riley. The prince turned around and his mother was talking to him. She asked him if he was going through a difficult time. They walked through the city hand in hand. He said no, he wouldn't do that, and asked why his mother was asking. Lady Iris says there are lots of interesting things here, but Riley doesn't seem to be interested in that, which is why she's asking. Riley looked up and then explained that a lot had happened today. He was in a temple for the first time in his life. Riley remembered that he had also seen a holy maiden there, whom he didn't want to see at all. Even so, he was worried about what to do if she gave him an oracle, as she had done in a previous life. The third prince said that he had been in the tower, but didn't mention to his mother that he had collected mana there in a slightly different way than before. He had to be careful not to let anyone notice. The prince laughed and told his mother that, in general, it was a good thing that none of this had happened. The lady replied that it could happen because Jan and Sarah were with them. The prince just laughed in response. Meanwhile, Sarah was calming John down and telling him to pull himself together. Ian didn't understand how this was possible. He couldn't have imagined it. He was still in shock. Lady Iris told Riley that something serious seemed to have happened to Ian. Riley calmly turned to his mother and asked if she was disappointed to hear that her son was irregular. She thought for a moment. She then smiled fondly and said that she just sighed with relief at having him on a regular basis. Riley was thrilled. He asked if that was true. He and his mother remained silent, holding hands while the servant stood behind them. Or rather, Sarah held Jan's hand. Prince suggested we take a look there, and Mom agreed. People were moving around. The street was full of people, and on the next corner were the same two men who had committed the robbery earlier. The brunette turned to the blonde, calling him Beta and saying that it looked like, if they continued, they would be caught. Beta reluctantly replied that the secret things would still come out one day, and he was aware of that. But he said that today was useless and that he should devote himself to what really mattered. Moreno was shocked and asked if Beta was offering to go through his pockets on the day of the festival in Solia. He said it was no big deal, but if they missed this chance, they'd be sucking their thumbs until the next festival. He turned his attention to a guy, said he looked a bit different, even dressed differently. It was a white-haired guy, in uniform with a red scarf around his neck. The brunette wondered if Beta couldn't see the guards behind him, and added that the guy was at least a member of the Earl family. Beta was not happy about this news. He watched his prey intently. He turned abruptly to the man with the chest, calling him Hemel, and asked what he thought of it. Beta was talking about Riley, Lady Iris, and Syrah, who stood out a little in the crowd. Hemel asked if these people were the same visitors. Beta shouted that yes, it was definitely them, the ones who pretended not to notice the girl being attacked nearby. Beta licked her lips sarcastically and said that, as it turned out, there was an idle young man, his mother and a maid among them. He soon spotted an elderly servant and realized that there were 4 in total. Hemel asked if he had really chosen them. The blonde man happily said yes, because such heartless people must be punished. He assured himself and Hemel that they were not committing a crime, but punishing them, and therefore the goddess Ironessa would forgive them. Hemel wasn't too happy with his partner's idea, but he still thought that there shouldn't be a problem. After all, there are 2 aristocrats and only 2 servants, so it should be a simple matter. Despite all this, Hemel told Beta that he had a sort of bad feeling about it. Beta replied that they weren't in a position to choose. Finally, he asked if Hemel agreed or not. In the end, the brunette agreed. Beta shouted happily that he should have done it immediately. Beth, with a smile on her face, broke into the crowd. They were running so fast that their heels were shining. Hemel silently led the way. His target was a few rows ahead. Beta looked in Hemel's direction. They looked around. For themselves, they started a countdown from 3. The villains were on alert. Beth stood on the other side. The report ended and they ran to their prey. But then, when Hemel was very close to John, he was spotted. The old man silently kicked him in the chest with his elbow. Enemy groaned. Ian approached Hemel again. Moreno hasn't even managed to get up yet. Hemel was stunned, and Ian kicked him in the knee without wasting any time. The thief fell to the ground, his leg hurting badly. Hemel tried to get up, and the old servant looked down at him, asking who they were and where they came from. Hemel was sweating. In pain and with water in his mouth, he screamed in pain. Meanwhile, Sarah had already grabbed Bat. He was shaking, covered his mouth with his hand, and thought he had a bad feeling. Ian said that they remained silent, just rolling their eyes. The old man stood heroically over the thieves and asked them if they thought they could get away with it if they dared to touch young Mr. Ippolit. The surname resounded in Hemel's head, he thought. Was it really the same aristocrat who had obtained the status of count thanks to the sword? Bat was thrown back onto the stone floor. Sarah said she wondered where she could have seen them, but now remembered that they were the same as the gang from yesterday. She said you were right. She stood over the blonde man and looked at him questioningly, nowhere near as threatening as Ian. The girl asked where they were from. Beta was still shaking and covering her face. Sarah leaned over a little and asked if they were from the lower part of Solia, adding that they smelled of garbage. Beta shouted that this couldn't happen, as he had perfumed himself, and the thief began to smell himself. Sarah asked him if he thought the smell of a commoner could be so easily overpowered by perfume. However, the girl also said that this was her homeland, and therefore she would let them live. But in return, they would have to pay for trying to hurt their master. The servant knelt beside Beth. Beth begged her not to do it. She stepped on his arm with her foot. Her eyes didn't look so kind now, and she told them to choose their target more carefully next time, as her master didn't like to be disturbed. Lady Iris and the 3rd prince were eating sweets on sticks. Riley noticed Ian and asked where Sarah was. The old man replied that she had told him she was going to the toilet and would be right back. He also asked if the young master wanted to go away too. Riley turned and replied that he didn't know, and explained that he was asking because he couldn't find her. As they walked away, Riley said that since they had accepted the job, they should do it properly. Ian was a little surprised and asked again. The third prince said happily that it was nothing and told his mother that it looked appetizing. The lady replied positively and said that she had to clean his mouth first. The prince's entire face was in the food. Riley raised his head. Above it was a majestic red salute. The whole crowd froze and stared at the beauty from above. Riley and her mother were mesmerized. Sarah said that it had finally begun. Madame couldn't hear the girl and asked her to come closer and tell her what she was talking about. The waitress smiled and said she was referring to the fencing competition. Today was a long-awaited day for everyone, since the fencing festival will start there. Riley, his mother, and his servants were already in the stands, as were the rest of the spectators. Everyone was excited. The third prince asked if Sarah had brought food and drink. The maid, holding a tray with legs, potatoes, hamburgers, and Coke, happily told the gentleman that everything was ready. Riley began to eat the meat, and Ian noted that this time there would be some very good contestants performing. The prince asked if this was true, and the old man said yes, reminding him that they had seen the competition program at the entrance. Riley, however, said that he hadn't looked at her carefully. Ian sighed tiredly. Sarah told us that, according to the program, there will be 3 competitions today. Velio said nonchalantly that he thought the competition would be over before dinner. He felt that the competitors, although excellent, were not that good by Ippolit standards. Riley noticed a couple sitting nearby and the empty space around them. He thought that, for some reason, there were fewer people here than outside. Lady Iris had noticed it too. The waitress said that there weren't many people. The lady agreed and said she thought the place would be full. However, Sarah explained that it is difficult for commoners to enter here. Ordinary people need to obtain a letter of invitation, as this competition is between chains of aristocratic families. Lady Iris asked what it meant that, in this case, ordinary people couldn't watch the competition. The waitress said it was nothing of the sort. The girl pointed her finger at a flying blue stone with a small ball on top. The lady asked what it was. Then the maid explained that it was something to see everything that was going to happen here. Riley said rather rudely that surely some nobleman would do something stupid and embarrass himself. Sarah disappointed him by saying that it couldn't happen because there was a time difference. She said they could see what was going on here the day before. Riley imagined it was some kind of delayed transmission. Sarah continued talking, saying that the magic tower was responsible for the video and that, if you asked, they could cut out the unwanted images. The prince again came to the conclusion that this magical tower was a very interesting place. He thought that, although it was a different time, just as in his previous life, all the comforts were organized with magic. Mom says it looks like it's already starting. There were shouts and loud noises coming from behind the wall behind the participants. Someone shouted for the others to listen and not shout in the manna room. Someone else shouted at him to shut up and where the hell he came from. Someone on the podium shouted that his son was leaving and that everyone should be quiet. Ian realized that the aristocrats had a very loud voice. He said he couldn't understand why everyone was so agitated. Riley, Madam, and the maid looked at him in bewilderment. For her part, Sarah thought that if their young master left, she imagined an excited Ian shouting for everyone to shut up because the master was leaving. She thought Jan would have shouted louder. The old man calmly informed her that 2 contestants were leaving, one from the Boiron family and the other from the Dries family. He told me that these 2 clans were known for their skill with the sword, although not as much as Ippolita. A boy raised his hand. Sarah even jumped up and down on the spot, excited that it had finally started. Lady Iris was also a little excited, and the third prince watched in silence. There was a colorful battle going on. A blonde-haired young man was flying at the dark-haired boy, their swords meeting time after time. Brunet deflected his opponent's attack and flew back a little. Their struggle was intense. However, it wouldn't end there, with the metal of their swords ringing out again and again. Riley said it was all, well, interesting, in a way. Ian looked at the prince and wondered if he was really interested. The third prince leaned back in his seat and said that yes, it was possible to see techniques that he had never seen before. He really didn't think there were any more techniques in the world that he didn't know about. But then he saw the new techniques and thought they were unusual. Sipping his black drink, Riley added that it was interesting, except for the fact that they looked like cute children playing with toys. Ian listened attentively. The third prince said that, although it sounded a bit strange, he had exactly that kind of interest. He said it was a bit nerdy and yet interesting, and Riley thought it was cute. Sarah shrugged and said that her lord could even kill goblins in one go, so it was possible. The old man didn't miss the opportunity and said that, in this case, the young master should have taken part. Riley, however, repeated once again that he was lazy. Ian was horrified at how lazy he felt. Riley said that they liked his nickname Lazy Swordsman, and, a little later, added that it was true. The old man remained silent. Ian asked, "So this isn't a joke?" He stood up a little. The old man didn't understand why he liked that, after all. He was so talented. He couldn't understand why the expression on the prince's face looked so tired. Now he realized that the third son was hiding his talents and his true face. But why does he use the horrible nickname Lazy Swordsman? Ian wondered what the real reason was. The servant was called by Lady Iris. She said she thought it would be a good idea to find Riley a fiancé to make his life more interesting. She then asked his opinion on the matter. The third prince even choked on his expensive Coca-Cola. Yang and the prince were shocked and asked if she was serious. Finally, the lady smiled and replied that of course she was joking, but that Ian had such a concentrated expression on his face. The prince's mother laughed, and the prince himself exhaled with relief. Sweating profusely, he stood up and said he was going to walk away. Mom agreed, and for some reason the maid was a little apprehensive. In the hallway, Riley was pacing back and forth, shaking his head, saying that it had been a long time since he had been taken by surprise and wondering what all the talk about his fiancée was about. Ian stood nearby and watched. Suddenly, someone called out to them. Riley turned around questioningly. There was a blue-haired man in a suit and a red-haired worker. The man said rudely that he was addressing the third prince and said that Riley had just said some very rude things. Ian was a little shocked, and Riley wondered what he had said that was so cheeky. Man said it was cheeky that Prince had said it all sounded like child's play, and asked if Riley wasn't aware of the effort the participants put into their preparations. Now he said that apparently he didn't know a fraction of what was going on, so if he withdrew it, he would forgive him. Riley apologized indifferently and said he was wrong, which sounded extremely insincere. Riley signaled for Ian to leave, as it should have already started. The prince took Ian under his arm and led him out, with the man looking at them unhappily. He shouted for Riley to wait. After the young man stopped, he said it was false. He went on to say that there was no sincerity in the prince's words, and the man asked if such a thing could be called an apology. He really had expressed himself inappropriately. Riley gave him a haughty, seemingly superior look and asked what else he wanted. Now the nobleman couldn't stand it any longer. He became furious and shouted that he, Aplock, the eldest son of the Orenzium family, would teach him a lesson on behalf of all the participants. The third prince was beginning to tire of it all. Aplock said that if the prince was here, he belonged to some clan. He pointed his finger at him and ordered him to say which clan he belonged to. The prince was already thinking that he had spoken out of turn and that he should have kept quiet. Ian turned to the young man and asked with his eyes what he was going to do. Riley looked at him as if it were obvious. He was about to run, but the prince's bullet flew out of there and Ian didn't even have time to react. Aplock and the girl ran after him, with the man asking where he was going. However, Ian blocked their way and asked them to wait. The old man was already starting to say that he couldn't leave them. He didn't finish when Aplock attacked him, but Ian managed to block the blow. The man said that, as an old man, Ian's skill level was very good, and then lamented it by saying that it was a shame that it was 2 against 1. Aplock still managed to reach the prince. He put his hand on his shoulder and said that he would punish anyone who didn't respect the honor of the nobility. Riley stared at him with eyes as empty and indifferent as possible. Indifferent enough to make the man uncomfortable, Riley grabbed the other man's wrist firmly and lifted his arm. He towered over Aplock, so his serious words about having already apologized seemed particularly intimidating. Aplock couldn't get out. He didn't understand what was wrong or why this guy was so strong. Blue magic flowed down Aplock's arm, spinning in a whirlpool. However, he still felt that everything was useless against his mana. The third prince stopped his attack and squeezed his hand harder, and Aplock winced in pain. The girl who was busy with John at the moment feared for her master, and John watched her in silence. Aplock wondered who the boy was. He reflected that it didn't look like he was using mana. But how was he doing it? Riley looked at the man's hand and wondered why he was picking on him. Aplock groaned because his arm was in so much pain. The girl tried to run to his aid. Riley didn't wait for an answer but simply threw Aplock at the girl angrily and said he just wanted a quiet life. Ian was still watching all this in silence but with a little surprise. A large hole formed in the wall into which the opponents flew. The prince approached the man and asked if he had told him that his name was Aplock. Once again, he didn't wait for the man's answer but began to speak, telling him to listen carefully. Riley asked if he was taking his pills because he smells bad. Ian watched from outside. The third prince told Aplock that if he didn't want to be discovered, he should keep quiet, and Aplock obediently agreed, with terror in his eyes. Riley said, with a murderous look on his face, that if he told anyone what had happened, whether it was Arenzium or Oranzium, he would pull him out from under the ground. This time, Aplock agreed more readily. Ian wondered in his mind what Mr. Riley had said that the man had said. Riley called out to Ian and put his hand on his shoulder. He ordered him to solve the problem here and, if anyone asked, to say that he had done it himself. Ian wasn't happy about this request, and he looked a little put out. The prince bade him farewell and, calling John a mercenary hero, said he would take full responsibility and asked him for a favor. Riley walked away and Ian, shocked, stood next to the aggressors. Riley went back to the living room and told the girls what had happened, and Mom said that he had been there for a long time. Sarah asked his master where Mr. Yan was. The prince casually replied that it looked like Ian had become big, said he waited for the old man and then left. It seemed a long time had passed. The cleaner asked if they had heard anything like the sound of an explosion just now. Riley turned away and said he didn't know and hadn't heard anything, but maybe it was Ian. He also said that Sarah had good hearing. The girl hesitated, and Riley picked up his precious drink again. He took a sip, and then he rejoiced in the freshness. The prince looked like a drunk again, so his mother and maid didn't like his reaction very much. Riley realized it was about to begin and asked what the trick was to this competition. Sarah revealed that they say one side is claiming supremacy, and therefore many expect a high outcome from it, and she is among them. Riley spoke about the main candidate, and the maid asked him if he had seen a man with 2 swords. He was a young man with a blue feather, white hair, and blue eyes. The third prince thought the boy was very handsome and remembered that his brother Lloyd looked the same at that age. Sarah laughed and said that he is the only one who uses 2 swords in this competition, so she expects a good confrontation. The girl told him that he was from the Jinier family and that there were rumors that this was his first competition. Riley was interested, asked if it was his first competition and he was already winning first place, and said that he seemed to be quite famous. Sarah revealed that there are secret competitions between the participants. She remembered that there was something else that intrigued the prince. The maid said that there were rumors that he was superior even to the Ippolit clan. At least that's what the note said. Lady Iris and Riley were surprised by this. Lady Iris said that even so, when it came to swords, the Ippolit clan was in first place. Riley pointed a finger at him and said that, in this case, it wasn't to their advantage to expect good results from him. Sarah had a very different attitude towards him. She hugged him and said that it was good to see his masculinity and audacity. Riley watched silently with a smile on his face. The referee would tell them that the fight would continue until one of the competitors was ejected from the field or the action stopped. He said that they were allowed to use mana and that threatening an opponent's life would result in disqualification. The judge also added that it was up to him to decide and asked if everything was clear. And his opponent was already a little confused. Sarah made an ooh. She said it seems that this time the victory is predetermined. This poor boy was trembling with fear, while his strong opponent stood confidently in one stance. Riley, watching all this, said he didn't even know. The prince turned to Sarah. He asked her if she knew anything about this guy. She clarified whether he was talking to the opponent of the opposing candidate. At first, the maid couldn't remember the boy's name. Meanwhile, the referee waved his hand to give the starting signal. Sarah recalled that this nobleman was from the Orenzium family. The swords were knocked out of the hands of the famous swordsman, who was a little dazed. Everyone in the audience was stunned. A prince from the Jinier family flew away. The man held his sword firmly. His opponent attacked him with a red feather. Now he seemed a little more confident. Riley watched the competition with passion and discussed Orenzium. The image of the first prince of the family, the man with whom the prince had left Yan, came to mind. The third son murmured that he had also used it at the time. The boy froze after the blow and looked at his opponent in surprise. Had he really succeeded? The prince of Jinier crumpled to the ground. The judge approached the boy and grabbed his arm. Then they stood up abruptly and shouted that the winner was the second son of the Orenzium family, Applian. From somewhere came multicolored streamers, and applause was heard from the audience. Applian seemed happy, but he still didn't fully believe that he had won. Riley thought that if he compared Applian to his brother, the smell of the pills wasn't as strong. However, Riley thought that he definitely hadn't won by his own strength. Now that the prince remembered John, he wondered why the old man was taking so long to get in the way. Sarah was shocked, and Lady Iris stroked her to calm her down. Riley couldn't stop thinking about Ian. Maybe something had happened to him and he should be back by now. And there's no reaction to Sis. Sarah brought more hamburgers and said that the hostess and the master had eaten. Riley thanked the waitress. The third prince tried to calm himself with thoughts that nothing could have happened to Ian, that this couldn't happen. Meanwhile, Yan was gently lifting the red-haired girl, but she said to help her master first. Yan replied that due to the mana defense, he had less internal damage, and therefore she should help her first. The girl hung onto Ian's shoulder. The old man himself had images popping into his head, just like the young gentleman's cries that all he wants is a quiet life. Ian thought that this Aplock was also quite strong and had some very good skills. However, he said that no matter how talented everyone was, his master already was. He didn't say anything else out loud, but he felt that the gentleman had already demonstrated his level of skill. Now the old man wondered if it was possible that, when measuring mana, he had only released a little on purpose. Ian continued to reflect. Is it possible that the young lord is a dragon who has come down to Earth? Dragons are supreme beings. They have a lifespan of 10,000 years. Sometimes dragons turn into humans for fun. Ian could give no other explanation for his strength, even though the prince was still very young. Even so, Ian exhaled. The old man didn't think that could happen. Ian was around at the time of her birth and saw everything with his own eyes. Suddenly, he remembered my mistress. He remembered Lady Iris holding his son in her arms for the first time. Now the old man was thinking of the lady. In that case, everything is clear. So it's understandable that you have abnormally great strength. However, the last time the lady spat blood when she was poisoned, Ian wondered whether a majestic dragon could be blinded by poison or whether it was due to the human body. Foolish thoughts haunted the old man, and coming to his senses, Ian forced himself to wake up and come to his senses. Ian was still holding the wounded girl by the shoulder. He said that the most important thing is the master. He didn't finish but went over to Prince Aplock and lifted him up. When he already had 2 wounded men, he proudly said that, as he thought, Mr. Riley had become the better man. The girl and Aplock could no longer hear this and still didn't understand why Ian was holding them back. The old man kept talking about what a splendid gentleman he was. He stepped forward with confidence and breadth. He said to wait and that, if you think about it, you won't regret it. Ian remembered the prince's mother's request to keep the secret. The old man stopped. He remembered being a little sad because they had agreed to keep it a secret. Suddenly, someone called out to them. Ian turned around and saw a group of people. The old man began to ask what they wanted. A girl with white shoes was walking ahead. When Ian looked up, he realized that it was the people from the temple and Saint Frisia herself. Ian wasn't expecting them here. Frisia said that there was a guest who had come to visit them at the temple, so they were informed. Ian was a little scared because they had really come because of the gentleman's antics yesterday. And because of that, they're looking for Riley. There was a moment of silence. Saint said that Ian should know that too. Sarah stretched. She said she had a strange feeling. She was stunned because the person she was rooting for had lost literally in an instant. Lady Iris said nothing but asked if there would be any further competition, and the chambermaid said probably not, as this was forbidden by the rules. Lady Iris said that the competition was over for the day. She said it went much faster than she expected. Sarah said that this year there are far fewer participants than last year. She talked about how the opening ceremony was held today, so they can see more competitions tomorrow, and it could be the day after tomorrow for the semifinals and finals. Sarah held the side of the balcony and added that, by the way, she hadn't expected such a result from a member of the Orenzium family. Lady Iris asked if the punch was really that good. The maid stood up and said that of course it was, because the strength of his punch was equal to the strength of Prince Lion's punch. The lady asked, "What if you compare that to Riley's punching power?" Sarah hadn't expected this question from her hostess. She hesitated and said that if she hadn't known about the gentleman's real abilities, she would have said that Mr. Riley was no match for him. She was very surprised when you fought the goblins. The maid remembered what she had seen on that occasion. Sarah corrected herself in an instant. She said that surprise wasn't the right word because she was completely and utterly amazed. Because, unlike the second son of the Orenzium family, the Lord didn't doubt his blows for a second. He remained confident. She decided to herself that what surprised her most was his imperturbable, cold-blooded gaze. But finally, Sarah coughed and said she couldn't say who was the strongest. She turned to Riley and asked him what he thought of it, but she didn't find the prince there, which surprised her very much. Lady Iris had told her that, as Ian had left a long time ago, the prince had decided to go and fetch him. Now the girl realized that, in fact, Mr. Ian hadn't left yet. She put her hands beside her body and said that this was news. The young gentleman was walking alone. Sarah decided that she would have to warn Ian about this when he returned. The prince's mother laughed and said, "Suddenly, Riley not only Jan but also decided to look for a bride. Who knows?" Sarah was a little embarrassed by this. She asked that Madame wasn't joking about the bride after all. She asked if that meant that the lady really wanted the prince to settle down. All the aristocrats had already left the hall. No one in the corridor was talking or discussing the competition. Lady Iris calmly told Sarah that something must have happened here. She also said that someone was blocking the way and that this person seemed to be Yang. This time, Sarah wasn't shocked and even pushed the aristocrats in front of her a little. She saw two people hanging onto Jana, who couldn't stand on her own. The girl shouted that it was him and asked why he was there. After a while, she noticed that Mr. Riley wasn't with him, and the lady asked why the abbots of the Temple of Solia and the knights were gathered here. They turned to the aristocrats and apologized for having unceremoniously blocked their way as they left. Saint Frisia said that they were now looking for people from the Ippolit family. Sarah was even more horrified when she saw Saint Frisia. Riley stood outside and leaned against the castle wall. He was holding some fabric object in his hand. The prince looked at him and said that he hadn't bought those things yesterday for nothing. He had a golden mask in his hands and a black cloth sewn around the perimeter to cover the other parts of his head. The prince told himself that this idiot Orenzium had to keep his mouth shut or things would take a serious turn, and Riley didn't want that. The third prince noticed a magical blue light next to him. He realized that Ian had apparently just sent the men from the Orenzium family away. He looked in the direction where the blue light could be seen and wondered if that was where Lower Solia was. Riley chuckled and remembered that it was a long way from here to the lower part of Solia. The third prince easily jumped over the opposite walls and climbed to the top of the castle. He called Orenzium's men scoundrels and said he had warned them. During the flight, he said that once again they had gone to take pills. The cave was illuminated by the dim light of lamps and someone was moaning in pain. It was that dark-haired thief, Hamel, who moaned that he was still alive. Hamil looked at his hands and said that he didn't think those four people were the people of Ippolit. But he quickly corrected himself and said he was lucky to be alive. Hamil looked up and wondered if it was morning or night. At first he thought it was morning, but then, when he saw the light from the lamps, he decided that it was night after all. Hamil cried because they had gotten there last night, and now he woke up and it was night again. He didn't like the fact that he had slept all day, although that wasn't surprising, as it had happened yesterday. He called Bat and asked if he was all right. Blondie was lying on his side against the wall, and Hamil shouted that he had brought him here in his arms, almost tearing him apart. Beta shouted and cursed at the wretched girl who had tied him up. Hamil got up from his seat and asked if Beta was all right. The one who turned to him and shouted didn't seem to be doing well. Beta didn't forget to call Hamil an idiot. The blonde man had a nightmarish expression on his face. Hamil looked astonished at his ally. Beta cried for her arm because it was broken and now everything was over. Baeta asked him if he thought these novice nobles would treat a man from Lower Solia. Baeta said that Hamil made him laugh. Hamil put his arm around the boy and told him to calm down. Beta cried because of what they had done to him. He didn't finish but stood up and said that they should be avenged for this. The brunette got up and ran after him, wondering if he was going to go to this woman. Beta shouted back that he was using the slag from the magic tower. Hamil was telling Beta to stop immediately, but Beta ignored him, but Hamil kept begging him to leave this enterprise. Beta approached someone who was lying under a blanket on the floor and told him to get up. There was silence in response. He tore the quilt off the bed and, calling the girl Ninety, shouted for her to stand up taller. She woke up and asked him what had happened. It was the black-haired girl with the scar. Beta said that he had a request for her, and that without her, he wouldn't be able to carry out a plan. 90 wondered if there was definitely no way to do without her. Contrary to what she had expected, Beta replied that it was true, and that it couldn't be done without her involvement. Beta smiled with satisfaction. After all, the girl had agreed to help. 90 finally stood up and Beta laughed again. He said he was counting on her. There was a carriage traveling through the city at night, and someone said that he attacked it and brought down the second sword with a single blow. And that's when he attacked him. It was Prince Aplion of Orenzium who won the contest, traveling in a carriage with his brother, the first Prince, Aplock. Aplock was still trembling. Aplion asked what had happened to his brother. Aplion finally turned his attention to his brother and said that no, nothing had happened. However, Aplion shouted that the expression on his brother's face said otherwise. He said that the man could tell him anything. He was worried because Aplock was never nervous, even in a competition. Aplock threw his brother back into his seat, shouting that he had already told him everything was fine. Aplion was shocked by his brother's actions. The red-haired girl wasn't herself either. She sat outside the carriage and watched the brothers. Aplock repeated his words that he was fine. Riley sat on top of the carriage, he said. What a relief to be able to keep his mouth shut. He was sitting on the side of the carriage so no one could see him. The third prince praised the boy for not speaking. He wanted to hurry and guide him the right way if Aplock hesitated. Riley had already started to take off his mask and said that everything was fine, in which case it was time to go back. However, someone didn't let him do it quietly. A magic stabbed him in the back. The prince thought, what an impertinent man dared to stand in his way. On the road ahead, 12 meters from the carriage, stood Beta and Nani. One of them asked the other if he was the boy you were talking about. They were talking about Riley, he overheard, and then was a little shocked. Beta asked Nani if he was the one wearing the mask. He said he didn't know and that he remembered him a little differently, but that he was unprotected and why would he get on someone else's family carriage? Nani replied nonchalantly that she didn't know why he was unprotected or why he had climbed onto the roof of another family's carriage. But she was sure of one thing. She was sure that he knew who they were after. The girl shouted for them to get out of the way, and Nani asked Beth what they should do. Beta, with a wild smile on his face, asked again and said that he had been known to kill him. Riley says he can't do that anymore, they're funny. Blue twists slowly enveloped his hand. The girl put her magic in her hand and shouted, "Lightning strike!" Nani pointed her hand directly at the red-haired girl. The girl screamed in pain and the lightning struck her body. The horses pulling the carriage scattered, so the carriage tipped over and the brothers fell out. Riley jumped onto the roof of the nearest house. He found it unbelievable as he had never seen such magical powers, even in his past life. Nayini said unwillingly as she shivered. Someone shouted that it was black magic, that someone was using black magic. Riley says he's sure he's seen this girl somewhere before. The boy looked at her again. He remembered the moment when the people in the street staged a robbery and this girl was the supposed thief. He realized that they had seen her when they arrived in Solia. The girl smiled as much as she smiled at Beta. She said that Beta had entrusted her with the case. He had asked her to take care of it herself. Beta looked at her suspiciously, and she went on to talk about how he said he needed her, and then he added that she could handle it. Blue magic swirled around her. Nani said that was why she couldn't let him down. Lightning flew towards Riley. He said that things are heating up and that this could be dangerous. Syrah said. Here he was sitting with them. Saint Frisia asked if he was sitting right there, and the waitress said yes. Frisia asked if they knew where he had gone now. Sarah was already a little annoyed, she said, when he told her he was going to the bathroom. Ian was also a little moved, and all because of the bitter expression on the maid's face, for Sarah was angry that Riley had gone to look for this old man. She knew she should have taken chaperones, didn't she? Lady Iris asked Saint Frisia what she would do and if she would wait for him here. She hesitated for a moment. Then, she picked up the glass that Riley had been drinking from earlier. Lady Iris called her again. Ian didn't realize what she was doing. He wondered if she was using her divine powers. He now believed that the Holy One had received her powers from the goddess Irenessa herself and that she would use them to find her master. Santa Frisia looked at the third prince's glass. Ian looked questioningly at the saint. Frisia grabbed the cup angrily, and the contents dribbled down her arm. The priests were worried about the saint. She finally came to her senses. The saint questioned Lady Iris about what she was saying. The lady covered her mouth with her hand. After a while, she asked if Saint was all right. Ian, in the background, was totally horrified. He thought it was all because of yesterday's incident. He remembered how furious Riley had been with that girl. The old man is sure that she is still offended by this, so perhaps it would be better if the gentleman avoided seeing Saint Pierre. Someone called out to the saint and she asked what was going on. He was a priest with blue hair. He said he had received news from the central district that something terrible had happened there. There was a kind of red light in the sky. Frisia asked what had happened there, and then they saw the sky. Everyone was shocked by the sight. Nayini's lightning struck one of the roofs. There was a lot of dust and purple electric light. The townspeople screamed and called for help and rescue. However, the attack didn't affect the masked man Riley, and now the prince was in a different place, observing what was going on. He realized that he had only read about these things in books or heard about them from other people, but this was the first time he had seen them in real life. The girl was already very angry. She was going to attack the masked man again and shouted that it was all for bat. She didn't knock again because Riley once again skillfully backed off. They both wanted each other dead. The third prince thought that she was just a child. And how could she be so proficient in magic at such an advanced age? There were already some warriors in front of Naini. They were asking who she was and saying that if she surrendered now. But she didn't let them finish because one of the knights had already been hit by Naini's lightning bolt. Riley, meanwhile, watched, wondering what he should do. He couldn't call Sira. He said that, unlike the girl, Ian would be useful here. Then he thought that perhaps he should at least call the brothers of the Orenzium family. Aplock and Aplian were unconscious on the road and a ball of lightning was already flying towards them. Riley was horrified to learn why they lie down like logs when you need their help. The prince was upset that he would now have to intervene. Naini shouted, "Fireball!" and launched another attack on the masked man. The third prince froze. Now, Riley had to run a little further away because the girl was launching 2 attacks at once. The third prince was amazed that she could use magic so easily. The girl was pointing her finger at him. Riley wondered if he should try to master this toy too. He thought it looked much easier than sword art, where physical strength was required. In addition to various techniques, teleportation is also possible with magic. Naini set into space, ice spear, and after a while, sharp stones flew towards Riley. The third prince said, but she never realized who she was messing with. Riley repelled all the ice spears at once. Naini stared ahead in shock. A male voice shouted at Naini and asked what she was doing. He was ordering the girl to kill him. It was Beta, and he was very angry. At first, Riley didn't realize who the man was, but then he remembered that he was the idiot who wanted to rob him. Beta stood up, startled. Riley thought Jana and Sarah were a bit too rude. After all, if they had done away with them back then, none of this would have happened. However, Riley also decided that there was nothing he could do about it, since that was the way things were. He would have to clean up his own mess. Naini was a little startled by Beta's screams. The prince looked at his sword and offered to do it. Meanwhile, in the magic tower, a man in a blue robe was shouting for Ferda to bring in the culprit who had broken the precious mana measuring tool just now. This had to be done before the master of the mood noticed the disappearance. Ferda was very scared. He whined to himself that he would be thrown out of the magic tower if he didn't find it. But he didn't know anything about it. He had no idea who had done it. The bespectacled man hesitated. Ferda thought and realized he had a suspect. He remembered how he had caught Prince Ippolit with the now damaged stone. Ferda wondered what his name was and remembered that it was Riley, the same lazy sword from the Ippolit family. However, Riley didn't have much mana, and Ferda didn't notice anything extraordinary about him. He was on the roof of some building. The magician was about to leave, and on the way he made sure that he couldn't be the third prince because that was impossible. Ferda thought it was simply unthinkable. After all, not even Grandmaster Astroy had managed to break off a piece of this mana measuring tool. Therefore, he thought that this lazy sword, which had attacked him once, had split it. Frida shouted that anyone you ask in the street will tell you it's nonsense. He said we should look for the culprit and he was making up nonsense. Ferda was walking along the road and saw an explosion on one of the roofs of the houses. The guy took a closer look. He asked himself if a fireball was a fireball. The wizard crouched on the ground and touched her with his hand. He realized that the crackling and the explosion were definitely a fireball. A crowd of people ran around him, shouting to save themselves. Someone shouted that the wizard had gone mad, that he was going to destroy the place. Ferda was starting to get angry and asked what kind of madman dared to use magic to attack without permission, and in the central square to boot. He felt he had to stop this wizard now. Ferda ran towards the explosion. Practically the entire city around the tower was on fire, with everything ablaze in purple flames. Ferda rushed in and questioned him again. Then he took a deep breath and asked why she was here. Meanwhile, the girl was preparing another attack, and Ferda wondered if she hadn't been banished from the magic tower. Naini launched another fireball. She stared into the distance in confusion. Ferda didn't understand what was going on here either. The man in the mask was ready to repel the attack and did so with his sword. Riley escapes the attack without much difficulty. He looked into the distance without much emotion. Ferda was shocked and wondered how this guy had cut the magic ball with his sword. Riley blocked another beam. Naini was furious that once again she hadn't managed to at least hurt him. She was sure it was just a steel sword. She was sure it was just a steel sword. However, he deflects all her attacks. The girl knew that this was theoretically possible, but she couldn't understand how he could do it so easily. Nayini got angry, covered her mouth with her hand and bent down. His mouth was bleeding. She thought that this was not the right moment, as Beta had confided in her. Beta looked at her ally with extreme displeasure. Nayini felt that she had to justify his trust, that she had to endure it. She decided that instead of putting all her strength into a single powerful blow, she could attack him continuously with small blows and still save energy. The girl shouted, "Magic arrows!" and her power gathered around her once again. Nayini bit her lip, and her mana turned into arrows and flew in the direction the girl's hand was pointing. They flew straight to the third prince. Riley tensed as she realized that it was she who was using a different technique. The prince jumped from the roof of the building, smashing the arrows in his path. He shouted that it was so-so and said that he used to be able to dodge the blows easily, but now they were getting too weak. He couldn't tell if she was aiming or not. Nayini looked frighteningly sad and depressed, with a trail of blood on her chin. Beta jokingly asked if Nayini could beat him. When he realized that the girl wasn't responding positively, Beta became furious and shouted for her to respond. Beta shouted that he could overpower the guy. A silent, short yes was heard in response. But then the girl still asked Bat to believe her, saying that she would carry out the mission at any cost. After all, it was her only friend's request. The girl finally looked up with confident eyes and said she would fulfill the task even if it cost her life. Riley suspected there was something wrong here. He saw that the color of her mana was very rare. The houses in the neighborhood still burned with purple flames. The smoke was purple and, in general, the whole street reflected the color purple. Even the girl's ice spears, which were embedded in the stone pebbles, were dark purple. The prince thought that perhaps it was a special kind. He remembered that he had encountered this mana in a previous life, and back then, it meant unique abilities. However, Riley said that despite this, something still bothers him. He pondered that, normally, the color purple-black meant that someone was using powerful black magic, but this mana was as if it were unstable and dangerous. The girl was cringing in pain and Beta couldn't find her place, so Riley realized that he couldn't even control her. The girl wiped the blood from her cheek and didn't realize why there was so much blood. Nayini realized that blood was now coming not only from her mouth but also from her right eye, which had a mosquito scar around it, and looked at Beth in horror. The third prince realized that she was definitely not herself and that this matter could not be left aside. Someone in the back shouted to take a look. Another shouted that someone had joined the fight. A third asked if we should run now. Someone in the crowd shouted that he would probably deal with that wizard. Another shouted that they were finally safe. He exhaled loudly. Riley turned to them, horrified. Shouts from his past life came to his mind. People shouting that he was a warrior, that he was here and now they would live, that the warrior would save them all. Beck was shouting that he had to win. It's as if the finger of the universe itself is pointing at Beck because he's a warrior. Riley was consumed by the memories and traumas of his past life, remaining a dazed man. Nayini asked Beta to run away. The person asked what she was talking about, and she responded by telling him to believe that this man would kill everyone here. Nayini said she would stop him and let him escape, because at least then he could survive. Beta denied everything. Nayini said that everything was fine, even if she died. The blonde man grabbed the girl by the back of the neck and continued shouting, but now about the fact that she wouldn't dare die until he killed her. Beta said that if she died now, she would be a pile of garbage with bones. Then he asked more loudly if she understood him. The girl was shocked, and Nayini murmured that he had said he trusted her. Before she could finish, Beta interrupted her to tell her that they had let her in and fed her, and that now she had to work to earn a living. He asked why he had welcomed her in such an ugly way. He said that she made him sick. Beta still couldn't calm down, shouting that it was disgusting to even look at her, which is probably why she was banished from the magic tower. The boy then turned his attention to Riley, who was standing next to him. There was a terrifying black aura around the prince, and only his eyes seemed to glow. When Beta saw this, he couldn't stand up, fell into the road and hysterically asked what it was. Riley said that was it, that the show was over. He pointed his sword at Bat and asked how he could call her trash. The prince also said that he himself could no longer listen to him, as he was tired of his words. Beta was terrified, his whole body shaking. Meanwhile, the girl shouted, "Pillar of Fire," and Riley was enveloped in purple mana. The prince called the blonde man a donkey. After that, he easily cut off the mana that was about to attack him. Naini stood in the masked man's way and forbade him to go near Beta. Riley couldn't understand how she was still on his side even after that. He thought she was too, and now he was calling them fools. He thought she was even more stupid than he was when he was a warrior and protected people, and the girl wasted no time shouting for Beta to run. Riley knocked the girl out in one move and told her that she was making too much noise and should rest for a while, and that he had nothing against her either, but against the bastard. Naini fell into the road, and Riley turned his attention to Beth. He was already crying with fear. The third prince told him that he wasn't so kind and that, if he were attacked, he wouldn't escape with one hand. But now he's asked for it. Riley shouted that enough was enough and prepared to cut off the thief's head. But the man's protective field stopped him. Riley looked up. He saw an elderly wizard standing there, proudly holding his majestic staff. The old man asked Riley who he was. The prince wasn't at all happy with his appearance, as he didn't need any extra trouble. He realized that he had been waiting a long time, and that now a man with strong mana had arrived. Streams of the old man's energy are accumulating to the left of Solia, and even in the fortress. The old man didn't wait long and said that if the boy didn't deign to tell him who he was, there was only one way out, to use force. A flame came out of his magic staff. She grew up. The wizard lifted her up and told her that he was the Grand Master of Astroi, and that he would deal with her personally. Ferda said they should go to the central square. There was blood everywhere around the wizard, on the walls and the stone floor. The boy was addressing Grand Master Astroi. The old man told Ferda to listen, that he should only be summoned in really important cases. He injected something purple into the bald young man's arm. But he went on to say that his greatest master, representing Solia, could not be summoned so easily. The magister took the gold out of his bag. Astraeus reminded him once again that he shouldn't be disturbed. He sat down at a table full of herbs and potions. Ferda shouted that what mattered now wasn't the drugs on sale. He told me that one of the exiles from the tower was stirring up the square. Now Astroi asked again, said he thought they were all dead, and he said, more alive and angry. The old man laughed and said it was incredible. In that case, he decided to go and have a look and enjoy himself at the same time. Ferda remembered that he had one more thing to say. He told the master that there was another man there and that he was fighting with the old guinea pig. Later, the Grand Master would remember these words when he looked at the masked man. He asked if he was the one Ferda was talking about. The master said he didn't know where Riley came from. However, he asked how the man dared to cause a disturbance in Grandmaster Astroi's territory and said he wouldn't let him get away with it. Riley's eyes widened, and he wondered if the old man was calling himself Grandmaster. For wasn't he disgusted himself? People in the street were discussing how dangerous it could be and whether it would hit them. Someone finally spotted Master Astroi and couldn't believe their eyes. The third prince looked at the old man and wondered if they were going to test his abilities. He decided to see how powerful he was. Astra tapped his staff and said the word Meteo. The master said that there was nothing to be done in a case like this, and that he himself would personally put the guy in jail. Riley gets into a fighting stance. An attack of fire mana flew towards him, and he realized that there were 3 places he could hit. The prince decided that he should first split the light into 3. With one stroke of his sword, he did so. Now he needs to send them back immediately. Astroi was not prepared for this and shouted that the man had gone completely mad. In response to his own attack, which was already flying towards him, he sent up a water balloon. There was a massive collision. The water eventually extinguished the flames. The master couldn't believe that this dead man was able to repel his magical attacks. Astru realized that she was in the middle of the smoke and couldn't see what was happening outside, so she shouted and asked where the masked dog was. Silently, he wondered where he had hidden. He was lucky enough to feel a sword flying straight at him from above. Astru erected a protective barrier, hoping to repel the attack. However, he failed, as the sword was thrown with such force that it easily broke the protective mana. The sword hit the magistrate directly in the shoulder, and he winced at the sharp pain. This time, he was terribly angry and shouted at how this insolent man had dared to touch him. He approached the road and didn't realize where the man had disappeared to. Knights, priests, and the saint walked along the stone road in their snow-white robes. They saw smoke ahead that seemed to be heading in their direction. Everyone stopped, and Saint Frisia ordered everyone to move away. She created a divine barrier in front of them. Then, realizing it was Mr. Astroi's magic, she put it away. One of the knights asked one of the priests how Master Astru of the Magic Tower could attack a saint, as he thought it was an outrage. Frisia looked at the Grand Master and realized that he wasn't looking at them, but at the central square. The girl told the attendants that, to begin with, they should get out of here as soon as possible. She remembered the goddess Irenessa's prophecy that she should find him first, but it seemed that there were more important matters at hand. Meanwhile, Sarah, Lady Iris, and Ian were still in the building where the competition was being held, even though it was already evening. The waitress wondered why Saint was looking for Riley. Ian coughed. She turned to Ian and asked if he knew anything. She didn't finish but went on to ask another question. Sarah didn't understand at first, then asked if Ian was really here. The prince asked with a tired look on his face, wondering if they had arrived yet. The old man worriedly asked where the third prince was. The prince happily replied that his mother had told him that Yan was in the bathroom, so he had gone to look for him. Lady Iris replied understandingly that they must have missed each other. Ian was horrified that the prince had seen that the saint was looking for him and had run away. Sarah clapped her hands and said that since the young master had returned, she thought it was safe to leave. They were heading down the stone path again. Riley turned to Ian, who replied, he asked if the old man had solved the case. Ian replied that if he meant the people from the Erenzium family, yes, but halfway through they had met the saint, and so he didn't know their fate. The prince smiled and said that he had done well. As the conversation ended, the smile fell from Riley's face. He thought of the girl in rags. We'll have to take a look at her. Since he was a warrior, he still had this bad habit. Naini sat against the wall with her eyes closed. The knight asked why they were going to the lower part of Solia. Aplion replied that there was someone they needed to find. Aplion, beside him, was silent and trembling. The knight exhaled fatigue and wondered what the hell they were doing. A woman's voice interrupted him, shouting for him to stop. It was the red-haired maid who covered the brothers with her hand. She told the knight that he himself knew that they had nothing to do with it. While Aplock looked horrified, Aplion was full of confidence. The knight was not satisfied with the girl's appearance. She wondered how long she could question them. As these gentlemen were busy people, Aplion asked how his brother was feeling. Then he noticed that his brother was shaking and didn't answer. The girl shouted at the knight and said that it was because of the magicians that magic happened, and asked him if he thought the same. The knight replied begrudgingly that yes, it was true. The girl became extremely angry and asked if he meant that the honorable people of the Erenzium family, who are masters of the sword, were involved in an affair with magic. She shouted that it was just the ravings of a blue mare. The knight hesitated for a moment. The girl kept shouting how angry he was with her. She was ready to attack the knight, shouting that they too were victims, that they too had been hurt because one of their companions had died in the accident. The knight raised his hand and agreed with her, but asked her to calm down first. He said that if they sent the statement later, they would have to go to the police station again. Knight handed him a piece of paper. The girl snatched the paper from him roughly and laughed at how meticulous he was. Now she turned to her aristocratic brothers and, smiling, apologized for the long wait. She said she thought they'd better come back today. The girl suggested they have a healthy meal before then. Aplion agreed and said, hurry up and go. They moved and Aplion patted his brother on the back. The knight looked at them and decided that she herself was a two-faced creature, and her gentlemen were no better. It was a deep night, with a full moon in the sky. Naini groaned on the ground. She didn't know what that place was because she was in the square with Beta. She remembered telling Beta that everything was fine, even if she died. How he had interrupted her, telling her not to die, calling her a worthless bitch. How he'd shouted that she wouldn't dare die until she'd killed the guy in the mask. Beta screaming that if she died now, she'd just be a bunch of useless bones. The girl was upset and asked if she had been abandoned again. Suddenly, Naini clutched her chest and cried out in pain. She screamed that she was in a lot of pain. The girl curled up and remembered the words of her only friend, Bat, who said that she was a worthless slut, that he was disgusted to look at her, that this was probably why she had been expelled from the magic tower. She said she didn't want to be alone. The doors opened and the silhouette of a man appeared in the doorway. He asked if she had gotten up yet. In front of Naini was Riley. The girl hadn't expected to see him here, but she seemed to recognize him. Riley said that she hadn't woken up yet and that he thought she was dead. 90 asked what was wrong with Beta. The third prince, indifferent and looking at the girl with contempt, replied that he had no idea. Naini remained silent. The prince said he wouldn't beat around the bush and went straight to asking her what she used to attack him. Riley said that even her friends couldn't do it, so he asked her how she did it. Naini turned and replied that she didn't need to tell him. In that case, Riley told her to tell him what kind of creature she was, but she once again said nothing. He said that she wasn't just a mage. After all, the color of her mana was different. The prince asked if it was idiosyncrasy. Idiosyncrasy is an increased and painful sensitivity of the body to products, medicines, or certain influences, an acute aversion to something. The girl asked why he wanted the information. Riley picked up his sword and said that she didn't seem to realize where she was. So he had no choice and put the sword to the girl's neck. The prince said threateningly that he hated it when a weak person like her wasted his precious time. Nini was frightened and wondered if she would end up dying like that. The window was a little frosty. There wasn't a single leaf on the branches. A child's voice shouted to Mom that it was snowing. The child said he was as white as his hair and asked if that wasn't beautiful. The mother was a beautiful woman with white hair and gray eyes. She replied that of course it was because she was their beauty. The little girl laughed and affectionately called her her daughter. The girl was very pretty with the same snow-white hair and gray eyes as her mother. The girl was a teenager. She happily said that her little girl was Naini, just like her mother. Naini remembered her mother saying that she believed in her and that, when she was very young, she told her mother to believe in her. The white-haired Naini said that if she took part in the research experiment in the Mage's Tower, they would live without any worries. She was excited that she would suddenly become a Grandmaster. Now another memory. Naini, still blonde, was in a fortress in complete silence, unable to say anything. All she could hear was someone terrified, begging her to stop, telling her not to do it, shouting loudly that she couldn't. When the scream stopped, a hand held out a pill to the young woman and told her it was her turn. The girl looked at the pill in confusion and wondered if she could resist. The magician replied that if she didn't succeed, her family wouldn't receive any money. It was Grandmaster Astroy. Behind him there were people behind bars, there was blood on the walls, and these people were sobbing hysterically. Astroy told the girl that she had been waiting for this after all, and that she should try harder. Naini was not happy with this news. She was now even more terrified and asked the magistrate, in a trembling voice, to kill her. It was taking place in a magical tower, with that very protective mana around it. Naini asked again to kill her. The other magicians rejoiced that they had finally succeeded, that they had succeeded. They shouted that the mana doesn't evaporate, it stays in the girl's body. All the mages in the room applauded loudly. Someone shouted that, with these results, they would be able to create high-level mages. Naini realized that the experiment was finally over. Her hair was now black. There was a horrible scar on her face and purple mana was pouring out of her hands. The magicians told her that that was all, that she could go home. The girl came out, wrapped in a thick brown cloth, but it didn't save her from the cold. She asked if it was true, if she wouldn't have to take that medicine anymore. They told her yes, and that she had done the best she could. Nini was happy that it was finally over, that she could meet her mother. She walked home through the snow-covered city. From behind the door they asked who she was, and she said it was her, Naini. It was his daughter Naini, with hair as white as snow. Tears were already flowing from her eyes. They wouldn't open the door for her, and she kept repeating her name and crying outside the door of her own house. Remembering all this, the girl cried and asked herself what she should have done. Her tears dripped onto the blade of her sword. She screamed, asking what was her fault. After all, she had done everything not to let anyone down. So why? Why had she turned out to be so unhappy? Riley even sympathized a little with the girl. He looked at her with pity. He lowered his sword, washed by Naini's tears, and said that this was not the way to make her happy. The prince said that she had made a mistake, because she should have done things differently from the start. Her or him. He asked her if she wanted him to help her. The prince said that she had made a mistake, because she should have done things differently from the start. Her or him. He asked her if she wanted him to help her. Naini interrupted, wondering if he was asking her if she wanted him to help her. The girl stood up and wondered if she could start again. She didn't believe that. With that face and body, and under those circumstances, she could do anything. Riley smiled and said that he didn't want to help her for nothing and offered her a deal. The girl didn't understand what he meant. He said that her life had been ruined by futile hopes and expectations. The boy asked if it hadn't been hard for her, and that she was now looking for someone to trust again. The prince said she wanted to forget everything and start again after all. Naini was shocked by the prince's suggestions, but even so, she answered that yes, it was true. Riley said that the answer to her question He would tell her what had happened and help her make a new start in life. The prince held out his hand to her. Nayini wondered why he was helping her, why an aristocrat like him was approaching her. The prince scratched his head and replied that there was no specific reason. He explained that when he looks at her, he remembers his past. Someone said that they didn't find him in the end. It was Master Astru. He was told that he was and that he had no excuse and apologized. Astroy asked sternly if they had found the criminal. At first, the wizards didn't understand what he meant. Now the Grand Magister was furious and shouting to ask if they had found the freak who had broken the stone. Ferda and another magician looked guilty. Ferda said that they had some suspects, but no direct evidence of involvement. Astroy grabbed the other wizard by the throat, who screamed. The fire was coming out of Astroy's hand, which he used to hold the poor thing by the neck. The master said he would stop making excuses and that if they couldn't find him, they should tell him or he would burn them in hell. The man in the master's arms was writhing in pain. Ferda began to bow and apologize, and the wizard next to him coughed. Astraeus cursed and threw the guy aside, then shouted that they were completely dispersed and told them to pack their bags. He also called them stupid pussies and punched Ferda in the face. He also slapped the third wizard and cursed them for letting the masked man go, as well as the bastard who had chipped the stone. Then he remembered the girl they had thrown out of the tower and realized that they had lost her too. Then he finally calmed down and said that, let's say, the masked man had been difficult to catch and that they had no proof of who had broken the stone. But he asked why they hadn't been able to find that slag from the magic tower. The Magister said that they had put the seals on after all, and that they should have stayed. One of the magicians was trembling on the floor, but he replied that the seal had disappeared. This news did not please Grandmaster Astroy one bit. He angrily asked what the hell he was talking about, asked how she could have disappeared. Unfortunately for the magician, however, the magician shouted that it was true. The magician said that the seal they had put on the object had been erased. He said that if the magician didn't believe him, he could check it himself. Astru asked what the Urenziums were saying. The wizard thought about it and said that today, but not yesterday, because of what happened yesterday, they were very exhausted. There were large wooden crates locked near them. One of them said that it was a shame that yesterday was the last chance to pick up the goods, and that now they couldn't expect good marks in the fencing competition. Astru turned to Ferda and asked what had happened to those guys from Lower Solia, asking if he had them under control. Ferda replied briefly that he did. The Grandmaster turned and, as he left, told those miserable idiots that everything was fine and that he didn't want to see them. Ferda asked the Grandmaster where he was going. The Magister turned threateningly. Ferda asked if he was going back to the basement. The magician asked, wondering if it was time to stop. He bowed and asked if it wasn't enough for them that the medicine now allowed a mage to reach the 7th circle. When they expelled 90, they were able to reach the mages of the 6th circle with this medicine. Grandmaster Astru looked at the boy angrily, and he went on to say that it's no longer a passion for science. It's just, Astroy didn't let him finish. Or rather, he simply teleported elsewhere. Ferda was left alone in the spacious room. Nini asked the prince in what way she was reminding him of him in the past. She said that it didn't seem like he had been subjected to experiments either. Riley thought for a moment. He sniffed a large wooden box, like the ones they talked about in the magic tower. Without waiting for an answer to her previous question, the girl asked what he was doing. Riley replied that there was a strong smell in here and asked if it was coming from here. He opened the lid of the box and there was grass growing in it. The prince pulled out a couple and stared at her intently. Riley wondered if that was it. He asked the girl why there were drugs in the magic tower. Someone behind them called out. They turned around astonished and realized it was Master Astroy. Astru recognized the girl and asked if she was the scum. Nayini was very frightened by his appearance and was shaking all over. The old man laughed and said that she had given him an unexpected gift. He held out his hand to her and said that she had become harder to find. Astroy asked Nayini how she had arrowed the seal. Meanwhile, Riley had already put the same mask on himself. He stood up and asked the honorable man if he was the one who boasted about being the Grand Master of Astroy. The old man asked if there was anyone else here. Now he noticed the guy with the mask. Riley told him that he was an old acquaintance, and asked if he recognized the mask. In his hands, he held some leaflets pulled out of a drawer. He said he could see that they weren't bored here in the magic tower. The third prince asked the great and good master if it was his. He wondered if he had remembered correctly that this was illegal in Solia. Astra was burning with anger. Riley went to the girl and told the Magister that he just wanted to find something related to her, and took a big fish. The guy in the mask laughed, saying that if people found out, it would be like that. He said that they would turn the place upside down and asked if he was right. The master had already gathered his fire mana in his hand. He shouted that the guy was scum and threw his fireball at him. Nini was horrified. She was getting really scared. Riley stood in front of the girl, thrust his sword forward and said, "Yes, yes, yes, it's not good to do that. You've abandoned a man and you're acting like a brute." Riley wondered if he really was the Grandmaster. This made the master so furious that he gathered another fireball and, calling the guy contagious, asked him who he was. Riley wondered if the Grandmaster was asking him, and then replied that as if to say he was a retired warrior. The Grandmaster gritted his teeth in anger and fury. He launched his fiery attack on them and said they were just a bunch of pathetic scum. Astru couldn't understand how they dared to behave like that. In response to the attack, Riley skillfully slashed the old man's arm from the shoulder with a blow from his sword. Astra was shocked by the turn of events. He was terrified, his eyes and mouth still wide open, and Riley looked calmly and insensitively into the old man's eyes. In response to the attack, Riley skillfully slashed the old man's arm from the shoulder with a blow from his sword. He curled up on the floor and grabbed his shoulder. His severed arm lay beside him, with a puddle of red liquid around it. The old man screamed for her hand. Nini was horrified and even covered her mouth with her hands in shock. The Grandmaster shouted how the boy could do such a thing to him. He wept bitterly for his now lost hand. Riley stared at the fallen master and rolled his eyes. The prince told the magistrate to turn back or he would live with only one arm. The old man held the bleeding wound with his other hand and shouted what he was carrying. The man in the mask just cheerfully told the old man that he had ruptured his largest blood vessel and that if he left it like that, he would rot like a dog. Astroy was more than annoyed. He had already realized that he had been very careless. Riley said he would stay out of his way so he could teleport. The guy kicked Astroy's hand, which had just been cut off, and told him to hold on and get out of here. The prince approached the girl and asked if they would continue the search. He said that she had told him that they were somewhere nearby. Astroy didn't understand what they were talking about, what the search meant. Riley drove the tip of his sword into the ground and said that he was sure there was a staircase somewhere around here that led down to the basement. Astra was shocked by what he heard. He couldn't believe that this guy knew about the basement. Riley hit it so hard that the stone floor collapsed and a hole formed. The Grand Master cried out in surprise and horror. The guy in the mask said he thought he'd found it and asked if it was really here. The girl was shocked and a little scared. The magician was shouting that they had given him this chance, and she was sticking a knife in his back. Nini was looking directly at the magician, and Riley was looking through a hole in the floor. He was confused. The prince asked the master if he called him trained. Nini said a discreet no. Blue magic stones flew around them. Nini told Astroy that it wasn't he who taught her, but Ferda's teacher. Riley heard the familiar name and turned to the girl. The girl clenched her fist and said that his words were just an empty sound to her now. She activated her magic again, and purple mana appeared around her. She stretched her hand forward and said that this man said he would help her restart her life. A powerful purple vortex formed in the palm of her hand, and she shouted at Astroy not to dare interfere with them. Astroy was angry and scared because the girl was aiming at him. The elder reddened and said that they would regret it. However, he didn't accept the attacks or attack, he just teleported away. Riley was saying that the old man was a good man, that he had cut his hand and had been talking about it for a long time. But he decided that everything would be all right. He was a wizard, so he would solve the problem somehow. Nini crouched down on the floor and said that he wasn't any better either. The girl asked why he had cut his arm when he could have killed him immediately. Riley realized what she meant. He was holding the sword he had just used to pierce the ground. The prince explained that he just wanted to get a full view. At his feet was a ladder somewhere below. They were already going downstairs and the girl was asking what the whole picture was. Riley gave the example that she was here, wanting to live in peace, and then something phenomenal happened. When he had finished, Riley turned and asked what she would do in his place. He said he would step back and stay back. Nini took a step back. They finally went downstairs and Riley said as they approached a door that they were. He said he would let the whole world fall or Satan himself rise. He told me that when something like this happened. He said that before someone detonates a bomb, he comes up from behind and lights the fuse to speed up the process, and then just watches from the outside. Riley turned around and, like a door, said he didn't know anything. He opened the door and said they were doing the same thing now. The girl started to ask what he was for, but was interrupted by Riley's question about whether she was coming. Without waiting for an answer, Riley walked through the door and said that, in that case, he would go first. Ninety still didn't move. She just stared at the guy in silence. She was a little afraid to go there, but she gathered all her courage into a fist and followed the prince. It was a room with scales, vials, and potions. Blood was scattered everywhere. Riley asked if the medicine used in the experiment was here. Ninety replied that she herself didn't know what medicine they had used in the experiment. Riley said that she had used magic to find him in the square yesterday. However, the girl replied that it wasn't magic, it was this. She pointed her finger at his eye, which had a horrible scar around it. This eye was a little lighter than the other. The girl said that if she imagined a person's clothes or appearance, she could figure out their location. Riley hesitated and replied that it looked like radar. The girl asked in surprise what the radar was for. Riley dismissed the question and said he was only talking to himself. He said that it looked like she had learned dark magic and enemy detection skills here. Riley asked if this was all the result of the experiment. The girl nodded positively and became a little upset. Nearby was a cage with people who were probably being experimented on. They were begging to be saved and crying. Riley said it well, and now they needed to add more fuel to the fire. Nini didn't understand what he meant, and the prince broke all the locks on the cage with one blow. He said that he had previously said that he would set the bomb on fire before detonating it. Riley had a gold coin in his hand. He explained that now was the time to stand back and observe. Riley snapped his fingers and the coin fell out of his hands. He told Ninety that she was free. The girl looked at the coin that fell in front of her and wondered what he was talking about. She didn't understand in what sense it was free. It was morning and the referee, Aplian, and his opponent were back in the ring. Someone woke Riley up, telling him that the competition was about to start and asking him to wake up. It was Lady Iris. Riley was dozing off in his chair in the auditorium. The mother gently woke her son up and told him that not everyone has the opportunity to see something like this and therefore he should see it. The third prince rubbed his eyes and agreed. He asked if it was the Orenzium family. Aplian didn't look well today. He was clearly afraid and his body was shaking. They told the prince yes, that he was the youngest son of the Orenzium family, and that it looked like he would be the last to perform. Ian said he had heard that he had also fought yesterday. Sarah replied enthusiastically that yes, he had beaten his opponent in a high-level fight. She said that he was the one she was rooting for, the competitor with the two short blades. She remembered yesterday's duel and said she was still hurt that it had ended so quickly. Ian asked, "Two blades, is that Janir?" The waitress said yes. Riley asked if Sarah had noticed anything strange yesterday, when the Orenzium's youngest son was fighting. The girl intervened and said she didn't know. Riley asked about the smell, and the maid didn't understand a word the prince was saying. Someone shouted that the match would start in 3 seconds. The girl said, "Speaking of smell, Aplian has no face today. He's shaking and clearly very scared. The countdown has begun. 3, 2, a resounding 1 rang out. That meant the duel had begun, Aplian shouted, and everyone in the hall gasped. The junior prince's sword flashed in the air. Aplian was lying face down on the ground. On the walls were flags with coats of arms, depicting a brave lion and 2 crossed swords. Aplok pounded the table in anger, shouted and questioned why things happened the way they did. He said they should have given the award yesterday. Aplok asked what had suddenly happened. The red-haired girl asked him to calm down. The first prince of the Orenzium family was shouting that he couldn't calm down because his younger brother had screwed up. He had lost. Aplian sat on the ground with his legs up and his nose down. The prince was trembling on the floor. The girl looked at them and said that they had traveled to the lower part of Solia this morning. Aplok's eyes seemed to twitch with anger. The red-haired maid was telling him that they had said they could no longer supply them with goods. The first prince intervened. Aplok's veins filled with rage. He wondered if the slugs of Lower Solia had betrayed them. The girl replied with restraint that it seemed that way. She said that she had tried to blackmail them, but they hadn't fallen for it. Aplok called them bastards and shouted that he didn't understand how they dared. He looked at his hand and his whole body in a cowardly way. The prince remembered Riley hovering over him and telling him that she would tell him once, and that he should listen carefully. Riley whispered that Aplok could smell it a mile away. Aplok remembered his evil smile and his words about having fun and stopping using dirty tricks. The first prince was already furious. He wondered how they dared, who they were taking him for, because he was a man from a noble family. He held his head. He felt as if there were insects crawling under his skin. A liquid was coming out of his mouth. He remembered that drug, It seemed that Aplok had finally lost his mind. He decided that if they didn't hand him over willingly, he would take him himself. Pritz drew his sword. A mad smile spread across his face. He ignored the idiots from Lower Solia and thought he could easily defeat them if they got in his way. After all, he was from the Orenzium family. Aplok, bent over, was about to leave, and the girl asked in surprise where he was going. She nodded when the prince said that Aplion needed him. The maid kept calling out to the master, but he didn't think to answer. He simply moved on towards his goal. There was a beautiful sunset in the sky, with the clouds glowing orange. Someone was rejoicing that the competition was finally over. It was Sarah, who said cheerfully that today was a good day to see the local sights, as they would be returning home tomorrow. Lady Iris replied that she was very sorry that they were coming back tomorrow. Riley usually put his hands behind his head and walked relaxed. He wondered if she had managed it yet. Nini walked in silence. She remembered the prince's words about going to the temple 20 minutes after the competition ended. The girl asked him why. Riley told her that, as far as the bomb was concerned, she should set fire to it with her bare hands and tell her what had happened. He asked her again if she hated the man who had ruined her life. The prince told himself that this old man, an imposter, disgusted him. Nini faltered and began to speak. She told me that even her mother had disowned her. The girl asked if Riley thought the people in the temple would listen to her. The third prince replied that everything would be fine. In fact, his words surprised Nini a little. It must have been a long time since she had heard such words. The people in the basement that Riley let out of the cage said she wasn't alone now, was she? Another said she was one of them. A third said they looked alike. All these people had been mutilated by warlocks. They all had different but identical scars and the same black hair. People said that if they looked alike, then she was their friend too. The sun is almost down. Someone said that now would be a good time to put out the bait. Another asked what kind of bait. The first said it was the kind that no one could miss. The latter fumbled in his pocket. It was Nayini, and she was holding a narcotic substance. Metakartswa, which was grown in the magic tower. She said she was sure she could handle it. She took someone's hand and said that they've all been through this. They can't allow it to happen again. Another girl said, horrified, that she didn't want to go through that at all. Another girl hugged herself and cried, saying she hated it all. Nini smiled at them and told them they were right. There were tears in the girl's eyes. She said they should take this chance in any way they could, and she hesitated for a moment, but finished the sentence by saying that they should start their lives all over again. Nayini asked the boy and the two girls if they were ready. Without waiting for an answer, she told everyone to follow her. They were already outside the temple, and now all they had to do was go in. Nayini opened the door and was about to enter, but one of the priests stopped them and asked politely who they were. They stood in a circle as if prepared to defend themselves at any moment. The priest asked them what they were doing to be in such a terrible state. She remembered the masked man's words that they should go to the temple, not to a castle. She remembered the masked man's words that they should go to the temple, not to some castle. But the priest didn't live up to their expectations. He grimaced and called for them to leave, because from their clothes, they were from Lower Solia, so he asked them to leave. Nayini bravely stepped forward and asked to wait. But as soon as she approached the priest, a pair of sharp swords were pointed at her. She asked him to wait. Nayini told me that she was the only one from the lower part of Solia. The dark-haired girl in the back was sick, and the boy wasn't having any fun. Nayini said that, unlike her, other people from the left and some from the right were also in Solia. She added that these people barely survived. The priest looked at them questioningly. The girl took the Grand Master's medicine out of her pocket and said that she had something to tell the people in the temple, and that it was very important. She handed the priest a drug substance and said that she had come to tell him that they were carrying out brutal experiments on human beings in the wizard's tower. She said she wanted to tell him what they were doing there. When he saw what Nani had brought, he was shocked. He was literally speechless. He wanted to ask something, but Nani went first, asking them to listen. Someone in white robes asked Nayini what her name was. Everyone turned when they heard the pleasant female voice and were surprised to see the saint here. Saint Frisia was right in front of Naini and approaching her. When Frisia practically disappeared, Naini wondered, "Is it really Saint?" She said her name was Nini. Freya smiled and said that it was her, Naini. Nini didn't understand what she meant. The saint turned and called Estel, who answered immediately. She asked him how many people were available in the temple at the moment. A man was walking along the cobbled road of the town and cursing. On the way, people kept turning to him, unhappy, and he kept cursing and cursing. It was Aplock, and he looked terrible. He had terrible bruises under his eyes, and he was hugging himself with his arms and trembling. He asked how they dared to abandon them, as they were from a noble family in Arenzium. The prince was walking and saying that he would kill them all. Someone behind him laughed and said that he was surprised to see people like that here. Upon hearing this, Aplock turned around. Grandmaster Astru himself addressed him, pointed his finger at the prince, said that it was he who had scratched him, that damned foreigner. Aplock was extremely surprised to see Astroy here. He shouted abruptly that yes, they had met just in time. He shouted that it was he who had ordered the men from the lower part of Solia not to deliver the goods to them. Aplock shouted frantically that herb, he had told them not to sell it to him. Astroya punched him in the face and said it was because of that stupid weed. The old man didn't finish his sentence but told Aplock to shut up. He looked at the prince angrily, and the wizard said he wanted to ask him something, asking if Aplock thought he wouldn't find out. The first prince was holding the wound on his cheek and didn't understand what his grandfather was saying. Astroy took a herb out of his pocket and showed it to Aplock. Now Aplock was standing still as if hypnotized. He was enveloped in the scent of grass. The old man said, more calmly, that he had given him everything he had asked for and that he had betrayed him like that. Aplock didn't answer for a while. He just muttered. Then he screamed, foam pouring out of his mouth. His pupils seemed to have gone behind his eyelids. The prince squirmed and trembled. Astraeus was still shouting that if that was what Aplock wanted, he wondered if that was why he was running around in a mask like a sneaky rat. It didn't look like the prince was going to react, or react at all. The old man said that, as he was shaking his head, he, Astroy, had nothing more to say. But what can you do? The old man had a gold coin in his hand. He told Aplock to see what he had lost. Finally, the prince regained his composure. His cheeks turned pink, and his pupils returned to their rightful place. He looked questioningly at the master. Aplock began to examine himself, as he couldn't understand why the master had his badge. Astor told the boy that it was enough to break the comedy. He said it was too late. His hand, which contained the narcotic herb, ignited with fiery mana. Aplock didn't even have time to react properly. Seeing the leaves catch fire and gradually disappear, Aplock was horrified and even screamed. The prince tried to pick up the leaves but couldn't. He fell to the ground and begged the Grandmaster not to do this. Aplock cried and begged. The prince looked at the burnt vegetation, stunned and even panicked. Astru, watching the whole scene and thinking that everything was very strange and that something was definitely wrong, couldn't believe that the prince was so weak. Suddenly he realized something. He thought, could he really? Before Astroy could finish his own thought, he was called from behind. It was Santa Frisia, some priest from the temple and some knights. Frisia said that they had recently received information that he was involved in a crime. She asked dryly if he could answer a few questions. The magister gave a carefree smile and cheerfully began to ask the saint what she was doing here. He couldn't finish because Frisia interrupted him and said about inhumane experiments on humans. She spoke about the manufacture of drugs and their illegal sale. Listening to her, the magistrate became visibly foggy. Now she wondered sternly if he had anything to do with it. Astroy made a happy face again, chuckled and said he would talk to them later. He was going to teleport. However, he was unable to do so, as a spell cancellation sounded, and the master was not prepared for this turn of events. His hand was wrapped in violet mana, which blocked his magic. He didn't understand what spell cancellation meant. He couldn't believe she was a 7th rank mage with a body like that. However, it wasn't Frisia, it was Naini. The hood had fallen from her head, and now the magister could see her face. She was asking where he was going, the bastard. The magister was surprised by her presence among the people in the temple. Frisia said that Naini had told them this information. The girls stood side by side and Frisia asked Astroy if it was true that he was making drugs and experimenting on people. Sarah said in amazement, as it looked like there was going to be a serious dispute here. Ian also told the young master that it seemed like a good deal here. Riley smiled with satisfaction. He imagined that Naini had managed to negotiate with the temple people and even bring in a saint. Naini seemed extremely focused, and the prince decided that all that was left to do now was to observe what was happening. The magister tried to justify himself with a sweet smile and words about how he didn't know what they were talking about, or what drugs might be in his mage tower. He said that they didn't even produce medicinal herbs. Frisia said that in that case he should answer to her. She wondered aloud if he could swear in the name of the goddess Irenessa that he hadn't done it. The girl's eyes shone with a yellow light. Now the magister squeezed his eyes shut and flinched. The girl looked at him intently, her eyes wide. He seemed super indifferent to her and thought that, no matter how he looked at her, he definitely wouldn't talk to, well, those holier-than-thou people. Asteroid tensed up but didn't answer. Frisia asked if he would answer. She asked if it was true that he, Mr. Astroya, had carried out the experiments and made the medicines that Nani had mentioned, but the master remained silent. Now he bowed and laughed, and he said yes, it was him. The master sounded crazy. He said he made drugs in the basement of the magic tower and sold them to aristocrats. He said that the money covered the costs of his experiments. Very modest experiments. Frisia turned to him. She was clearly disappointed. Astra asked what the problem was and if there was a problem. Naini gritted her teeth. She was really angry, saying that that bastard was lying about everything. She clenched her fist and said that he was saying that the experiments were modest. The girl was furious, screamed and called him an idiot. She shouted for him to go to hell, the last bastard. Suddenly the girl turned back, stunned. Someone stepped forward. At the back was Ian, who was out of his mind with rage. His whole body seemed to be on fire. He questioned what he had done and called the master all sorts of names. Ian was shouting that the bastard was crazy. He was shouting that it was the damn drugs that started the Great War. He asks her if she knows how many tears and blood her people have shed because of this war. Shouting as Astru dares. The girls and the magister looked at the old servant with surprise. He was preparing a punch and said that he hadn't liked those wizards in the past. Riley was a little embarrassed by his words. When he said that he didn't particularly like idiots like him, he brightened up again. Frisia coughed and said that while he was in Solia, he was involved in making and selling drugs and abusing people, so she asked him to go straight to the ministry in Solia with them. Two knights stand in front of her in defense. The master had dark eyes in the shadows and a fighting attitude. He coldly asked if they wanted to arrest him immediately and put him behind bars straight away. The master also asked if they had forgotten that he was a seventh circle magician. He activated his mana again. He told Saint that maybe we shouldn't make an enemy of him after all. The saint remained silent, then replied that she really shouldn't. Astroy wondered if this was true. The master said that the scoundrel next to them was their mistake, and suggested that she let him deal with Nini on his own. Naini became even more irritated and asked what he had just said. Frisia looked at the master and replied that, despite this, she had recently received a divine revelation. The Grand Master asked, afraid of what she was talking about. She started talking about how the one who would save them all had already arrived in this world. These words were extremely familiar to Riley, who tensed up. A protective field formed behind Frisia, the priests and the knights, and the girl ordered the knights to attack the magister. Astra attacked first and told them to consider the attack as self-defense. He said, "Sands of Grisha," and yellow-orange mana gushed from his hand. The riders didn't expect to taste the sand and dodged as much as they could, some already groaning in pain. Now the magister said the word swamp. The riders' feet began to sink into the previously rocky road, which now resembled a viscous liquid. One of the riders told the others to leave as quickly as possible. Holding another attack ready, Astroy said that Saint Frisia could still take back his words. He said that if they contacted him, many people would die. Saint Frisia was angry with her master, but for the time being she remained silent and didn't answer anything. Later, he said the word cure, and golden mana enveloped the wounded knights. She told the deer knights that they should evacuate all the inhabitants of the area who tried to cross it. However, she explained to them that if she didn't stop Astroy here and now, many more innocent people would die. Finally, they accepted the order, and the knights asked the others to take care of themselves here. Astroy gathered a whirlwind of fire mana. He urged Fritius to take a risk and come here. Riley realized that this was the beginning of the battle. The whirlwind above the magistrate's raised hand grew larger. He told them to go to hell and blame the saint who was spreading. He said the word meteorite. The whirlwind from above flew straight at the saint and the remaining knights. Frisia raised her hand a little fearfully towards the meteorite that was flying towards them and shouted, "Sanctuary!" The Magister's mana and Saint Frisia's mana met. The knights held their shields ready. A few scratches appeared on the saint's arms and ashes appeared on his hood, which had previously been as white as snow. Nani looked at the saint a little anxiously. The Grand Master said that she didn't look sloppy. Behind him, a sphere appeared, releasing a multitude of magic arrows. He said that in that case, they should fight to the death. The old man decided to see if they could make it. The knights shouted to the saint that they were going to stop him. They said that they had requested reinforcements from Solia Castle, and that they should wait a while. They said that they had requested reinforcements from Solia Castle, and that they should wait a while. They didn't have time to finish because a stream of asteroids' arrows flew at them. Frisia formed a magical barrier in front of them. Someone shouted that the barrier wouldn't last long, and it was true, as each arrow formed a new crack when it hit the shield. Frisia asked Nani to reverse the spell. The shield had already been penetrated by arrows. Nani said yes. The girl gathered her purple mana in her hand. She raised both hands and shouted the order, "Cancel spell." The arrows and shield began to disperse in front of them. One of the magic arrows cut Frisia's cheek and she screamed in pain. Ian watched everything and drew his sword. Riley was behind him, and the frightened locals ran around him. Suddenly, Ian jumped in front of her. He had a belligerent look and even his gray hair was spread over his shoulders. Frisia was shocked by the old servant's appearance. She asked if she had seen him at the fencing competition. Meanwhile, Ian, ignoring the girl's questions, smashed the arrows one by one. His bright green eyes shone with fighting spirit. The Magister was amazed that he had cut all the arrows. Riley was frustrated that the servant had finally lost patience and interfered. Sarah was worried about him and screamed for him to come back. Lady Iris was also frightened. The third prince waved his hand and told her to say goodbye to her mother first, and he would watch for another 5 minutes. Lady Iris said he was really talking nonsense. Astroy, who was standing over him, giggled and said that everything was funny. Him, that there were so many good spesters in the city and that he seemed to have met the worst. The master said that the warm-up was over and that now they would play maturely. Evil Saint replied that he couldn't get away with a simple arrest now. The master laughed, saying that he wouldn't be innocent if he killed all the witnesses to the crime. His mana was now purple and he summoned the underworld. The words startled Naini. The girl knew it was a spell and that it was impossible to undo, but she realized that if she wanted to start a new life, Astroy would have to die. With extremely dangerous black magic, Astra looked particularly sinister. Naini wondered if they would make it. She stood still, not understanding why her legs wouldn't obey. Suddenly, a voice calling out to her sounded in the girl's head, and she was startled. The voice said that both she and the hero, who was predisposed to saving this world, wanted to start a new life. He said that, in the end, the person would have to go through the trials that fell to them. Riley put on his mask. Naini didn't really understand where the voice was coming from. Ian was asking what other underworld there was out there, and someone was shouting and asking the Saint what they should do now. But Saint was no less frightened. She hadn't known that Master Astroy had such immense magical power. Frisia asked him why he was doing all this. Astroy didn't answer the girl's question, but told her to remember the goddess Irenessa. Mana flew wildly towards Astroy's opponents. 90 shouted for them to move away, and she would try to stop him somehow. She channeled her magical power against the master of the underworld. Frisia asked what she was doing. It was extremely difficult for Naini, but she convinced herself that she could do it, that she simply could. She thought that perhaps she had only lived for this day, and tears came to her eyes. The girl realized that, although the moment she had waited so long for had disappointed her and robbed her of hope, she remembered how, kneeling in front of the door of her own house, she had told her mother that it was her daughter, with hair as light as snow. She remembered that man, specifically the moment when Riley had held out his hand to her. The girl's eye, damaged in the experiment, was bleeding. But despite the pain, she was happy that this man had shown her that there was still hope. So if she dies now, she won't regret it. The man in the black hoodie started fighting with her and asked her what she was talking about, saying she was talking nonsense. He said he tried very hard to save her, and all his efforts would be in vain if she died. It was the same masked man who had helped Nini before. Naini was shocked to see that, with a single stroke of his sword, the prince had destroyed the underworld spell. Ian and the knights were also extremely shocked and surprised, Frisia included. And there's nothing to say about Astro, he was simply terrified. The old man looked at the guy in the mask and shouted that it was him, that the magician was saying what he said, that it was the idiot he saw in the basement. Riley rubbed his head. He ignored the master but wondered why Sarah was so slow, because if you wanted to save yourself, you'd have to move faster. After that, he told his master with a threatening look, irritating him even more. The prince's sword glowed with blue mana. He turned disrespectfully to the holy woman, Frisia, who was sitting on the stone path, and said that she had some kind of divine power. He then asked if she couldn't even stop him. The third prince brandished his sword and said, "That's just the way things are. She doesn't seem to have much power." He lifted the girl by the scruff of the neck and told her that the underworld, or whatever Go was gone, so she should take her minions and get rid of them. Frisia still couldn't answer anything. She just stared questioningly. When they let her in, she was still silent and wide-eyed with amazement. Saint and two other knights were already sitting behind the stone, and it was still silent. Finally, she said the word healing, and golden magical power spread from her body to the people around her. Naini saw it from afar, and then he asked the guy why he was here. She said he'd said he wouldn't interfere, didn't he? Riley said tiredly that yes, he remembered what he had said. However, he said he hadn't planned to do that. The shocked wizard asked why he had dispelled the underworld spell so easily. Riley looked at him coldly and said that somehow he had been joking for a long time. Naini was surprised. Astroya was really angry, shouting that he was a seventh circle wizard. He asked what the little shit had just said. Riley reminded him that he had said it was taking too long to sort things out here. And the prince said more sternly that his mother had almost been hurt, so now he would sort everything out quickly himself. The master was terribly angry. Naini reflected that she knew he was no ordinary guy, but if he dispelled Astroy's spell in one go, she wondered who he was. Someone grabbed Naini by the shoulder. It was Riley. He said cheerfully that they needed to finish what they had started. After all, he was right. He said she could think about the rest later. Now he turned to Yan and told him to come closer. Jan obeyed willingly. Riley guided the girl's hand and told her to take a deep breath. She asked what he was doing. Riley, however, just said that he'd had enough of fooling around and that it was time to put an end to it. The prince told the old servant to shoot as many arrows as possible. Ian understood. Naini's hand was pointing directly at the Grand Master. Toth asked if they had really decided to go ahead. He said it was no problem, because he would find the guy and tear him apart anyway. The masked prince replied that he would do whatever he wanted. He told him to go ahead and kill him if he could. A flaming circle appeared around the trio. Riley told Ian that he would deal with the spell and let him continue to hold it back. He said that the old man should trust him. Ian left the man without asking any more questions. One of Ian's handkerchiefs wounded the Magister's cheek, and he sent a poisonous green mist over them. A green magic sphere formed over the boy, Ian and Naini. Then Frisia appeared and said she would do her bit too. Ian and Riley turned to the saint in surprise, and after a few seconds, the prince asked why she was doing this, as she could simply rest and walk away. Frisia was angry. She said that in such cases, she really just said thank you. The master's hand trembled slightly. He considered them all losers. He shouted that he didn't have time for little idiots like them. Astru clenched his fist and realized that he had about half of his total mana left in his body. However, he thought it would be enough. The old man became very angry and ordered them to die for him. The Grand Master had summoned a blizzard. His mana was now a light blue and snowy color. Riley talked about how evil the old man was. Just look at his eyes. He asked Naini if she had breathed. Naini answered in the affirmative. The prince asked her if she could hit the old man once, but hard. The girl said yes, she was ready. Riley said that this was great, as he hadn't had a serious fight for a long time. He told the girl to aim for the heart and that they would hit at the same time. The masked man turned to Ian and informed him that his task would be to destroy the icicles from afar. The Grand Master ordered his magical icicles to pierce his opponents. Riley told Naini to concentrate only on the punch. The girl's hands were about to strike, and she wanted to say something, but the prince interrupted her and told her not to worry, as Ian would take care of everything else. Riley joked that if they didn't succeed, they would always have the almighty saint. Frisia was furious and shouted, asking how much longer. The Grand Master was terribly angry. Huge blocks of ice flew at them from above. Ian swung his powerful bow, which he used to defend himself against the icicles that hit them. The blocks went from being huge to small, harmless icicles. At the same time, Ian was destroying the ice with arrows. Small pieces of ice weighed down on his head. The saint had built a magical barrier in front of them. The diligent Naini encouraged herself by saying that there was still a bit more to come. Suddenly, Naini realized something and became very tense. She told us to look at the ground, right in the middle. He was covering himself with mana or ice. Riley swore and said they were doing a show here again. His feet were resting on two separate blocks of ice. With one hand, he held Saint Frisia, who seemed very small, against him. The girl was frightened and asked if she was still alive. Riley answered yes, but suddenly the mask fell from the man's face and he asked if she was all right. Frisia was surprised to see Riley. She said this was how he looked last time. Riley ignored her, but asked Naini if she was ready. The girl replied that she was ready. Riley said yes, and as soon as he gave the signal, Nini was to open fire. Naini didn't know what fire was, but the prince explained that it meant hitting the wizard with magic. The girl realized that they had managed to live until that moment thanks to their combined efforts. Master Asteroid had a terrifying appearance. His eyes seemed to glow red. But if she dies after the coup, she won't have an ounce of regret. Riley finally gave the fire command. Naini shouted, "Super punch!" Purple mana poured out of the girl's back. Blood dripped from her mouth and she felt like her body was about to be torn apart. The Magister laughed evilly and said it was all a joke. His golden mana met in battle with Naini's dark magic. Naini thought it wouldn't be enough. She didn't think she had any regrets, even minimal ones. Meanwhile, Riley threw his sword in the Master's direction, wondering if it would work if he released it now. The Grand Master was horrified and extremely frightened. He was pierced by the prince's sword. Astru asked what it was. Now Naini's dark magic was merging with the hole in the Master's still living body. There was a purple explosion. It snowed calmly and silently. He was falling through the roofs of the city, on black hair. Naini's black hair lying on the road. Her face was covered in small scratches and her eyes were closed. She unconsciously lay down on the pebbles. His body was already partially covered in snow. Not far away, the panting body of former Grandmaster Asteroid was leaning against the wall. Frisia and Jana ran towards Naini, with the saint calling out to her. Frisia crouched down and held Naini. Ian asked the saint if she was all right. The girl cried and shouted to Naini that she couldn't die like this. Her tears fell on the cold face of the crippled Naini, even a little. Frisia begged her not to die. The whole snow-covered scene looked extremely sad. A whitewashed temple at night. Frisia sat down next to Naini's bed, who was asleep. The saint looked sad. She remembered asking Ian if he knew where the masked man had disappeared to, but he said he had seen the wizard fall from the tower and hadn't seen the man since. Meanwhile, the old man was lifting Naini into his arms. Frisia said that she was far away and therefore didn't notice that he had disappeared. And then Syed suddenly appeared and disappeared again. Ian, holding the still girl in his arms, said that if it hadn't been for that guy, they wouldn't have been able to stop Asteroid. Frisia agreed that this was true. She then asked if Ian was serving the Ippolit family, if that was true. She said she thought she had seen him last time in the temple, and the old servant replied that yes, it was true. Naini finally woke up and noticed Frisia beside her. Frisia came to her senses, realizing that Naini was awake. Naini rubbed her eyes and asked where she was. The saint happily replied that she was at the temple and that she was very happy that Naini was now well. The last two words surprised the girl and she asked again. Frisia apologized to Naini. He said he did the best he could. Frisia told him that the magic she had accumulated after the experiments in the tower had produced some changes in her body. It was a mutation. This reduced Naini's life expectancy and turned into a disease. Saint said that it had been a long time since those experiments, so Naini said, sympathetically, that was why they couldn't fix it. Frisia remained silent, and then she answered positively. Saint Frisia bowed her head and said that Naini gathered all her courage in her fist and told her about Astro, and she couldn't even help her. Frisia asked her forgiveness. Naini smiled dryly and said that everything was fine, and that she was ready for it. Frisia was getting frustrated because she didn't even know how to say thank you or apologize. She said that thanks to Naini, they had managed to stop Asteroid. Naini said it was nothing, that everything was fine, and that in fact she hadn't helped much. The girl put her hand to her chest and asked the saint to speak. First, she uttered a thoughtful "I," and then she asked how much longer she could live. Tears came to the saint's eyes. She said that it was impossible to cure the disease completely, but that they could increase life expectancy a little. Tears ran down her hands, holding the white cloth. She said that at worst, she has until the end of the summer, and if she succeeds, she might survive the winter. However, the most realistic forecast is for this to happen in late fall. Naini repeated the word autumn. She took her feet off the bed and thought she seemed to be concentrating too much on revenge. She and the saint sat facing each other in the dark room, and Naini thanked Frisia very much. Ta cried and said that Naini didn't need to thank her. She said I hadn't done anything for her. He asked how she could look him in the eye after that. In this case, Naini offered to negotiate that his stunt would never officially take place. Frisia asked what she meant. Naini explained that she was talking about how she had discovered the master's mistakes and killed him. She was saying that it wasn't her who had done all this, but someone else. The girl remembered the determined face of the guy with the mask. Naini smiled and said that if anyone should receive glory and honor for an achievement, it was him. She said that if they wanted to do something good for her, it would be better to fulfill that man's wish. Frisia said that the man Naini had in mind. She interrupted herself and asked if Naini knew who he was. Naini replied that yes, she knows. There were lots of beautiful fireworks outside the elegant building. 2 people were fighting with swords. Riley judged them and told Sarah to just look at them. He asked her if she had seen them. Sarah thought about what to see, and this is what she saw. Riley asked if there was anything she didn't like, but she was looking at the stands and talking about legs. Riley was glad that she finally understood too. The third prince was furious because he wasn't using his legs, just waving his arms. Lady Iris observed this and said that it was encouraging to see him so interested. She asked Ian if that was the case. Jan looked terrible and didn't answer her. The lady noticed this and asked if everything was all right. He replied sadly that it seemed his body wasn't as strong as it used to be. Lady Iris asked what he was saying. She supported him by saying that at that time there was nothing she could do. Ian told the lady that it was good that she was unharmed. Sarah was happy that the competition was finally over. Jan asked the young lord when he would have time to return and said it was good that he hadn't been hurt. Meanwhile, downstairs, the warriors were bowing to each other, with the judge between them. Riley said yes, that he was just watching the show and quickly went back. Sarah said, unhappily, that she didn't understand why he had gone there. It was dangerous. She said it was a nightmare. A young man entered the room and introduced himself as Daniel. He said he had something to say before he was handed over. He said that recently, a man had revealed the terrible atrocities that had taken place in the tower, and that this man was a member of an aristocratic family. His words startled Riley, who tensed up. Riley grimaced, and Lady Iris asked with interest who it was. Daniel said out loud that it was a man from the Ippolit family. Now Riley was truly terrified. Daniel, for his part, continued calmly, addressing the young gentleman from Ippolit, saying that he knew he was taking part in the fair today. The young man asked where he was sitting and asked him to make a sign. Ian stammered, mumbled something, a suspense of separate words. Sarah turned to the third prince and asked if he had heard what Prince Daniel had said. However, she was speaking to an empty seat. Riley was no longer there. All that was left of him was a Coke and a hamburger. Sarah didn't realize where he had gone and called out to him again. But of course, no one answered. And the Coca-Cola and hamburger fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Riley sat in the dark cubicle of the bathroom and puzzled over how they knew. The prince remembered Daniel's words that the young lord of Ippolit's family had discovered the terrible atrocities that had taken place in the magic tower. How he had said that he had helped the temple of Solia and averted the danger. The words that he was the hero of the Ippolit family were particularly strong in the prince's mind. These nightmarish words, as he understood them, haunted him even in this life. Riley didn't understand how this had happened, after all. He had disguised himself and even changed his voice so that no one would recognize him for sure. The prince remembered aiming straight for his master's heart and calculating the force so that the sword melted with Naini's magic. Riley wondered why this had happened. Under the bottom hole of the cabin door, feet with snow-white shoes appeared. There were a few people there, one of them saying that they had finally found him. The other asked if he was really here, and the second confirmed it. A woman's voice suggested simply opening the door with magic, but someone stopped Naini, asking her to wait. Naini didn't listen. She ordered the door to open and her magic helped her to do so. Riley was sitting right in front of them, looking devastated. The prince looked questioningly at the girl and wondered if she had gone completely mad. Santa Fresia, who was standing next to Naini, was embarrassed to see Riley sitting on the toilet and covered her eyes with her hands, while Naini stared silently at her savior, still holding out her arm. Riley lowered her head and sadly said she was going to sue them for sexual harassment. He looked at Naini and asked how they had managed to find her. The girl closed her healthy eye and pointed to the other one, saying that she had used that one. Now, that ability didn't seem to suit the prince at all. He remembered perfectly well how she had told him about it. She told him that he was right and that it wasn't magic, but his damaged eye. She explained that if she could remember a person's face, she could find out their location. Riley slammed his fist against the wall in anger and shouted that it wasn't fair to use the radar. The saint asked what radar was. Riley replied that she was a saint who used the men's room as her own. These words were extremely embarrassing for young Frisia. Riley made a judgmental face and said that there didn't seem to be any saints left in this world. The prince's remarks made the saint terribly angry. She shouted that he wasn't saying that to her. She said that he himself had said that she wasn't his type. Once again, the third prince said nothing to her. Finally, he got up from the bathroom and asked what they wanted from him. Frisia coughed and said she was a bit embarrassed to talk about such things in the bathroom, but no one had ever seen such a smug smile on her before. She seemed to glow with divine light. The girl held out her hand to the prince and said that he had been blessed by the goddess Irenessa herself. Fragments of his past life flashed through his mind when a saint whispered to him that he had been chosen by the holy sword. Riley was determined not to believe it again. The boy remained silent, and Frisia continued, saying that this is why he… Mr. Riley… Riley didn't let her finish her sacred speech. He asked her to stand up. The third prince smiled mischievously and wondered if she had accidentally said that he had to destroy some evil. A drop of cold sweat ran down his cheek. The saint was puzzled and asked what he was talking about. But then she realized he was right and asked, surprised, how he knew. That wasn't what Riley was honestly expecting to hear. Was it again? The prince thought deeply, his constructed, happy and carefree world falling apart. Again? The boy gritted his teeth. Then I wondered if they were trying to turn him into a knight again. Frisia tells us that, according to the revelation, the prince had received the power of… Riley was sure that she was about to say the familiar words about the need to defeat another villain. But, contrary to her expectations, Frisia said it was because of a dragon. He was surprised and asked, and the saint confirmed his words. She told me that a dragon was about to appear and that it would bring disaster not only to Solia, but to the whole world. She said it would be a real disaster. Riley asked what would happen now. Frisia said that, as the goddess Irenessa herself said, the person who would have to capture the evil dragon is him. Riley pointed a finger at himself and asked again. Riley remembered that she had said she was the goddess Irenessa. He had the idea that she must be omnipotent. He looked at the saint in confusion, with his nose turned up. The prince thought there were so many planets in the universe, and she clung to this one, and she was making him work hard to save a few small towns. Riley reminded Frisia that she knew what his nickname was, the Lazy Sword. He repeated the word lazy one more time. The third prince waved his hands and said that he was planning to live the rest of his life doing nothing, so why on earth were they asking him to catch a dragon? He also asked her if she remembered what she had called him the last time. The prince didn't wait for an answer. He said he was gay himself, resenting the fact that he was gay. Riley was already irritating Frisia to an unbelievable degree. Nini questioned the fact that he was gay. Frisia shouted that she didn't need to know. Riley, on his way out, asked if they wanted him to cooperate with them after saying that. Frisia was shocked by his behavior, shouting at him to wait, as she hadn't finished yet. The girl was terribly angry with the boy. "Astroya!" she shouted loudly. Riley stopped now. She said more calmly that it was he, in fact, who had stopped Astroya. She asked if that was true. Riley was silent for a while, his back to the girls. And then, with a horrified look on his face, he turned around and said a brief, "What?" He scared the saint a little, and she shrank away and said that about the drugs and the experiments in the wizard's tower, that he was the one who had discovered everything. The prince's eyes widened dramatically when he asked who had told her that. He asked again who had told him such nonsense. Nini stared at him in silence. Finally, Riley's murderous gaze fell on her, and he wondered if it was her. Naini remained silent, but sweat trickled down her face. Riley went towards her, saying that he had asked her not to tell. Frisia jumped in front of Naini, defending him, and told him to wait. But Riley ordered her out of the way. He looked at the saint in a way that probably no one else had ever looked at her. She ended up giving him instructions. Riley gripped Naini's shoulder tightly. He approached the girl and asked if she was aware that she had betrayed him. Frisia bowed her head and asked Riley not to worry, as Naini had only just told her. Riley asked angrily what Prince Daniel was talking about. The saint was surprised and reiterated that she hadn't told anyone about his power. She only mentioned that he had contributed greatly to the victory over Astroy. Naini fell into a corner and Frisia told her that Naini had been against it until the end, that she had asked her not to reveal her secret. Frisia said that, in any case, one thing was definitely clear. His power was incredibly great. Riley finally turned away from the unhappy Naini and asked Frisia what was wrong. They moved away from each other. Saint closed his eyes and calmly asked him to take the dragon, just as the revelation said. Walking in the opposite direction, Riley repeated again that he didn't want to. Frisia shouted that he had power, that he had defeated Astroy. The word power didn't please the prince one bit, but even disgusted him. Riley said goodbye to her and asked her, for God's sake, to leave him alone and let him rest. Frisia asked in what way. There was no reply. Riley turned to Naini and began to say something that worried her. Naini tensed up. Riley gave a cheerful smile and offered to come out and talk. Despite his friendly smile, his aura didn't inspire any confidence. Finally, morning arrived. The rays of the morning sun were falling on the Ippolit estate. Finn was reading a newspaper in his office and something caught his eye. He wondered what it was. He looked at the headline, which read, "What happened in Solia last night?" She recounted how a cache of boxes had been discovered last night in the Mage's Tower in Solia. It was discovered that inside the boxes was a large shipment of illegal hallucinogenic marijuana. The news that the Wizard of the Seventh Circle, Astroy, was the owner of this party shocked the people of Solia. A young gentleman from an aristocratic family helped uncover the terrible truth. Prince Daniel presented the medal to the third son of the Count of Ippolita. Finn Ippolita was extremely surprised by what he read. His hands involuntarily gripped the edges of the newspaper. The Count was happy and proud of his own son. He shouted that he needed to send a letter to Iris immediately. His shout was heard even outside the mansion. Everyone was already outside the beautiful competition building. Sierra and Lady Iris looked pleased. Riley and Naini looked dejected, and Ian was crying, soothed by the maid. The lady asked her son where he had been recently. Riley replied that he had gone to the toilet for a while. Ian sobbed and wondered if yesterday it was only because of the young master that Saint Frisia had learned the whole truth about Grandmaster Astroy. The girls around whom the Ippolit family was passing were whispering. One of them asked if the other thought he was a gentleman. The other asked if she hadn't heard. She said it sounded like him, the gentleman from the famous Ippolit family. The first said that he was the youngest of the family and that it wasn't as they said. Riley rolled his eyes unhappily and realized that this was exactly why he wanted to stay in the shadows. He was irritated by the fact that a simple sword stroke was all it took for everyone to be amazed and in awe. Naini looked questioningly at the prince. Lady Iris rejoiced and told her son that his father must be very happy. Riley replied that she was probably right. She added that she seemed to have no choice but to accept. Mom smiled gently. Finally, she turned her attention to Naini and asked gently who the girl was. Naini hesitated for a moment. Riley replied that it was a bit difficult to explain and that, in general, everything was very complicated. His mind was getting confused. The prince apologized for not having told them immediately. He said he had something to tell them. Sarah and Ian looked at him, and Ian even stopped sobbing, despite the fresh tears in his eyes. Riley rubbed the back of her neck and said that the reason was that he had come to get her from the bathroom. Sarah whispered to Madame to take a look. She said that the girl seemed to be blind in one eye. Lady Iris took a closer look and said that it looked like Sarah was right. The third prince smiled and said that he had seen her use magic yesterday and that it had been excellent. Nini was embarrassed, looking to her left. Riley explained that, after having his mana measured in the tower, he also wanted to do magic. Lady Iris asked what he was going to do with it. The prince said that he thought another maid wouldn't hurt for free time and that this one also had magic. Ian shouted. He asked what the Lord was saying. "It's a girl, isn't it?" Riley became more serious and replied that he knew she had been affected by the experiments in the tower. He said that he knew the situation she was in and that he couldn't just let it go. He said he could remind her why she had received the medal. Ian wasn't happy at all, and Lady Iris grabbed the old servant by the arm and said she didn't mind at all. Sarah wasn't very happy with her decision either. It was a beautiful sunset, and Madame, in front of her son and his new companion, was happy that Riley had finally decided to do something on his own. She said that was why she wanted to respect his choice. All these words cut off Jan's hearing, and he clenched his fist, unhappy. However, he had no choice, so he said that if the lady was okay with it, so was he. The cheerful Riley pushed Naini forward. She asked if she had heard and told her to say hello. She told her that these were the people who served her family. The girl bowed modestly and introduced herself as Nani. Sarah looked at her with a bit of disdain. She said that from Nani you could tell she was from Lower Solia, as she had no manners or nobility. She approached and said her name was Naini. The maid put her index finger forward instructively and said that she had been to Lower Solia before, so she knew what she was talking about. She said she would look after her and advised her to get ready. Nini didn't quite understand what Sarah meant. Riley, observing this, smiled. He remembered how he had told Naini to go and talk to him, that it wasn't clear what else she could do, how Nini had meddled, as he told her to go with him to Ippolit County, how he said it was better to keep Nini close to him to keep an eye on her, how he looked at Frisia, who was still protecting Nini, and said he'd get rid of her too and he'd finally feel better. While Saint, for his part, wondered, what the hell was he talking about? How Riley had explained to her that if she had kept quiet, he wouldn't have had to take her away. He had asked Frisia not to make a spectacle of herself. The third prince asked what the saint would say about this. The two girls remained silent. Once again, without waiting for an answer, he himself said that if she didn't feel like saying anything, they should end it there. Finally, Nini said she was leaving, as she still had some business to do with the prince. She remembered that Riley had contacted her and said that she hadn't heard back from him yet. Naini explained her decision by saying that if she were around, she would certainly learn to start her life with a clean slate. She thinks only a little, but her path will become a little clearer. Sarah clapped her hands happily and said that now, finally, they could go to the county. She turned to the prince and said that a letter had recently arrived saying that the count wanted to see his son as soon as possible. Jan assumed that it was likely that Finn Ippolit had read the newspaper, and that it was therefore time to return. The rays of the afternoon sun fell lovingly on the roofs of the provincial houses of the Kingdom of Solia. Naini and Riley were walking side by side. The girl asked the prince, should she call him sir now? She didn't wait for him to reply, but said she was grateful to him anyway. Riley looked at her. He was surprised to hear her say that, but Naini herself seemed very happy at that moment, with a charming smile. The girl was happy, saying that she had never imagined she would be able to leave this hellish place. Looking at her, Riley smiled too as he called Naini funny. They were walking along the cobblestone road towards Solia. The first stars of the coming night shone beautifully in the sky, and Riley said that anyone who saw them would surely think he was saving her. On the way, when they saw something, everyone stopped. Sarah was looking straight ahead, and Ian and Riley looked serious. Lady Iris rejoiced and shouted that it was Bishop Rivosa. The young man bowed politely and told Mrs. Iris that he was happy to see her again. The lady asked interestedly, what was the reason he was here? Rivosa replied that he was looking for someone. He turned to see Riley and Naini beside him, and they tensed. Bishop Rivosa happily announced that this was a recent incident. Behind him were two other priests with two white boxes. He looked directly at Riley and Naini and said that it looked like the two young men had forgotten their things in the temple. They didn't understand a word Rivosa was saying. A box was handed to Riley. The other was given to Naini. Rivosa gave an evil, malicious smile and said that these were their trophies. Riley asked in disbelief what other trophies were there. In the box, he found a purple garment. Rivosa said that it was a public place, so he couldn't say it directly. But he started to say it, which Riley stopped him from saying. On the third prince's hand was a gold bracelet and a transparent cloudy ring. Bishop Rivosa approached and whispered that these things were his. He said that, unfortunately, the staff was broken, and that was why he was only giving them away. Naini begrudgingly asked if they had to accept. Rivosa asked her, what's the problem? The girl explained that, to her, he was an insignificant person whom she hated with all her being, and therefore, it was logical that she didn't want to take them. However, contrary to Naini's words, Rivosa asked them to take the things. He asked who, if not them, the temple would give the items to. Riley and Naini looked at the gifts with remarkable disdain and disgust. Rivosa smiled broadly, closed his eyes, and swore that these things were pure and safe. Behind him, Santa Frisia remained silent with her head down. She looked out of her hood. A question crossed Riley's mind, and he wondered if the bishop himself had made it up. Naini asked her current master if he would accept. They had two large boxes in their hands, covered with the same white lids. Riley looked at her and asked how she was. The girl replied that she had already checked and that there was no more magic in them. Riley bowed his head and said, "That's the way it is." Now the prince smiled at the bishop, thanked him, and said that since they were giving it to him, they should accept it. Lady Iris appeared from behind and said that it was time for them to leave, as the count had asked them to hurry. The bishop said, "Ah, that's right. He said that you should be proud of your son because he won a medal." She replied that he was right, and thanked him for taking care of everything personally. Finally, Ravosa said that she hoped they had enjoyed their stay in Solia. Lady Iris replied that they would definitely return here at some point. After saying this, the natives and servants of the Ippolit clan turned and left. Frisia was angry. In the temple, Bishop Ravosa said that he was indeed different. At first, Saint Frisia didn't understand who the young man was talking about, but the young man explained that he was referring to the young master. He went on to say that, however, Frisia had already told him that a revelation had been made to her. He remembered his words that this aristocrat was destined to put an end to evil. Frisia didn't answer him, and Ravosa, leaving, said that in that case it was live and see. The door behind the bishop finally closed. The saint was angry with Ravosa, her eyes burning with rage. She addressed him to herself, saying that she didn't know what he was doing, but there were 3 revelations. Frisia sat down in a beautiful armchair. The girl knew that she had received 3 revelations from the goddess Irenisa. In one of them, the majestic goddess addressed her daughter, Saint Frisia, saying that the hour of her first trial would soon come. The goddess wore a golden mask adorned with beautiful white flowers. Golden leaves were scattered around her. She asked Frisia to be careful who took her to him. The goddess held out her hand and said that the hero was destined to stop him. She added that she needed to watch out for the dragon that would soon arrive on Earth. Frisia realized that her first test definitely had something to do with Ravosa, but she reflected that perhaps young Mr. Riley could ruin the bishop's malicious plans. Who knows? His eyes lit up again. She explained to herself that this was why she hadn't told him about the existence of the first revelation. Frisia thought that whatever Ravosa was up to. She didn't have time to finish her thought because the priest called out to her, telling the saint to hurry. She said that everyone was waiting for her. Frisia couldn't stop thinking about that man. She told the priest that she was on her way. She knew that man wasn't as simple as the bishop thought. It was late at night when Riley, his mother, and their servants finally arrived at the mansion. They were greeted by the serious Count of Ippolit. He crossed his arms over his chest and said they were back. He had asked the family to come home soon, so he was a little disappointed by their late arrival. Riley called his father and was surprised that he was still awake. Lady Iris giggled lightly behind her son's back. Fin Ippolita put his hand to his mouth, tense, and asked his son where the medal was. Sweat trickled down the count's forehead. The third prince, embarrassed, held out a shiny gold medal to his father. The medal looked extremely majestic in Fin's eyes, and it seemed to him that his son's hand was also shining with the award. The Count of Ippolit was dazzled by the brilliance of the medal, amazed that it had been given to Riley by Prince Daniel himself. Lady Iris, for her part, giggled as usual and reminded the Earl that he was worried about his son getting hurt. The lady called it a fault that Finn wasn't always honest with people. The Count coughed and asked if the fact that only Ian and Sarah were with them made them uncomfortable. Iris replied cheerfully that there was no problem with them. They were doing an excellent job. Ian and Sarah in turn bowed and greeted their master, Fin Ippolit. Niney looked at them in surprise but didn't react immediately, but then she repeated the movements of their bodies. The Count turned his attention to the girl in the snow-white robes with a scar on her face. He wondered what kind of child was with them. Riley's mind seemed to have been struck by lightning with his father's remarks. Lady Iris crossed her arms in a gentle, affectionate way and said that it looked like they had a lot to talk about. The woman beckoned them in. Riley exhaled a sigh of relief and agreed. Niney looked at him questioningly. They were walking through the grass of the estate grounds. Riley was thanking God that they had finally made it, saying that he almost sat on his heels in the wagon. Niney smiled sweetly, understandingly, in response. Someone stopped in front of them and asked, "So, are you finally back?" It was Lloyd. He looked surprisingly cheerful. The other prince smiled and said he had heard that his brother had won a medal in Solia. He held out his hand and asked permission to look at her. When Riley didn't obey, Lloyd once again calmly told him to give him the medal. Riley looked at him with a terribly disgruntled countenance, as if he had worked hard all night and all day. The third prince reflected on the fact that he had just arrived and thought that he could finally rest in peace. For a while, Riley was silent. By then, Lloyd was smiling smugly and asked his brother what was wrong, why he wasn't handing over the medal. He asked sarcastically if all the news about his medals was a lie. The second prince deliberately provoked Riley and asked what had happened to the righteous man who never lied. He joked that Riley couldn't be lying, could he? And then he asked if it was true. Now, for the umpteenth time, he held out his ugly little hand and said, "Hurry up and show me." Riley agreed wearily and said he would show him. The prince rummaged in his pocket. In fact, Lloyd was a little surprised to see her in real life. He took it in his hands. It glowed brightly. Lloyd was fascinated by the thing, calling it incredible. Now he knew what Solia's medal looked like. But he couldn't leave his brother without asking if it was a fake. Ian was shocked by the second prince's words, and Sarah was already starting to get angry with him. Lloyd asked them not to misunderstand him. Riley heard him and rubbed his neck. The second son said he was asking because he didn't understand how he could have her. Lloyd was haughty and arrogant, and repeated that he didn't believe Riley had received the award. Riley smiled and called his brother. Nini was tense. She didn't like the other prince either. The third prince told his brother that if he liked her so much, maybe he could have her for himself. This was not at all what the second prince had expected to hear. He intervened and a vein appeared on his forehead. Lloyd's maid was also shocked by what she heard. Riley put on an innocent face and said that she just thought Lloyd liked her a lot. Lloyd listened to his brother with amazement, and he said that he didn't need the medal anyway, that it annoyed him. The prince relaxed, put his hands behind his head and asked, "Wouldn't it be better if the heir to the family stayed with her?" At this point, Lloyd realized what Riley was getting at. He was angry, and the medal in his hand shone with the same intensity. Looking at her, Lloyd hesitated. She was, in fact, strongly attracted to the swordsman. Lloyd smiled and began to ask if Riley was really ready to give the medal. He couldn't finish the sentence because Riley snatched the medal out of his older brother's hands, saying that if he didn't want it, he didn't need it. Lloyd was shocked for the umpteenth time. The second prince grabbed Riley by the neck and asked how he dared to mock him. However, Riley only said his brother's name calmly. Finn Ippolita finished his sentence by telling his second son to stop clowning around. The beautiful Lady Iris was by his side. Lloyd reluctantly let go of his younger brother and said he understood. Madame Iris approached and politely asked Lloyd how he was. He didn't answer the question but said her name and asked how their trip had been. Lady Iris smiled sweetly and kindly, said everything was fine, and thanked them for the inconvenience. She said that with her prayers they had arrived home without incident. Suddenly, the prince's mother turned to Nini and next to her, Riley. She whispered understandingly that they would rather get out of here. Riley was surprised but at the same time very pleased. He bowed hastily and thanked his mother to himself. Nini didn't understand why he did it, but hastened to repeat it. Nini turned once more and looked at the other prince. She could hear Madame asking him about the idea of going there too. Lady Iris shared her joys about how it had been a long time since she had been to the kingdom's capital, so she was very excited about this trip. Lloyd was also smiling and saying how good it was that they had managed to enjoy the ride. He held the cloak on his shoulder and said that having fun was good, but that there was no way to be lazy and stop training. The prince asked the lady if he was right. He told her that this was especially true for him and his older brother. He said that they should think about their future now. He couldn't help saying that some people weren't interested in the heir's place. Sarah and Ian heard all this, with irritation and disgust making the veins in their foreheads bulge. Nini also listened to that nasty second prince, saying that he was even a little sorry. He said it would be nice if his little brother didn't ask him for help when he got into trouble. Lloyd's words sent a shiver down Nini's spine. With a deadly stare, she looked obliquely at the second son of the Epaulet family. Lloyd, on his way out, said that he couldn't imagine how the third prince got that medal, but what can you do? Nini looked into the distance angrily. She touched her finger lightly and purple manna flew towards the prince. However, behind his arrogant declarations, he didn't notice the bump in front of him and flew down. He fell painfully to the ground and cried out in pain. The two maids next to him were frightened. They ran to their boss and asked if he was all right. Meanwhile, Nini hid behind the door and watched, at least listened. Someone called the second prince terribly clumsy. The prince was sitting with a bandage on his head and an extremely indignant look on his face. And then he started shouting to his brother, whom Lion was addressing, that it wasn't him. The prince was sure there was something on the ground, something very strange and unusual. He shouted that he was telling the truth. Lion reassured him with a gesture and said that he had already understood. Lloyd was angry and upset. He didn't understand how it had happened, and now he had a cut on his forehead. He shouted that not even a 10-year-old could have hit his forehead like that. The first prince's eyes widened, and he said that Lloyd had fallen like that when he was 10, but that was because he had fallen. Finally, Lion coughed and decided to end the conversation by asking how Riley was. The second prince replied more calmly that he was still the same and that nothing had changed. Lion wondered if he really was the same. Finally, Lloyd remembered that his younger brother had brought a strange woman with him. This interested Lion, and he asked again. Lloyd said yes, a woman, and that she looked very ugly. He said that you could definitely tell from the way she walked and her manners that she wasn't an aristocrat. Now that Lion was thinking more seriously, he found it all very strange and doubtful, which he told his brother. Lloyd grimaced, telling him what else. She smelled different. He knew he'd never encountered a scent like that before. Lion wasn't really reacting to it. He was thinking about Riley, thinking that that fucking idiot was up to something again. He finally replied to his brother that there were lots of different people coming to Solia, so he had no reason to be surprised, and anyway, it looked like that idiot Riley was up to something bad. The first prince explained that he had never seen his younger brother interested in women before. Lloyd was also a little surprised. He replied that it was true. He used to lie in a tree all day. Lion said they needed to pay special attention to this. He told his younger brother to keep an eye on her, just in case. Not that he was too anxious, but Lloyd agreed. Finally, the first son said that he was also trying to find out something about her. The prince told his brother to leave. Lloyd got up without further discussion and once again agreed with the older man. Now Lion was alone. He stood in the dark room, which was faintly illuminated by the full midnight moon. The prince pondered Solia's medal, but something really struck him. He turned to the large window and asked, "How did their lazy sword get this honor, this medal?" He didn't even take part in the competition, he just watched from the spectator seats. He inhaled. Then he got angry and gritted his teeth. He has no idea how or why Riley received this medal. However, he knew he had to ruin his devious plans. Someone looking at Naini in a nice maid's uniform said, "That's better. Yes, it looks much neater than what she was wearing before, not to mention the saint's clothes." It was Sarah, now raising her index finger instructively and telling them that even if she had been chosen to teach her young master magic, she wouldn't have been chosen anyway. The maid approached the frightened girl and said in a louder voice that she still had chores to do. Sarah asked assertively if she had understood. Naini, confused, answered yes. Finally, she pulled away and asked if Naini remembered what she had told her before they came here. Naini replied, embarrassed and polite, that Sarah had said she would take her seriously. Sarah said happily that the fact that she has a good memory is great. The maid told her that Ippolet's house rules were very strict, so Nini should forget everything she had learned in Lower Solia. The words about Lower Solia hurt Nini a little. Sarah smiled cunningly and caustically and offered the girl to work together. Naini even sighed at her ex-employee's penetrating gaze, stood up in a huff and agreed. Sarah turned around happily and Naini was able to relax a little. She thought about the fact that she seemed to be more afraid of this girl now than of Beta. Riley, sitting on a chair, asked, "Those two have to do it in his room." Ian explained that Sarah hadn't had any fun with the newcomers for a long time, so he had thought of establishing order and discipline. In fact, Sarah looked downright terrifying. Riley wondered if that was why she was smiling so much when they got home. Jan didn't answer his question, although he didn't demand an answer. However, Yang remembered that he wanted to say something to the master. He asked what they should do with these things and talked about the things given by Bishop Ravosa, the things of the destroyed Grandmaster Astroy. Riley said that Ravosa called these things trophies. The prince looked at the purple cape in his hands with disgust. He said he didn't even know how to use it. The third son suggested just selling this junk, which was used by the Grandmaster of Astroy himself. Ian asked if the prince thought it was all right. Finally, Riley said, still wondering what to do with them. Behind them, Sarah was teaching Naini how to handle the heavy and expensive curtains. The girl was a bit clumsy. Ian replied that he would also ask an experienced person what could be done with them. Naini held the curtains in her hands and wondered if they needed to be tied up in a corner. She was surprised. Sarah replied that yes, that was it. She said it was good that at least Naini was good at something. Sarah pointed with her hand and told us to look at the carpet. She told me that if Naini sees marks on it, she needs to brush it immediately. Naini started to do this. She said, "Ah, that's what this thing is called. Carpet." Sarah turned to the master and said that they had finished cleaning and were about to leave. Riley said that this was good and that they were good. When the maids left the young master's room, Sarah told him that when you're about to leave, you have to say goodbye and bow. Someone called out to Sarah. It was the second prince, Lloyd. He waved his hand in greeting and said, "There she is." Sarah bowed to him, but Naini didn't. She looked straight ahead. Then Sarah bowed her head. She gave Naini a sidelong glance and whispered that she had probably noticed that the man had a rather bad temper. Nini was tense and serious, and it was obvious that Lloyd didn't like her. That's why Sarah whispered to her to keep her face simple, because if she looked so disdainful, she would notice. The second prince wasn't so polite to Naini and asked if she was the same girl Riley had brought last time. Naini replied discreetly that she did, and that she was now being updated, i.e. shown the house and told what her responsibilities were. Sarah asked him why he was here. Lloyd replied that it was no big deal, he just wanted to ask something. He asked Naini what her name was. Ta called his name briefly, still staring at the ground. Lloyd approved of the idea and said he wanted to talk to her. He explained that it was the first time Riley had brought a man into the house, so he was very curious to know who his little brother had chosen. The girl was not at all pleased with his remarks. The second prince approached Naini and asked her if she knew how the sloth had gotten the medal. Naini rolled her eyes. She couldn't understand why that idiot kept talking about his master like that. With a tense smile on his face, Lloyd asked if she wasn't going to answer him. As he spoke, the girl managed to measure the amount of mana he had. Now she knew he didn't have much. Sarah saw what was happening and where it was going, so she had to intervene. Naini ignored everything, only thinking about the fact that this second son and half of Mr. Riley's strength. Sarah said that she hadn't finished training Naini yet. However, Lloyd ignored her too, turning to Naini once more. The prince no longer seemed cheerful and friendly. He wasn't even smiling. Lloyd wondered since when the maids could ignore their master's words. He was angry with the new maid, shouting that she didn't want to be kicked out so she should answer clearly. Naini stared at him, wondering if he was her master. The girl was telling her not to do anything stupid. Sarah was terrified. Naini went on to say that he hadn't brought her here. Lloyd heard everything, the veins in his forehead popping. Naini finished by saying that Mr. Riley had brought her here. Something seemed to explode behind her. She seemed both confident and angry. The vibe of Lower Solia. When the girl finally finished, the prince smiled nervously and said that it was getting out of hand. He asked what she had just said. He asked what the fuck else. Naini is short and therefore looks at him from below. But that doesn't make her look any less serious. She's looking directly into the prince's eyes, looking through them. Lloyd attacked her with force, shouted and asked her how she dared to look him in the eye. He shouted that she had lost her mind and called her a bitch. The girl said only a brief sleep. Without another word or movement, Lloyd fell to the ground. Sarah was frightened. She was terribly frightened and shocked by what had happened. Naini told her, in a calm tone, that he was asking for 30 minutes and that he would wake up. Sarah asked in amazement, wondering if she had succeeded. Naini told her that yes, he was indeed the son of a noble family. She attributed this to the fact that he resisted when she performed her magic. Lloyd slept sweetly on the elegant carpet. Naini was not hampered by his resistance, as she is a sixth circle mage. Sarah still couldn't say anything. She opened her mouth and thought that the gentleman had really brought a very strange person into the house. Sarah was almost in tears because she didn't know how to deal with it. Naini reassured her that it was no big deal. They could put him to bed and, when he woke up, he would think it was just a strange dream. Naini tightened the hem of her skirt and asked if she remembered correctly that Mrs. Sarah had said that a maid's main duty was to serve her master. Sarah didn't understand what she was getting at, but replied that she did. Naini thought about it and modestly said that if she had been here in the past, she would have covered it with a 3-story swear word. She remembered swearing at him left and right. Sarah let it go and wondered if she hadn't just cussed. The girl was embarrassed and said that she felt she would be scolded more than once. Sarah feared that, knowing full well that she would be scolded for it, Naini would still do the wrong thing. Naini asked if that was why it was okay to use magic. She added, just a little. Riley came out from behind the door. Sarah grimaced at Naini, and the prince grimaced and asked Naini why Lloyd was sleeping here. Sarah hadn't expected to see him here and was worried. However, Riley didn't demand an explanation, said it didn't matter, and asked if they had finished and if he could pick up 90. Sarah reacted immediately and replied that yes, the training was over. Unexpectedly for Naini, Riley grabbed her shoulder and pulled her closer. Riley was delighted and replied that it was great and that it was finally time to do magic. The girl was a little surprised by the Lord's behavior. Sarah decided that this time she would forgive poor Nini. They split up, with Sarah going one way and the prince and Naini the other, discussing something and laughing. Sarah explained to herself her own forgiveness, which was because Naini had promised to forget the way she had behaved in Lower Solia. Naini hesitated and offered to make at least some tea for him. He gave her a tired look and refused. He closed his eyes and asked what kind of tea, after all, she was a sorceress. Naini replied unceremoniously that he was a fool and said that she was a servant here, even if she didn't look it. Realizing what had just come out of his mouth, the girl cringed and covered it with her hand. Riley hadn't expected to hear such a thing from a servant either. He turned to her and sighed at the words. Oh, those grumpy sorceresses from Lower Solia. Naini, for her part, bowed and apologized. The third prince decided to skip this unpleasant moment after all, saying that he thought she would quickly learn to speak politely. In front of him were the items donated by Master Astroy. The prince asked the girl to come closer and take a look. He said thoughtfully that he had taken a closer look at these things. Riley fiddled with the gold bracelet with the blue stone and said he still hadn't figured out how to wear it. Naini replied that she only knew that these items could contain mana or a trap. How to use either of them, she didn't know. Riley said that if that were the case, she hadn't seen the Magister wearing them. Naini said that, in the days when she was still in the lab, she had seen Astroy wear his cape. However, she hadn't seen him wear a ring or bracelet. The girl attributed this to the fact that he didn't have them at the time. Riley slapped the table with the hand that had a gold bracelet on it and said, "That's right. He told her to keep them with her, in that case. He told her that he had an acquaintance who knew about all these things." Riley said she would ask him about these things. Naini was surprised by his words about an acquaintance who knew magic. She asked why he hadn't studied with his acquaintance at the time. The girl asked why he needed her. Riley stared at her in silence. She told me that she had reached the 6th circle of magic with the help of medicines. She said that, compared to other magicians, she had such great magical abilities. She kept asking why she was the only one. Riley smiled happily and said it didn't have to be her. This surprised the girl even more, who mumbled and kept asking why. Riley replied that he wanted to be free. He said that she trusted almost anyone and was abandoned every time. The prince asked if she had had enough of this. The girl crossed her arms. Riley said that someone thought she was a magical masterpiece, and some of them are completely useless. But no one thought about her feelings. Like when, in the battle with Riley, she bled from her wounded eye. Riley had said that the further away she got, the more attached she became to the man. The third prince asked if she had realized that it wasn't necessary to be useful to be around. Naini lowered her eyes. Riley explained that to be a free man was to do what his heart told him to do. He remembered his past, the hero of humanity. He said she should know that too. The prince kindly said that he wanted her to remember that. He also explained that she was only remembering him from the past. He finished by saying that this is why you shouldn't think about why and why not, you should just live. These words really struck a very young Naini. She repeated the prince's words to herself about doing what her heart told her to do. A tear rolled down her cheek. The girl smiled and said it was the first time she had heard those words. Riley didn't reply, but told her why he had chosen her. Suddenly, he shouted that it was an acquaintance, a contagion, and said that, even on pain of death, he wouldn't teach him. Previously hypnotized by his words, Naini snapped out of her trance and out of her thoughts. Riley shouted that he was already asking to be his apprentice. He told him that if he used magic other than the sword, he would become the real Satan. Riley shouted that it was all heresy. The girl laughed and said that was it. Riley complained that he wasn't in the dark business. He said he was getting tired of it, so he asked his acquaintance to stop talking. At that moment, Nini thought how stupid he had been to interrupt such a touching moment. The carriage drove through the forest. Naini was telling the prince that he needed a circle first if he wanted to use magic. Riley and Naini sat down inside, and the prince asked what the circle was. Naini said it was a kind of ring. She explained that if your heart is surrounded by a ring, you have a circle. If you have 6 rings, you are a 6th circle wizard. Riley asked if she meant that she had 6. Nayani said that he was right and that the source of all things was light. Riley replied that in this world, of course it was. Nayani was surprised and asked if the gentleman meant that he had been to another world. Riley looked away, but he denied it, saying that he was just making an observation. The girl said that this is the foundation that novice magicians learn. She created a light ball of magic on her palm. Nayani told her that creating everything out of nothing was a miracle and the fundamental basis of magic. Riley stared mesmerized at the light in his companion's hand. Nayani told him that, in order to use light magic, they had to find out what his characteristic was. In other words, what he was good at. Riley asked her what he was good at. He didn't wait for an answer and asked what she was good at. Nayani replied that, in fact, there was nothing specific that she was good at. She smugly and extremely humbly declared that she was good at everything, that she seemed to be good at anything. Nayani grimaced, saying that perhaps that was why she was the only person to survive those terrible experiments. Riley wondered if she was bragging to him now. He said that in that case he would ask her. The girl asked him what else he wanted to ask. Riley said that they still needed to ask about the ring and bracelet. He said that he had told her earlier about his friend. He explained that he was referring to the friend he had told her about. Nayani asked if it was the one with magic. Riley replied that yes, he was. The prince looked out of the window and said that they were almost there, that in another 5 minutes they would be there. Nayani wondered if he had an exceptional companion. She decided that, although she didn't have much left, she had a 6th round and was as good as him too. The carriage stopped and someone finally said that they had arrived and that it was time to leave. Riley was walking away from the transport, and Nayani thought that now they could take a look. What a distinguished wizard he is. The girl was very serious. When she saw who the prince was talking about, all her enthusiasm vanished. Riley shouted that he, Yendal, was wandering again. They were inside the house. Riley called Yendal and asked where he was. Someone in flip-flops came out lazily and said that they had already told me that the store was closed today. He asked sleepily who the idiot was who was shouting here, wondering if he couldn't even read the sign on the door. It was a guy with long red hair. Yendal, looking directly at Riley, asked menacingly if he hadn't learned his manners. He said that you enter a store when it's open. Riley jokingly called the boy a princess and said that the sun was almost down and that he was just getting up. Yendal asked if he had misheard. And then he also asked the question cheerfully. Who cares? He said that Riley was no longer a lazy sword, but a hero. He asked how the hero was doing and if he was still wearing his medal. He finally noticed Nayani nearby and asked who she was, as he thought she was the prince's new maid. Riley didn't answer the question. He said that they wanted to ask him something and that was why they had come to see him together. Meanwhile, Nayani was terrified and wondered why this creature was here. Riley was telling me that he had recently been running to Solia here and received some very interesting information that was whispered to him in the temple. Yendal asked what was going on. Nayani wondered why. Riley asked if the man knew what they were saying just by looking at him. Yendal asked what they had said. The prince said that he had been told at the temple that he had to catch him, Yendal. The smile on his face fell. It seemed that behind him was the shadow of a mighty dragon. Nayani wondered, why would a dragon be here? Riley cheerfully asked if Yendal knew what they had said, glancing at the prince. Yendal asked with interest. The prince replied that the temple had told him that he had to get it. Yendal. The boy was a little surprised by this news. He smiled and asked what Riley had just said. Riley reiterated that, in the temple of Solia, he had been asked to capture a dragon. For some reason, this request amused the boys. Riley pointed his finger directly at Yendal and asked if there were any other dragons besides him. Yendal showed his sharp, fearsome teeth. He laughed, banging his fist on the table with laughter. Nayani was surprised and frightened by Yendal's actions and behavior. Yendal laughed at how hilarious it was. Tears came to his eyes. Riley said yes, and that he was surprised too. Yendal asked if they had all gone mad in there. Yendal asked, puzzled, why they had decided to ask for the third prince. Riley replied that he had no idea. Then he asked how he could know. The boy asked what he would be now, and if Riley would be a dragon slayer. Riley wrinkled his face in disgust and said, no way. He wondered how Yendal could even think of such a thing. He also wondered what stupid nickname he'd come up with for him again. Yendal replied that he knew that. He laughed, saying that they were going to catch a dragon. He said he must have been very quiet, so they thought he was a simpleton. Riley asked the boy to listen and asked if there were any other dragons in the area besides him. Preparing a drink, Yendal replied that no, he was the only dragon here. He said he hadn't seen the guys, the rest of the dragons, for a while and wondered how many years had passed. He said it seemed to be about 3,000. Yendal placed 2 drinks in front of the guests, 1 green and 1 yellow. Seeing that the girl wasn't enjoying the drink, Yendal convinced her that it wasn't alcoholic and wouldn't interfere with her work. Nini agreed to take the drink. Riley, sipping his cocktail, asked if Yendal was going to make a mess of Solia by accident. Yendal asked if he was looking like an idiot. Nini finally got her drink. She seemed to be enjoying it. Yendal wrinkled his brow and wondered what good it would do, since it would only add to his problems. Suddenly, he approached Nini and told her, Riley's maid, to keep her mouth shut. He seemed to burn her with his gaze. Nini realized that it was the eye of a dragon. Riley realized that she was scared and said that he had had enough of scaring her, letting her look at him. He put Master Astroy's belongings on the table. He said that he had received these things recently, but that he didn't know how to use them. He said that they had come so that he, Yendal, could help them. Yendal smiled and said that Riley knows what an inn is, after all. He sells alcohol here. Riley asked what the idiot was talking about, because everyone knows that this place is an alcoholic's paradise. Yendal asked shrilly, Really? He said that there was something about the prince that didn't show that he was aware. Yendal also called Riley an idiot. Riley asked if Yendal meant that he wouldn't help. Yendal replied that he could, but he didn't like the third prince's tone. Riley asked if he would help if he asked nicely. The dragon remained silent and then said that he would. He took the golden bracelet in his hands and asked if it was something he needed to check. Riley replied with satisfaction that it was. Yendal asked what was with the money. The prince laughed and asked what money was involved in their relationship. Yendal grabbed the bracelet in his hand and called the prince a brazen thief. In his other hand hung the magistrate's purple cloak. The boy continued to curse Riley. He said he was a damn devil and had no heart. Nini was impressed by the fact that the dragon was investigating 3 things at once. Shortly afterwards, Yendal said that the assessment was finished and asked where to start. The girl was shocked by his speed. She realized that he was in fact a dragon. Riley wasn't the least bit surprised by his friend's abilities, telling him to start with the cape, since he was more interested in her. The dragon replied that there was nothing special about it, just that if you put it on, it would prevent any weather conditions from affecting it. Nini said yes, it ensures that the magic is used effectively, that it is always at its best. Yendal stretched out his arm with the bracelet and said it was in some kind of pantry. Riley intervened. A huge box formed on the man's arm, and he explained that it was a matter of letting some magic into the bracelet and a deposit would open. Riley realized that it was some kind of inventory. Yendal took off the bracelet and said that there was nothing there at the moment. Riley asked what would happen if it broke. The guy said that, of course, he'd lose everything inside and that there's no way of fixing this thing. Nini held the magic bracelet in her hands and said that it was the equipment of a smaga from the 7th circle. She wondered how he had managed to figure it all out so easily. He smiled and said that it was a dragon after all. Then he told him to take the ring and put it on. Yendal threw the ring into his hands. The girl put it on her finger without question. Mana poured out of it. Yendal said that when you put the ring on, you would absorb all the mana around you through it. Riley asked if it really absorbed mana. Nini replied to the gentleman that, without a doubt, yes, it is still like that. Riley said that the last time he put it on, nothing happened. The girl intervened. Yendal said yes, and that it was all because Riley was a monster. Nini asked her master what Yendal was talking about. Yendal asked her if she was with him and didn't know that her master was a monster. Riley told him to stop, because if he told, no one would be better off. The prince told Nini to keep everything and now it's all hers. He said he didn't really need them. Nini was surprised and said she couldn't accept that. Riley tells her to keep them, in that case, as he doesn't want to carry them around. The third prince asked Yendal if he could randomly measure the volume of mana. Yendal was surprised by this request. He rubbed the back of his neck and said that a guardian had recently given him a measuring stone. He asked why the prince needed it. He laughed, wondering if Riley would like to use it. Yendal said he was giving it to him and asked what he would measure. Riley shook his head in denial. Riley said it was for her. Nini didn't understand what he was getting at or why she wanted it. Neither did Yendal. He approached the girl and concentrated. The guy sniffed her, and then he said that she was unusual. He looked directly into her damaged eye and said especially here. He said it looked like a lot of things were mixed up here. Riley wondered if that was why she had such a strange mana color. Yendal hadn't heard of her strange mana color before, so he asked about it. He also asked if it was for all spells. The prince replied that yes, whether it's flame or ice, all her mana turns a kind of brown, dark purple. Sweat broke out on Yendal's face and he said he was clean. He turned to Nini and told Riley that he had met a very interesting person. Yendal let slip a little and wondered if Riley knew that this girl didn't have long to live. Nini looked upset. Riley said he could measure him too, and why not? Yendal's face was irresistible, and he wondered why the prince wanted him. He reminded Riley that he had told him the last time he was here that there was no reason for him to do magic. Yendal asked if Riley was going to conquer the whole world. Riley slammed his fist on the table and asked if Yendal had accidentally fallen from the oak tree. The boy wondered what the reason was in that case. The prince remained languidly silent for a while, and then explained that he was tired of picking apples. Yendal was disappointed by his companion's response, and Nayini was surprised. The dragon even swore profanely. Riley hesitated and placed his palm against the rock. He asked what was going on and why he was so late in answering. Nini started to say something thoughtful to him, and the dragon said he hadn't seen anything like that for a long time. Riley wondered if Yendal had such a bad meter. This offended the dragon, who shouted to woo him. He asked how bad he was. Nini, immersed in her thoughts and reflections, said the word time. Riley asked what she meant. Nini replied that his peculiarity had to do with the weather. The prince asked if it was any good. Something began to happen to the stone. Nini replied that with the passage of time, the stone cracks and deteriorates, and therefore it has deteriorated under her influence. Riley asked, "So what?" Now Yendal intervened and said that, to cut a long story short, Riley can only use time magic, the rest can't. This didn't please the third prince at all, who was horrified. Yendal offered to show him instead of explaining. He had fire mana in his hand. He said it certainly wasn't his element, but here was the fireball of an ordinary, normal magician in front of the prince. Then he changed something and said that this was how it would look if Riley used it. The sight was a bit pathetic. The light just spread out and cooked on the floor. Riley says it's like the fire of a match. Nayini nodded positively in response. The third prince was shaking with disappointment. He had convinced himself that it couldn't happen, because his dream was to become a wizard. Yendal had persuaded him to give up on his dream. Riley complained about how this life would be even better with magic than when he had the internet. Yendal didn't understand what it was or what the prince was talking about. Nayini had an idea and said that she had learned in the tower that people who used time magic always became chiefs and held high positions. Riley asked if she was joking with him. He exhaled and asked if there was any magic that could turn back time. The girl was very happy for some reason and happily replied that she wasn't. But she also said that if the apple tree was subjected to the acceleration of time, the apples would ripen earlier and then fall and be eaten. However, not even this pleased the disappointed and sad prince. Nini wasn't really paying attention. She was clapping and talking about how beautiful it was and that they wouldn't have to wait for the next season. Riley remained silent, and then he said that she was the one who was going to collect them. The girl didn't understand what he meant. Riley repeated that he had said she would pick the apples. Night had fallen and darkness enveloped Ippolit Manor. Riley sat down at the dining room table and told me that he didn't have anything extraordinary after all. He had a magic sphere of light in his hand. Nini was surprised that he was already good at creating light. Riley answered her question positively. However, he said that this light only lasts half a second. The girl smiled and said she was there, not caring that they couldn't identify her special features. She tried to cheer the Lord up, saying that Asteroid was dead anyway, that she wouldn't have to use as much magic as she did back then. Someone entered the room and said that they, Riley and Nini, had arrived. It was Lion, and behind him was Lloyd. The first prince called Riley. Riley said, "Ah, the brothers are here." Nini was quick to greet them with a bow. Lion said that, yes, at least they had finally seen his face since he had been wandering around all day. Lloyd asked if the third prince had traveled somewhere interesting. Riley replied that he had. He said he'd been to a leaf village for a while. Lloyd said that Ian and Sierra were at home all the time. He asked if Riley had traveled without a guard. Riley replied that everything was fine, that he was traveling with her. The prince pointed his finger at the girl next to him. Lloyd asked, "With that maid?" Suddenly, Lady Iris entered, saying how nice it was that everyone was gathered. Riley greeted his mother. He told his son that he'd had a visitor while he was away. The prince asked who the guest was. Bishop Ravosa appeared next to Lady Iris. He greeted the prince. Riley was surprised to see him here. The prince wondered if he had come to see his mother or if he had come to see his mother. Bishop Ravosa told his third son that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. He also greeted Naini, bowing to her and calling her lady. When they heard this, Lion and Lloyd were shocked. They hadn't expected the bishop to treat a brother's simple maid like this. Lion asked Lloyd what it was about. Ravosa, for her part, had already sat down at the table. Naini bowed to him and told him that her cutlery was there and that dinner would be served soon. The bishop thanked Mrs. Naini. Lloyd politely asked Ravosa why he was addressing the maid with such respect. Ravosa realized that the other prince probably didn't know. Bishop asked. Riley hadn't told them anything. Lloyd was surprised and asked what it was about. Bishop Ravosa turned to Naini. The girl sighed and nodded. Ravosa decided it was a sign of agreement, so he said, "Okay," and thanked her for her permission because now he could count. Ravosa glowed and proudly told him that, last time, she and Mr. Riley had captured Grandmaster Astroy and burned him to the ground. He proudly announced that Naini was a witch of the 6th circle. The first and second princes dropped their jaws with shock, and their instruments fell from their hands. Lloyd couldn't control himself and said how and for what. Lion said more calmly why she had gone to the maids. Naini wasn't too happy about this, and Riley reflected that the fact that her identity had been revealed wasn't that important. But he certainly saw that Bishop Ravosa was up to something. He may seem kind on the surface, but in the end he ends up being the final boss or villain. Riley knows this is a classic of all plots. They were eating, and Riley kept thinking about the fact that there was no particular reason for Ravosa to show up at their house. Lion hesitated and turned back to Lady Naini. Riley was sure the bishop was up to no good. Lady Iris, the servants, Riley and Naini were saying goodbye to Ravosa. The bishop met them to stop by sometime. He said they were always welcome. Riley wanted to get rid of him as quickly as possible, as he promised he would come for sure. Upon seeing the prince's mood, the bishop laughed and said that his temperament was still the same. He thanked the nobles for welcoming him last night. Lady Iris told the reverend that they were always happy to see him too. Ravosa thanked the lady for this kindness. The bishop said goodbye to Mr. Riley and said he would pray for him. Finally, he said it was time to leave. The carriage is gone. Riley and Naini looked closely. The prince said he could see through him. The girl didn't understand what he meant. Riley explained that, technically, the bishop had come to check on how the mother was dealing with her chronic illness. But based on the fact that he spent most of his time talking to them, it was clear that he had a very different goal. The girl was holding the box that the bishop had given her before leaving. She said if he had come because of what Saint Frisia had said last time. Riley said yes, that was it. They remembered Frisia talking about the revelation, how she told them about the dragon that would come to Solia soon, and how the saint had asked Riley to catch the dragon. Riley said she wasn't here to check on her mother, but to give her these gifts. The third prince explained that in simple terms it was just an ordinary bribe. Naini was a little surprised by this. Riley explained it to her like this. Here is some gingerbread, eat it, and once you eat it, you will have to try hard to eat it. He said it was the same as, if you like riding, you like driving a sled. Naini thought for a moment and said this means Master wants to introduce himself. Riley didn't let her finish and screamed that she was crazy. He said of course he wouldn't do something like that. The prince asked why he should be trying so hard. Nini replied that that was what she thought. Riley complained that he was really tired of all this and that he had had enough of these saints. Suddenly, the prince hesitated and said to wait. He said that after all, she was different from the saint she was in her previous life. Naini didn't understand anything he was saying. Riley was indignant, asking why all this mess had happened when they had arrived in Solia. Meanwhile, Naini, without paying much attention to him, hid the bribe box in a magical inventory bracelet. The third prince began to rejoice in the fact that now there would be no more problems for a while. Naini, in turn, scolded him saying that if he spoke like that, exactly the opposite would happen. The prince didn't like it. Now Riley, along with Naini, was in the Earl of Epaulette's father's office. Finn started the conversation by saying, "It's okay, Riley." He said that it looked like this girl was a sixth circle mage. Riley asked if Jan had told them yet. Her father cried out that the servant had only told him that she was a sorceress, but that he had heard nothing about the sixth circle. Finn said in a calmer tone that Asteroid was in the seventh circle, but she was in the sixth and was perfectly normal, unlike the master. Dad asked why. He asked why a sixth circle sorceress would be a maid. His words were leading the girl more and more to incomprehension. Now, Count Ippolito was speaking directly to Naini, saying that she was an excellent magician who had managed to stop Asteroid. He said that with her level, she could have gotten a better job, so he asked what it was about. Naini replied that she enjoyed living in the mansion and serving them faithfully. She said this was the answer to her taking the job as a maid. The girl looked proud and confident in her words. She said that here she had found what she had lost in the magic tower. There was silence, Naini and Finn looking into each other's eyes in silence. The Count clenched his fist and said, "So be it." He said she had been following Riley since Solia. Nini confirmed what he said, stating that she was. More seriously, Finn Ippolita asked what she thought of Riley. Riley was shocked by her father's question, and so was Naini. But after thinking for a while, she laughed and said she thought he was a good man. Finn was satisfied with her answer, and Naini happily asked if it could be otherwise. Lush pink roses seemed to bloom around them. Riley didn't sympathize with this image at all. He shouted and asked what they were talking about and what was the reason for this strange atmosphere. But it turned out, the girl bowed and said that the sixth circle was just the result of her past and that she wanted to live in the present. She squinted her eyes, remembering that Frisia had said she would only last until autumn. Naini realized that she might not survive the summer. She looked at her master and realized that in the remaining time, she wanted to live a quiet and ordinary life. She convinced the Count that she was living a much happier life now than in the past as a sorceress. The Count asked if there was anything she was not satisfied with. The Count asked if there was anything that left her dissatisfied, but she waved her hands in the negative and assured him that there was nothing like that and that everyone treated her very well. This seemed to please Finn Ippolit, and he said that in that case it was good. He asked him to continue to help his third son in any way he could. In response, the girl bowed and replied that she would try very hard. The Count laughed good-naturedly at the fact that she was a sixth circle mage. Riley told his father that he had something he wanted to tell him. Her father asked what it was. The prince replied that summer would soon begin. The sun was hot, but it was still spring. Riley, as usual, put his hand behind his head and said he wanted to go to Rainfield again this year. The prince asked his father's permission. Meanwhile, Lloyd was in his brother's room, racking his brain with questions. How could she be a sixth circle mage? How was that possible? Lion was silent in response. Lloyd asked how Riley got the medal. Lion responded that it probably had something to do with him receiving the medal. The second prince shouted that he could no longer sit idly by. He said that they too should do something great. He thought this was the only way they could win the battle for inheritance. Lion agreed with him, saying that now, because of Solia, Riley was definitely one of the claimants for the inheritance. He was looking through some papers. He had a document in his hands, and underneath was another, writing about a hunt for a dark wizard last seen in Rainfield. He handed the papers to his younger brother and told him that a dark wizard was being sought in Rainfield. Lloyd was excited by the opportunity and offered his brother to capture and kill the dark wizard. Lion asked his brother to wait a little. He smiled, as the prince was obviously up to something. He said it would soon be summer. Lloyd said yes, it would be warm in a few more days. Lion understood why that boy, Riley, was heading to Rainfield as soon as summer arrived. The father allowed his son to go to Rainfield. He said Riley could go to Rainfield. Riley was very excited about this. Nini didn't understand his reaction at all. Lion decided that it would be extremely natural if Riley simply never returned from Rainfield. Ian ran after the young gentleman and worriedly asked how long he was leaving. Riley hesitated and replied that he didn't know yet. He said maybe 3 weeks. Even this relatively short period of time left Jan horrified. He asked why it would take so long. Riley laughed and asked if the old man really believed that. He put his hand on her shoulder and told her not to worry, that they would come back in one piece. Now Ian exhaled a little. Naini, dressed in a yellow cape, said that she had created a communication channel in Lady Iris's hand mirror. She explained that with magic, they could contact them frequently, and that therefore Ian shouldn't worry so much. Mrs. Iris laughed and thanked the girl. She said she was not worried at all as she, Naini, would be with her son. Naini was very moved by the lady's words. She was very happy to hear this. She was overcome by a wave of emotion. She asked if we were moving. Ian sincerely wished them a safe trip. Sarah turned to Naini and told her to act as she had taught her. Naini listened to Sarah's instructions. Suddenly, Lady Iris remembered something and ran to Naini and asked her to wait. Ian didn't expect such a thing from the lady. The lady handed Naini an object wrapped in a black cloth. Naini asked what it was. Iris smiled and said she didn't know if Naini would like it, but she did it herself. She also asked the girl to take care of Riley while she was on vacation. She told me that Riley used to use it, but that she has now tweaked it a little and adapted it to Naini. The lady didn't know if it would work for her. The girl asked if Riley had used it. Lady Iris didn't answer her question but told her not to forget to unpack it later, saying she hoped she liked it. Naini held the gift firmly with both hands, thanked Madame Iris profusely, and said that in return, she would promise to take good care of the young master. The lady replied that in that case she would entrust it to her. Riley cheered up as he sat in the carriage. I'm glad they were able to escape this unbearable summer. Yendal wasn't happy. He slapped himself in the face and called Riley an idiot. He watched Riley get out of his transport and called him a crazy idiot. Riley asked if it was so difficult for Yendal to use the teleporter once. He teased him by saying that he could do it in the blink of an eye. Yendal was terribly angry and shouted not to awaken the beast within him, in case Riley suddenly forgot that he was a dragon. With his eyes burning with anger, he threw a fireball at the prince. Riley managed to dodge the attack with ease, the fireball hitting him from behind. Yendal was yelling about how much Riley irritated him, and he ducked away. The third prince said it was okay. He had already figured it out. He said that there would be a debt owed to him, and that he would definitely return it, so he asked to teleport them after all. And the place where the power of the red dragon falls is considered blessed and turns into a tree. Yendal offered to take Riley where he needed to go and give him something. He asked her to give it to him. He was talking about Naini, who was finishing taking care of the horses. Riley responded that she had told him before and would say it again that a man was not a thing, so he should go easy on her desires. And he wouldn't hand over Naini. He looked at the cheerful girl and said that she was like him in some ways. He said it would be very strange to give it to someone else. Riley realized that she looked like him in the past, not now, but still. Yendal's laugh was heard. The prince generalized, saying that, in general, he had a reason, but Yendal still wouldn't understand it. He asked if it was clear to that fool Yendal. Yendal, in turn, wiped away tears of laughter and agreed with Riley, saying he certainly did. Calling the prince a lazy sword, Dragon said that, in any case, if they appeared out of nowhere in the middle of Rainfield, they would be arrested immediately, and so he would send them somewhere in the forest. Riley said it's no problem. Yendal said to prepare ourselves in that case. The prince was about to be teleported away, but Yendal stopped him abruptly. Riley asked begrudgingly, what else? The dragon started talking about Naini, the prince's maid. He tried to start talking. He frowned. Riley asked if he meant how long she had left to live. Naini sat at the back of the carriage and could not hear the conversation. Yendal said that meant Riley knew everything. He replied to himself that he was right, that he was not an ordinary person, and that it would be strange if he didn't know that. Yendal asked what Riley was going to do about it. Riley was silent. Naini sat alone and thought, they were late for something. She remembered the gift from Miss Iris who was next to her. The girl took it in her hands and thought about what could be opening her now. She began to unfurl the black cloth, wondering what it was about. Inside was a beautifully decorated white half-mask. Naini was shocked to see the mask. Her hand, in which she held the lady's gift, trembled. Water dripped onto the white beauty. Naini cried at the gift and thanked Lady Iris. Suddenly, she felt a lot of pain and covered her mouth with her hand. She coughed and blood appeared on her hand. A large, bright red puddle lay in the palm of the unfortunate Naini's hand. She was silent, looking at her hand, and tears came to her eyes. The girl remembered Frisia's words that she should survive this summer, and if she was lucky, she might catch the autumn. But she also said that this would probably happen in early autumn. There was a stain of blood near her mouth. She said she didn't care. She is very happy. Naini held the mask made by Lady Iris's hands. Suddenly, Riley called out to her and shouted that if she was ready, that she should come down and come here. Naini was a little scared as she was not expecting this. She was already standing next to her master in front of Yendal. Riley had told the dragon that she was counting on him. He called him sweetheart. The dragon responded by telling him to stop babbling. He said if they were ready, he would start. He pointed his hand at them, behind them, above them, and above them, like an arrow. Yendal accompanied this gesture with the word teleportation. The space was being drenched by heavy rain. Riley shouted, calling Yendal an idiot and asking why he was here. There was also a giant monster in front of him, about 7 times taller than the prince, and equipped with a sword that matched his size. Riley asked Naini if it was an ogre. Naini looked at him and replied to the prince that, yes, he was the right person. Riley was telling Naini to just look at that idiot Yendal because he sent them to a place like this. Meanwhile, the ogre opened its huge mouth and roared. The third prince was terribly angry with the dragon, calling him a crazy idiot. The ogre wasted no time and ripped a large tree out of the ground with a roar and was about to attack the prince with it. Riley in turn mocked him, saying that he had only pulled one tree from its roots and decided that he was now the strongest. Naini, seeing the whole scene, was scared of her master. She ran to him, but he told her no, explaining that he was alone anyway. Riley advised her to put on rain gear as it was pouring down like a bucket. The prince drew his mighty sword and smiled at the girl. She said she understood. Naini started creating a dome and asked him to be careful. Riley joked that she was worried about him. Org knocked the tree to the ground. Riley easily jumped into the tree, telling the monster to calm down. She asked him what had moved him so much. She pointed her sword at the orc and told him that he was no longer alive. The orc's eyes became increasingly filled with anger, and Riley teased him knowingly. He attacked the guy, but Riley managed to dodge. The orc didn't give up and knocked once again, and more. But Riley still managed to dodge. Org, for the umpteenth time, slammed the tree into the ground. Steam was coming out of his mouth angrily. The tree, after another blow, broke in half and left a hole underneath. Riley was breaking down and saying that he had just come to have some quiet fun, to relax after all. And that was too much. He flew straight towards the orc and wondered, what was the point of teleporting then? The prince cut the monster in half, landing on the ground itself. Org hissed one last time. Riley raised his hand, and the monster within was torn apart, now screaming in searing pain. Naini was shocked at this sight. Riley screamed and swore. There were bloodstains on him now, on his head, on his face, on his clothes. He asked what that was. He said he had wasted his time washing himself before leaving, angry at that idiot Yendal, who had brought them here on purpose. He asked how else he could explain it. Naini ran to the man and suggested that he use magic to cleanse himself of the stains. He used a purging spell and was attacked by Naini's mana. However, her magic didn't help at all. Quite the contrary. Now there were also black oil-like stains on his face. Riley was silently horrified, and Naini didn't expect this outcome. She thought it would work. Naini assured the gentleman that everything was fine. She was just dirt. At least she wasn't disgusting. Riley asked the girl how the dirt wasn't disgusting. Suddenly, Org woke up. Nini shouted that the monster was rising. Riley was shocked to see the monster rising. The prince asked who she thought had caused this. The girl offered, in this case, to break up with him herself. Riley asked since she could still ask. Nini said now she would clean everything quickly and neatly. The orc was enveloped around the entire perimeter by the girl's purple mana and didn't realize what was happening. The girl said the word eraser. Her mana had eliminated him, leaving only black light butterflies. Naini said that everything was ready, and again suggested that the prince start by wiping his face with a damp towel. Riley agreed. Someone with red hair was watching them from a distance. It was a small man with a long red headband. He was standing on a branch of one of the trees. Riley asked where they were now. Naini looked at the map and asked him to wait for a while. Naini told me that somewhere in the neighborhood there are no signposts in these parts, so it's a little difficult to tell exactly where they are. The girl turned to the gentleman who left. She told him that, as a precaution, she used search magic and that there was a place nearby where she felt someone's presence. Riley was a little surprised by this. He suggested they go there, as they had no other option. The girl agreed. However, the org formed again, seemingly out of nowhere. Her eyes glowed with anger. He hissed. He was smaller now, but no less angry. Riley exhaled and said that, as it turned out, she ended up feeling them. But something scared the girl. Riley asked if she could feel them. They were surrounded by local warriors, one of them, that red-haired man. Each of them had a bow. Riley asked who they were. He said he has been coming to Rainfield for several years in a row, but this is the first time he has seen them. The red-haired man shouted at him not to pretend he didn't know anything, screaming that they had seen everything. He turned to Naini, saying that the magic was coming out of his hands. He said it was black magic and asked if he was right. Naini was surprised to be called a black magician and intervened. She asked what they were talking about. The rain was falling on them. One of these warriors said the black mage who had been wandering around Rainfield lately. They shouted that it was her and that she didn't even dare to make excuses. The warriors said they saw dark magic flowing from their hands. They considered this irrefutable proof. One girl said she had heard that she had used purification. They asked her if she thought she hadn't realized that she had darkened it before, that she had ruined it. Riley was surprised by her conclusions. A laugh escaped his mouth. He wondered how things could have gotten so confusing. He looked at the warriors seriously and asked what he was talking about. That another dark wizard. The other warrior, with green hair, shouted at him to stop making excuses, as he knew he was in harmony with her. This was already starting to make the prince terribly angry and upset, with the veins in his face swelling. In anger, he told the warrior not to point his weapon at him. Riley emitted a sort of deadly aura. The red-haired man didn't expect something like this. He was terrified. Riley, holding back his attackers in terror, asked. He and Naini weren't supposed to know what was going on. Now in a calmer voice, the prince said that it was they who should be outraged, as they, the local warriors, were arriving here, accusing them of black magic. One of the warriors asked the other what that had been. The other replied that he had no idea, but he felt as if an oppressive aura had penetrated his entire body. Riley intervened and told them to better answer his question. Someone among the warriors shouted that this girl's mana was black in color. Riley asked, "So what if she had a dark mana color?" The redhead pointed his finger at the girl and replied that, in case Riley didn't know, this was an omen for all black magicians. The third prince asked his companion if it was true that all black magicians had black mana. The girl shook her head no. Riley turned to the red-haired man and said what he was saying he wasn't. This scared the man, and he asked what he meant by that. Riley explained to the man that this was just her quirk. He asked what she should do about it, in that case. Naini told the Lord that it was not an innate trait, but a consequence of experiments. He ignored the girl, turning back to the red-haired man. She asked him to tell her what else, besides mana, told her that she was a dark mage. The man didn't respond, and Riley asked if he had anything to say about it. He said he could see for himself that they could say no more than that. The prince stated that he was about to tell them something, and that they would think it over and respond. Riley said languidly that he could swear by her family name, the Ippolit family, that she was not a dark mage. Then he asked what they could swear on. The local warriors didn't expect any of this. One muttered that he was screwed. The other realized that this guy, an ally of a dark wizard, was of noble blood. The red-haired man was also shocked and asked what a blue-blooded man was doing in their area. Riley continued, saying that he didn't know how it worked in Rainfield, but in Solia, insulting the nobility would at least get you arrested. Then he explained that he was here because he was on vacation and wanted to rest peacefully. He asked why the hell they were here if they didn't even know who they were or why they were here. The red-haired man became more and more surprised by his words. Without waiting for any response, Riley agreed to do as they wished. The prince drew his sword. He said he would do what a real black magician would do. He would kill all the witnesses and be on his way. Nini was shocked by these statements. She asked her master to wait. The girl shouted that they would understand if she and Riley told their story. The wind had blown her hair away from her face, and now the damaged half was perfectly visible. The warriors wondered what was wrong with the girl's face. Nini heard their questions. She turned to them and came face to face. She asked me to listen to her. The red-haired man, who was a girl, was crying heavily. She covered her mouth with her hand and said, now realizing what it was like, horrified by how horrible the magic tower in Solia had become. She screamed that Astroya was an idiot and that she would have him. Naini laughed and continued to regret not knowing and accusing them of such a thing, apologizing with tears. She sobbed furiously and asked how it was possible that the girl had fallen on the wet floor. The red-haired girl begged for forgiveness, begging and pleading, saying she was wrong, tears flowing. Naini handed her a towel and told her to take it and use it. The girl thanked him. Riley looked at her disapprovingly and said that was it, and that, Just a little while ago, she was going to kill them. However, he said that what bothers him most is that her crying reminds him of a person. Naini started saying what he wanted to say. The prince remembered the old man's face as he cried over the pain and sadness he had felt while in Solia. Riley didn't let Naini finish her sentence and said yes, it was Ian. The girl finally stood up, and the other two warriors began to bow. Riley asked if they now realized they were wrong. The local warriors said yes, and apologized to Lord Riley for his rudeness. The third prince laughed and said that he had told them that 5 minutes ago, and that they hadn't believed it. He asked what had changed now. One of the warriors explained that the commander had never been mistaken before. At first, he was a little confused, but then he said that this was the commander's specialty: good intuition. The red-haired girl's commander looked away tearfully. The warriors said that they could remain calm, as they no longer suspected them. Now Riley asked who the black mage they were talking about was. The warrior said that this black magician had long ago gained notoriety, and that recently, traces of him had been discovered in the vicinity of Rainfield. With those words, the red-haired girl seemed to become sad. The warrior remembered that he had a leaflet with his description and a reward for his capture. He asked if the aristocrats would like to see him. Riley took the piece of paper and asked again what it was. The prince read aloud the lines. Characteristic: dark-colored mana. Can control the body of a dead person or other creature. One of the warriors explained that they were actually trying to reach him. The other reiterated that this black magician could control corpses. The red-haired girl confirmed his words. She lowered her head sadly. She told him that her father had been a victim of this criminal. Riley asked if he had heard wrong and if the magician really could control dead bodies. The girl said yes and started saying that he was the reason for her father's death. However, one of the warriors didn't let her finish. He interrupted her and asked everyone if they were hearing anything. He said he thought someone big was walking towards them. He was the same ogre who had already been killed twice and had a large number of scars and wounds. He growled loudly right behind Riley's back. Naini shouted to the lord that the ogre was after him. Riley drew his sword for the umpteenth time. He said it would be deafening to hear that roar. The prince brandished his powerful sword and seriously injured the ogre. The girl commander was amazed to see such a thing. She asked what it was now. The two warriors were also impressed by the prince's strength. In the forest, someone in a black cloak wondered. I went back and wondered what was wrong. If the first one had already died? Someone was angry because it was an ogre. He called him an ungrateful creature and the wizard had saved him. The man threw himself into the middle of the forest, wondering what he was talking about. He complained to himself that lately it was difficult to find a good carcass to use efficiently. Running through the forest, he told himself to look for that basilisk-like creature. It was all over. The ogre had finally been killed. Naini held the umbrella over herself and the young master. Riley was pleased, saying how good it was and enjoying the freshness. Nini wondered if it wouldn't be better to conjure a shield against the rain. Riley looked at his companion and refused, saying he didn't need it. He said it was very romantic to take shelter under an umbrella in a pouring rain. Suddenly, a red-haired girl appeared between them, happily talking about how good it was that they hadn't said goodbye yet and that they would now be by each other's side. Riley didn't look at all happy to see her again. She added that she was a little surprised to learn that that hero uncle was now working for them as a butler, to which Riley responded that he was surprised that she was moping and crying like Ian. The girl asked him to forget the matter, saying that she was now embarrassed. She handed them a small piece of paper and told them that she was now indebted to them, so they should have at least that much. The red-haired woman smiled and said that since they had been here for a month, they could come any time, and she would offer them a delicious lunch. Riley picked up a piece of paper and said, "Oh, that's great." When saying goodbye, the girl wished them a happy vacation and to have fun. Naini thanked them and wished them good luck. Nini and Riley were already leaving, walking under an umbrella in the pouring rain. Nini said that a lot had happened, but they still managed to reach their destination. There was a city in front of him. Riley was happy about that. After that, he looked at his companion with a smile on his face. Naini had said that, as they say, black follows white. She was also happy with the fresh air now. Riley was pleased, smiled, and said that the long-awaited real vacation was finally starting. Riley offered Naini to decide where they would go and where they would start the journey. The girl was already wearing the mask given by the lady. Apparently, Naini was on cloud 9, so she didn't immediately realize what the Lord wanted from her. Riley assumed she was saying she was hungry and said he knew she was, and that she needed to eat first. The third prince snatched the umbrella from Nanny's hands and shouted happily that it was time to try the traditional local dish. Nanny was a little surprised and even scared by his behavior. In fact, she didn't even know what Pajan pancakes were. Her order was ready and placed on the table. The girl looked at the food with some displeasure, and Riley, in turn, was happy that they were finally cooked. He shouted that they could eat now, telling Niney to try them. The girl looked at the plate with disgust and asked if this vomit was called food. Riley was shocked and asked what. Riley, with blank or frightened eyes, ordered his companion to immediately apologize to the pancake lovers on a rainy day. The girl wondered what the hell that was. The prince said she hadn't tried it yet, advising her to eat first and judge later. He warned her not to ask for more when she was done. Unhappy, Niney looked at the pile, holding her chopsticks. She said she was very grateful, of course, but she said this wasn't the kind of thing you wouldn't eat in Lower Solia. Riley didn't let her finish. He was screaming for her to do as he said, to finally try it. After all, the girl stuffed the food into her mouth. The taste surprised her. She had probably never tasted such delicious food before. The girl looked so pleased and surprised that roses bloomed everywhere. Naney screamed and asked what that was. Now Riley was relaxed and he knew it. He asked how she was doing, if she was okay. The girl, still with her eyes wide with surprise, replied yes, it was delicious. Riley said it was his turn. Skillfully and quickly, he picked up the noodles with his chopsticks. He looked so happy to be eating pancakes again that fireworks exploded around him. The prince said it was a real nostalgia for the old days, saying he used to eat them often back then. Naini asked, when was that time, and what were the old days? Riley took the rice wine and told the girl not to bother. He said now would be a good time to drink it. Naini held a saucer of wine in her hands and looked at it. She asked the man if that was alcohol. Riley was silent. Naini went on to say that Mistress Iris had asked her not to get drunk. Riley thought about how she was bothering him and how annoying Naini was. The girl noticed that Riley wasn't denying anything and said it must have been the alcohol. The prince replied that it was okay, that Naini wouldn't die because of this, so let her drink. Nini replied that it wasn't about whether she died or not, but about Lady Iris. Riley, once again, didn't let her finish her sentence. He encouraged her to try. He said it wouldn't hurt her if she tried. She asked if he was right. Naini looked a little disdainfully at her master. Finally, though, she took a sip. She was surprised again as the rice wine was also very tasty. Riley said, you see, Naini drank the entire portion in one gulp. The prince was shocked, as this was not at all what he expected from the girl. She took one sip after another, and Riley was even starting to stop her. Naini placed the saucer back in its place happily and loudly. He shouted that it was really incredibly delicious. Riley was shocked. Then he relaxed. They were sitting at a table near the window. Some sounds were coming from outside, the sounds of slurping. Riley looked out the window. It turned out, however, that the sounds were not coming from the street, but from a neighboring table. There was a man in a black robe sitting there, chewing and coughing as he ate his bread. It wasn't that he was giving him a bagel, he was just pushing him in. Riley was not at all pleased with this sight, as he was ruining the entire atmosphere for them. The man ate very sloppily and mumbled something. He was saying more, that he had to do more. Riley got up from the table and told the girl that if she was finished eating, it was time for them to leave. Naini happily agreed. As he walked away, Riley glanced at the black-robed man. The only consolation for the prince was the fact that he would never have to see him again. The doors closed behind them. The man finished his meal and sat back tiredly in his chair. The waiter came up to him and politely asked if it tasted good and how he would pay. Apparently, the man had completely forgotten about the payment, so he asked again. Then he said that of course he had to pay, that he could in no way act ungratefully by not giving the waiter the money. The waiter was in a good mood, said he was right, and started saying the amount that came out. However, the man didn't let him finish, and instead, a black-gloved palm hit the waiter in the face. The robed man said he was sorry that only one had been caught here. In other words, to just make a puppet. A dark manna enveloped everything. The empty plates, the tables, the room. The waiter hung on the magician's arm. The man said, "Here is your payment. Let him accept it." In response, the poor waiter could only scream. Blood spattered on the stone floor. Riley and Naini were already outside. It was still raining outside. Good thing they had an umbrella with them. The prince asked if the girl liked it. Nayini replied that she knew it was alcohol. She told him it was nothing like what they were drinking in Lower Solia. She said that was why she was so surprised. Riley responded by asking if the alcohol tasted better than theirs. The girl, a little sad, replied yes. They walked down the wet street. Riley said she was his assistant now anyway, so she shouldn't tell Mom they were drinking. He said it would be their secret. He asked if she understood. The girl sighed and said yes. Riley added that if you go to Rainfield, it's better to wear a raincoat rather than walking under an umbrella, but he forgot to pack his raincoat. The prince thought about buying one. Then he remembered that there were still 90, so it would be better to buy two. Nini was surprised by the consideration. She was silent for a while, and then she said that, for example, she liked to walk with him under the same umbrella. Suddenly the girl came to her senses. She wondered if she was drunk, if she was already talking drunken nonsense. Riley didn't understand what it was about either. Nini was worried about talking nonsense. She mentally forced herself to come to her senses. The girl explained that she would die soon anyway. Bishop Rivosa asked another priest if he had found out where Mr. Riley had gone. The priest bowed before the bishop and replied that yes, he had gone on vacation yesterday. Rivosa asked where exactly. The priest replied that they said it was for Rainfield. This made Rivosa surprised, and he even asked again. He was not happy with this information and was furious at the fact that he had to go there. The priest laughed, saying that the prince had traveled a lot. Bishop ignored him, hoping Riley hadn't run into that guy, because it takes a little longer to create enough puppets. Bishop was afraid that if Riley killed that guy, it would be a bad thing. He was afraid he was in danger. Rivosa turned and left, saying there was nothing to be done. The priest asked if the bishop was going there. Rivosa looked at him and asked if there was another option. He replied that of course he should go, because Riley was the hero the goddess had chosen. The bishop collected his thoughts and said that they had no time to talk and that they should prepare to leave. The young priest obediently obeyed the bishop. Someone called Mr. Rivosa. Rivosa even seemed happy to see the person who came, Santa Frisia. She stood right in front of him and was visibly tense. She asked if Bishop Rivosa was going to meet Mr. Riley. She said she had already told him not to touch him, that it wouldn't do him any good. Rivosa laughed in response and asked, "Is this also a prophecy?" He added that if he still doesn't do so, he will consider Frisia to be intentional. He also said that he would definitely have to meet his chosen one. He explained that Solia's fate depended on him, Riley. But he soon corrected himself, saying that not just Solia's future, but the future of the entire world. Rivosa continued saying that this man had to save the world. He asked why the saint kept telling him he should leave Riley alone. Saint Frisia was silent. She wondered what the damn Rivosa was doing. The saint, upon leaving, said that in any case she had warned them, and more than once. She reiterated that Mr. Riley should not be disturbed. Rivosa smiled surreptitiously, thanked him for the trouble, and made a low bow. The girl looked at the bishop with a sideways glance. She turned to the goddess Ironessa. She asked her what she wanted to convey with her revelations about Bishop Rivosa. Riley and Nini were in a huge library. Nini marveled at the fact that it was raining all the time, all day, and that the books, even though they were wet, were in immaculate condition. Riley was surprised by what she had noticed. He explained that the people here had developed the magic of keeping things in perfect condition. Nayini also asked how it was possible that it rained every day. Riley responded that he no longer knew that. The prince said he didn't know what the rules were, but suggested we have fun. He said reading a book to the sound of rain was a heavenly experience. The girl looked at the books with interest. Riley said they would do this. They would split up, each choose a book, and meet in the center of the library. Nini was not happy about this, and was surprised because she was supposed to be protecting her master. Riley asked if she thought he needed protection. The girl replied no, but still. Riley interrupted her again and said that if she understood him, then she should go and choose a book. He added that whoever chose first would get the reading seats for both of them. The girl walked through the rows, thinking about what book she wanted to read, but Nini didn't know. She wondered what books were here. She said that everything she had read in the Wizard Tower were magic spell books. Nini was surprised that there was even a book to read on how to make Page-and pancakes. Someone called for Nini. The girl turned around and saw a red-haired girl next to her. She says it was her, Nini, after all. The girl asked why Nini had left her master alone and was here. Nayani called her Mistress Nara Vasiliska. She hid the book behind her back and asked him why he was here. She replied that she wanted to look for information about black magicians. She said she thought it might help her in some way. Nara asked what Nayani's books were. There were 2 books. One was called The Alcohol Fairy, Magical Hangover Tricks 101, and the other was called The Alcohol Fairy, Pajon Pancakes That Will Sober You Up in No Time 101. Nara says Nayani is a drinking person. Nayani denied it. She justified it by saying that she thought it would be useful to learn magic to help her stay sober. Nara says okay, and also reminds Nayani not to forget her promise. She invited her and Riley to go again. Nayani coughed and started to say something but was interrupted by some shouting. Nayani and Nara turned around in surprise. Nara asked if Nayani had heard about it. Nayani replied yes, she had heard it too. The scream was repeated, but this time it seemed louder. They left the line of books and Nara asked the maid where the gentleman was. Nayani told him that they had agreed to meet at the library center. She also said she thought they should look there first. Nara said he knew the way and they ran. Nayani asked the girl what she thought about the screams. What could have happened? Nara replied that she couldn't be sure of anything, but that she had a bad feeling. They turned somewhere, and the red-haired girl said they were almost there. She told Nayani to come back as soon as she had checked the entire central lobby. She said she had to find the master first. Now they were in a room where there were the corpses of several young people, boys and girls, with a lot of blood around them, spread across the floor and shelves. The girls were horrified and Nara asked what it was about. Nayani covered her mouth with her hands and asked who could have done such a thing. She looked at one of the corpses, which was still bleeding from the eyes and mouth. Nayani felt the magic and was even more amazed. She said this to Nara, who turned around and, shocked, asked again. Nayani reflected that she hadn't heard any explosions or anything like that, had she? She wondered if the wizard could have suppressed the sound. She wondered what kind of scream they had heard before. But one thing she was sure of. Nayani knew that the skills of whoever had conjured all of this were of an extremely high level. The girl turned to Nara. She told him to think of Mr. Riley now, to picture him in his mind. Nara didn't understand what she was getting at or why she was doing that, so she asked a lot of questions. Nayani didn't respond to any of them, just shouted that she would stop talking and for Nara to do so quickly. In the end, the girl agreed. She closed her eyes and tried to remember Riley. Meanwhile, Nayani used her magic eye. She saw her master. Nayani was surprised by something. It looked like Riley was on the first floor. She told Nara that it appeared the gentleman was now on the first floor of the library. The red-haired girl opened her eyes. Nayani meticulously asked where the stairs were to climb. But Nara didn't respond at first. She asked her to wait and said that maybe she knew whose footprints were. The girl looked up and down at the breathless boy's feet and was talking about the dark spots on the corpse. Some of the dead rose and growled languidly. Nara said they were the reanimated dead. The girl looked terribly angry. Her already red eyes glowed with anger. She gritted her teeth, telling Nayani that the black maid she was looking for was here. The girl looked terribly angry. Her already red eyes glowed with anger. She gritted her teeth, telling Nayani that the black mage she was looking for was here. Nara told him that her father's killer was the one who turned her brothers into monsters. She was sure he was somewhere. Nayani turned to Lady Nara, who said it was very dangerous here. The girl suggested that Nara find Mr. Riley first and then go to a safe place. Nara remained silent. Then she said that if there was a true hero here, he would have evacuated other people first. She added that her father would also have done the same. Finally, she shouted for Nayani to go look for the gentleman while she looked for the people in case anyone was still here. Nayani understood and asked her to be careful. Finally, the girl found her master and called him. Riley was a little surprised to see Nayani here. The girl stood next to him, breathing heavily as she was in a great hurry. Riley asked if she had already chosen one, and also if they had agreed to meet in the main hall. Nayani started telling him what the deal was. She said something terrible had happened in the library. Her words shocked the prince, and he asked what had happened. Nayani shouted that a black magician was in the room and that he was up to something nasty. Riley asked what she was talking about and who the black mage was. She asked if you remembered the ogre that had chased them into Rhinefield Forest. The third prince replied yes and said that he thought he had killed him then and that he had been resurrected. Nayani said the same thing had happened in the library now. The dead bodies had come to life and were roaming all over the library. She shouted that they had to leave immediately. Riley talked about the dead bodies. Then he went to the fence and looked down. From there, two dead library employees looked at him. Upon realizing that they were looking at a warm body, they roared and crowded towards the prince. Riley leaned against the fence, her body shaking. Nini started to worry about him, asking what was wrong. The prince said he felt like they were in some kind of zombie movie. Naini again did not understand what the gentleman was saying. Riley got up and went somewhere and asked if the high-pitched scream he had heard was related to that. Nini replied that she thought so. The zombie growled and attacked from behind. Riley told Nani that he generally understood what had happened. Riley hit him with a book right in the middle of the forehead, and the other, now finally, fell to the ground. Prince said he didn't think the situation was so serious that he had to run to him with all his strength. He turned to Nini. Behind him, lying on the floor, the former library employee, were two others. Meanwhile, Nara was wiping the sweat from her forehead and saying that she had finally solved the problem. Someone with white shoes entered the office. Now she wanted to find the black magician. The girl was left alone in the spacious hallway. She remembered how, when she was just a little girl, her father had stood in front of her, defending her and yelling, calling the black magician an underling, asking why he was doing this to them. The black magician, the man in the black robe, laughed and said that he would end their suffering, that they would become soldiers in his army. How little Nara cried and begged her daddy to run away quickly, while her father screamed that he had killed Uncle Teo and Sister Lana, while the little red-haired girl cried saying that they couldn't die like this, while her father gravely told Nara that someone had to stop him. Then, she touched her father's hand one last time. She remembered his smiling, hurt face when he told her to run, that at least she would be saved. The girl gathered all her fighting spirit into a fist and told herself that she would definitely find her father's killer and avenge him. Nara focused on the black magician's thoughts. Suddenly, a familiar voice scolded her and shouted this, which was too much. The girl reacted quickly to that voice. It was the black mage shouting, asking where Rainfield's damn clouds book was. He was yelling at the three library employees, saying they were of no use to him. He called them ungrateful bastards. They said he had recovered their brains, brought them back to life, and they couldn't find a single book for him. One of the young men handed him a book. The wizard was surprised and took the book. When he picked up the book and realized it was the right book, he applauded and praised the boy, saying that finally someone had found it. He shouted that he was doing a great job and should keep it up. Nara looked at him and wondered, could he really be the black magician? He flipped through the book and said that, with her help, he would rain acid on Rainfield. The girl was horrified when she heard her plans. She was very angry with him, shouting at him to repeat what she had just said. He ignored her, shouted triumphantly, and laughed that a few hundred more warriors would be added to the army. The black magician said that all this was to end his suffering. Nara was about to attack him, but he managed to escape. White shoes touched the puddle. Naini and Mr. Riley left the library and were walking down the stone stairs. It was still raining heavily outside. Naini turned to the gentleman, but he told her not to say anything. Nara suddenly appeared behind them and called out to Ippolita-san. When Riley responded, she said that she still remembered how he had killed the ogre with a single blow. Riley recognized her and asked her name again. She didn't respond, but said she had just seen the black magician in the library. She said that before he disappeared, he had managed to take the book, The Clouds of Rainfield, with him. Riley listened to her in silence, and in the process, several hundred people died. The girl clenched her trembling fist and said that he was also talking some nonsense about praying to get rid of suffering. She finally looked up, her eyes filling with tears. She said that she could see that he was strong and therefore strong. Riley looked at her seriously. She asked if he could help them. She looked up. The girl was crying and said she could see they were strong and therefore they weren't caring. Riley looked at her seriously. Nara asked if they could help them. Tears fell from her eyes and she said that if the black mage succeeded in his plan and acid rain fell on Rainfield, like those people in the library, everyone would transform. She wasn't finished yet. Riley said that everyone would become puppets and asked if that was what the girl meant. Nara replied yes, that was it. The prince resented the fact that wherever he went, there were bastards like this everywhere. However, he ended up saying that it hadn't even been a week since his vacation and therefore he couldn't help them. But the red-haired girl's commander didn't give up and said that this black magician had killed her father. Riley didn't mind or care. He replied that he was sorry, but he was on vacation. He said he was sorry, but he was on vacation. Riley was walking away, and Nani and Nara were still standing on the steps. Nani tried to call her master, but she wasn't very good at it. He and Naini were standing at the fruit counter, Riley pointing his finger at something. His thoughts, however, were that he wouldn't think about it, because it wasn't his business. Meanwhile, Nara has been actively distributing wanted flyers in an attempt to attract the attention of local residents. Naini was pointing the finger at her, but all Riley could think about was the fact that he had narrowly escaped a coveted vacation trip for the first time in a long time. He told himself he didn't want to get involved in dark and boring stories. The prince knew that all he really wanted to do was just enjoy his vacation and have fun. This venture made Riley extremely happy, while Nara was running around the city in the exact opposite mood of the prince. The word fun once again echoed in the third son's mind. He and Naini stopped, and she asked if the gentleman was having fun. Riley was silent, his lips pursed, and there were doubts within the prince. And Nara and his 2 warriors were still distributing advertisements in the rainy city. The day changed to night. The candles on the street lamps were lit, and the rain continued to fall. Nara stopped at one of them. She sighed as she said that she had finally found him. The girl swatted at the man in the black robe that covered her body so that only a smile was visible. The wizard asked who she was. Nara did not respond, but said that he apparently had not yet finished preparing for the acid rain over the city. She also said it was no big deal since she would cut off his bloody head before he could do anything. The man in black laughed and asked if she was really going to cut off his head. He asked a second time who she was. The girl's eyes burned with rage and she screamed that she had come to avenge the murder of her entire family. The wizard seemed to recognize Naru. He remembered those eyes. He shouted that he remembered them clearly. The girl was shocked and asked again. He replied that he remembered her family's eyes as their bodies were embraced by his fire. He shouted that even if he really wanted to, he would never forget that look. He saw the girl's eyes, and the eyes of her relatives appeared in his mind. He said he didn't think anyone would survive. The dark wizard said it was revenge. He asked if he was right. The boy said that he had given these people immortality, and they were so ungrateful. Nara was more than irritated and shouted at him to shut up. The wizard asked what was wrong. He was starting to ask something calmly. He asked if she would like to taste his fire too. The girl got into a fighting stance with disdain in her eyes. The wizard was happy with the great chance he had of killing the only one who had managed to escape. The girl and the warrior behind were surprised by something. A purple aura appeared in the sky. The wizard raised his hand. A few seconds later, his hand was lowered. A weak man appeared nearby, his nose and mouth running. Nara was stunned to see the man standing in front of her. Her knees rose. Her own father stood before her. The magician announced that he was there. A long-awaited meeting after so many years. The girl was horrified, and the magician kept saying how moving it was and that he was going to cry. He said his appearance had certainly deteriorated over time. He said that despite this, she recognized him because they were related. Nara grabbed his weapon tighter and threw himself at the wizard, saying he would kill him. Flying and screaming that she was going to kill him. Kill him! The wizard mocked her and talked about how scared he was. The arrow hit someone nearby, but not the boy. The wizard laughed and said that he had helped her find her father. He said she was really very ungrateful. The streetlights went out. A brilliant fireworks display began. The girl flew to the wizard from above. Naini, Riley, and the locals were fascinated by the evening show. The prince and Naini were silent, while the people around them marveled at the fireworks, talking about how beautiful and cool it was. The third prince was silent. Then, monotonously, he told Naini how much fun it was and asked how she was getting on. The girl was surprised by Riley's response and didn't respond. And Riley, without waiting for an answer, said that he probably expected too much and was therefore disappointed. Finally, Naini replied that, in fact, she was not having fun at all. Riley smiled and asked why. Naini asked if her master didn't know. Riley said yes. The girl said they should probably leave after all. However, the prince concentrated and said that there was an insect before his eyes, and it was still not clear to him whether he would bite it or not. Nara fought the wizard. However, he didn't seem to care about anything. He said he thought she was excellent. He shouted that their whole family was excellent. The guy suggested we try adding people. Dead people began to appear in Nara. She screamed that he was a scoundrel and that he should die soon. Nara pointed his scythe at the wizard, and the wizard, smiling happily, asked if he would regret it. Mana put her arms around Nara's father's neck. The the dark wizard placed him right in front of him, so much so that he was pierced by his own daughter's cold weapon. The immortal screamed in pain, although blood was already pouring from his eyes. Nara was horrified by this turn of events and called her father. The girl still held the gun that had pierced her closest person, her father. The wizard urged her that even if she were to take revenge, she couldn't really hurt her own father. The girl shouted for him to stop talking nonsense, and suddenly an arrow flew into her father's hand. It was the green-haired warrior who shouted for Nara to come to her senses soon, as her father had died a long time ago. Now the wizard finally saw the enemy's ally, he said when he realized where he was hiding. He formed a sphere, from which magical arrows flew towards the warrior. The warrior tried to contain them with his hand, as he was in pain. The dark wizard talked about how terrible this was, as her archer had attacked him. He said it was a terrible misfortune. He also suggested that the warrior look at her companions, as they seemed to be insanely busy at the moment. The warrior noticed that the people around her were zombified. He shouted to the female commander that they could surround them. She shouted that they had better leave. Nara responded by shouting that she couldn't because he was her father. The girl was more than irritated, and two zombies were running towards her from behind, growling fiercely. Her green-haired warrior shouted, warning her. The magician in turn was laughing. His body was shaking. He screamed if she could actually stab her own father. The boy's words made the girl terribly angry. The magician added oil to the fire, saying that it would be ungrateful of her to do so. The girl got up from the wet floor and interrupted the boy. Nara flew towards the wizard at lightning speed, pointing his sharp staff at him. She screamed angrily at him to shut his ugly mouth. Upon seeing all this, the warrior was terrified and shouted for the girl to stop before it was too late. But it seemed that no one was listening to him anymore. The wizard, in response to her attack, just smiled. Nara threw his cold, deadly weapon directly at the man. In the neck, in the throat. Blood gushed out and he groaned at the excruciating pain, but he wasn't wearing a hood, because he ended up being Nara's father again. The unfortunate girl was astonished as she had hurt her loved ones again instead of that damned psychopath. From above, right above Nara's head, a cloud of black mana was forming. The wizard cast the air hammer spell. The dark magic rushed directly towards the stunned commander girl. The warrior was terrified and called for Naru. The air hammer hit the poor thing, knocking her to the cold, damp ground. The warriors, scared and shocked at the same time, ran to the commander and asked if she was okay. And the black magician, absolutely calm and satisfied, was telling them that they had reached the limit, the point of no return, and that they therefore needed to be granted immortality. He said he had just finished all the preparations. The green-haired warrior seemed to understand what the man was talking about. The magician happily poured his face into Rainfield's nightly downpour and shouted that henceforth this town and its inhabitants would live forever. And then they would all be one step closer to freedom from their wearying misery. When his face was completely wet, without ever showing it, he covered it with the hood and began the countdown. Nara couldn't do anything anymore. The poor girl was sitting on the ground, and the warriors around her were terrified. They knew that the dark wizard's nightmarish plans were about to come to fruition. The city was being watered by perhaps the last clear, cool rain. People strolled casually under umbrellas as the magician continued counting. Nara begged him to stop, but there was a resounding, and let it rain. The magician raised his hands. It seemed that the lightning that hit the sky was coming directly from his body. But something went wrong. The rain turned into something else. Nara, the warriors, and the mage looked questioningly at the dark sky. The wizard didn't see what the problem was either. The raindrops seemed to freeze in space. Now everything seemed so peaceful. The red-haired girl had never seen anything like this before, she said, as the drops froze. Suddenly, someone stood up from the ground with force and said that they had finally found them. Of course it was the third prince, with his sword ready, and he flew straight at the wizard, saying that he had found him, the disgusting idiot. Children on the city streets told their mothers that they were amazed at how the raindrops miraculously froze in the air. Shocked residents came out of their homes as no one had ever seen anything like this before. They were scared because they didn't understand what was happening or if it was good. The little boy was mesmerized by the raindrops that reflected the salute lights and said he didn't know what that was, but that it was really very beautiful. Someone told someone to watch the rain as it was starting to return. The boy's mother and the man were fascinated by the beauty of the phenomenon. The night was truly magical, and the brightly colored fireworks and raindrops still enveloped the city at night. Riley realized that this meant Naini had made it after all. The wizard asked the prince who he was, saying that he was suddenly brandishing a sword in front of his nose, but he didn't even bother to introduce himself. Riley wondered if the dark wizard was asking him. The prince was also wearing a hood. He didn't wait for an answer because it was obvious, and said he didn't even know if he needed to know about it because it was no use. Nara was extremely surprised. She didn't expect to see Mr. Riley here. The girl wondered what he was doing here. Riley told the wizard that he had been preparing for so long and that all his efforts had been in vain in the end. He asked how he felt, if he liked the feeling. The dark wizard seemed to be very hurt by the words, kitten. He even got angry. His face wasn't so satisfied now, and he didn't have a sneaky smile on his face. The boy denied the prince's words. He didn't want to believe it. Suddenly he shouted that this rain, these clouds. She shouted that he dared to stop them all from praying their way out of suffering, didn't he? Riley asked in response why he was acting offended. He said he wouldn't have done it if he, the black magician, hadn't ruined his vacation. The third prince's eyes became emotionless and cold, and he remembered that he wanted to say something else. He telepathically ordered Nini to act. The wizard turned back, horrified. And Nara noticed those raindrops. Therefore, it is Nini's work. The dark wizard tried to catch the distant raindrops and shouted, "No, these raindrops! Where is the rain?" He cursed the ungrateful newfound adversary. Riley was surprised that the wizard still dared to call him ungrateful, saying this when he himself had ruined his vacation. The wizard was overcome by magical power, calling the guy an ungrateful puppy. Riley seemed to have dug her feet harder into the ground, to the point of sparks. Someone behind him shouted at him to be careful, as the wizard still had many puppets. Riley ignored him, but didn't stop listening. The prince laughed, saying that this black magician had an unusual talent, but he knew it, which, of course, is a great talent. His bright blue mana swirled around Ippolit's third son. From all sides, screaming zombies rushed at him. The prince finished the sentence by saying that, although the wizard was good, he was also good. He is not a coward. Upon hearing these words, Riley tore the dead men apart in a single movement, killing them for good. The wizard was irritated by the fact that he was ungrateful. He spawned new immortal dead and said he couldn't let this go. Now, there was an ogre in front of them. He had been tortured for a few deaths, but he was still scary to see. There was also a goblin near him, which was an order of magnitude smaller than the ogre. But the psychopath didn't stop there. He even had his own wizard in his arsenal. Riley was interested. They attacked the prince in every possible way, but he just dodged easily and said he was sorry, that all the local dark wizard could do was play puppets. This had already infuriated the previously cheerful wizard to the extreme, and he asked how this impudent man had dared to say such a thing about him. Riley stood in a circle of monsters and dead men with different abilities, and said if he wanted to show off his skills, one of the zombies roared horribly loud. Riley smiled and said that for that, he should be able to do at least that much. Something happened. For the umpteenth time, Nara wondered, dumbfounded, if he would really be able to control them now. The prince said that he had tried to do it without mana. He asked the sinister wizard how he was doing and what he had to say about it. Riley seemed terribly excited about the poor wizard. His eyes were reading him. He shouted that the stranger had no right and asked, horrified, what to say about their prayer. The prince replied that he must die soon and brandished his mighty sword. The drops in front of the black-haired Nara's eyes separated due to the shockwave. Riley said that the crazy man had finally been caught, and the wizard was already flying immobilized off the cliff where he was standing. Only pathetic fragments of tissue and mana remained of him on the mountain. The dead man's disguises also began to evolve after the death of his creator. Nara looked at her poor father's shadow. She cried for what she hoped was now his soul, finally resting in peace. Riley wasn't particularly moved by the whole scene. All he could think about was whether Nini was handling the situation. The girl's mouth was already bleeding, but she was smiling. Nini stood near the church bell, which is very high, and held the raindrops. She thought about how nice it would be to hold them silently like that. Her mana began to bend and break horribly, and the girl realized that no, she had used too much cleansing magic. The blood had already formed a puddle on the stone floor and continued to flow. Nini realized that if she continued like this, her mana would run out much faster than she could. She decided, in this case, to push back the clouds that still had something. It was extremely difficult and she had to force herself to concentrate. Nini finally exhaled, happy that she had managed to clear the clouds in time. And the people below were still marveling at the beauty of today's incredible night. The girl was satisfied that she had managed to save those people. She told herself that she had saved them, that she had succeeded after all. Morning arrived, with light rain, falling like a bucket, which is very unusual in Rainfield. The wind picked up in some newspapers. Naini took the letter, which said that a very strange phenomenon had been noticed in the city, that the rain had suddenly subsided and that drops of water had begun to rise, and that the vision that opened before the people of the city had become the most important topic of discussion and the headline in every newspaper today. The girl wanted to give it to the man, but he told her to give up. However, Naini was not listening to what he was saying. She was considering something in the text. She had read that the dark wizard who had been seen in the library yesterday had not been captured. The newspaper said that the injured and the relatives of the dead were extremely outraged and blamed the library guard for incompetence. Naini informed the prince that the press ended up writing that the wizard could not be captured. Riley said the basilisk team appeared to have followed him. The prince even considered their work good. Naini replied that personally, she felt he should give him the credit. Riley asked if she was going to do the same, to irritate him like Ian liked to do. Naini felt a little embarrassed and said, of course she wouldn't do that. She looked pleased and said she was very happy that they saved innocent people. She said that she was very happy and that it would be great if the prince could share her joy. Riley didn't respond at all, then waved his hand and said, come over here. The poor girl was afraid she had said the wrong thing again. She started to apologize, as she would have to be scolded again. However, Riley, unexpectedly for the girl, grabbed her by the shoulder. She asked what was going on. Riley seemed friendly and even smiled. He said he didn't think he had told her about it yet. Riley said she did a good job. These words impressed the girl, and he asked her to continue to be as diligent. Naini calmly agreed. Riley turned his attention back to his drink and added that he was certainly full too. However, it seemed to him that Naini was enjoying the vacation much more than he was. Now, Naini lowered her head and apologized louder. The prince laughed at her, apologizing again. He also reminded her that she would have to return soon. He said everyone should be worried. Nini looked up in surprise. She looked very strange, the water on her face mixed with sweat, and she raised her head to the sky. Riley didn't realize what was wrong with her. He asked more seriously what she was doing all of a sudden. Naini turned to the gentleman, and he replied, the girl said nervously that she and he had completely forgotten about each other. Riley found her behavior very strange and asked what they had forgotten. He hesitated for a moment. Then Riley replied that after all, they didn't seem to have forgotten anything. The girl was holding something in her hands, said no, that's it, they didn't care. At first, Riley didn't notice who hadn't been called. It was then that Naini finally explained about the house. She said that since they had come to Rainfield, they had never contacted the house, never called them. Riley was horrified, and he had completely forgotten about that, hadn't he? With trembling hands, the girl held out a mirror to the prince and reminded him that they had promised to communicate through this thing. The two were equally confused, with Riley asking how they should be and what to do now. The prince screamed that it was all her fault, that she was the one who should have gotten involved. The girl screamed for him to forgive her, for him to forgive her. Behind Naini was the image of a disgruntled mother. Riley ordered for starters to stop apologizing and turn the thing on. The girl agreed. In the mirror on the other side, Solia's, was the reflection of Lady Iris, who didn't look as friendly and cheerful as usual. She sarcastically asked who was calling, if it was Riley. Now the three of them were smiling at each other. The atmosphere was terribly depressing. The madame asked if her son would like to explain why it had taken him so long to contact them. In the mirror on the other side, Solia's, was the reflection of Lady Iris, who didn't look as friendly and cheerful as usual. She sarcastically asked who was calling, if it was Riley. Now the three of them were smiling at each other. The atmosphere was terribly depressing. The madam asked if her son would like to explain why it had taken him so long to contact them. Riley started to waver, said he would explain right away, which was pretty much it. He wondered if he should tell her. The prince swallowed with difficulty. Now Mrs. Iris turned her attention to Naini, asking why she was so quiet. Naini hurriedly replied. Ms. Iris noticed that they were silent and even thought that they might be having communication problems, but Naini assured her that everything was fine. Riley didn't understand why she had done this and asked if she didn't have a pot to boil. He screamed about the fact that she had read so many books and still had no brains. Naini wanted to object, but the prince interrupted her with a question about whether she thought it was all her fault. The girl said no, not at all. Lady Iris could no longer hear this and sighed heavily. Her mother asked if they were okay, if nothing had happened. Naini said everything was fine. Nothing had happened and she could guarantee it. Lady Iris said it had calmed her down a little. However, nothing is that easy. Behind Madam was Ian. The old man was crying. He was sobbing and asking if they were okay. Riley replied that he would be back soon anyway. Jan was cool with that. They also apologized to the old man and the lady for calling so late. Lady Iris finally relaxed and returned to her normal appearance, saying that she was glad that Riley understood. She added that he would know what to do after apologizing, right? Riley responded that he was sure and that it wouldn't happen again. The lady said that what he remembered was good. She said they would be waiting for him at home and that he should come back soon. Suddenly, Sarah appeared next to Ms. Iris and asked to wait for a while, as she would like to talk to Naini for a moment. Naini turned pale and greeted Lady Sarah. Riley laughed at this and told Sarah to show Naini where the crayfish were. The maid turned to the poor girl. She got a little angry, telling the girl that even if the gentleman had completely forgotten, she was still obligated to contact the house. Naini apologized silently. Sarah shouted that it was Mr. Riley who had gone on vacation, not Naini. Naini bowed and apologized, saying she was sorry. Sarah exhaled and asked if she had seen the fireworks. Naini replied yes. The maid asked how she was. The girl began to remember the beauty of that night and she can say it's the most beautiful thing he's ever seen in his life. The rain continued to cover the street lights. Meanwhile, Bishop Ravosa remained on that same cliff, the battlefield. There was still a trace of the dark mage's blood and mana there. The bishop ran his finger over it and told himself that he had warned Urieli, hadn't he? I warned him not to meddle. He squeezed the magician's mana into his fist and said it was all to pray for freedom from suffering. The bishop realized that he needed to be much more careful now. The heavy wooden doors opened ahead. Could this really be the place? Nara entered and looked around. She turned her attention to something. At Riley and Naini's house, she greeted him and told him that they hadn't seen each other in a while. She said she came because she wanted to talk to him. Suddenly, the prince asked why. The girl started to say something. Nara revealed that she looks like a human but is actually something else. She was told that she was the only remaining member of her basilisk family, that her family had been greatly helped during the Great War by the famous heroic successor Jan. Riley tried to remember something related to this, to Ian, to Basilisk. He wondered what was wrong and what he needed. The girl began to respond that if he didn't mind, she would like to go with them. Riley responded shortly, no. She asked again as she only wanted to see Mr. Yang once. The prince asked her why she wanted to see him. The girl took out some kind of bag and said it was her father's request. She said that before he died, he had said that she wanted to see Mr. Yang again. She wants to scatter his ashes after seeing Mr. Yang. She pleaded with the prince so hard that she fell to her knees. This surprised the workers and everyone became alert. Nara screamed for them to take her with them to Solia. The carriage was already traveling along the rainy path. Nara was handling the horses and was extremely happy as she was excited about the fact that they were finally leaving. But Riley wasn't happy at all. He said that one look at her and she should meet Ian. They cry the same way. The tears of the two were isolated, said Naini, very pleased that his mood had improved a little. Her hands were shaking. Riley turned to Naini. The girl lowered her head, and he wondered where she got that shiver from. She did not respond to the prince, and he called her again. Naini thought that perhaps it was because she had used a lot of mana recently. The prince called Naini for the third time and she finally responded. He asked if she was feeling unwell. She replied no, that she was fine. She replied no, that she was fine. Naini asked Riley if he remembered the conversation she had with Mrs. Nara yesterday. She reminded him that she had also told him about the Basilisk family. This interested the prince, and he said he had been meaning to ask her. Naini said they can recognize a person's ability and the kind of energy they have. Riley said it was true, that they recognize the nature of mana, something like that. Now Nara had already intervened, saying that yes, they don't judge a person by their appearance but by their inner energy. She told me that there were red, blue, and white energies, but there was also a dark purple one, and that black magician from Rainfield had exactly that energy. Riley was surprised by the information about the purple-colored mana and asked him to tell her what she knew about it. The girl replied yes, but it would be worth the wait. The horses were going very fast. And then they slowed down and someone shouted, "Wow, what a crowd!" He was a large, muscular man with a long mustache. He wore some kind of strange armor. He asked if this was Captain Thunder Rock. He was going crazy with how small the world was because 6 months later they met again. He asked if she was coming from Rhinefield. He went to Nara, who called him Kaval, and asked if he was going there. He replied yes, that they had said that an old friend of his had arrived there and that therefore he was going there. Nara asked if he knew there was a rumor that a suspicious person was roaming around, a priest of some kind. She suspected it could be him. Kaval tensed. He asked if she was out of her mind and what kind of priest she was. Then he noticed the people in the carriage and asked who was traveling with it. Perhaps someone from a noble family, judging by the transportation. Nara asked him kindly not to stick his nose where he didn't belong. Riley looked sternly at Kaval. The man laughed and said that, judging by the expression on his face, the boy had an explosive temper. He noticed the pattern on the carriage and said that it was probably an aristocrat from a noble family in Ippolit. Nara advised him to temper his curiosity and get out of her sight as quickly as possible. Kaval laughed and said he understood. 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 After that, he shouted that they would see each other again. Nara told him that the purple mana types were disgusting. The carriage asked if he also had purple mana and if they were so common. The girl replied no, and that so far she had only met 4 people like that. She told me about one of them in an unnamed village, and another. This is a priest she met by chance in Rainfield, and also that bald mustache they had just met in the forest. Well, the 4th is a black magician. Riley said there were only 4 of them. Nara said he didn't know for sure, but that he had met 4 so far. He said there could be someone else. The Bishop of Rivosa was near Cavalis. The big man turned to him and said that they had now reached Ivriol. Kaval called the dark wizard a fool as he was always in the way. He asked the bishop how long it would take. He said his condition was serious, so it could take a while. He couldn't say for sure. Kaval was angry that without his left arm, they could no longer fight like they used to. Rivosa told him to calm down first. The big man shouted about how the bishop could ask him to calm down as they needed his left hand. He asked how they would be without her. He slammed his huge weapon on the ground. Kaval was terribly irritated that the other 2 idiots hadn't shown up. The bishop replied that they were resolving matters that required intellectual ability, which was why they could not come, and therefore asked for Kaval's understanding. The big man asked what was wrong with his right arm. Here, however, Rivosa was no longer on the circuit. Kaval swore and called them all ungrateful creatures. He asked Rivosa what they should do now. Rivosa responded that he didn't know, but that it would probably be a start. He said they should start solving their problems slowly and move on. Kaval growled that in that case, the prayer time would be moved. Rivosa said they will patch up his left arm and wait for the right moment. It was already a bright morning and the carriage was parked in front of Ippolit Manor. The passengers were happy to finally get home. There was no threatening rain here. The weather was clear and sunny. Naini was also happy to be home again. Ian was already running towards them. Naini greeted him. The latter, as usual, threw himself into the young gentleman's arms in tears. Riley told him to calm down, he's here. He asked the old man to finally let him go. Ian shouted and asked if the prince could imagine how worried he was about them. He wiped away his sobs with his shirt sleeve. A red-haired girl looked at him in surprise. Nara wondered if this was the mercenary hero Ian. The 3rd prince was telling the old man that he had had enough of shedding tears, that it was time for him to come to his senses. Finally, he pointed to a girl who was standing next to him and said that they had a guest and that she had come to talk to him, to Jan. Jan asked who the guest was. He seemed to recognize the girl. The old man said he couldn't believe it. Riley didn't let him finish, but he said yes, it was her. Now Nara turned to the great mercenary hero. The girl said she was honored to meet him. Nara wanted to introduce herself, but Ian asked if she was from the Basilisk family. She replied yes. Inside the mansion, on a table, was Nara's father's gunpowder bag. Jan said that meant that was how it was after all. Gap had been killed by the Black Magician. Ian was sad and said that the Black Magician had taken many lives of those who were very dear to him. He told the girl he attested that Gap was an excellent mercenary. The old man said that was why she, Nara, could be proud of her father, and that she was good because she had been through a lot alone. The girl cried. Now Ian turned to Riley and said that as soon as the Earl arrived, he would inform the prince that Captain Thunder Rock had come to visit them. Riley asked what he meant by as soon as he arrived, if his father had gone somewhere else. Jan said yes. Indeed, 2 days ago, he received a message from Solya Castle and left immediately. The old man said that it looks like someone is trying to attack Solya's borders. The prince asked what had happened to his brothers. The old man said that they had stayed behind because the house could not be left unattended. Riley asked if his mom was home. The elderly man said yes, and that he had something to say. Suddenly, the prince turned around abruptly, feeling something. He asked aloud what was wrong. The prince was very worried. There was a plate on the floor, broken. Riley called out to Nini, who had dropped him. The girl looked at her hands in surprise. They were shaking violently, so violently that they couldn't even hold a plate. Upon realizing her condition, Riley ran to the kitchen where Nini was. He grabbed the girl and said what a body she was. She was shaking all over. Nini, however, replied that it was fine, that she would clean everything immediately and that he should not pay any attention to it. Riley held the girl's hand and firmly asked her what she was going to clean with those shaking hands. Nini couldn't respond but muttered something to herself. Nini looked extremely upset and apologized. She said she would try even harder from now on, that she would do her best. She said, "That's why, please." She said, "Please don't leave her." They were already sitting on the floor. Riley was calling her, asking if she could hear him, asking her to wake up. The prince called louder, but she did not respond. Nini woke up and opened her eyes a little. Riley and Endel were there. The dragon asked once again what the name of the prince's maid was. He replied that her name was Nini. Riley asked what he thought. Endel replied that she looked like a mess, and that, in her condition, she would only last until the fall. Prince said she constantly repeated that everything's fine, even when she couldn't support herself. He said he didn't understand why you couldn't just call in sick and take a vacation. Endel replied that there are different people in this world, some who bear pain and carry all the burdens to the end. Yes, there are some stupid people, like Nini, for example. Riley knew that, under the guise of Beck, he was like that too, thinking that he had to save the world, that he had to live up to expectations, and so he worked tirelessly for the good of people. However, everything that his self-sacrifice brought about can be described in just a few words. He was simply torn apart. Endel observed Nini sleeping with Riley and said that humans were certainly incredible creatures. He suggested that perhaps they did this because their lives were so terribly short. Riley agreed with that. He remembered the girl's words that she would be happy if he could also feel this joy. The prince knew that she had used a lot of mana in Rainfield, and therefore the already short time granted to her had become even shorter. He turned to Endel, asking if he remembered asking for Nini to be given to him. Endel remembered offering to teleport them once in exchange for that girl. He shouted that of course he remembered and asked if he wanted to give her up. Riley was very surprised by his assumptions, asked why, and explained that that wasn't what he meant. Endel asked what to do then. They turned to the girl again and the prince asked him to save her. The apples appeared on the big tree. Nini watched them from her window, but she was also looking at Riley, sitting next to the tree as usual. She knew she was starting to get cold, and sleeping out in the open like this could catch a cold in no time. But Riley was awake, which surprised the girl a lot. Something had changed a lot. Some tall buildings appeared behind us. Nini wondered what this was and what this strange feeling was. In fact, she was in the middle of huge skyscrapers that were not seen in her world. There were cars driving there that she still knew nothing about, and these buildings in general were something wild for her. People were standing at the crosswalk, but one of them really stood out, and Nini wondered, was he really the gentleman? Beck looked terribly angry, he shouted. Riley was screaming loudly and defending herself against something, trying to cover herself with her arms. Nini, despite her deplorable condition, immediately left her quarters and ran to the young master, worried, and called him. The discomfort wouldn't let her get there in silence. Her insides stabbed her, and the girl had to stop and wince in pain. Then Jan came up from behind and took her by the shoulder, telling Nain that she should rest today. Ian explained that Sarah had said that Nini was not feeling well. Nini lied, saying everything was fine and she was perfectly fine. She walked away from Ian, and he asked if it was true. He looked at the girl and asked if it was for nothing that she was shaking like an aspen leaf. And it was true. The girl's body couldn't reach peace. She was shaking. After the old man's words, Nini held her stomach, struggling to hide a noticeable tremor. Her condition prevented her from moving freely. Ian stood in front of the girl and told her to go and rest. Nini wanted to say something, but it was useless. In fact, his tone and words scared little Naini a little. When Naini finally left them, old Ian turned to young Mr. Riley and asked if everything was okay. Ryle replied that he would, rubbed his head and explained that he had just had a nightmare. Meanwhile, Naini had to lean against the wall, felt sick again and coughed up a bunch of blood, which was now running down the hand the girl was using to cover her mouth. Riley noticed her and asked how she was. Naini couldn't answer anything. All she could think was that she couldn't see anything. Her eyes were slowly closing and everything around her was blurry. She tried to call out to the young master, but she coughed violently, so Ian and Riley ran to her, calling out to her, asking her to come to her senses. Soon, Naini was already lying on the bed. The second and first son of the family were in the same room, looking for something. The second told his brother that he was not here. The first was silent. Then the girl coughed hard again, and there was a stain of bright red blood on the white pillowcase. That's when the boys noticed Naini. The insolent second son shouted at his brother to just look at her as he was angry and insulted that a maid was lying on the bed and resting. After Lloyd said those words, the first son grabbed her hand tightly, stopping him. They both saw Naini and the blood on the girl's bed and arm, and the first son told him to leave her alone. His brotherly words startled Lloyd, and he wondered if he had misheard him now. The brother was silent. He shouted to his brother that their father wouldn't have just walked away from the situation as they remembered their father saving children in fires. Then the first son slapped Lloyd hard on the cheek, and there was a loud slapping sound. He seriously advised Lloyd to wake up. Looking at the blood on the pillow, he said she wasn't a survivor anyway, so he should just leave her. Let her die. Lloyd was speechless. He didn't know what to say to his brother, but he was very surprised by his words. Then, they both realized something and turned around. All this because Endal entered the room, wearing glasses and a doctor's robe. Endal slipped between the brothers, completely ignoring them both, and said it was time to look, shouting that the condition was terrible. So, he finally asked the brothers what they had been doing all this time, and the question left both brothers confused. The first brother even asked Endal who he was, and Endal again didn't say anything, just looked at the girl and said it was bad. The fact that they didn't pay attention to him made the older brother very angry, and he repeated to the stranger that he had asked who he was. Endal again did not pay attention to her presence. He still looked at the girl and said that her strength did not contradict her character traits. He said that if that happened, he would have to rearrange some things. Her spirit would be strengthened, and she would make it even stronger. He was interested, very interested. Already louder, with a shout, the old man asked who he was and ordered him to answer, pointing his long, sharp sword at the dragon. Endal didn't much like having a cold weapon pointed at his neck, but he finally gave her a name. The eldest son intervened with an extremely displeased expression on his face. Endal, not as kind as Naini, asked if he was deaf and repeated what he had said, that he was Endal. The first son laughed at his answer and asked if that was his name. The red-haired dragon turned to the boy and, showing his sharp teeth in a wide smile, asked what he meant. Now he approached the aristocrats and told them what he was seeing, and they became very interested in him. He said yes, his name was Endal, and asked what would come next. Endal towered over the boys. Everything seemed to glow within him, and his eyes widened from the inside out. One of the brothers asked who he was and what he was doing here, and Endal smiled widely, adjusted his glasses and said he was a doctor, asking if there was any problem. The first son had a million questions for the stranger. He talked about the doctor, and Endal looked very convinced. Lloyd was about to ask if Endal was joking when Riley entered the room and greeted the doctor with a smile, happy to see him here. Riley asked his brothers for forgiveness for not introducing the doctor to them. He hugged Endal and told his relatives that he was the doctor he had brought from Rhinefield. The brothers' brains were failing, asking about the doctor. Then Riley responded that yes, that was the case, that he was worried about his mother, that her chronic illness would flare up again, that he had completely forgotten to tell them that. Riley, smiling widely, asked the doctor if that was the case. Endal turned away from the protagonist and replied yes, and that they had forgotten about it, saying that he had recently tried to tell them that he was a doctor. The first son of the swordsman clan raised his hand and said that, let's say he was a doctor, but he had to ask why he was being so rude to them. Now Endal was looking at him seriously. The dragon smiled and said the guy was funny, called him a brat, and told him to be thankful he was still alive after pointing his sword at him. The first son clenched his jaw tightly and firmly, as he could no longer contain his anger. The boy drew his sword again, but this time he hit him harder, shouting that Endal was a bastard. The dragon looked at the aristocrat with its red eyes. Those frightening eyes stopped and shocked the man, who was paralyzed. He was terribly scared and surprised that his body was not moving. He wondered what the other tension was, like he was being squeezed. It was then that Naini intervened, held his head and shouted for them to stop. Riley immediately ran to her and asked what was wrong. The girl sat up on the bed, looking a little shocked. Then she asked the young gentleman where she was and how long she had slept, and Riley told her that she had slept half a day. Now the girl sat down and said that in that case it was time for her to get up, as work was not waiting, and Naini did not want to pay much attention to her health. No one said anything to her, and Naini walked away silently with everyone looking at her. As she walked further and further away, leaving an invisible cloud of dead man's blood behind her, someone told her that she could no longer stay here. On a golden night, the sunset was falling over the Sword Clan's estate. All the maids and servants were standing at the entrance, some crying, others just terribly sad. Her black hair blew in the wind. Bitter tears rolled down Naini's face as she stood next to Endal. All the maids and servants were standing at the entrance, some crying, others just terribly sad. Black hair swayed in the wind. Bitter tears rolled down Naini's face as she stood next to Endal. 2 hours before Naini left, Sarah was also crying. She carefully wiped them with her hands and said that she did not know that Naini was seriously ill, that she blamed herself terribly for also torturing her forever. Sarah was hugging Naini tightly, and behind them was Ian, who was also sad but trying to remain calm. 30 minutes later, Sarah and Naini were still hugging each other. After another hour, old Jan joined them and was unable to contain his emotions. Riley couldn't look at them anymore. He wished they would stop crying sooner. He called them whiners and asked Sarah if he hadn't said he wanted to give her something. Naini blew her nose, and Ian looked at the two girls with pity. Sarah said it was her favorite scarf. The maid handed Naini a wet but very nice and clean handkerchief. Naini gently took him in her hands and promised Mistress Sarah that she would keep him safe. Then Ian took out his long sword, held it out to Naini and said this was for her too. He was telling her to remember that she was now part of Ipelet's family. His declaration and gift surprised Naini terribly, as she couldn't put a few words together at first. Naini held the sword and scarf tightly in her hands, and the boys promised that they would wait for her. But Sarah said not for her, but for Mr. Riley. Ian put his hand on the girl's shoulder and told her not to stop coming back. The door to the mansion opened. The beautiful master flew in, holding a blue ribbon, asked if Naini was still here, shouting that she also had something for her. The master knew perfectly well what was happening and was deeply saddened, but she did her best to hide her sadness behind a radiant smile. The blue ribbon dangled beautifully on her arm. Naini hurriedly thrust the long and heavy sword under her arm and asked her lady to wait, as her hands were full. The boss turned her back to Naini and started doing something with the ribbon and the girl's long black hair. Before long, she had an elegant and delicate blue bow on the back of her head. Naini bowed and thanked first her lady and then everyone else. Riley sat silently with his hands behind his head. Then Sarah found him and asked if he wanted to give her anything. The protagonist approached his companion and hesitated. He handed Naini a red apple and said that would be enough, asked if it was right, and Naini was extremely surprised. Riley was sitting next to the tree with his hands behind his head as usual, while Naini was next to him and shouting to the young master that she was past her prime and would die soon, asking him to let her stay with him until the end. Riley then replied to Naini that his illness could be cured. Naini was hit hard by his words. She asked what he had just said, and Riley told her to look over there, pointing somewhere up there with her hand. He was pointing at a red apple that had risen and was ready to fall. Naini looked closely at the fetus, and Riley said he could save her. When he handed the girl an apple, he told her that he wished she were alive to help him pick the apples. The sun was shining brightly, and behind the trees full of green leaves, someone started talking. It was Endal. Now he and Naini were walking along the path that took them further and further away from the Ipelet clan's brood. The dragon said that from today onwards, she was his apprentice. Naini didn't know what he was talking about. She asked, "What does apprentice mean?" Endal, smiling widely and showing his sharp teeth, replied yes, and told her to try calling him teacher, or not so much to call him mentor. Naini was shocked. Her voice shook when she said the word mentor, but Endal loved it. He exuberantly said yes, it was better, it sounded wonderful. The guy laughed out loud. In fact, he liked the word mentor. Naini wasn't as happy as he was. She walked and looked around at the property she might never see again. However, she had promised to get better and come back here, and she repeated to herself that she would. Up ahead, there were some tents with light coming out of them. There was a group of important people sitting there. One of them said that they had fought to get a temporary truce. The bald man said that he didn't expect Anthurium to be the first to attack the borders. The white-haired guy said that attacking the borders was half the problem. The biggest problem was the mercenary that was involved in the attack. The men said that the rumors of his extraordinary strength were true. They said of a pumped-up warrior with a long mustache. They said that many warriors had fallen by his hands. He said that if it weren't for Stein Ippolita, they would have lost this battle. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man in charge of this group stood up abruptly and slammed his hands on the table, stating that mercenaries were not to be underestimated. He said everyone here should get this into their heads. The guy got up from the table and asked the guy with long black hair how Stein was doing, and the guy groaned. He lowered his head and replied that his condition left a lot to be desired, and the boss asked what that meant. Guy replied that it was not possible to sew up Earl Stein's right arm as it had been cut off in battle. The blonde man was very angry about this. He didn't know what to do in a case like this. He ordered them to put an alert on the entire Cabal team, including him. He said that the Count's sacrifice could not be in vain. Meanwhile, Earl Stein was in his quarters on his bed, feeling unwell. The girls who served in the Bishop of Ravosa's church were running around him, one of them asking if another thought it worth reporting the Count's condition to the county, another asking if he had already chosen an heir, a third worrying about the great misfortune that was. The sky had darkened and was covered in black clouds, as if before a storm, and the property looked gray and dreary. Inside, Lloyd, the second son, was walking the red carpet. He remembered his brother telling him to wake up, yelling that she was going to die anyway. As much as he was surprised by his older brother's words, he still wondered why his brother had suddenly changed so much. Lloyd thought about the fact that if it were his father, he would certainly do it. He always understood that father, brother, and mother, they always did the right thing. Lloyd's thoughts tormented him, and he grabbed his head and shouted to himself that no, he shouldn't think about it. The second son stared out the window, his thoughts consuming him from the inside out. In the courtyard, he saw Riley and old Ian. Suddenly, someone called everyone, shouted that the Count had arrived, but there was a catch. The three brothers ran to their father and were very excited. They weren't the only ones. Everyone, servants and maids, were nervous, with Nara behind them. She looked questioningly at the Count. In the group of people in front, but one person's aura in particular caught her attention. It was purple and stood out strongly. His red eyes looked straight at Bishop Ravosa, who was preparing Earl Stein in every way possible. The girl saw his hand, and even though purple mana was coming out of it, Nara didn't understand what the hell it was. She wondered what the idiot was doing here, as she could clearly see his evil, yellow eyes. She wondered what the idiot was doing here, as she could clearly see his evil, yellow eyes. The two brothers approached their father, but only Riley remained behind. The first son was horrified and asked who dared to do such a thing to his father, and his anger made the veins on his forehead stand out. Lloyd was also extremely shocked and asked his father if he was okay, even though the answer was obvious. Riley didn't have the words to comment on that. Earl Stein was terribly thin, but he wasn't going to argue that. He held out a wanted poster to Cabal and told him that he had found a mercenary on the battlefield. He told me he was known for his extraordinary strength. The father kept telling his children that his name was Cabal, that he had his own gang. Relia listened carefully to her father's story, as she was sure that was it. The one they met on the way back from Rhinefield. He remembered the Cabal well, his smug face. But Count Ippolita kept telling me that, besides that, his abilities were quite unusual. He said that in battle, when he swung his weapon, a whirlwind would immediately appear. Said fought him one-on-one and tried to fight back, but everything on the battlefield was covered in blood and the bodies of the dead knights. Only Cabal was full of strength. He is an incredibly strong warrior. Although without his last strength, Stein fought bravely against him, his eyes full of determination. Soon Cabal's heavy hammer fell upon the poor Earl's arm, the weapon stained and bathed in another man's blood. The Count of Ippolita reported that, unfortunately, his arm was broken and his entire sleeve was covered in blood. His father said that's what happened and that he lost his arm. Ryle was shocked by his words. He was terribly angry that his loved one was injured. He thought that it didn't matter what was happening. He tried not to notice. He did not interfere in other people's affairs under any circumstances. It was easier for him. That's how he wanted to live. He also thought in the fact that in this life, he had made a promise to himself that he would not let any of his family members die. He did not think that would happen to his father. Steen said his body wasn't what it used to be, so it was time. He said it was time to choose an heir for the Ippolit family. The carriage passed through a forest filled with orange leaves, with Riley lying peacefully on the roof of the vehicle. The protagonist managed to relax there. Previously, the Count had gathered the three sons in his office and told them that to become Naslanic, they would have to perform only one task. He told them that because of the Anturium gang's attack on the borders, many villages in Solia were in decline, and he told them to go there and help the people, as he figured that would be their task. The brothers had already left the office when Nara ran to young Mr. Riley and, still on the way, shouted that he had something to tell him. She approached him and asked if he remembered that priest who stood next to Earl Stein. She said yes, that he had purple energy, just like that Kabbalah scoundrel. Nara's words alerted the protagonist. He was sure that there was something wrong with this divine prick. He wondered if this was the right time to choose an heir. He continued lying on the roof of the carriage. They told him that the village for where they were going there were not even 100 inhabitants. It was called Alavi. The surroundings of Alavi were covered by a dense forest. It was Ian who spoke. He was driving the carriage and said that recently there were rumors that there were orcs hanging around the settlement. He felt like he wasn't being heard, so he had to ask the young gentleman about it. He wasn't really interested in what he was saying. But he said yes, of course. So Jan asked, in case he was listening, what was the name of the village? Riley guessed her name was Olive. Ian replied no, that his name was Alevi. Finally, Riley stood up and laughed, saying that there was almost no difference. He was a little embarrassed in front of old Ian. Ian laughed at him, and the horses ran down the path. The golden autumn leaves were falling from the trees. Autumn had already affected the beautiful nature, and Riley's carriage had already arrived at Alevi village. Riley asked Jan if that was it, and Jan said yes, it was Alevi's deal. A man with blonde hair and a small cap was already standing in front of the carriage. He was short in stature, and with a trembling voice, he asked the newcomers about prosody and was about to ask something. Ian interrupted him, but politely told him that they were from the Ippolit family. This greatly pleased the elder, who was pleasantly surprised that they were from the Ippolit family, and thanked them profusely. The old man said his name was Malto, who was the head of the village. When servant Yang approached him, the old man shook his hand and thanked them again for coming. Riley looked at them and suddenly said, "Here's the thing." He asked John if he didn't think it was a little crowded, and indeed the streets were empty, a nightmarish emptiness. Riley said that, let's say, some people got scared and hid, but even so, the village seems quite empty, and the old man became increasingly saddened upon hearing his words. Then he said sadly that he was right. 10 people from the village had recently disappeared, and Riley intervened. The elderly man said that this happened 4 days ago. At first, only a couple disappeared, but then the number of missing children increased. The protagonist asked about the children. Then he got out of the carriage and said that the situation was terrible. He thought yes. The situation was not good. He realized that now he would have to deal not only with the orcs, but also with the missing children. There were children left behind in my past life too. They were in the heart of the city. Everything was on fire at the time. Cars, buses, and ordinary houses. Then the children lost their minds and were covered in blood. They looked like zombies and their eyes were bleeding. The protagonist used his magic on them, which glowed brightly. This helped the children. Their eyes returned to their usual direction. The blood drained. A little boy asked his uncle who he was. The main character called the boy a fool and told him to look at the sword in his hands. The children were surprised by the sword and asked if their uncle was a warrior. For some reason, this made the protagonist very angry, and he replied yes. The children were emotional. One girl said it was true, asked if he had come to kill them. In the background, another boy was crying because he missed his mother. The same girl approached her uncle and said that they only had one request. In his eyes, she read the sincerity and innocence of a child, but she asked him very much to end their suffering. She asked him to kill them. The children told their uncle that they were in a lot of pain. A lot of pain? They asked him to kill them, to kill them, to kill them quickly, to whimper that he felt bad. To die without pain and without effort was the only request of those children. And Riley, of course, did it. It's unknown whether he regretted it or not. But he certainly didn't feel comfortable killing ordinary innocent children. Ian realized that the Lord had fallen into his thoughts again and called him. Riley turned around in surprise and asked what was wrong. Then the old man asked how he was going to look for the children. The protagonist replied that he didn't know yet. Malto decided to intervene. He said that this was not a situation in which they could find any trace of the disappearance, and they probably knew that orcs roaming their forests would not help solve the case. Riley scratched his head and said that although it was a nuisance, it was something to think about, and judging by the village chief's words, Then he went on to say that the children had started disappearing 4 days ago, not all at once, but one by one, saying that if this were true, the children were still in the vicinity of the village. He became much more serious and, with his mouth open, concluded that this meant the remaining villagers with the children. In fact, he realized that the mob that had kidnapped the other children and tormented them were orcs. But upon being told that they must be killed immediately, Rilia drew her right sword from its sheath. This horrified and shocked old Malto, who wanted to ask him to wait. Riley, however, was determined to act seriously and already had his sword ready. But the old man was shouting for the young lord to have mercy on them. Riley, however, was determined to act seriously and already had his sword ready. But the old man was shouting for the young lord to have mercy on them. The old man even fell to the ground in horror, so Riley asked what he was shouting, why he should kill him. Malto asked what he meant. He said he had just said he would kill all the villagers. Riley asked what he was saying. Ian looked at his young master with a critical eye, thinking that he was a fool as he couldn't even form a normal sentence, which was why his grandfather didn't understand him. Riley decided to ignore the situation. He said that was it. He went to save the children from the orcs. Ian asked his master if he was okay. Riley asked what he was talking about, so Ian explained that he had picked up a sword, and Riley told him that he himself had said that one day he would start using it. And then he wondered what was wrong. Ian said it was true, but very dangerous. The protagonist told him that if he failed, John should just be there to help him in his time of need. The old man laughed and jokingly asked what to do with him. Malto shouted for them to be careful. Riley and Ian continued at full speed. The protagonist asking the old man if he was coming. Ian couldn't keep up with the guy, asking the old man to wait. Before long, young Mr. Riley deftly jumped to the high branches of a wide tree, but Ian was still at the bottom. Riley was nimbly jumping around the tree, thinking he would finish them off before they could blink an eye. Then, the protagonist jumped from a high branch and flew straight towards the orcs, with old Ian shouting to the young master that it was dangerous. But Riley didn't feel any danger as he was killing the monsters one by one at full speed, cutting off their heads or even cutting off their entire upper body. Ian was really surprised by his young master Riley's speed. He knew that no one in the Ippolit family moved like that, so someone telepathically told Ian to move. Another orc's head flew up and Ian was terribly surprised. He came to think that this order was a vision, but he soon wondered how their master managed to master the art of telepathy. Ian observed his young master and counted the dead orcs. The number had already reached 34. Now, Riley, after killing the first wave of monsters and lying in a pool of their blood, was waiting for the next one. He asked Jan if he had said that there were only 150 orcs. Jan hastily replied that yes, the village leader had said that there were around 150. Then, the main character explained to him that some creatures were missing, which surprised Ian, who asked again and then said that there was nothing like that. Suddenly, right behind the former mercenary hero's back was a large, fierce orc. It turns out that this orc could also talk. He hissed that they had killed his companions, these human men, and shouted that he would take revenge on them. Meanwhile, the orcs in their settlement screamed that someone had attacked them, asking to open the door to the settlement, asking for more companions. Ian was also watching Riley, who had already reached 90 orcs. It was obvious that the young lord was going through a difficult time. He himself realized that his sword would not last long, and therefore it was necessary to find the children as soon as possible. The orcs guarding the gate noticed someone ahead. One of them asked the other how he could get here so quickly. Riley realized that there were no children here. He decided to try looking for signs of power in the neighborhood. The protagonist gathered his energy into a pile, pondered the fact that maybe they were like that, around 14 years old. At least that's what he thought. Suddenly, Riley realized that the energy was slowly disappearing. Riley ran. With dark blue energy swirling over his head, Riley begged everything and everyone. He had to make it. The sun was embracing the autumn trees. Riley ran to the rocks. There was no longer dark energy swirling overhead. He wondered if it was a cave. He said that now the energy he felt was much less. He remembered old Malto and wondered if he had it, but then stopped himself and said no, it wasn't possible to say for sure yet. Riley noticed something that surprised him a little. When he entered the cave, he was greatly amazed at the clay inside. The smell made him have to cover his nose, and he realized that no, it didn't look like clay. The clots of clay on the walls looked horrible. There were also the corpses of dead orc foes, and Riley wondered who had killed them. Suddenly, someone's silhouette appeared in the depths of the cave. Riley wondered if it was human. A cute little boy asked his sister if they would die here. The girl shouted at him not to talk nonsense, asked him why he thought they would die. She said that the adults would come and save them, so he shouldn't worry. There were other children there, and they were all tied up with tight ropes. The children told her that there were orcs everywhere outside. They asked if they would eat them, if they would die then. The blonde boy was covered in mud, and he asked the young man who he was. Riley stood in front of him, asked if the child was asking about him. Without waiting for the boy to respond, he himself replied that the man who had come to save them. The children were terribly excited. They screamed that this was the man, that they were safe, that he had come to save them. Riley asked the kids if anyone was here with them. The children, all together, shouted that there was an epidemic. Riley asked what kind of epidemic, and the girl with bangs happily replied that it was a beggar uncle, telling them that he was the one who hid them in the cave and left something at the exit, there. Riley was interested in the word of a way out and started looking around all the walls, with the girl watching him closely. There on the wall, Riley found a text, addressed to a man who would come to help the children, someone apologizing, saying that, with his modest abilities, he could only help the children with this. He tried his best to control himself so as not to hurt the children in the cave, but there are children who have very weak immunity. The note said that children with weak immune systems could have contracted the plague, so we should get them to a healer as soon as possible. The blonde boy turned to his sister and said that his leg was still itchy. The girl said that it was itchy too, so the boy asked if she could scratch his leg. The girl told him to bear it. But the boy, he was terribly uncomfortable. He asked for it to be done sooner. He shouted that he was tied up and that he couldn't do anything alone. Riley looked at the children and thought about that man. All the kids were complaining about the itching, but the girl was telling them to be patient. Riley heard all this and realized he needed to get them out of here with a bark. He finally did. Now all the kids were untied and outside the tree. Riley counted them all and exhaled a sigh of relief when he realized they were all here. Suddenly, Ian appeared from behind. He looked scared and shouted loudly at the young master. Riley told him to come this way and hurry up, told him that he found the kids, that they were fine, but that they were talking about an uncle, and asked him to tell them about himself. The children said they agreed to be friends with him. He is kind, he has long hair, down to his belly button. Despite the children's wide smiles, it was obvious how much they were shaking. Riley asked if there was anything else unusual about him. The child replied yes, that he was not breathing. These words shocked Riley, and he asked again what he had just said. Then tears came to the boy's eyes, and he said that the guy was very scary. He asked why he was talking to him like that. Riley apologized and asked if he could tell him more about it. The child replied that he said the same thing, that he wasn't breathing. He said he noticed and asked him out of curiosity. He remembered being next to the same white-haired uncle and asking him why he wasn't breathing. The man then wrote on the wall that if he breathed, they would be in danger. Riley guessed that those orcs had died because he had gotten some air. Riley remembered the rotting remains of the orcs, the fact that they were purple in color, and wondered what the hell that was. When this particular uncle passed away, everyone smelled a terrible stench. The uncle was worried about whether the children were okay. He was leaving a noticeable trail behind him, and he hoped so. All he could do was hope they were okay. Someone called him, calling his left foot. That someone took a strong step. It was Cabal. He looked at his uncle in disbelief. Cabal said he didn't know it was in Solia. If he had known, he would have entrusted it to Ravosa. The hooded girl who was next to him asked what he was carrying. Had he forgotten what Ravosa was doing now? The uncle with blonde hair and red eyes stood silently looking at them. His eyes were tired and did not express any positive emotions. Cabal shouted this only to look at him, telling him to make an easier face. The Cabal resented the fact that the entire Anthurium was looking for him. They searched every neck. Suddenly, a nearby girl hit Cabal on the shoulder with her shield and told Cabal to move away. The uncle began to spread purple air throughout the space. The girl explained to the Cabal that if this air caught him, no Ravosa could help him. The stranger's actions made the Cabal very angry, who asked what the idiot was doing, saying that out of the 6 body parts, he was a leg, asking why act like a brute when he was their associate. The boy, now with blonde hair, was also angry and replied to the Kabbalah that he was not interested in their business with prayer or anything else, therefore, to leave him out of it. The Cabal covered his nose with his hand and the girl with a fan. He said he didn't like him from the beginning. Now he grabbed his big gun and headed towards the blonde-haired boy. Finally, the children returned to their parents and relatives, and old Malto thanked the newcomers very much for rescuing and bringing the children back safe and sound. Riley told the old man to take the children to the temple to be checked and treated, and Malto replied that of course they would go to the temple immediately. Now Malta waved his hands at the children and shouted that it was time to go, and the children agreed without further questions. The children climbed onto the carriage like normal children. They were pushing each other and asking each other not to do it, shouting who and what started first. It was only when the wagon with the children finally left that Riley could breathe a sigh of relief and tell Ian that they had worked hard today. Now they would get at least 2 days of sleep. After that, Ian turned to the young master but didn't say why, so Realm had to ask what was wrong. Ian explained that he was always wanting to ask him about the sword, said that Riley had never trained or held a sword in his hands, and asked how he had learned the skill. Riley calmly replied that, yes, somehow it came on its own. I was visualizing in my head how to move, and there it was. His answer left the mercenary hero astonished and shocked. What had he imagined in his head? Sword fights, constructions of such and such. He then asked about mana. He said that he had sent him a vision recently. Riley asked about leadership and what it was. He laughed out loud. This angered Ian, and he shouted at the gentleman, who asked him what he wanted. Ian said that he didn't know what the master was hiding there, but he always believed in him, he cried, and it was as if roses bloomed around him. Riley didn't really like his behavior, wondering why he was picking on him so much. A large black bird with yellow eyes flew over the Alevi settlement. It had a ribbon tied around its leg, so Riley knew immediately that it was a homing eagle. Jan stretched his arm in front of him and told the eagle to sit down. He said that Nara sent him. The eagle brought a note for Mr. Riley. Nara was telling him that the enemies were coming, that the black magician from Rainfield survived. This alerted Riley, and Ian asked what that meant. Ridley remembered Bishop Revosa's face and thought about how suspicious this all was, especially this type of Revosa. Recently, he had asked Naru to investigate him to find out something, and here he receives a note like this. The fact that the black magician survived did not please the protagonist Ian. Realizing that he was ignored, asked once again what had happened in Rainfield. Once again, Riley didn't respond to the servant, and Ian wondered if the master was hiding something from him again. Riley turned around and asked what he was talking about. Ian replied that the young master knew exactly what he was talking about, and the protagonist remained silent. Then Ian ran up to Riley and started shaking him by the shoulders, calling him over and over again, and Riley screamed that his head was about to fall off. Riley tried to assure Ian that there was nothing serious, actually. However, this didn't work. The servant turned red with anger and shouted what that was, saying that he wanted to hear it anyway. An hour later, Riley said that this was how things went at Rainfield, and that, whether he believed it or not, it was Ian's problem. He told him everything that needed to be said. Ian replied seriously that he believed him. Riley was a little surprised by this, but said it was good. Then he grabbed Riley's shoulder and shouted that you must make a decision, and Riley begrudgingly asked, what else? Ian asked what to do to get back to the center of Solia, explaining that if what was written in the note was true, they needed to get on the road immediately. Riley smiled and said that his father hadn't decided who the heir would be yet. He asked if that wasn't true, if Ian really thought he could leave so suddenly when the family's fate was being decided. Ian absorbed the fighting spirit, said that they would find that idiot in the black cloak right now and kill him, asked if there was anything more important than that. Riley agreed and said that they had to go. They were moving towards the carriage that had brought them to Alevi village. Ian had been waiting and rooting for Riley to become the official heir of the Ippolit family since a long time ago, and now, without blinking an eye, he had given up. Of the most coveted of all, and now it was going in a different direction. Ian didn't know if there was a more important cause than that. It was what gave him strength at the moment. Stopping a black magician who was killing and abusing people was much more important to him. In other words, human life always comes first. Riley fell into his thoughts. He realized that even though he was hurting his family now by enjoying their company, they were once again trying to take away that precious time he missed so much. There were cute little fans hanging from the wooden roof, although they gave very little light. Orcs, elves, and other monsters were sitting around a round wooden table in the room, asking each other about how long it had been since they last met there, 1,000 years ago. And suddenly, someone asked, said about how quickly time flies. The green orc asked where Endel was. The elf girl said he hadn't arrived yet. She said he had to get an apprentice and that he should wait. Someone asked who the apprentice was. The fish girl had told him that humans called people who were learning something, with education and everything, and the orc had laughed at Endal's strangeness. Right after these words, the red-haired Endal entered the room and shouted at the orc that he himself was a weirdo. Nini was behind him and was complaining that she still couldn't get used to Rainfield, complaining about the horrible damp air. Now he went to the table. There were two more empty seats. Endall asked what the name was. He was even surprised that everyone was here, and then someone said no, there was one missing. Endall was also a little surprised by this and asked why he wasn't there. The elf replied that she had not been able to contact him and that Leo was not there either. The girl also asked about the stranger who had come with Endalim. Nani asked if it was her, if he was talking about her, what her name was. Endall said apprentice, and the girl said yes, that was it. The orc laughed and said he would watch the fight between his guard and the girl. The tree guy asked him to stop, telling him to watch that she couldn't even walk normally. Totally weak. Endall told him not to make his knees laugh. His guards can't even touch her little finger. The green orc laughed and told Endall that it looks like he has been learning to lie for 1,000 years. Endall laughed and asked if he thought that was lying. He said, "Welcome, 5 high elves." This alerted the girls, and the elf told them to finish scratching their tongues, saying that she had called them for another reason today. She said the reason was that she had felt a strange energy in that place. Another girl asked about the strange energy. The tree guy asked why she was making noise. What was the problem? The elf said that this happened a few days ago. She felt an unpleasant energy. Those people in the library with blood coming out of their eyes. Her dark energy, the girl had said that ETG was something like mana, but she didn't. When Ravosa passed his hand over the black remains, and as he looked at her with contempt, someone asked if it was something else, not sis. The elf said that compared to mana, it was a very dark and negative energy, and there were only 3 people with this energy. They were all in Rainfield. There was a big candle in front of the girl, and she continued saying that if not had he seen it with his own eyes, with his spiritual powers, he would not have believed it either. Now Endall sat down and Nani stood beside him. The tree man asked the elf woman if that was the only reason she had brought them together. The orc supported him, asked if it was something important. He said there was nothing of concern. Wrong with 3 people walking around. Then, the girl replied that she thought they were threatening the balance, which already surprised and stressed the fish girl, who asked what she meant. The elf said that they themselves intervene in matters of life and death to decide people's fates. Those words had already horrified more than just the orc. Oh, and the fish girl. She screamed what idiots they were, slamming her hand hard on the table. This scared Nani a little, so the girl explained that with the help of spiritual powers, she saw the past. And there she was. She actually asked Nani to tell her what happened that day. Nani was drenched in cold sweat, but she started counting. Nani perfectly remembered that rainy day, the flashlight that illuminated the road. This scared Nani a little, so the girl explained that with the help of spiritual powers she saw the past, and there she was. She actually asked Nani to tell her what happened that day. Nani was drenched in cold sweat, but she started counting. Nani perfectly remembered that rainy day, the flashlight that illuminated the road. She said that they had found a black mage, the one with a black cape and purple mana. Nani stretched her hand forward and black magic began to stir there. She said he had the same dark purple mana as him and used it to bring corpses to life and control them like maginets. The treeman snorted and said it was a skill, nothing unusual. He said that their dragon could do it too and that it was very easy for him. The elven woman replied that this was certainly true, but the problem here was the human soul, and the female voice intervened over the soul. It was a fish girl. She widened her eyes and asked if they meant that he not only controls bodies but completely resurrects a person. Everyone saw how much this horrified the girl, so she was advised to calm down and listen until the end. Nayini started talking again and said that, however, Mr. Riley managed to kill the black magician, and at that moment all the bodies disappeared. After saying that, the elf girl decided to talk about Nayini's eye. She said that it was said that it could be used to locate a person. Nayini replied that yes, it was. In this case, the elf asked what would happen to the dead man, if he would find him. Then, the girl suggested asking in a different way. She said that the black magician was where now, and this question surprised Nayini a lot. Her silver eye was wide open. A purple cloak wrapped around the tall man. Nayini saw him and was even more shocked. Nayini grabbed her damaged eye and asked what else was wrong with her eye. Nayini didn't really understand how. She thought it was impossible. How he had survived. Ian stood next to the horses and Riley suggested they eat first. Ian said he thought that in this situation it was better to hurry. He asked if it wasn't more important than the food. And Riley told him that it was his duty to leave as quickly as possible, but that they had to be well prepared for the trip. Now they were heading down the road, past the market, and Riley said that officially he was now vying for the title of heir, so he had to act cautiously, secretly. Some sat at tables, others perused the merchandise, and Riley simply walked by. Suddenly, he saw a counter with masks, and they caught his attention. Naini flashed into memories of him when she put on her talented mask, and smiled so genuinely and beautifully as she looked in the mirror that Riley didn't understand why he suddenly remembered her. Jan looked directly at the protagonist's face, asked the young man if he was sick, because his face was all red. He got angry and shouted that it wasn't true, that he was fine. Riley then picked up 2 similar masks and asked the salesman to sell them. He shouted, smiling a lot, that it was a great choice. Riley just replied that it would be useful and threw a black mask with a feather into his hands. Ian agreed. Riley was about to leave when Ian called him and told him to wait. The main character, as usual, asked what else. Then the servant pointed a white-gloved finger somewhere, and Riley turned away unhappily. There they saw a group of people with their capes, which really surprised the protagonist. He paid a lot of attention especially to the first one, a blonde guy with glasses. He asked if it was Ferda. Jan said it was him, said he seemed very anxious. Riley asked Ian if they were heading to Lower Solia. Ian replied that judging by the direction it looked like they were. Riley suggested he see what he was going to do, and he agreed. The guys in blue cloaks said they were coming from the Wizard Tower. They asked people to disperse. The townspeople jumped back in different directions in surprise, and they kept asking them to move away, apologizing politely. Riley and Ian watched them from around the corner. Soon the boys came to a dark staircase leading down, with dark energy swirling there. The stairs were intimidating and dark. The boys asked what that was, if it was a beast that emitted black energy. Ferda ordered the men to get out of here. After his order, all the boys lined up and shouted to the people that it was dangerous here, asking them to leave the place as quickly as possible, repeating once again that it was very dangerous here. Someone grabbed the stone slab, leaving a pool of blood on it. It was a human hand, but that someone growled like a beast. He was a bald guy, with bleeding eyes and mouth full of blood, running up the stairs screaming, leaving a trail of blood behind him. People prayed to God and asked what the hell that was. The sight was truly terrifying. Ferda used his magic. Many plants and vines appeared around. He shouted for everyone to stay away. He was asking a lot from the townspeople. Ferda directed her vines and plants towards the strange man. They enveloped him, and the wizard wondered if it was a man. Why had he become like this? Suddenly, more people came from below, all the same as the first, and the other wizards were shouting to Mr. Ferda that there were even more people. Ian was horrified, drenched in sweat. But Riley was only interested in the fact that the corpses were moving and suggested he find Nara first. Ferda was held down with difficulty, he said, blocking the hallway. Vines wrapped around the stairs. Now the eyes of the dead were glowing red, and there were no bodies in sight, as if they were just silhouettes. Meanwhile, the Bishop of Rivos was meeting with the wizard that Riley had defeated earlier. Behind the long-bearded wizard was the spirit of the Rainfield wizard. He said that he really liked his new body, as he was now in the body of a wizard. Rivosa called him a lefty and told him to try not to lose any more limbs. The man agreed. After all, he couldn't die again. It would be terribly ungrateful. The left-hand spirit stood over the trembling old man and told him to calm down, smiling widely, promising to take revenge on them. Bishop Rivosa pointed his hand at the mountain of human corpses and said with the power of his left hand. People agonized in fire, magic, and dirt, screaming loudly. People were going somewhere and said it was here. It was Ferda's group of mages. They approached the same corpse dump that Bishop Rivosa and the Black Mage had just stopped at. There was a terrible stench. One of the guys asked the others what had happened here. Of course, no. No matter how much they wanted to know, no one could answer. Suddenly, someone shouted, calling the honorees, asking for permission, and Ferda and the others turned around in surprise. There they saw the bishop and the black magician. They both looked extremely hostile. The boys were terrified and asked how they survived and what it all meant. Rivosa told the magician to take care of these fools. He was ready to fight. The group of mages was surrounded by undead on all sides, although the main danger was the Black Mage and Rivosa. Ferda was well aware that they had to flee. They were shouting that they were evacuating urgently, that there was an army of corpses. Ferda decided that they should ask for help from the Wizard Tower and the Castle of Solia. Someone said, "No, that won't work." And a large black tentacle appeared in the sky, full of purple energy. She was far from alone. Powerful and strong tentacles were grabbing the men in blue cloaks by the legs and lifting them up. Getting out was terribly difficult, if not impossible. The Black Mage said it was lunchtime. Then Ferda reached forward and activated her magic. Now it was up to him, he said. This wasn't going anywhere. Shortly afterwards, everything exploded into flames, which surprised the wizard greatly. Under the influence of Ferda's fire, the tentacles began to detach from the mages and they flew downwards. The black magician was furious. He shouted that Ferda was an ungrateful contagion. Rivosa replied that normally the lunch didn't talk so much. On a dais, in a beautiful room, stood a dark stone sculpture in a beautiful white dress, wearing a mask and a crown, a girl praying to the goddess Irenessa, asking how she should be now. It was Saint Solia. She was crying and saying that she didn't know what to do with Rivosa, also that dragon. She said she couldn't manage it alone. Then, the goddess Irenessa finally responded to her daughter, which greatly pleased and courted the girl, who was happy to hear the goddess. As if the statue had spoken, this is how it all seemed. The goddess said that if she had gotten lost and was wandering, it would be worth finding the black butterfly. Irenessa told her that the black butterfly child would help her find her way. They asked Mr. Yang if he was okay. He said it didn't look good, but Yang remained silent. It was Nara who asked. Now they are together with Mr. Riley. Nara asked if they had ever seen an invasion of corpses. Riley said it was the same thing in Rainfield. They have no mana. They move on their own. Ian said he is right. Riley, eating a crab stick, asked what was going on with Rivosa, what she had managed to find out. Nara told him that he had done his temple work in the morning, then traveled to Lower Solia and returned in the late afternoon. Riley asked if he had been to the lower part of Solia. Nara confirmed his words, saying yes. Ian was silent, and Riley continued talking, saying he was sure there was some connection between him and those corpses. Ian finally decided to speak, turned to the Lord and said he had something to tell him. Riley decided to ask him about it, but he said that what he saw was not the corpses themselves, but their eyes. Talking about those black empty eyes, the main character asked when that was. Now Ian started to tell more details. He said that the case was 26 years ago and that he still regretted it. At that time, Ian was still young and full of vigor. One day, he went as a mercenary to one of the villages. In that village, there lived a certain witch, a girl despised by society, with a questionable purple energy that emanated from her house. She, like the corpses in the lower part of Solia, had completely black eyes, and he thought that was why they called her a witch. But when he met her, he realized that they were just absurd rumors. As he and the girl fought, young Yang noticed that she was skilled with a sword, which surprised Riley a little. Ian replied that yes, the black-eyed girl taught him swordsmanship and became his mentor when she defeated him. When he asked her what had happened to her eyes, why they had gone dark, Riley wondered what she had said. Ian revealed that she said she received a blessing, which surprised Ian at the time, just as it interested the protagonist now. The servant said that, in her words, she didn't want any blessing, that she didn't need those eyes. Then she made a sad face, and Ian remembered it perfectly. The girl said that this power was from another world. The last words literally shocked Riley, and Ian, realizing his condition, asked the gentleman what was wrong. What was the matter? Suddenly, something really surprised Naru and Ian, and they both stood up from their seats. Ian ran to a barred window and, peering through them, asked what the hell it was. With green eyes wide open, he told the Lord about the Wizard Tower. What hit them so hard was the fact that it had collapsed. The Wizard Tower now literally split in two and kicking up an entire cloud of dust. Nara was shocked. She screamed that it was true, that she had just fainted. Riley asked what she meant by fainting. Ian was still standing there looking out the window too. Riley remembered Ferda and wondered where the hell that wizard was sleeping when the Wizard Tower fell here. Ian had said that the biggest problem was where the tower had fallen. Riley asked where she had fallen. Ian replied in a trembling voice that he was in the temple. He told her that he was worried. He said that, if he was not mistaken, the saint was praying there at that moment. Then, the protagonist put a dark blue mask on his face. Ian asked what they would do, and Riley told them to go to the temple. He looked terribly determined and shouted that they should hurry. There was a lot of smoke and dust coming out of the fallen tower. Many exhausted people with torn clothes, the living dead, wandered the roads. The guards showed the way to the common people, shouting that they should run in that direction, as there was shelter there. People ran as fast as they could, shouting loudly and covering their heads from the falling rocks. She was terrified, for the dead man was approaching her slowly but surely, and she begged for salvation, for someone to come to her. The masked Ian quickly slashed through the air, and not just with his sword. He lifted the slab that had crushed the girl and freed her. He asked her if she was okay. He told her to leave and get away from here soon. The girl thanked him, but told him about the baby. Jan, Noticing the boy, who had also been crushed by the stove, stopped her and assured her that he would take care of him. Suddenly, the girl pointed her hand at something on her savior's back and screamed after her. The sword cut through the air again. There seemed to be a girl under a dark hood. She had purple hair, and Ian placed his sword against her neck. Then the girl opened her face. It was a saint from the temple. He asked if he could take the object from her. Ian was surprised to see a saint here and asked if she was okay. The girl asked him to shut up, apologized, and said that she didn't know who he was, but that they should exchange pleasantries later. She used divine magic to lift the block from the boy's feet. The saint took the boy and asked if he could leave. When she realized he could, she told him to run to the shelter, and the boy thanked the stranger happily. She and her mother left. Now the saint turned to the masked trio, Nara, Riley, and Jan, and said that she would first like to know who they were. Jan spoke first, apologized, but said he couldn't tell them. The saint replied that this was clear to her, saying that they were helping people, and that was enough. From above, dead men flew towards the trio. Riley easily fought off all of them, tearing them apart. He just snorted, and Nara, without wasting any time, pierced a dead man as well. The saint shouted that they just don't kill them. She activated her magic and her hand glowed gold. When the magic enveloped the corpses, they began to growl loudly, their mouths wide open. One of the corpses coughed and growled, its body shaking violently. Ian fought another dead man, but he tried to do so with the tip of his sword, not the sharp end. It was very difficult, as he did not see how they could stand without killing them. The mages were already defeated too. They were still summoning fireballs and ice arrows, but a black liquid was dripping from their eyes. Riley didn't like the fact that these dead people were also using magic. Ian shouted to the master that it would be better to get out of here. Then, the Dark Wizard and the Bishop of Rivos appeared there, asked where they were going, and said that no one had let them go yet. The saint was really shocked, but she couldn't find the words. She remembered how the wizard had been pierced, as he lay there, without strength or feeling. Riley was surprised to see Astroy here too. He called him a son of a bitch and asked how he had survived. He asked Rivosa if that was his doing. Rivosa smiled widely, told Uriale, the Dark Wizard, that it was time to do some magic, began to think. And Uriale was furious in Astroy's body, calling everyone ungrateful creatures. From behind, with the help of dark magic, Urialis squeezed Ferda, who was screaming in pain. Then Urialis threw poor Ferda to the ground. Saint ran up to the boy and asked a trembling Ferda how he was, the wizard barely supporting himself on his elbows. Ferda told her, with the last of her strength, that it wasn't Astroya. There was someone else in her body. Riley vividly remembered Uriel standing on the cliff with her hands raised. It was then that Riley recognized this terrifying energy, which surprised him. He wondered what the idiot was doing in Astroy's body, as he thought he was an idiot. Saint was horrified and asked Rivosa why he was in harmony with him. The sight was horrible. The Bishop of Rivosa was as if he had skinned himself. He told the saint that it was nothing she should know. He had makeup on his face the whole time, and without it, he looked disgusting, screaming that it was because they were going to die here and now. Saint was horrified and asked Rivosa why he was in harmony with him. The sight was horrible. The Bishop of Rivosa was as if he had skinned himself. He told the saint that it was nothing she should know. He had makeup on his face the whole time, and without it, he looked disgusting, screaming that it was because they were going to die here and now. Then Riley, smug and confident, took the mask off his face, saying that Rivosa had finally shown his true face and was approaching his opponents, holding his sword in his hand. In turn, one of Astroy's magical hands shook violently. The body was still not used to its new owner, and the muscle memory was still with him. Uriel had said so, judging by the body's reaction, that it was he who was involved in Astroy's murder. Riley, with a wide smile, scratched his neck and confirmed the wizard's words, saying yes, adding that he had also finished with him, and Urialis asked if he had already forgotten. These words startled Uriel, who asked in disbelief. He was the bastard who had interrupted their prayer. Uriel remembered the battle well and would hardly forget it. Now he called the main character ungrateful. He, in Astroy's body, screamed that Rilia was a bastard, his eyes red with anger and hatred. Bishop Rivosa was also surprised to see Mr. Riley here, who was not the man he expected to meet. Even Ferda was shocked. He wondered if this was the Appellate family. Now Rivosa hissed with laughter, saying it was he, sir, saying he had guessed it, but still surprised. Ian also took off his mask. He and Saint were listening intently to Bishop. He was saying that Riley had the nickname Lazy Swordsman because he couldn't do anything, but that he was an exceptional swordsman. Ravosa smiled broadly and terrifyingly, and added that, unfortunately, the Lord had discovered who he really was, so he would have to kill him. In turn, Riley said that he didn't care about them, that he wouldn't kill them, but that he would thwart their plan to open the underworld, because it shouldn't be like that. This scared and tensed the Dark Wizard and Bishop Ravosu, who looked questioningly at the swordsman. Noticing the expressions on their faces, Riley was glad he had guessed. They were really going to do this. So Uriel pointed a finger at him, called him scum, and asked how he knew. Riley responded that it didn't matter, saying that if they left now, he would be kind. But he didn't have time to finish when he and his team were attacked by large, thick tentacles that were hovering over the men. Now Ravosa was smiling widely and happily, asking if Riley thought he could protect everyone. Riley realized that he had been very careless and was now far from having so much fun. He was about to step back somewhere when a tentacle wrapped around his leg and Uriel asked where he was going. Ferda stood up and activated his flame again, shouting for them to run and save themselves. Saint was genuinely surprised. She turned around. The Saint realized that she no longer had any strength, which didn't make her happy at all. The fire spun to attack, and Yang shouted at the Saint to dodge the attacks. He considered the protection of the Saint as one of his main objectives. The Saint never came out of her reverie. She just observed the scene with wide yellow eyes, with thoughts raging inside her. Mentally, she turned to the goddess Ironessa, and bitter, stinking tears came to her eyes, and she wondered if these were her steeds. The girl turned again to Saint Ironessa and remembered how, calling her to her children, she had told them to follow the black butterfly. The tentacles slowly dissolved and were destroyed by the flames. Everything around was on fire. Sparks of fire and traces of purple energy rose into the air. One girl said that, thank God, she hadn't arrived too late. The Saint seemed to recognize that voice and finally opened her eyes. There, she saw Nayini, smiled widely and calmly at the Saint, and Nayini looked much better now than before. In fact, Saint Frisia did not expect to see Nayini here. Nayini apologized to her master, saying that her training was a little behind. Riley was shocked to see Nayini. He wanted to say something but couldn't find the words. Ravosa asked who the other girl was, and Uriel asked, horrified, if she was using the inversion space. The bishop asked what that was, and Urialis replied that it was a magical technique that allowed the creation of a barrier, but that it could only be mastered by magicians of the seventh circle. Ferda also immediately noticed the inversion of space. He knew that she had only reached the sixth circle last spring, and therefore he could not believe that she already had a seventh. Ferda approached Nayini and asked what had happened. Nayini, breathing heavily, said that she had not seen Professor Ferda for a long time. She said that she wished she had talked to him longer, but that she had more important things to do right now and apologized for that. Now, she turned to Riley and asked if the gentleman could tell her briefly how things were going, and the protagonist replied that the enemies were attacking. Nini asked how they would proceed. Riley told her to suppress the zombies but not kill them, and that she could do whatever she wanted with the others. She threw herself into the fight, with the gift apple in one hand and her magic swirling in the other, deciding that she had to deal with them quickly, and then she could return the apple to its master. The zombies rushed to attack. They roared loudly and looked extremely scary. Nayini drew her sword, now completely confident in her powers and herself. She spun towards the monsters, killing them in her path, slicing the air with their cold, magical weapons. When the girl's magic burned the zombies, the ones that screamed a lot growled. It was an unbearable pain for them. Ian stood close to Saint Frisia and watched everything closely, ready to attack and defend, and the Saint asked what it was. All the Bish wizards called upon ice and fire, fought desperately, not for themselves, and the Saint shouted to Nayini that the dead men were using magic. Nayini turned and used his on them, extending his arm forward. The mages whose magic had started to choke, and now they too were growling and coughing. Nayini's magic was incredibly strong and attacked her opponents with a glowing pillar. Nayini's sword flew out of the same pillar and landed right in front of Old Yan's face, who couldn't move, shocked. But the sword flew past him and struck directly at the throat of one of the dead men, who opened his bloody mouth in searing pain. Nayini turned to Mr. Yan and, smiling sincerely, thanked him for the sword, telling him that he had handled it carefully. Ian smiled, still in shock, but also very proud of the girl and happy that she was really Nayini. Urielo was more than irritated. He asked her how dare she. Bishop Rivosa thought that something had changed. The girl's magic was right behind the main opponent's backs, which surprised Rivosa and Urieli, but they realized that she was behind them. Magic surrounded them and they activated their own magic, water magic and divine magic. Rivosa was irritated and annoyed. He wondered if this aristocrat would not interfere. Riley, meanwhile, yawned lazily with her mouth wide open. Then the bishop shouted for Euryalus to deal with her first. Euryalus used fire magic and replied that he himself knew this, summoning a pillar of fire. He thought that was it, that she would definitely be dragging her feet after this. The fire hit the girl and she fell, which greatly surprised the dark magician. It was because Naini was still feeling herself and was not crippled. She had covered her face and body with a cloak. Euryale was horrified that she was fireproof. He thought it couldn't be. Almost immediately, Naini got up and attacked the villains again. Her magic was spinning in a whirlwind, which didn't bode well for the bishop and the wizard, and Euryale was screaming about what a bitch she was. He realized that if things continued like this, they would be at a disadvantage, so Rivosa turned to Euryale. The bishop ordered the magician to wear something special. His order surprised Everall. He asked if he thought it was worth opening a trump card now. Rivosa didn't need to answer and told him to hold it for 30 seconds. After his words, Euryalus ordered something to come at his call, and something terrifying began to form in space. A beast with glowing red eyes and sharp teeth. Behind Bishop Rivosa, a purple-colored magical field appeared, and he was pulling something, or someone, out of it. Now that Riley had stopped yawning, he was tensely and intently watching the sinister bishop. Seconds later, he shouted to Naini that he was trying to do something, telling her to get it over with as soon as possible. Naini was willing to do anything for her master, for her savior, and obeyed Riley without any more words or questions. A huge wave of magic from Naini flew towards the black mage, and Bishop, Euryale, managed to fend it off. However, it was terribly difficult for him to fight with all this incredible amount of powerful energy. He called Rivosa and asked him what was going on, warning him that he wouldn't last long. Rivosa looked down. He didn't have a sneaky smile on his face, but he wasn't sad either. He told Avarian that he had done well and that he had done a good job and therefore everything was ready. Finally, the old bishop's usual psychoneural smile appeared on his face. He extended his dirty hand forward and ordered someone to appear before him. Everything around them was crumbling. Debris was flying onto the road, the ground was heaving, the buildings might no longer be able to take shelter. Frisia screamed that there was something wrong with the land. Jan, in turn, was more worried about his young master, shouting at him to be careful. Riley also wondered what the hell that was, and Naini shouted for him to come back quickly. Rivosa's face showed his red smile up to his ears when he said it was getting late. A large, incomprehensible beast with red eyes emerged from the ground. It emitted a frighteningly strong, bat-like black energy capable of destroying everything in its path. The monster roared and screamed loudly, and no citizen who saw such a thing could remain silent. The creature was also incredibly large, so large that there was nothing to compare it to, and it was looking straight at Naini Riley. Both the protagonist and the girl were terrified. Naini wanted to say something to her lord, but she couldn't say the words. Riley assumed it was a dragon, although that didn't make him happy or comfort him. Euryale wiped the sweat from his face and said to Rivosa, satisfied, who almost skated away, asking if he couldn't have handled all this more quickly. Riley could clearly see that the dragon wasn't perfect, however. He was still incredibly scared and amazed that these subhumans could summon a creature like a dragon. Euryale was standing on the back of her beast, laughing, with her arms open, shouting that this was the doom of the wicked. The dark wizard was clearly pleased with himself and the summoned dragon, who told him that it was indeed huge, which completely satisfied him. Rivos was becoming terribly irritated by Euryalus' delay, shouting at him to stop and get to the point. The main character realized what was happening, but still didn't want to believe it. Euryalus began his speech, saying that the punishment would fall on them, on the ungrateful. Something started to happen to the dragon. He was trapped by the magical tentacles of a great dark wizard Asmonog, which were squeezing him. The dragon was shaking all over and his eyes stopped glowing red. Then he opened them completely, and now they were purple, and they were as scary as the old red eyes. Euryalus in Astroy's body was saying that he should pay their debt in full, asking if it wasn't so. Of course he wasn't serious. Finally, the dragon's eyes lit up again and steam began to escape from its body into the air. The tentacles released the dragon and released it. The creature seemed even more powerful and determined now, like a warrior. That was when Riley realized that it wasn't just a dragon. It was an undead. Naini also wondered how a creature similar to her mentor got here. She couldn't understand. Moreover, it made the girl very sad. The dragon opened its mouth wide, showing its opponents its sharp white teeth, as sharp as Endal's. Something spread through the city streets. Many fragments of the magic tower and other destroyed buildings were flying across the lower part of Solia. Riley realized it was the Draken sucking in the air. The protagonist had difficulty staying upright, with only a sword, a cold weapon that he stuck into the ground. Riley told himself that this couldn't happen. Endal extended his magic-filled hand forward and said with a laugh that they would all be killed at once. Nayani looked at the dragon in horror. She remembered something, and when she realized what it was, she refused to believe it, just like her young master had done. She remembered Endal saying that no matter what, she must avoid the dragon's breath. And then Nayani asked her mentor why he couldn't be stopped. Endal responded to her, saying that the only thing that could stop the breath was another dragon's breath. He was serious when he said that if she couldn't dodge, he would definitely die. Nayani was amazed that they, who had barely fought off her attack, the attack of the 7th Circle Mage, would use Edricon's breath. She thought no, it couldn't be. But even so, it was obvious that Endal was feeling terrible. Astroy's white beard was covered in blood, although that didn't stop him from laughing evilly. Blood was flowing from his eyes too, just as it had happened to Nayani before. He shouted to the dragon to take the souls as a sacrifice by inhaling them. After his words, it wasn't difficult to hold back. A black energy began to appear in the air, taking people's lives. Endal cried out loud that this was all for their prayers, and the dragon sucked in more and more air and, of course, souls. Nini looked questioningly at the beast, something more surprising than before. In fact, the girl just realized that this was the end, which she could not stop. She looked into the black hole of lost souls of living beings and could not move. Suddenly, a familiar voice asked her why she was shaking. It was clearly young Mr. Riley who had his back to the girl, which surprised her a lot, as he looked very calm and confident, as if he wasn't scared at all. She asked him what was going on. He told her not to worry and asked her if she remembered what he had said, as she sat on the cold floor with some rags. When he reached out to her, for the first time in his life, as he smiled and rubbed his neck in embarrassment, saying that he would help her, Nayani remembered perfectly everything that had happened back then, as if it were still yesterday. Nayani herself wanted to defend her savior, shouting that she didn't need him to stay away. But Riley wasn't listening to her anymore rudely, just smugly responding that it was too late. Endal, as usual, was more than irritated and arrogant with the guy. He was shouting 2 birds with 1 stone, saying he was a beauty. Ruvosa seemed more pleased than the dark wizard. Riley gave Nayani a loving hug, and the girl was shocked. Still holding her, he turned to Nayani. When she looked up, she saw a smiling Riley telling her not to forget to give him that apple in the next life. It was after these words that an explosion of incredible proportions occurred, decorated in various colors and shades of purple. All that could be seen were the black silhouettes of Riley and Nayani, still hugging each other. Nayani pressed herself against him with her eyes closed. She thought that because of her, sir, the girl was suffering unbearable pain. She begged forgiveness from Mrs. Iris, Mr. Ian, and Mrs. Sarah, from her admonisher. Riley wrapped her arms around the girl, protecting her with her tight hug, and Nayani was a little shocked. Then the protagonist turned to her, who raised her head with her eyes wide, already scared to hear what he wanted to tell her. Riley smiled widely and said that in her next life she should give him that apple. Immediately following these words, an incredibly large explosion occurred, equipped with pink, blue, and purple lights. Nayani closed her eyes. She was quite calm on the outside, but inside was chaos. She thought the young master was because of her. The girl was scared to even finish the thought. She just started mentally apologizing to Iris-san, Ian-san, and Sarah-san with their mentor. The dark wizard Urialis opened his arms and laughed loudly, shouting to the ingrates that they were finished. Suddenly, the cheering was interrupted by flying lights, similar to comets or rain. Ruvosa calmly turned to Uriali. He couldn't understand what it was, and then asked the dark wizard, who was already terribly angry, and shouted asking the bishop how he knew. The red limb of a powerful dragon appeared in the dark sky. Your spine and neck. Large and powerful wings with the same red color. The huge dragon, and now not at all dead, was in the lower part of Solia. The dragon opened its mouth with sharp teeth and a ball of fire formed there. When the dragon started to blow it away, the murderous flames went straight towards the villains. He found the purple pillar of flames from the dark wizard or his dead dragon. Purple and yellow sparks sparkled in the air. They kept falling, and there were more and more of them. Riley was still standing with Nayani, and everything around her was enveloped in red dragon fire. Nayani clung to her lord and closed her eyes. The poor girl was scared. Riley tried to call Nayani carefully. and when he finally succeeded, he told her to open her eyes soon. Riley was shocked and relieved that there was no scratch on them. He held Nani and covered her face from the fire. Finally, he managed to free the girl. Nani looked very happy and thanked God that they were in one piece. Nani smiled genuinely at her savior, and the man looked at her with some incomprehension. Suddenly, someone from behind asked them what they were doing, and they turned around with an extremely displeased expression. It was a red dragon, and he turned to Nani, saying that he seemed to be being clear when he told her not to overdo it. Nani realized that he was the mentor and was very happy to see him here, that he came. Meanwhile, the elderly Bishop Rivosu was literally shaking with fear, unable to understand where the dragon had come from. Something had crossed his mind, but he refused to believe it. In fact, he just remembered Saint Frisia's words about the appearance of a dragon in Sali. Now Rivosa was terribly angry. Euryalus was shouting, asking the bishop why he was standing, shouting for him to do something. He was also terrified. Suddenly, Endal landed very close to Rivosa. The bishop was really scared, terrified. His body felt like stone. Cold sweat ran down his face. His hands were shaking, and he thought if he could move his arm just a little. When he tried and the arm actually moved, Rivos was very surprised. Rivosa didn't know what he should do, although he had a glimmer of hope after the construction. He focused his vision on his new opponent. Although none of his looks could compare to Endal's large, piercing red eyes, the dragon ordered the bishop to stand and be afraid. Rivosa didn't care because that's what he was doing. He was shaking in fear. Then Endal turned around and promised to attend to them later. The dark wizard Euryalus already wanted to run to Rivosa, but she stopped him, shouting for him not to move. Rivosa explained to the dark wizard that it was best to do nothing at the moment. Riley and Naini walked through Rivosa and Urieli. Riley said that since he was a priest, he should have figured everything out. There was still a so-called portal in the sky with a dead dragon's head appearing, and the protagonist asked Endal what to do about it. Endal asked in response, "Like what?" He said he didn't know this dragon, he just cut it and that's it. He used his powerful flame again. He opened his mouth wide and blew out a huge pile of bright flames. The fire seemed to swirl around the dragon's silhouette. Again, the entire city was immersed in thick smoke from the fire. Endal raised his sharp claws, the same red color. He pawed directly at the intimidating black blur. A black mess spread across the city. The sound of their fight was terribly loud, deafening. Riley and Nini had to cover their ears with their hands. The main character shouted to Endal that it was enough, that he could stop now. Endal flicked his red tail and exhaled. Then he turned to Rivosa, asking if it was their turn, which scared the bishop even more. Riley clenched her fingers and stretched a little. He advanced, with the mighty Endal walking behind him, the boy's eyes burning as if he too were a dragon. Rivosa began to shake again, terrified by panic, and now he was also cursing loudly. Euryalus didn't think about staying behind. He had already started shouting about the ungrateful freaks that everyone was when something slid over him. A lot of blood gushed from the wizard's body. Euryalus crouched down. He was shocked, and the one who had injured him was Riley. He looked at him haughtily and told him to stop making a big deal out of things, as he had died a long time ago. He swung his nimble cold weapon again, saying that there was more than that. Then he cut the dark wizard Astroy's body in half. Euryalus in Astroy's body was horrified, and Riley finally agreed that this was something Euryalus had to pay for. His body was actually cut into 2 pieces. The wizard fell to the ground with a crash and was already beginning to beg for something, and Riley wasn't at all eager to hear it. He stretched his arm in front of him and assured him that he wouldn't let him die so easily. A golden magical field formed around Uriel. Riley said that was what he should wait for. Rivosa had already completely lost his mind. He was watching this and started laughing slowly. Riley turned his attention to him and asked why they were hesitating, warning him that he was heading down the same path. Now the bishop was laughing furiously. He even had to bend down and asked if Riley thought he could stop them with this. The protagonist knew very well that Rivosa was not a person to be trifled with, so her words made him very cautious. He mentally called the bishop an idiot and wondered if they still had a trump card up their sleeve. Riley turned to the bishop, told him that he was going to ask him something before killing him, asked what prayer they kept talking about, what it was and where they got the dragon's corpse from. Rivosa was silent. Riley continued speaking, his mouth still open. He said he still wanted to ask about the afterlife. He asked for a clear explanation of what that meant. But Rivosa remained stubbornly silent. However, after a short while, he broke into a smile and chuckled. clearly pleased that the aristocrat was finally interested in their prayer. At first, Rivosa was silent, but then he smiled smugly again and said something about the fact that the nobleman was finally interested in their prayer. Euryalus couldn't help himself and shouted that they would collect people's souls and open the door to the underworld. Rivosa was extremely shocked, as he did not expect such antics from the Dark Wizard. The Dark Wizard was cowed by grief and raging fear, but he continued speaking and told them that the dragon's body had been given to them by that man. Rivosa was literally horrified. He grimaced at all the wrinkles on his elderly face and screamed, asking Uriel why the hell he had told her everything. Now, all he wanted to do was gag her left hand. Riley completely ignored Rivosa's screams. He asked the Dark Mage what they meant by underworld. Uriel was about to start talking, but he realized there was no turning back. However, he was interrupted by something terrible. Nightmarish bubbles began to grow on his face. His veins seemed to be about to burst, his skin was breaking. Uriel himself did not realize what was happening. He groaned in pain and begged him not to. Riley looked at the Dark Wizard with incomprehension. Ultimately, poor Euryalus was torn apart from the inside out, with blood splattered everywhere, coloring everything a bright red. Even the main character got some blood on his cheek, like he had never seen in his entire life. The swordsman was shocked, and Rivosa called Evriel a brainless idiot. The bishop was a clear fan of killing his allies. Now Rivosa was not only irritated with Riley and the other aristocrats, now the dead Uriel irritated him even more. The bishop wondered how he dared speak of their prayer to a stranger, shouted that he should have blown his stupid head off earlier. Now the bishop was calling the Dark Wizard himself an ungrateful idiot. Then Riley asked what they were hiding there, so thoroughly that they even killed a companion, which really surprised the swordsman. However, he said he didn't care, and therefore if Rivosa didn't want to talk, he could remain silent. Riley swung his cold weapon, saying that he would die by his hands anyway. Now he was swinging it, the sword cutting through the air quickly. Suddenly, someone shouted for Riley to stop, and a protective field appeared in front of Rivosa, which was actually what Riley's gun had hit. The protagonist was an extremely strong swordsman, so the protective barrier was covered by small cracks. Now he could be seen easily, and his appearance scared Riley. She was a white-haired elf girl who held a magically outstretched hand in front of her. The girl was proud and held her head high, explaining to the protagonist that this man's body should be preserved. Riley wasn't exactly happy to see the elf here, although he could sense she had a familiar energy, he said, which meant she was a dragon. The girl replied yes. She went ahead and said it was a pleasure to meet Mr. Riley. The girl had incredibly beautiful blue eyes and introduced herself as Isiltur, the chief of the dragons. She notified Mr. Riley that they were on a mission to maintain balance and control the Wheel of Destiny. Rivosa sat inside the protective barrier and listened carefully to her words, which continued saying that they had to keep this man's body alive. Riley thought about keeping his balance, then wondered if that was why she had stopped him. Isiltur replied that yes, that was right. She said that it was never too late to eliminate him. It was more logical to get the information from him first, and then she was about to say something else, but the protagonist interrupted her saying that he didn't want to. Now it was his turn to explain. He revealed that Rivosa had resurrected the goat he had recently killed, and therefore why should he let him get away with it? Isiltur responded that if Riley killed him now, yes, things would be peaceful for the next 100 years, but she could not guarantee that things would be okay after that. She said to think about the future of humanity and save this man. Riley smiled and asked if in 100 years. The girl said yes. She told him that this had happened in the past, so this time they wanted to nip it in the bud so that it wouldn't happen again in the distant future. Without further ado, he attacked the protective barrier the bishop was in. Isiltur didn't expect this. He stretched out his arms and began to reinforce her. The protagonist reasoned out loud, saying that since it was 100 years from now, he would let the people 100 years from now deal with it, and he would live in peace, with his sword cutting through the barrier. Isiltur looked at Riley and thought about the fact that he looked like an ordinary person, but the amount of mana was too much for an ordinary man. She knew she had to stop him before he broke through the barrier completely. The girl raised a hand as if the magical chains were spinning. She didn't want to attack him, so she shouted that she was asking him to lower his sword for the sake of the future. Then chains tied Riley, binding her hands and feet. Isiltur assured him that this would only give him a brief rest, but she would not stop him. Riley was not at all pleased with the turn of events, he said through gritted teeth, as she apparently decided to butt heads with the last man. The protagonist activated his red mana, his energy resisting the energy of the girl's chains. All the air in the immediate area turned red. Isildur stared in shock at the Lord's body. Riley's sword began to cut Isildur's magical chains. He was saying he didn't want to worry about anything else. When he was done, he finally turned to the girl and said he was just trivially exhausted. Isildur did not wish what was happening in reality. She shouted for the swordsman to think and stop. The elf was very nervous, but realizing her strength, she could not approach him. Riley had already attacked the barrier for the second time, her eyes burning a murderous red like those of the Ippolit species, and the girl was screaming at him not to do that she didn't need to. Someone turned to Ravosa, saying they were disappointed in him for waking him up so early. This someone had a wide, scary smile. Something long and black knocked poor, frightened Isildur off her feet, hitting her back hard, and the girl screamed in pain. This thing was reaching out to Riley. Riley was also scared now, although he probably still didn't realize what exactly was going on. However, despite the misunderstanding and lack of information, he still managed to fight the monster's hand. This hand was the size of Riley himself, who was already tall, and the protagonist asked the hand what else it was. The hand was not only big, but also strong. The third son's strong and agile sword, now under the pressure of his hand, was about to break into small pieces. As it happened, the sword broke in two, and now Riley was left without his main weapon. That hand reached past Riley and grabbed Bishop Rivosu firmly, having previously pulled him out of the protective barrier. A member was exiting the portal, and she intended to take Bishop with her inside, to the other side. Riley immediately realized that the hand was running away with Rivosa and ran towards them, asking Bishop where he was going. Suddenly, the silhouette of a man with that intimidating smile appeared in front of Riley, and he sat relaxed right in front of the protagonist's nose, smiling and asking if he was there. When someone asked Riley if he was still hanging around because of something he did in his past life, his words shocked the third son. Beck, in the past, intervened. Unknown said yes, that it was just amazing, that it kind of went back in time to that world where Riley was Beck, or just a savior. The unknown man said that, thanks to him, he had seen a very amusing vision, and in return, he promised to give him a small gift. His purple embossed fist rushed forward, then at an angle, and then he hit Riley very hard, so that Trot didn't even have time to notice. Blood gushed from Riley's mouth, and he had to cough a little to get it out. The blow was incredibly strong. Riley felt like he was completely out of mana and being spun around at will. Rivosu, or the protagonist, had already been sucked into the portal when Isildur wrapped her magical chains around his arm. Suddenly, Endal came running around the corner, running towards the girl, asking if she was okay. The girl didn't have time to respond to him. All she could think now was that she shouldn't let them go. Unexpectedly for Isildur, Nini joined them and activated her black mana. John Doe's fist was really big, but that was all they had time to notice, as the portal closed and Nini wondered if they had disappeared. Isildur fell into Endal's arms. She had tried so hard. Endal asked Nini if she had managed to see where they had gone. The girl replied that she was looking for them now. She was in fact concentrating to the point of being horrified. She opened her white eye a little. Suddenly, Nini felt as if she had realized that she had seen something clearly. She was very surprised because she saw the road, the cars, everything completely unknown to her. However, she also realized that all these tall mirrored structures, this entire place was like what Mr. Riley had seen in his nightmares. But then she realized that no, it wasn't like that. It was exactly the same thing. A black silhouette of a man flying between the tall houses. She opened her white eye a little. Suddenly, Nini felt as if she had realized that she had seen something clearly. She was very surprised because she saw the road, the cars, everything completely unknown to her. However, she also realized that all these tall, mirrored structures, this entire place was like what Mr. Riley had seen in his nightmares. But then she realized that no, it wasn't like that. It was exactly the same thing. A black silhouette of a man flying between the tall houses. Now, Nini found herself in that same environment, in that world. All around were tall glass houses, paved roads and planted trees. School children, students, and office workers walked the streets of a city unknown to the girl. She thought about this underworld and the Lord's strange dream, and realized that the Lord was hiding something from them. Nini was standing at the curb of the road, and in front of her was the silhouette of a man in a robe, the silhouette of Beck, and she was looking straight at him, but one thought scared her. Riley came out of the hole where he was thrown by the stranger's fist. He was rubbing his neck and complaining about his weak head. He was already calling for the bastard, but then he realized that he wasn't here, and asked where he had gone. The main character had a lot of bruises in him. Endal hugged Isiltur, laughed, and asked if the young gentleman was still alive. He said that his skull must be strong, probably because it was empty. He was amused by these words, but neither Isiltur nor Riley liked them. The swordsman asked who he was calling it an empty head. He said he wanted to sew Endal's mouth shut. Riley still managed to compose herself. She said that they were already past that stage, then turned to Naini, asking if she had met these types of people. The girl remained silent. Then, abruptly, she grabbed Riley's hand and said she had something to tell him. The boy looked at her intently, and she told him that once, in her dream, she had seen incredible things. She talked about strange little cars with black wheels. She talked about cars, but she had no idea what they were. About the buildings above the magic tower, the homes and offices of the modern world, and the earth covered in black gravel. Also about people fighting monsters that she had seen for the first time in her life. They were scary, red, horned demons. Naini said it seemed too real for a normal dream, and in fact, she vividly remembered a man crying. The girl said that she decided to discover that man with the black hand and saw the world itself from her dreams. Finally, she loosened her grip, let go of his hand, and said that she didn't think it was just a coincidence, but that she was asking the Lord to tell her. She said he had been there before, asking if he knew what that place was. Riley was completely shocked, terrified by what the girl had said, that she could guess everything. After those words, Riley himself couldn't contain himself and grabbed the girl's hand tightly, calling her. He lowered his head and said he was ordering her to erase everything she had just seen from her memory. Naini was surprised by the master's words. The girl addressed the gentleman with a trembling voice. Someone in a red cloak was listening to their conversation from afar. That person is gone. He got closer and closer to the end of the corner and was ready to go out into the square. The man had a letter in his hands, a document about the Munta, about the terrible atrocity that was committed by the fanatics of the Temple of Solya. It was said that a large number of corpses were found. Currently, the fanatics were taken into custody and the healers were conducting further investigation. Then, it turned out that the living corpses case was committed by religious fanatics. All those who helped the victims of this incident are rewarded. Riley read the paper and realized that, well, that's how they got out of the situation. Then, he looked up from behind the newspaper and looked at someone. He looked at Naini, who was talking a little about herself to Frisia. She said that was why she was feeling so much better. Saint said he was very happy for Naini, very worried about her. Ian was also sitting with them. He said that despite all this, the temple on her face apparently had not been removed. Naini smiled widely at him and said she didn't expect that, so it was okay. Riley stared at the trio in a callous and cold way. Absolutely nothing pleased him at the moment. Suddenly, Endal came up behind the protagonist and called his name right in his ear, shouting and asking if he could hear what he was saying. Endal laughed and jokingly asked why he wasn't listening to him, calling him princess and telling him to have some sense because this had to do with Naini's illness. Riley asked what he meant by illness. Hadn't they cured her? Endal turned away grudgingly, crossed his arms, and replied that they had just made her life easier with magic, but that wasn't enough. He said that they removed all the magic circles she had and that he taught her everything again the way dragons do. He said he felt like he needed to remove all the rot from inside her and that she actually felt better when they got rid of the debris. Unfortunately, he also said that wasn't the biggest problem, pointed his finger at his closed eye and said that was where the problem was. Riley immediately realized he was talking about Naini's right eye. Endal explained that if they were all inside, it was as if they had been washed with new energy. It is not possible to do this with the eyes. If you draw parallels, it is like a large number of threads of different tangles that are tangled and rotting. And if suddenly they do something wrong with these threads, not only will Naini not be cured, but she may even die, because as long as she is human, she will not be able to bear it. But let's say that if she were reborn into someone more resistant to stress, she might survive, except, Riley realized, this wasn't a world where you could put a prosthetic in place of a severed arm. Riley was scared and stressed about it all and asked what she should be reborn into. And since this is possible, Endal replied, she needs to give up her human shell. Endal asked the protagonist if this was true, adding that whether she dies or is reborn depends on Riley. The third son expressed himself a little, lowered his head and asked what would happen if she gave up her human shell. He was really interested in that. Then Endal snapped his fingers and a small but strong fire appeared. He said it was better to see for himself. Eyes emerged from the fire and that person greeted Mr. Riley. In fact, it wasn't any beast or scary creature. just a cute little fire fairy, who smiled and said that she was serving the red dragon. Her name was Heliona. She was circling above Riley's head, and he was very surprised to see the fairy. Endall finally replied that if Nayini were reborn, she would become such a creature, an artificially created spirit, and added that although his Heliona was originally a spirit. Heliona twirled around Riley, laying in his hair. The fairy seemed to be weightless. She said that this meant he was Mr. Riley, right? Which of course Nayini disagrees, saying he didn't look particularly handsome and therefore she didn't understand anything of what Nayini saw in him. Told him that she thought she would look sweeter and friendlier. Riley didn't like what she was saying at all. He tried to squeeze her with his hand, but she seemed to blurt out, although she screamed and covered her face with her hands. Then she hurriedly hid behind her master, Endall's back, and the dragon told Riley that he couldn't catch her because she wasn't material. Endall had said that it was a peculiarity of such spirits, so he realized that if he started counting now, it would take forever, he swore. Heliona was now sitting on his shoulder and stroking his cheek. She was asking what was there, asking that. When he told her, she repeated it many times, begging, pleading. Finally, she even poked Endall himself, who kicked this intangible creature and shouted for it to hit the glove on the ground. The fairy screamed loudly and flew somewhere far away. Now she was hiding behind Nayini's back. The girl looked cheerful. Endall shouted that she had angered him and that if she were not the daughter of the King of Spirits, he would have her. Finally, he turned his attention to the protagonist, sat down at his desk and asked him if he understood what he was talking about in general, saying that these little mosquitoes retained all human memories and advantages when they were reborn. Riley, judging by Helion, asked if Endall was sure there was anything good left. He doubted it. Endall said, well, actually, they also had flaws. I told him that to maintain their essence, mana must constantly circulate in them, and that artificial spirits need to avoid ordinary spirits because these spirits don't like them. Afterwards, he even told the swordsman not to worry, pointing his finger at him and saying that he shouldn't worry about the mana either. Yes, and if Nayini is going to be with a high-class spirit like Heliona, then no problems with pureblood spirits would threaten her. Riley asked if that was true. Endall didn't answer anything, but the protagonist still said that it would be good then. He seemed indifferent and looked askance at his maid. Dragon slapped the table and said, "Noted." He was about to leave and Relia asked where he was going. Endall replied that he was heading west for a while, as he thought something suspicious was going on there. Heliona asked the host if he was leaving yet, and he told her yes, and that she would stay with Nayini because they had received permission. For some unknown reason, Heliona was very happy about this, but Riley didn't like the news about the fairy, so he asked his companion to wait and asked what he meant. Endall simply replied that they were just discussing the matter. Riley was horrified that it wasn't a dragon that was driving all of this. Endall asked him why he had to do this himself. He said it was his turn to go on stage. He called him a crooked friend. The protagonist didn't like this news. He asked why he had to do it with an extreme face displeasure that reflected the depth of his indignation. Endall replied that he was his mentor and Riley was his master, smiling slightly. After saying that Heliona would give him the rest of the details, the doors closed behind him and he left. Heliona sat on young Mr. Riley's head again and tried to imitate his mood, saying that she had no words. Two men were walking through a vast sandy desert, over mountains of sand. One of them asked if it was true, if he had seen him. The other replied yes, said yes, that he had taken possession of the tour and ruled over it. Two people were wearing black cloaks. The first one said that was why he couldn't go to the meeting last time, asked how he managed to capture the dragon. After all, he was just a human. The other one said that the first one was right, of course. For a human to control a dragon is too much. The sun was gradually setting behind the horizon. The golden sands were turning even more golden. In front of the two people was a vision of a very frightening terrain. There were dry bones, the remains of someone. There was also dark purple mana swirling around. One said, but if it's related to what he's thinking, it makes all the difference. Saying that this time these things must be captured was the red dragon Endall, who looked terribly serious, was not wearing his usual wide smile. Saint Frisia screamed insistently and asked them to take her with them. Riley calmly and callously responded that she didn't want to. Frisia activated the not-so-cute function of charming the people around her, and in a squeaky voice asked again, said that she was really asking for him, but that now she had to hide her identity because Solia's temple had fallen. She was pushing so hard for pity that the protagonist, calling her darling, replied that the problem was hers, asked why he had to solve it. Ian fell for her taunts, asked the young lord to help her once and for all. Nara accompanied the mercenary hero, cheered him on, and told him that Frisia was the saint of Solia, after all. Riley told them that she had been torn apart all her life in that temple, saying that first she needed to understand that no one would do her whims without question. Her words really disturbed the saint in a frightening way. Riley continued to insult her. He asked her where they had seen a girl that age behaving like a spoiled little child. He didn't wait for an answer. He said that there she was. His words pointed like arrows at Frisia. The poor girl was already shaking with sadness. It seemed like he was about to go into hysteria. Suddenly, out of nowhere, Riley screamed for them to forgive her, and the main character was shocked by her scream. The girl, through tears, exclaimed that yes, she was a spoiled little child, and that was why her temple had fallen. Not even her own subjects could she protect. She said that in general, she also thought about it a lot. She said that it was okay. She would survive on her own, without food and water. She would go wherever she wanted, but she knew how to push pity very well, but Nara fell for it. She immediately ran to Saint Frisia and asked if she was okay. She said she knew what their master was like. He said what he wanted to say. She asked her not to worry so much. Now, Nayini joined them. She and Jan looked at the sane Riley with such a murderous look that even he felt uncomfortable. They asked the Lord how he could bring the saint to tears. Riley didn't know what to say. He tried to put together some words, but it was all in vain. The sweat of humiliation, fear, and frustration ran down her face, but in the end he simply had to agree, said they would take her with them. Finally, the carriage arrived at the Ippolit family estate. It was night, but the illuminated house stood out sharply against the darkness. The protagonist got out of the transport with Nara. They were surrounded by moonlight, and Riley asked the red-haired girl if she had carried out her orders. Nara scratched the back of her head and replied, a little uncertainly, that yes, she had done exactly what he said. Soon everyone else was out of the carriage. Riley closed his eyes. He was completely absorbed in his thoughts. Now he was thinking it was time to hear his father's final decision. Now the third son was walking down the long hallway on the luxurious red carpet. The brothers greeted Riley. The first son said that he hoped his father would judge them fairly and name the right heir. He asked Lloyd if he was of the same opinion. Lloyd at first he did not understand what was required of him, but then he hurried to answer yes. The first son said that Riley was not an heir with his temper, said that all he did was hide behind Ian's back and do stupid things, and his brother's words were starting to make even Lloyd uncomfortable. Then, the first one remembered what he had heard about his younger brother's maid. He told him that she was back. He said he was happy that she was back. Thank God she was okay. He even remembered to congratulate Riley. So Riley smiled back and thanked him, said if that was all he had to say, he would go to the office. When Riley passed by and was already starting to distance himself from his brothers, the former looked at him as if he were not a blood brother, but his first enemy. Soon after the main character left them, Lloyd turned to his brother, who asked what else, and Lloyd replied that there was such a thing. When Riley was fighting the Dark Wizard and Revosa, Lloyd managed to follow him. He was hiding around a corner. At that time, he still didn't know why Riley had come to Solia, but he was intensely curious about it. It didn't seem to matter now. He had seen the undead perfectly well, those poor, inhuman, mutilated people. It was what he saw that scared him. It was then that he heard someone's cry for help. He heard someone call out to someone else, ordering him to point his sword at the enemy in defense of the great Sali. As Lloyd sank deeper and deeper into those nightmarish memories, he became truly sad, as it was unlikely that anyone would want to see such a thing once in their life. He never said anything to his brother, who, realizing his condition, asked what was wrong. Lloyd closed his eyes and said no, it wasn't like that at all. Count Stein was sitting in his office when his children entered, and he finally said that everyone had done a good job, saying that thanks to them, the staggering Solia was able to stand firmly on her feet. First of all, he addressed Lion, the eldest son. Lion was very proud of himself, and his father kept saying that he knew that he had helped people from many villages, that he had even gone to villages that he had not even mentioned. Now the Earl of Ippolit turned to Lloyd. The second son was not as satisfied, confident, and calm as his older brother. He looked sad. His father told him that he had made a great contribution to saving Solia, said that he had done well. Lloyd bowed, thanked him, but said that he didn't think he had done it, so he shouldn't talk about it like that. That's when Lion suspected something was wrong. He was surprised by his brother's behavior. In fact, Lloyd was aware and realized that it wasn't him who saved Solia, but Riley and his team. Finally, the father turned to the third son, Riley, and paused particularly long, as Riley was already starting to get nervous. However, despite the prolonged "you," his father suggested not to talk about it. Lion was very happy. He was about to celebrate the fact that in this battle for the heir's name he had won. Stein hit the table with his fist to get his children out of their thoughts and draw attention to himself, promised to announce the heir in 2 days according to the results of the competition, and said that during this time he would ask them to behave honorably without fighting among themselves. That was it. The guys left the office. Riley went first, followed by Lloyd, and somewhere behind him, Lion. Lloyd called out to Riley, who was a little surprised. Lloyd looked questioningly at his brother and remained silent. So Riley said that if his brother had nothing to say, then he was out. Lloyd was approached by Lion, who asked him what had happened, if he had swallowed his tongue, and said that Lloyd wasn't looking like himself today. Lloyd himself just said, "That's how it is," then put his hands in his pockets and replied that he was fine. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds that preceded the threat. The leaves, once yellow, have dried and almost all of them have fallen to the ground. Epellet Manor sank into the darkness of an autumn day, the wind rustling the last leaves on the tree branches. Finally, 2 days later, the sun came out. Epellet Manor had regained its usual bright appearance. The white carriage was prepared and the horses were already in place. The nobles were getting out of the visiting carriages. The servants were helping them get out. The girls were discussing something. A significant evening had begun in the mansion. The sun was already starting to set, with the sky colored in warm red and pink tones. Outside, there were prearranged tables, filled with flowers and clean candles, covered with white tablecloths. Night finally came. There was no trace of the sun in the sky, although now the sky was clear. Bright stars and the moon could be seen. The aristocrats were drinking culturally and happily chatting about something. The property's courtyard really was decorated to perfection. Everything was so evocative and bright. Riley sat on one of the blue roofs of the house and watched everything from above, behind the happy young people. He didn't seem as happy as the guests, the protagonist immersed in his own thoughts. Riley remembered the unknown man's words, his question about whether he was still around because of what he had done in his past life, which made the swordsman very angry. He mentally asked the man if he thought he was remembering those times because I wanted to. A long time ago, a thought settled in his mind. He thought it was better to have been born as a normal human being, without any memories. He wondered about the excellent sword skills, the enormous amount of mana. All these questions were of interest to people who saw Riley at his work. But the poor guy didn't give a damn about all these skills. They overwhelmed him. I was carrying this cross for my second life, and everything seemed to be in vain. After all, every road the protagonist has ever traveled is littered with corpses, as if Riley can feel the warehouse behind him, a warehouse of skulls, and he never wants to remember that again. Then, he remembered Nayini's question, that he had been to that world before, hadn't he? Reflecting on this, Realty thought it was no wonder she had figured it all out so quickly. He was always talking about him, as if she was dreaming about it all. She desperately wanted to forget, but she kept talking about him. Now, the protagonist blamed himself terribly for having said everything with a smile in his ears, and now, suddenly, giving a negative answer, he thought he was a fool. Suddenly, Nayini was next to him and called out to Mr. Riley in a loud voice, shouting right in his ear. Riley didn't feel the way she came and was therefore very surprised. He asked Nayini how she got here. If she had used her eye and he had told her not to use it, she said no. Said she had thought where he could be and found him. Shouted that it was true and asked him to take him at his word. Riley agreed. In fact, he just wanted her to calm down and stop shouting. He was thinking deeply again. While thinking about all this, he looked extremely sad. Nayini saw all this and was intrigued by his mood. She looked at the gentleman, silently asked if he wanted her to lend him her lap. After a while, they were still sitting on the blue roof. Only now Riley was lying on the girl's lap. Riley asked Nayini if she wasn't worried. The girl asked what he meant, so he explained that he was talking about her giving up her human shell and becoming an artificial spirit. After his words, she snapped her fingers and an apple shrouded in dark energy appeared right above her hand. She told him that, in fact, there was something that worried her. She said that if she became a spirit, she was afraid that the Lord would not want to be around her anymore. The girl peeled the apple with her magic and said she was calmer now. She explained that it was because he let her stay with him, even though she wasn't human. This was, in fact, very gratifying and made the girl loosen up, as if a weight had been lifted from her shoulders. She smiled widely and held out the apple to the gentleman, begging his forgiveness and saying it was for returning the apple to him so late. The apple ended up in the hands of the protagonist. Then he turned to Niney. He asked her to take care of him next year too. The two looked at the full moon coloring the sky, and the girl agreed silently. Suddenly, people stopped having fun and talking. They all started looking for something with their eyes and were completely misunderstood. Mrs. Iris, unlike her husband, smiled at the guests, and people were shocked to see Earl Stein in his current sickly state. The guests began to whisper among themselves. Someone said that they say that during the attack on the state's borders he was seriously injured. It seems to be true, apparently. For this reason he decided to choose an heir. They said that I could feel the tension hovering in the air, and all of Solia is anxious now. Someone asked the others what they thought about the heir, who the heir would be. Someone said that it was obvious that it would be Mr. Lion, because he was the eldest son and had made a lot of progress, but someone else said that the others hadn't. They knew. But after the rumors about Orly's eldest wife, he thought that Mr. Riley would be the heir. As he had thrown her out of the house, they said it was also said that he had a maid, and she was a wizard from the Sixth Circle. One of the people laughed and said that maybe they were being donated somewhere. He wanted one too. The black-haired girl was listening to all this. She said it was interesting. Someone asked this girl if she was having fun. The aristocrat covered her face with a fan, and she replied, yes, she was just asking. She stood alone, a little away from the other guests. The girl said that she was looking at the aristocrats, who could barely be called aristocrats, scratching her tongue like the last scum. She called them fools, for God's sake. This terribly infuriated the aristocrats. Many cast sidelong glances at the girl, and two of the young men asked her, in one voice, what she had just said. Their discussion was interrupted by Stein's speech. He and Ms. Iris were on the stage. The Count told them that they were gathered today to name an heir for the Ippolit family. They all started to approach the stage. Finally, Count Stein smiled at them and thanked the aristocrats for coming. The Count had an envelope in his hand, probably with the heir's name on it. Stein said that all three of his children were trying to accomplish the task given to them. Lion seemed confident and extremely smug, proud. The Earl of Ippolit also said that he meant that they judged them fairly. Riley was a little indifferent to what was going on, but joined the crowd and listened to the speech along with everyone else. He began to say that the heir of the Ippolit family was becoming, did a little intrigue, and finally announced them to Lloyd. Fina Ippolit. Lloyd, at first, did not realize what had happened, was in a stupor, and then, with an extremely strange expression on his face, he asked if it was him. The aristocrats who were around him began to slowly disperse. Lloyd asked why he, how, shouting that it shouldn't be him, but Riley's brother. Riley, in turn, clapped his hands and congratulated his younger brother with a genuine and wide smile. The other guests also had to start clapping, even though they probably didn't even remember the second son's name in their discussions about the family heir. Ms. Iris also smiled and applauded Lloyd. Soon Lloyd started climbing the red stairs to the top. People were congratulating Mr. Lloyd. His father was smiling at him, waiting at the top. When he got up, the father asked his son how long he would keep the guests waiting. A loud applause resounded in the courtyard of Ippolit Manor. A shocked Lloyd stood next to his father. Stein started to tell me what he thought. There are a lot of people who don't understand why they made that choice. Lion was one of them. He was down there with his eyes wide open. He really didn't understand what it was like. Stein said he would reveal the reason for his decision, and a luxuriously sharp sword appeared in front of the guests. The aristocrats understood everything. They asked if Mr. Lloyd, the medalist. Lion already had no words. He just silently opened his mouth, observed all this. Count Ippolita held a sword in his hand and said that a terrible incident had recently occurred in the capital and that this sword had been given to him for taking an active part in solving the problem. Someone asked the others if they remembered the rumor that a brave mercenary fighter from a noble family had helped put down a rebellion of fanatics, along with everyone else. But they didn't think it was Mr. Lloyd. This made Lion furious, the veins in his face standing out, and he clenched his teeth as tightly as he had ever clenched them before. The Earl handed his son the sword and praised him for doing a good job, as if Lloyd was at a loss for words. Someone inside asked the man if he was okay. It was Ian and Riley. Riley replied that yes, everything was fine, but that Ian was quieter than usual. Ian replied that he was just holding back. Afterwards, he still couldn't hold back and said that that sword should have been given to the young lord. He asked if that was the case, and Riley questioned him in response. What was he saying? Hadn't he heard what his father had said? He said that his brother saved people and that was why he received the award, and Ian agreed that this was certainly true. The servant probably wanted to say something more, but Riley interrupted him, turned to Ian and said he would say it again. He was not interested in the heir's place. On the contrary, he despised him. It was all very boring. The protagonist began to tell you all the tasks that would be assigned to him, saying that you would have to sign a lot of useless paperwork, and that, in addition, there are times when you are summoned to Solia's palace, a game of hide-and-seek with aristocrats. He seemed tired of talking about it and finally said that as soon as he imagined it, he became dizzy. The swordsman raised his hand and said that his mother knew his opinion, so she applauded Lloyd. Ian said that even so, Riley was the first to applaud. He asked if that wasn't true. Riley said that he was just supporting him. He asked Ian if he would continue to criticize every little thing. Riley turned the corner and, abruptly and unexpectedly, heard a resounding why. It was Lion. He intercepted his father and asked why they had chosen Lloyd and not him. Stein calmly asked him to keep his voice down, as there were still guests in the house. Lion kept yelling, asking for answers as to why not him, saying he just didn't understand. Stein repeated that, as he had said, Lloyd had been honored for his fight at Solia, but Lion hastily interrupted his father. He said that was why he didn't understand, asked if he hadn't fulfilled all the conditions of the contest magnificently, shouting that he had saved many more villages than him. Now calmer, he said that if he were not the heir, it would mean that all his efforts would have been in vain, and Stein addressed his son by name. He asked if he didn't know what the difference was between them and Lloyd, and Lion became irritated. Stein spoke about the availability of prizes, about how to master the art of the sword. Regarding the number of people saved, he said that when choosing, he did not take these criteria into account. And in their personalities, Lion couldn't stop being angry. My father told me that it was important to him that his successor had a pure and good heart, saying that Lion himself had just said that if he didn't become the heir, everything would be in vain, meaning that his goal during the competition was not to save people, but to be the heir, which was the only thing he was trying to achieve. Lion was raising his sword. Lion was shocked, speechless. The Earl of Appellate said he spoke to Lloyd yesterday before publicly announcing the selection result. He remembered asking his middle son if he had said the sword was Riley's, as he had a sword in his hand. Lloyd said yes, and told him that he himself had only gone to Solia because of Riley. Stein then said that Lloyd had also fought bravely and asked if that was true, to which Lloyd calmly replied no, that it was all because of Riley, explaining that this was why Riley should be the heir and not him. The Earl told this story to Lion and then summed it up by saying that he was again thinking about choosing Lloyd because he is soft-hearted and very caring. Lion was literally beside himself with rage, gritted his teeth and mentally called his younger brother impudent. Stein saw the horrified, distorted expression on his eldest son's face, told him to look at himself, and asked if he was blaming Lloyd for everything now. His father didn't wait for an answer. He answered it himself. He explained that that was the difference between him and Lloyd, and that all his words about Lloyd made Lion more and more furious. Suddenly, his anger reached such a point that he drew his sword and reiterated that he did not understand. With his eyes shining with pain and despair, he threw himself against his own father, screaming that he couldn't take it anymore. Watching all this from around the corner, Riley and Jan were literally shocked, as they didn't expect any of this from their first child, especially Jan. Ian was about to shout for the Count to take control when he was distracted by the abrupt disappearance of his own sword, so Riley warned Ian that he would borrow the sword for a while. The protagonist swung and threw Yang's sword with tremendous force. The sword in the sheath quickly cut through the air. Lion certainly noticed this too. A wrapped sword whizzed past his head, and the guy himself was only interested in where it came from. It was the sword that repelled the attack on Count Ippolit. Stein didn't know what was happening. However, he was sure of one thing. This man had crossed the line. By saying that man, he was referring to his firstborn son, Lion. He punched him in the solar plexus with his fist, which briefly cut off the air for Lion, who was in a lost mind. Stein told his son how disappointed he was in him, said that if Lloyd had been in his place, he would not have behaved in such a way. And all these comparisons ended up making the already unhappy Lion unhappy. The furious father grabbed his son's head with great force and ordered the black sword to show his face. He also told Lion that he had only trained for nothing. Now he would have to see what he had become. Right after those words, something large fell from the ceiling and collapsed right on top of them. A black palm cupped Lion's face, which seemed to be in terrible agony. Finally, the air around them calmed a little and Lion found the strength to take control of his body. He still couldn't get up, but Earl Stein stood confidently, looked at his crying son, and told him to choose. Either he dies here and now or he kicks him out of the house, as Stein has never been a fan of indulgences and favors. A sad and saddened Lion stood up, scolded himself, and asked in a low voice what he had done wrong, as he no longer had the energy for anything. Lion didn't say anything to his father. He walked further and further down the long corridor and muttered to himself that he was doing everything for the family. When Lion left, Ian approached Stein and asked if he was okay. The Count was a little surprised to see the mercenary hero here. He asked if he had been the one to protect him, throwing his sword, and Ian said yes, of course he had. He said he thought the Earl was in danger and so on. Stein exhaled, as if he was relieved. The black sword was on the red carpet. In fact, upon looking at her, Stein realized that it was not Ian but his prankster again. Riley walked down the red hallway, looking around, thinking Ian would take care of the rest, but somehow he still felt uncomfortable. Then he turned his attention to something specific that interested him. He looked at the girl with black hair and a white dress. Before, she had covered herself with a fan, but now her beautiful face was clearly visible. Suddenly, the girl started looking around and almost panicked as she asked where she was. The other aristocrat leaned over to her and replied, yes, and that, in fact, he didn't know either. Then the girl noticed Mr. Riley, and it seemed that the protagonist himself was not very happy about it. This girl seemed to glow as she ran to Riley, apologized and explained that she was a little lost here, asked if he could help her. Riley said yes and asked what her problem was. The girl hesitated. She couldn't find the words. She said that there was such a thing. How to say what she was looking for? Riley couldn't help herself and asked if she had seen the bathroom. The stranger hurriedly replied that she hadn't, so Riley ran out of ideas. She said it wasn't the bathroom, she still couldn't say right, so Riley asked if she was looking for her room. The girl said again, no, it wasn't a bedroom. Riley said the living room was that way, but the girl. He denied it again and said he was talking. The stranger paused again for a moment, and then, with a kind of jest and lasciviousness, she told him that she was looking for Mr. Riley's room. The protagonist himself didn't understand the reason he asked in disbelief, pointing his finger at himself. The girl was clearly very surprised as well as feeling a little embarrassed. She covered her mouth with her hand when she finally realized it was Mr. Riley. Then she bowed before him and said that she was very happy to meet him, telling him that her name was Litrina Felicnian, a girl who doesn't show her nose at official events. It's not like she's ugly or has a terminal illness. Plus, there were rumors that the Duke's daughter would get married soon. Riley sat down on the white couch and calmly asked why she was looking for him, saying that she had heard that she had a wedding soon. The girl replied that of course she had received marriage proposals, but that she had not yet found a man whom she liked with all her heart. She smiled widely and explained that there had been a misunderstanding and that was why the rumors had spread. His mother, Miss Iris, was sitting next to Mr. Riley. She said that was it. Riley was thinking that apparently the other false rumors hadn't worked, so they decided to start a marriage rumor to coincide with the position from the Duke. Iris then asked why Litrina had come to them. Litrina replied that that was just how things happened, and said that she had received a letter from their family and that she had heard that the heir of the Ippolit family would be chosen. And of course, she had heard that Mr. Riley had received a medal, and she was interested in it, and now it was here. She also asked about the fact that it was said that Lloyd had also been honored with an award. She thought it was a sword. Litrina had said that these awards were given if a person had been seriously injured or had done a feat. She congratulated the Count of Stein, therefore the Count of Ippolit was also sitting in the chair. Riley responded that it was bullshit and that he didn't think she should have congratulated them in person. He said it out loud. So his father stepped on Riley's foot, on purpose. He looked at his father and noticed the angry expression on her face, because on her forehead it was written that Riley was an important guest. Mrs. Iris mentally encouraged her son, as she knew the character of her husband and son and therefore understood the situation perfectly. Then Riley rubbed the back of his head, as he didn't like the fact that his mother was in the same place, and said, well, then maybe she would tell you what she wanted to say about the letter, and asked what kind of letter it was from the family. From them. Litrina calmly replied that it said something about a watchman. Riley looked at his father, who had his eyes closed, and immediately realized who had the advantage. Litrina moved forward a little and wondered if Mr. Riley wouldn't like her, as she was intimidated by his expression. In fact, Riley didn't like her at all. But he didn't dare say that. He just waved his hand and, smiling, said that it wasn't that. He just wasn't used to her. The girl sighed with relief and said she thought he was upset with her because of the awkward situation in the hallway. She clapped her hands and said that they say a person's first impression decides everything, and asked if he could give her another chance. Latrina assured him that from now on he could just call her Rena. She said again that it was a pleasure to meet Mr. Riley. Riley also said that yes, he is Riley Ippolita, and that it was a pleasure to meet him. He was starting to get bored with it all. Naini saw someone leaving. It is night outside. She is in the yard near the cart. Nara smiled at Naini and said that she couldn't stay in this house any longer, that there was a limit to everything, and that she was, in fact, a mercenary. Naini looked very sad about their departure. She asked where they were going now. She said it was just in case, just to warn her. Saint Frezia replied that yesterday, in a dream, she saw the landscape of the Western lands, said that she thought there was something there, so they decided to go there with Mrs. Nara. Naini was worried that Ms. Frezia was okay, but the girl replied that she would be fine. She told Naini that she probably knew herself that Mr. Riley didn't really like her being here, so she thought it best to leave. Nara waved her hands and assured Naini that no, that it was okay, that she shouldn't worry about it, assuring her that they knew they were very busy. In fact, Nara suspected that they were just there talking to an important guest. Then, Frezia asked Naini how she was, if she was okay, and Naini herself intervened, without understanding at first what the saint meant. Before Naini could finish, Frezia said that the Lord was now on a date with the Duke's daughter and asked if Naini didn't mind. Frezia continued, saying that there was a chance that Riley would marry her, and Naini didn't know what to say, what words to choose. Nara looked at the girl with visible incomprehension, and Naini explained that it was up to the Lord to decide what he wanted to do. It had nothing to do with her. Saint said everything was terrible. She was a little surprised by Naini's point of view. She also didn't forget to apologize for meddling in the wrong topic. Nara waved Naini's hand one last time, saying that they would leave, asking her to say hi to you. The cart with the two girls left, and Naini stood there to watch them go with a glance. She was going over in her head what Frezia had said about the watchman and so on, and felt a little sad. Afterwards, she still tried very hard to convince herself that everything was fine. Naini, as if she had imagined Riley and a statuesque woman getting married in front of her, decided that she had had enough of being around him. The pink rose bushes were blooming softly in the yard. The sun was high in the sky and shining brightly. There, Riley and Latrina were sitting at a table, the protagonist reading a book and the girl drinking her drink. Finally, she turned to the gentleman, who only gave her a sidelong glance. Latrina asked him if it was true that he had never picked up a sword, and Riley coldly replied yes, which left poor Ian in a state of shock as he couldn't keep his chin up. Latrina didn't believe it at first. She said she had been told that there wasn't a single person in Ippolit's family who didn't know how to handle a sword. Riley was getting terribly fed up with all this. He said that meant there was one, after all. Here it was. Latrina may have tried to turn a blind eye to his attitude, but his servant had no intention of doing the same. He looked at the protagonist with disdain. Suddenly, Latrina seemed to light up. She happily asked him about the medal, how he got the medal. She seemed really intrigued by it. She told him calmly that she was very interested in the story. Riley remained silent. Some time later, he turned his attention to her, apologized, and said it was just a very important episode. Latrina was no longer so positive. She gave a forced laugh and said that he therefore likes reading. Ian felt terrible. He was mentally asking his master if he couldn't see the atmosphere here. He honestly thought that even a statue would have better abilities. He knew that Riley didn't like women very much. But not like this. Riley went back to reading and Lightpina watched him carefully. Her violet eyes seemed to understand him completely. She called the gentleman again. The girl put a finger to her mouth and smiled flirtatiously, offering to guess what he was thinking at the moment, asking if he wanted it. In fact, Riley wasn't expected to respond. The girl just said that he was probably thinking about how much he hated the party and how much he wanted it to end. She asked if that was true. Riley didn't understand what she was getting at. So Latrina continued, said that instead of reading, he would rather rest now because he wasn't getting enough sleep lately. Riley was very surprised and even walked away from the book when she told him that he was actually being tormented by the same nightmare. Then the main character asked who she was. The girl laughed and asked if she had guessed, as she was happy that he was finally paying attention to her. She also said that, judging by his facial expression, she had hit him where it hurt, asked him not to be mad at her. Riley looked at her companion with her eyes wide open. Latrina explained that it was because Mr. Riley had irritated her the first time, and the girl asked if he didn't think so himself. Riley still didn't answer her anything, So she asked what he was talking about and agreed that the taste of this tea was simply divine. The main character couldn't come to his senses. He finally spoke, asked in a serious tone how she did it. Latrina, as if she wasn't understanding anything, asked what he was talking about. Riley simply replied that about the same thing she had done to him. Latrina asked what? The same thing. Now Riley was starting to get annoyed. It was evident in her tone as he turned to the Duchess, the girl smiling widely, asking if he was threatening her here, talking about the amused reaction the gentleman had. She sipped tea and talked about how lazy he was, how he had never held a sword in his hands, how there were so many bad rumors about him and her. Ian thought about what he himself wouldn't have said. Those rumors were bad. Latrina was telling him this the way she knew his thoughts. Of course she would want to tell him about it. But she won't just do it, as she has a condition. Latrina pointed her hand at her guard, saying that if Mr. Riley managed to get involved in the battle, she would let him know. The girl told him that several other guards from her duchy had fought with him and they all lost. Riley looked at the extremely arrogant guy and asked if that was why he walked around with his nose in the air. Latrina replied that he was the right gentleman to bring him to Earth, asked if it wouldn't be great if he taught his guard a lesson, and if Mr. Riley were to be beaten, she thought it would even be good for him, as he screamed that anything that kills them makes them stronger. Finally, the girl leaned over the table with a caustic smile and asked him what he thought, saying that it was a very tempting deal, wasn't it? Soon Latrina was standing in the Red Hall with Ippolit Stein. She said that it seemed like he was right. The girl tucked her hair behind her ear, and when asked if the Count had said that Riley was hiding her power, if that was true, she said that it irritated him a little, and the confirmation of the Count's words didn't take long. This surprised Stein a little, and he asked if it was true, if she could be mistaken, if she had imagined it. The girl smiled and looked directly at the Count. She remembered leaning across the table with a caustic smile and asking him what he thought, saying it was a pretty tempting deal, wasn't it? Then, Riley seemed to lose her mind. Her face contorted, and he asked if she was saying that her guard had become arrogant and was now looking down on everyone. He wondered if he was out of control. Now the guard wasn't enjoying it either. He grabbed his sword and the veins on his forehead swelled up a lot. Noticing this, Jan stepped forward and stretched out his hand in front of him, ordering the guard to stop now, telling him not to dare attack. Ian explained to him in a serious tone that he was on the territory of the Ippolit family estate, and therefore should make it clear to himself that such unceremonious behavior would not be tolerated here. All this amused Latrina, and she intervened, telling Ian that he was as formidable in words as in reality. She said that he also expected to see the fight and asked if it wasn't like that, which confused Jan. Because it was true, he was already imagining how he would cheer up the young master, what and when he would shout. Cold sweat began to roll down her body. He tried to assure the gentleman looking at him that he wasn't. But Riley wasn't a fool either. Finally, the girl said that as Mr. Riley didn't like the idea, there was nothing to be done, but she would have to say something to the Count. Riley asked what she was going to say to him. He didn't like the fact that she was acting like she was 5 years old, but the girl simply said something. Latrina decided to mock Riley as if she was immersed in love, and added that she would say that he hadn't been sleeping at night lately, so she urgently needed a wife. This shocked Riley, and the girl went on to say that she also seemed to have heard that Lady Iris really wanted to have grandchildren, although she had no experience in the matter, but she thought that if it were Mr. Riley she would work out. Riley could no longer contain herself. She was almost losing her anger when Latrina asked if the Count would be surprised if she told him about this. Then the main character had to get up and ask Ian to be second, but Ian didn't realize what was required of him at first. Riley wasn't in the least willing to chew on anything. He just repeated for Ian to referee their fight. Now he stood before the haughty and proud guard. The protagonist decided that it was okay. So much stress had accumulated lately that he would like to vent this way. The guard looked at him as if he were a real opponent. Riley exhaled. He was well aware that the guard thought he would be scared if he continued to stare at him like that. The swordsman thought the guard was no match for him, because he is. He remembered how a city saint in a past life, with her hands up, screamed with all her might for a brave warrior to raise his sword for their salvation. How people reached out to Beck shouting that he was a hero. The very word hero, now, in this life, made Riley indescribably nauseated, and he curled up and covered his mouth with his hand. Jan didn't realize what had happened to the master. Riley in turn apologized and said he wouldn't do that, which left the guard astonished. He asked if the gentleman was joking. shouting that one gets rid of the habit of being capricious in childhood, and that apparently his parents didn't practice it in childhood. Riley, with his hand over his mouth, replied that he looked sick just because of the guard's disgust, but that he would be able to fight in that state. Even the guard was already angry. He was very bold to speak against the master. He ran to Riley, yelling at him to shut up. However, to his surprise, a terrifyingly strong energy began to flow from the protagonist, as if it was slowing down and restricting the guard. He didn't understand what had happened to his body, why he had frozen. Riley apologized for the inconvenience, but he feels really bad and needs to go to the bathroom. He left, and Latrina, shocked, got up from her seat and screamed, asking the gentleman to wait, astonished, asking how he did it. When Riley asked what she was talking about, the girl hurried to respond that it was the energy with which he had restrained the guard's movements. The protagonist pretended not to know what she meant. Then he smiled and, asking for forgiveness, replied that he didn't know what she was talking about. Latrina told the Count all this, and then said that she observed her guard's reaction and noticed everything. Riley is definitely hiding his power. These words meant a lot to the Earl of Kin. She decided to tell Stein that Mr. Riley didn't like her because of her request, and that she liked him, and asked if he knew how much it hurt her. And the Count apologized for that, saying that she was more interested in Lloyd. Latrina replied that, of course, Mr. Lloyd was good enough, and that was why the Earl chose him to succeed him. But, how to say, there was no brilliance in him, no heart. So as payment for the favor she did, she has something to ask the Count. Stein told her to say what she wants. The girl tells him that the invitation to the New Year's celebration banquet should be given to the heir, but she wants the Count to give it to someone else. Nayini, along with Riley, sat on the white sofa in the living room. Riley lay on his shoulder and the girl asked how he was. Riley didn't respond at all. He blamed himself for getting worked up over nothing, wasting so much energy, stopping that idiot and wasting even more energy. Nayini told herself that she had already heard from Ian what happened there. He said that he was on a date with a lady, that he was going to compete for her custody, but he suddenly changed his mind. Nayini asked the gentleman if this had anything to do with what she and he were talking about at that moment, explaining that she just thought he was suffering from memories of her lately. Riley didn't want to talk about it, so he asked her to stop, saying there were more important things to do. He ordered Heliona to leave, and at the same moment the fire fairy appeared in front of them, blinked her eyes and told the Lord that she was just waiting for his call, as she thought she would die of boredom. Riley told Nayini that she should slowly prepare herself to become a spirit. Nayini replied yes, she thought Riley wouldn't want to talk about it. Then he turned to Heliona and asked her to tell him how, where, and when she did it. The fairy was extremely happy to be freed from her boredom and shouted that she would certainly tell him. She told him that they should do this before next spring. Thanks to the measures her master had taken, perhaps it would be possible even before winter. But to find a suitable spirit for Nayini, she would need to be reborn in the spring. Heliona said it was the ideal time before the butterflies started to appear. She thought it would be too late after that. Riley asked for a suitable spirit. The fairy explained that it was a spirit that would become a shell for Nayini. She said that he could consider it a vessel. Then he talked about the location, said it had to be a reservation, that they had to go west. Riley said the word west was too vague and asked if he could explain it further. The fairy thought for a moment and then said that it should be a place where snow was falling and the rustling of black wings could be heard, a calm place where light music could be heard. Riley didn't understand anything. He doesn't like these romantic speeches. The fairy asked if she could repeat it. Riley didn't have time to respond. She started saying it all over again. The main character interrupted her, saying he wasn't serious. He asked what it meant. Heliona replied that it was the position of the container. It was how they expressed themselves in the language of spirits. It was how they felt. Riley asked her to speak human. As they didn't understand anything, the fairy opened her arms and said it was a spirit, and that there was nothing she could do. She looked at Mr. Riley and asked him not to make that ugly face, saying that the master had told the spirit everything in advance and that he would be waiting for them there. The fairy flew to Nayini and hugged her, telling her that if she was a strong spirit, she would leave some kind of sign. The fairy disappeared and Riley asked Nayini what she thought about it. The girl replied that she was preparing to stay by his side, but that she would do more than that. Riley thought about this a lot. He became very sad and lowered his head, and Nayini stared at her master. Heliona reappeared again and told the Lord that she was also curious about something. Riley and Nayini looked questioningly at the creature. Helion asked Riley if the garden girl was prettier than Nayini, and Nayini was shocked by the question. Heliona reappeared again and flew over to Riley-san, saying that she was also interested in something. The fairy asked the Lord if that girl in the garden was more beautiful than Nini. Nini's question shocked her, and she couldn't contain her emotions. The protagonist also didn't understand the question and felt a little embarrassed in front of Nini, so he asked Heliona what she meant. Heliona then asked Riley to admit that that girl was so-so, that Nini was much better than her, asking if that was true. The fairy continued saying that, in fact, she agreed with the Lord. She didn't even have time to finish when Nini caught her. The girl was all red with embarrassment. She shouted to Helione that she was nothing more than a problem. She said that now she understood why the Lord Endall continued to scold her. Nini got up from her seat and apologized to Mr. Riley, saying that she would definitely give the fairy an educational talk. However, Nini could not sit still and ran out of the room. Riley didn't even have time to say anything, as he didn't understand the situation at all. It was a clear morning, with the blue sky decorated with white clouds, through which the sun easily stood out. Lloyd was in his father's office with him, and they both turned around, all because Riley found them and said they told him they were calling for him. Then Lloyd bowed to the head of the family and said that in that case he would leave now. Stein agreed with him and said that the matter entrusted to him should be dealt with today or tomorrow. Said that if the second son delayed, he would only add work to himself. He and Riley looked at each other. Lloyd's face was somehow unusual, and so Riley looked at him questioningly. The main character asked if he had anything on his face. Lloyd hesitated and then said, "No, it was just that Riley would be leaving soon." He thought he would at least take a look at his face before leaving. Riley didn't realize who was leaving or where he was going. Lloyd didn't answer the question, but he sighed a little. He said that his older brother wasn't home and that if Riley left too, he would be very alone. Then he hurriedly left, saying no, nothing, that everything was fine, that Riley should forget what he had just said, and that he would leave for now. And the heavy front door of the office closed behind him. Stein Ippolita asked Riley to sit down to begin. Riley, sitting in the prepared chair, asked why he had called him. The Count handed him something and said it was for him. There was a black envelope on the table, and Riley immediately thought it was some kind of letter. The protagonist carefully unwrapped it. Reading the newspaper shocked the third son, who opened his eyes wide. Riley banged his fist on the table whimsically, threw the letter on the table and shouted that he wouldn't go. His father replied that he thought he would go, but still asked why. Riley simply replied that he was lazy. The letter was from the Philisnian family. They were inviting Mr. Riley Ippolit to a banquet to celebrate the new year, with the hope that he would grace them with his visit and have a good glass of wine with he. All the details are outlined below. Riley asked his father why he would want to go there. He said it was obvious that they would just be washing his bones. Then something occurred to him and he asked his father if that was it. The father was silent. The protagonist shouted that he wasn't going anywhere and that he wasn't interested, and the father turned to his son. However, Riley didn't care much about it, as he said the look they had agreed on was too sudden and inappropriate. He was really angry and, slamming his hand on the table and standing up, shouted that they should have asked him first. The Count of Ippolit was surprised by his son's reaction. Riley swore and grabbed his head, either out of anger or embarrassment. The Earl was thinking about what an idiot his Riley was, and also remembered that he used to say that he was lazy and would just run away. But he had never been so angry. Steen then told Riley to calm down and listen to him. He said he had to ask him something. His father now looked extremely serious. He had a sword and a black sheath in his hands. His father wondered why he was hiding. Riley turned around and asked what he was hiding. The Earl had told him that there was no point in pretending to be a fool, that Ian, Sarah, and Iris were telling him everything. The father reached for the sword and said that this time it was because Riley had the black sword. He asked why his youngest son was hiding his incredible abilities. Riley was silent, as he was quite surprised by something. In fact, he was mentally asking his father if he thought Riley himself would want to know this, why he was born with this knowledge and these memories, and why he can't even go on a proper trip. Why does he just have more enemies? Why did all this happen? Once in a past life, Beck was sitting alone in a burnt field and someone asked him what he had done. People screamed that he was saying only he could do this. They screamed at him to get up, that his children were dying. They said that if it wasn't for Beck, nothing would have happened. They asked what kind of hero she was. They screamed that he wasn't a hero but a walking disaster. Someone was asking him not to die, to live. They were yelling at him to go away. They were asking him to save him. But there was also someone who was saying that if only Beck survived, then maybe he could save the world, after all. Some of those affected approached Beck, noses inches apart, when he told them children had died because of a hero. Beck could no longer bear her screams that everything was because of him. Finally, Riley returned to the present, where his father was telling him that this time he didn't just get the medal because he was lucky. He was there when the great wizard almost destroyed an entire city, and he asked if that was true. Riley was drenched in cold sweat, arguing about the medal he had received. It seemed to him that those people from that nightmarish day in his past life were here now, that they were smiling at him, and his father had said yes, asking if he remembered showing her when he took her to Nanny's house. Riley didn't seem to understand what his father was saying. He was feeling very bad. He was wondering who Nanny was, why he had brought her to the house, when, where, and why. These strangers seemed to want to strangle him. They called him a hero and told him not to worry about such trifles, that they needed him, that if it weren't for the orcs, that they believed in the hero, that only he could help them, they said. Letting them die because of him was nothing. After all, he is a hero. He couldn't help but survive. Let him keep his head up because they will support him. Riley wanted to say something, but his thoughts interrupted him. They asked him what he was saying. They said that he had taken responsibility, that he was a hero, that this was all he was capable of doing. This someone said that he had died, but that he also wanted to live. Who had asked the hero to save him? Asked why Beck had left him. Why? Why did he kill them? Riley felt like he was somewhere with dozens of corpses hanging upside down from the ceiling. Moreover, these corpses were hatching directly at him. Every single one of them. Riley got up from his chair, covered his ears with his hands, and screamed at the top of his voice that he hadn't killed them. The main character had the most real hysteria, panic, saying that he had not killed. Then he remembered how he, as Mr. Riley, had been questioned, saying that he could kill him if he wanted to. But his daughter, Savior Orly, she has done badly, it is true, but he is sure she is a very kind girl. It was about 6 months ago when Mrs. Orly, Lloyd and Lion's mother, attacked Mrs. Iris, and later, when Riley himself massacred her and her father, that he came to her defense. Then his species' blood was spilled, and only one man's pleas were heard in the aftermath. Dad ran up to his Riley and asked what he was talking about, what another murder. The main character finally pulled himself together a little and apologized to his father, saying that he wasn't feeling well. It looks like he needs some rest. Stein agreed with his son and said his face is really pale. Let him rest. The office door opened. Riley walked toward her, and the father told his son one last time that he believed in him. A little later, when Riley had left, Stein Ippolita remained in his office with the men stunned. He thought about Riley, his youngest son, who he cared about most. Stein reflected that today he preferred to praise him rather than extend that invitation. Riley was depressed. The father was no better, worried that it seemed his son was hiding something else from him. Naini, Ian, and Sam Riley were outside. The leaves on the trees were orange. Naini shouted to Mistress Sarah that they would leave soon. Sarah ran towards them with a bunch of things on her shoulders, asked them to wait a minute as she was on her way. Ian asked if she was moving. Sarah finally arrived, replied that to properly escort the Lord, these things were simply necessary, then asked where the cart was. Not finding it in the courtyard, shouted that she should take a good look at the wheels and the condition of the horse. Riley replied that there was no need for a cart because they would be traveling on foot, which shocked Sarah, who was simply astonished. Riley turned to find her, who understood without words and activated his magic. There, in the purple magic field, a large black box appeared. Dark energy gushed from him. When he was confident in his place, Nanny pointed at him with her hand and said that there was the teleporter, explaining that this way they could go straight to the west. The maids were shocked and even scared. They prayed to the god, asking what that was, what teleportation was, saying that it wasn't easy to do it, that it was very complicated magic. Riley said to hurry up and that he would go first. Nanny didn't expect him to be in such a hurry and said it would be better for them to go together. However, Riley had just walked in before the girl could finish speaking. Then Naini walked over and told Ms. Sarah and Ms. Yin Yang to come in right after her. She said that they should get in quickly because if the teleporter closes, it will take a long time to make another one. Nanny said no. She said they would get a little dizzy, but nothing more. Nothing dangerous? Sarah was scared. She asked if it was true. The maid tried to convince herself that the teleportation was reliable because Nanny had done it. Ian tried to didn't show it, but it was still clearly visible how scared he was. Cold sweat running down his face. Nanny just smiled and reached out to them, asking if it was time to go. Snow-capped mountains, cold air, and falling snow could be seen ahead. Sarah saw someone behind her. She finally found Riley and Naini, but now there was only one missing, Ian, and Ms. Sarah asked where he was. Riley was outraged to know that he was shaking with fear like a poplar leaf. The protagonist could even assume that the old man hadn't made up his mind in the end. Niney replied that he didn't know what had happened, but he also didn't seem to have crossed the threshold. This scared Sarah terribly, and she asked what to do now if she would have to go back for him. Niney replied that it would be very difficult and told her that to open another door, she would have to wait for about a fortnight. Riley didn't want to be so ceremonial for so long. He moved on. Sarah asked the gentleman where he was going alone again. Riley replied that they should continue on their way as there was nothing else they could do, and that they would try to contact him at night. Sarah finally exhaled and agreed that there really wasn't much that could be done about it, as Mr. Ian seemed to be quite a coward. Naini then asked Master Sarah why she had suddenly decided to accompany them on their journey. Sarah replied that Master Iris had asked her to do so. She remembered how, while in her mistress's room, Iris asked Sarah if she had heard the news that Riley was going west, and the girl said yes, that they said he was going with Mr. Ian. Mrs. Iris replied that perhaps, but asked if Sarah could go with them too. She explained that Niney was not yet that experienced, and that Mr. Ian lacked organization and meticulousness, and that if Sarah went with them, she would be at ease. The boss's words surprised Sarah, who replied that she understood, asking if the boss was really so worried about her son. Iris finally turned to her, responding that yes, she was worried, explaining that she thought he was still going through puberty as a teenager. Sarah told Nanny all of this and then summarized that this was why she had gone with them, but Nanny remained silent. Back at the mansion, his mother asked Riley to remember to call them this time. She asked if he understood. His missus kept reminding him how worried they were last time. Riley was embarrassed. He had to apologizing again and explaining that they had an emergency. Iris replied that everything was fine. Telling him not to make that mistake again from now on, she patted her son's head. Ms. Iris cupped his cheeks and told him that even if he suddenly happened to make a mistake again, he would have to have the courage to ask someone for help. She had said that he shouldn't put everything on her shoulders. Riley remembered her words well. It's getting dark. Naini and Sarah were sitting near the bonfire. Sarah had a map in her hands. She asked if they were somewhere now. Naini said yes. She said they had traveled a long distance. Sarah said that they might pass through the Duchy of Felinian on the way, and on the map, it looked very close to them. Naini was surprised as she had not realized that she was close to them. At first, Sarah was pleased that Mr. Riley had received an invitation, but then she wondered if he had accepted it, as it would have been difficult for him to visit them. Sarah was upset that things had started out so well and now, but Naini was very sad that that girl had also sent her an invitation. Naini was not careful with her hands, and while she was peeling potatoes, she cut herself and screamed loudly, which scared Sarah. She took the girl's hand and told her to be careful. Sarah helped Naini to bandage her wound. She wondered what she and her master would do if a pretty girl like Naini got hurt. Naini was very surprised by what the lady said about her appearance. She questioned whether she had called her beautiful. She said that if Sarah didn't think so, then there was no need to say it was okay. Sarah asked what she was talking about, saying that Naini was just beautiful. She explained that she fights with swords for Naini-san's sake. Scattered seagulls, laundry and kitchen. She asked how Naini could be unattractive, and Sarah was very sincere. Naini replied that despite this, frankly speaking, her appearance is simply disgusting, saying that her face is even horrible to look at. Moreover, serving the Lord in the house, she has made many mistakes, and only thanks to the people around her, she was able to honorably fulfill his duty. Sarah then took Naini's hand and explained that she didn't care at all about how she looked, and that even if she was a little embarrassed, it didn't change the fact that Naini was beautiful, because what mattered was how she looked. Felt. Sarah said that Naini is so stressed about the scar that she doesn't even realize how much it has grown. If she only worries about the shell, it will end up forming a void inside. She asked if that would not be the case. Now Naini grabbed Mrs. Sir tighter and asked her if she thought Mr. Riley had the same opinion about her. Sarah asked why not ask him in person if she was so interested. Naini didn't understand her suggestion and asked if he had already decided to get married. And then she said that if he said that he was proud of you and that you were a beauty, it was unlikely that he would get married, in fact, Sarah joked. However, Naini did not notice any of this, took it seriously and rushed to Mr. Riley. Sarah was startled by the fact that she was probably going to ask. Naini called her master, who asked what was wrong and was looking somewhere in the snowy distance. Naini replied in a trembling voice that she had something to tell him. Finally, Riley turned to face her. He had terrible dark circles under his eyes. Nanny didn't know what had happened to the gentleman. She asked why he looked so haggard, shouting that he had no face. But Riley told her not to worry so much, as if it was her first day without sleeping. Naini asked the gentleman if perhaps he was just not getting enough sleep, as she was very intimidated by his appearance. She said he wasn't sleeping. With those words, Riley turned away from the girl. Naini was about to start saying that it was all because of that nightmare, when Riley slapped the wall hard and shouted that she had already discovered everything. Understood? Here comes the bed, here comes the bed. Suddenly, something started to happen outside the cave, and Sarah spoke of a strange sound. She realized almost immediately that it was a wolf. She said there were about 2 specials, asked what they were going to do. Riley got tensed and Nanny got a little scared. Riley asked grudgingly. Drawing his sword, he mentally replied that anyone who angered him should be killed. However, someone stopped him. It was Naini who wanted to convince the protagonist to come to his senses. She said it was okay, and for some reason Riley was very surprised, as the girl had said he didn't need to do that. Drawing his sword, he mentally replied that anyone who angered him should be killed. However, someone stopped him. It was Nanny who wanted to convince the protagonist to come to his senses. She said it was okay, and for some reason Riley was very surprised, as the girl had said he didn't need to do that. She held his hand and told him that every time something like this happens, drinking a sword and spilling blood, she said that wasn't what Riley wanted. She asked if that was the case. Naini explained that if you talk to them calmly, she is sure they will listen. Sarah was a little scared and asked Naini to get them out of there quickly. There were 2 black wolves outside. Dark energy was emanating from them, and their eyes were red. Naini was worried that she wouldn't have more of them. She also didn't realize what the purple slime spread across them was, as it was the energy coming from it. The girl went to the 2 wolves and told them that she would not hurt them, asking them to calm down and come here. She stretched her arm out in front of the fearsome beasts. One of them opened its drooling mouth wide, revealing sharp teeth. However, despite his intimidating appearance, he allowed himself to be petted. Riley was extremely surprised and asked how she did it. Naini responded by saying that there was a spirit in the mentor's cave and that she learned from him. Then the girl spoke on these points, saying that she had seen such a thing last winter in a deserted area near Solly Castle. She also asked Mr. Riley if he had ever seen anything like this, and Riley replied yes. Naini reasoned that if she was right, then these stains were left by one of the people her mentor and Mrs. Isilter were chasing. Naini explained that they were lulis that looked like Rivosu, or a black magician who brought people's corpses back to life. Said that there was a good chance that it was the work of an epidemic, and suggested that it could be the type that Mr. Earl Stein had fought on the state's borders. She guessed that the Cabal mercenary who had taken the Earl's hand had also traveled to the deserted area near the castle. They all had some sort of ability, but it wasn't magic. The second wolf approached the first, closer to Naini. She was calming the beasts. Finally, the purple mass fell onto the white snow. Naini told the Lord that anyway, she asked if they could take these little ones on the journey. She had read in a book that wolves could be useful in a snowy field. The wolves were exhausted under the influence of some unknown magic, but now they were obedient to their savior. Riley said to let Naini do whatever she wants, but suddenly someone asked them to wait. It was Sarah. She asked in a trembling voice if she could be sent back. She was a little embarrassed, of course, but much more terrified. Her body was shaking. Soon Nini was resting, leaning against the black wolf's large, warm body. Sarah resented Nini sleeping right in front of the man she was supposed to serve during the trip. Riley, smiling, asked the maid if she was mad about the wolves, and Sarah shouted that she wasn't, as they were both sitting by the fire. However, despite her screams and outrage when Sarah looked at the wolf, she writhed in fear. She replied that, in fact, she was just a little afraid of dogs. She said that she was bitten once as a child and left with psychological trauma. Riley asked if this happened in Solia. She also said it was unexpected. The girl said yes, in Solia. Sarah wondered if you had something like psychological trauma. Riley made a small face, and the girl hurried to answer that probably not. She asked what it was about, saying that here she had a lot of them. She said it's not just dogs, so she's scared of a lot of things. She said she thought she was getting better, but apparently she never got over her fear of dogs. Riley asked her if it was possible that these fears were related to life in Lower Solia. Sarah laughed and said that meant he was also aware of it after all. Riley replied that, actually, no. He told her that on the last visit to Solia, he saw Sarah's expression change before her eyes. She was scared, so he assumed that her injuries were not related to Solia. The fire crackled and burned, and Sarah said, speaking of her empathetic charm, that it was much better than an ordinary person's, and there was a reason for that. She said that she was a little shy to talk about the past, that it had been a long time ago, that she had lived in the lower part of Solia for a long time. Sarah remembered being thrown to the ground, yelling at her about how annoying she was and to make her disappear. At the time, she was just a child, a teenager. The girl began to collect scattered grains in an old and tattered bowl, and whoever kicked her would walk away unhappy, spitting in all directions. Suddenly, Sarah turned her attention to something. There were two men running towards her. However, when they arrived, she was already gone. One of them asked where the girl had gone. She was always begging here. The other man was also angry. They asked how she had escaped. Sarah wasn't scared. Her eyes were full of indifference. She told the Lord that she was always running away from people, so as time passed, she became more attentive to everything. She said that her sense of smell must have become more acute because of this, and that she now has a great fear of closed spaces and huge holes. The girl was embarrassed that she had taken it upon herself to talk about such things, and said that she felt a little uncomfortable, asking if it was the dawn that had affected her so much. Riley asked Sarah to listen. He asked if she had overcome her fears. The maid, smiling, replied, "No." He said he had seen her tremble like a leaf in front of the wolves. Riley was a little disappointed by this, as apparently he wanted advice on how to overcome his own problems. Sarah noticed his mood and was a little surprised. She said that although she was living a happy life at the moment, Riley was incredibly tired. Sarah asked, "By the way, who didn't have weaknesses and flaws?" saying that she was giving her teeth so that this sleeping mage Niney would find some injuries too. And then she said that Mr. Riley had a carriage and a small cart. He hates everything that bothers him. He sleeps a lot during the day and cannot contradict his mistress. And also Mr. Ian bothers him, but he still tolerates him and helps him. But then the maid said that this was not a disadvantage but a virtue. Riley was surprised by the girl's words. Sarah smiled and said that, anyway, she thought that living with disadvantages and trauma was not a bad thing, saying that, besides, one could always ask for help, asking if that was true. Although she said that she knows it is difficult for a strong person without a single fear to ask for something from others. Still, when that fear appears, she finds it easy to accept help. Riley turned to Sarah, and Sarah said yes, we should add more firewood. Maybe the protagonist wanted to say something, but Sarah told him to go to bed now. She promised to keep the night watch. Early in the morning, a man in a black cloak left footprints in the white snow and shouted loudly, calling someone impudent. It was the Cabal, who had his gun pointed at him, as always, shouting that he didn't understand how the idiot had become a left-footed, delusional idiot. Cabal was very angry and called Euryalus a goat-eater, saying that if he had not interfered with him. Soon, he arrived at an area where there was very strong dark energy. Cabal didn't realize what it was at first, and was very surprised. The unknown man turned to his left foot to the Cabal, ordering him to answer his call. Immediately, Cabal fell to his knees, screaming as his left leg listened. The unknown man told the man that his left arm was lost, which shocked Cabal because it wasn't what he expected. He couldn't believe that Uriali was dead. He thought it couldn't be because Rivosa could revive her corpse. The unknown was ordering him, with his right foot and head, to find someone to take the place of his left hand and go on a pilgrimage. The unknown seemed to illuminate the Kabbalah with lightning. There, in the snow, Cabal found a pill, or purple ball, which he seemed to know immediately what it was. The unknown man said that wounds had appeared on his heart, and that from now on he should be guarded like the apple of his eye. Cabal took the balloon and replied that he could not believe that even the heart had been injured. His hand shook with rage, as he realized that this meant that not only Euryalus was injured, but also Rivosa. Cabal was literally beside himself with rage. Despite the cold, the blood in his veins was flowing at an incredible speed. He was asking how dare he, shouting that he was going to kill. Sarah was stunned, looked up and asked Naini, which means she was not fully recovered yet. Naini replied that they were just on their way to a place where she could become fully healthy. Sarah shouted, asking the Lord if he was aware of this. Sarah laughed hysterically, guessing that since the beginning of this journey, Naini did not let Mrs. Sarah finish. She replied that yes, they had gone because of her. Now Sarah started shaking poor Naini as hard as she could. She screamed and asked why she hadn't told her earlier. Naini replied that she thought she would be worried. The girl felt dizzy. Then she told him that she was going to keep quiet until the end in general. But the Lord said that it would be better to tell. Sarah was surprised that the Lord said that. Riley just shrugged. Sarah calmed down and thanked Naini for at least telling her. She said that was what she thought. She said that since the beginning of this journey it seemed strange to her. So it seemed that the lady had worried about Mr. Riley for nothing. The one she should really be worried about was Naini. Naini said calmly. She was worried for no reason. It was like she became a little sadder. She mentally turned to Miss Sarah and said it was possible. It wasn't just silly fears. Naini was terribly worried about Mr. Riley, about his condition. She approached the man and asked if he was okay, said he looked extremely tired, and asked if he should get some sleep. He replied that he had already told her last time, as it was the first day, that he did not get enough sleep. He said that he was always sleepy, so he went around Naini and asked if lunch was ready. He promised to eat and take a nap for a while. Naini was surprised and tensed. She didn't know what to do with the gentleman. The fairy Heliona, who appeared out of nowhere, suddenly flew up to her and asked if she was worried. Then Heliona asked why she was so surprised, saying that she had it written all over her face. Naini turned away from her and coldly replied that yes, exactly, she was very worried. Heliona said that she would also be in that state if she were him. Neither spirits nor their masters can defeat sleep. Riley was eating a large sandwich, and Heliona was saying that although he was strong as a beast, any more and something terrible would happen, asking if Nini had any idea why he was like this. Nini replied that, well, of course it exists, but it wasn't something she could talk about so easily, as Heliona didn't like people making things so complicated. She said that in that case there was nothing to be done. Then she whispered something in Naini's ear that surprised her and made her very scared. Heliona asked if she liked it that way, and soon Riley, Naini, Sarah, and the two wolves were walking through the snowy forest. It was snowing heavily and the wind was bitterly cold, making it extremely difficult for the tired Riley to move, but he continued moving forward. Sarah shouted to the Lord that the blizzard was very heavy now, as they had already traveled a lot today. However, if Riley didn't listen to her, or simply didn't listen to her, the girl had to cry out to the Lord. When Sarah realized that it was completely useless, she turned to Naini, asking her to stop him somehow. Afterwards, she shouted to the Lord that she really wanted him to continue, so perhaps she should at least conjure up a cold resistance. Sarah didn't like her words at all. She said she asked to stop him, and what was she doing? Riley finally stopped and asked about the resistance, which clearly didn't hurt now. Naini, without explaining anything, shouted that she was going to do it now and stretched her arm in front of her. She called Heliona, who appeared immediately and said that Naini owed her a pudding, asked if they had an agreement, and Heliona touched Naini's arm with her hand. Riley watched as the magic touched him and didn't realize what it was, as he said he didn't need that kind of magic. He clearly wanted to say something more, but he began to fall, his strength abandoning him. The protagonist fell straight into Naini's arms, into her embrace. Sarah ran to them, called the gentleman, and asked what was wrong with him. Naini told her not to worry. That's what she said. She put him to sleep, which surprised Sarah, who replied that Naini had said it was anti-cold magic after all. Riley stared at Naini, and Sarah asked if she had lied. Naini apologized to his master, but said he thought that this way he wouldn't suspect anything. The swordsman was sleeping soundly, and Naini said that he hadn't had a decent night's sleep in a few weeks, telling him that she thought it best to forcibly put him to sleep before he finally went blind from lack of sleep. Sarah didn't understand what she was saying about a few weeks ago. She said that she had seen him sleeping at dawn. Naini replied that he just closes his eyes but doesn't sleep, and before the trip he had done the same. Naini built a protective dome for us. Snow was falling on it. Naini said we should go back to the cave first. A week later, Riley was lying under a blanket on the cold floor, with Sarah sitting next to him and a fire burning nearby, with food cooking on it. Riley felt extremely sick. Sweat was pouring down his face and his forehead felt like it was on fire. Sarah said it was just a problem. She was alarmed by the fact that it had already been a week, but it didn't seem like he was getting any better. She looked straight into his face. She wondered what it would take to do that. Suddenly, the cave started to shake. Rock fragments were falling. Sarah didn't realize what was happening. This wasn't good right now. Sarah was starting to get really angry, all because this time, an evil Yeti watched them, with the same red eyes that the two wolves had already seen. Sarah drew two large golden swords and asked the sleeping lord to wait a little. She promised to find out what was going on and get back to them. She jumped high when the Yeti tried to catch her. The girl pushed herself off the cave ceiling and apologized to the monster. However, he said that they were the first to arrive here, and that he flew the Yeti from above. Suddenly, Naini appeared, reached forward with magic and caused an explosion. He ate it laden with purple flames, growling loudly in pain. Mistress Sarah was also a little hurt and shouted to Naini that it was painful and hot. She told Naini that she had scared her and asked her to at least warn her next time. Naini apologized and explained that she had not thought, that it was just an emergency situation and that she had rushed. Sarah asked if she had found anything. Naini replied sadly that not only had she not found any medicine, but she had not even gotten food for them. And it was true that it was very difficult to do that in an area like that. Sarah said that the effects of the magic had long since worn off. But why wasn't he waking up? Naini replied that she had thought of that when she went to get food and medicine, and blamed herself because if she hadn't used magic, none of this would have happened. Naini was panicking. She wondered what would happen if she made sure the Lord didn't wake up. Then, Sarah grabbed the girl by the shoulders and shouted at her to come to her senses, telling her that, in a situation where you needed their help, they couldn't give her any slack. Naini was amazed by Madame Sarah's words and courage. Sarah picked up her backpack and said that this was not the way to go, that they had to leave immediately. Naini was more shocked by her words and asked her what she meant and where to go. Sarah replied seriously that Naini herself knew that there was no place in the neighborhood that could help them. There is only the Duchy of Felicnian. There was a guard standing in front of the Felicnian Duchy's entrance gate. He was surprised to see the visitors, but apologized and said he could not let them in. Naini was dragging Riley on her back, although Riley wasn't very big. He was much bigger than the girl. Poor Naini was already very tired, although she tried not to show it. The guard replied that an invitation was needed, without which they could not be sure of their status. He said that if he let the wrong person in and there were problems, his head would fly off his shoulders, and asked them to understand him, as Sarah was a servant of a noble family and therefore understood the guy perfectly. Although she was surprised that they were refused, she didn't understand to a certain extent, especially since they had a sick person after all. They could actually do this. And apart from this plan, they had nothing left, and it was getting dark. Soon it would be night, and then the cold would reach them with full force. Tears of helplessness welled up in Sarah's eyes, and she mentally turned to Naini and the Lord. The girl hummed and wiped the tears from her eyes, which moved the guard, who ran to her and asked why she was crying. Sarah apologized to Naini for dragging them and not even thinking about what could happen. The girl felt terribly guilty. Naini just looked at her boss in silence. Then she placed Riley on Sarah and asked her to take him for a while. She suggested that her boss let her solve the problem, but Naini seemed much more determined. She also hit the guard, who readied his spear and asked if she wanted to take a look at the pokeweed. In a moment, her weapon turned into a molten porridge, and Naini's magic swirled around it. The guard didn't realize what it was or how it had happened. He just stared dazedly at his wounded spear. Then Naini told him that if he didn't pass, she would show him which one of them would get the pokeweed. The guard was very scared and confused by the fact that she was a wizard. He knew very well that he should call for reinforcements. However, he didn't have time to do anything before Naini froze his signal button. Suddenly, a smug Heliona appeared right in his helmet and asked him what he thought, saying that he better get out of their way and soon. She looked at Naini and said that she was in a very bad mood at the moment. Yes, the fairy was completely right. Naini raised her hand. At the same time, a whole whirlwind of her magic spun there, and she said, asking just one more time. If he let them pass, the guard was in real terror. He fell to the ground and tried to get as far away from this nightmare as possible. Inside the mansion, there was a ball. Beautiful, noble ladies in luxurious dresses, intelligent and well-groomed men. Everyone was having fun and having fun. The aristocrats were chatting about various topics and drinking culturally. Someone said there was a big mess last fall, so he wondered if the alliance was even necessary. The commoners' anxiety was growing and needed to be resolved as quickly as possible. Someone asked if there were rumors of a mutiny. One of the aristocrats swore loudly, cursed the Temple of Solia, asked where only the saint and the reverend had escaped to. The blonde-haired girl replied that it seemed that a reward had been promised for their capture. Another said that he did not understand how had reached the point where the temple and the wizard's tower were in such a position. Said the whole truth. Solia wondered what reasons had caused this. The boy told what he had just remembered. He said that it was said that the Earl of Stein, who had lost his hand in a battle, had decided the family's heir. The other replied yes, that they had chosen the second son, Lloyd, which surprised the first boy, who asked how it was. Why not the first son, not Lion? And the other replied that he had heard that he had attacked the Earl of Stein and had been banished. People were discussing that Mrs. Latrina was present at the event. They said that the rumors were false and that she looked stunning. Some were surprised that she didn't look like a cooked vegetable. They thought it was very interesting. And at that moment, Latrina was passing by and heard everything what the guests were saying. One of the aristocrats said that he was more interested in the mercenary who had cut off his Count Stein's hand, and that they must certainly catch him. Another replied that this went without saying. They drank and drank Solia. All Mrs. Litrina felt for them was pity, for she thought all the talk, rumors, and gossip were insignificant. She especially didn't like the fact that they were saying such obvious and trivial things over and over. She was also upset because Mr. Riley hadn't arrived. She decided that was why the place was so boring. Suddenly, someone called the lady. It was the same guard at the gate. He ran to Litrina, scared, shouting trouble. Litrina calmly asked him what was wrong. Then the guard told him that unexpected guests had arrived and claimed to be from the Ippolit family, and he confessed that he had let them into the house uninvited. He also identified them, but they had a sick man with them, so he led the guests to the living room to begin. Litrina asked the breathless guard to wait and asked, seductively, if he had said they were from the Ippolit family. Meanwhile, Riley was lying on the soft bed. Naini was putting a cold compress on his forehead and telling him that this would definitely be better than the cave, asking if that was true. Sarah replied that this was definitely correct. Naini was sitting next to her master and Sarah was doing some business. She said they now had another problem to deal with, saying that unfortunately it was not clear to them when Mr. Riley would wake up. Suddenly, the protagonist showed some body movements and sighed loudly. Naini got tensed and called the gentleman. She decided it was likely he had come face to face with something he had been avoiding for so long. Of course, the girl wasn't going to say it out loud, but Naini thought about the fact that there were probably all the things he had been pushing away. She blamed herself for not noticing. Her thoughts were a chaos of worry and self-indulgence. She realized that, in fact, she was also avoiding it. It seemed to Naini that if she knew what kind of person he cared and worried about, she would be hurt. These thoughts were so selfish and tragic that tears came to the girl's eyes. Sarah noticed the young woman's condition and called her, and Naini realized that now all they had to do was wait. Someone opened the bedroom door and apologized. It was Mrs. Litrina, who smiled as she entered the room. Sarah hurried to bow to her mistress, and Naini didn't even turn around, remaining seated next to Riley's bed. Sarah called Naini, as she felt extremely embarrassed by the girl's behavior, but Naini didn't think to turn around, and Litrina didn't understand that. The guard wanted to say something and was about to start when Litrina stopped him, said that it was enough, explained that there was a sick man lying here and that therefore he should stop making so much noise. She told the boy that she had confirmed their identities, assuring him that she knew them. Her words scared the guard. Despite her request for silence, he shouted that it was dangerous, that it would be better if at least one guard stayed with her. All this was beginning to irritate Lady Litrina, who begged him not to make her say the same thing twice, as all aristocrats had that horribly intimidating look. She intimidated the guard a lot, time after time, and he agreed with her, had to, and informed her that he would wait outside for the lady. Finally, the door closed behind him and Litrina expressed her joy at being alone. She said it was good to see them, that time they had seen each other at Ippolit's house. She looked directly at Sarah and asked what her name was there. Sarah hurriedly introduced herself, but she also didn't forget to introduce Mrs. Naini. Litrina said that she heard that they had a small argument with the guard, apologized, and explained that it was all due to the recent events in the capital, asking them to understand them. Sarah replied that everything was fine. She tried to smile at her master, although she thought about the fact that it was more of a threat on their part than an argument. Litrina said that, judging by the fact that they had not received an invitation, they were not here to spend the night. She asked about Mr. Riley's condition, asking if he was really bad, and Sarah was silent. Litrina coughed and said she thought something had happened that couldn't be told, and all Sarah could do was look away. The mistress took her fan and covered her face with it, smiled, and said that everything was fine, that she understood, and promised to explain this to the family and employees, so that if they had any difficulties or needed help, they could call a maid. Her words surprised Sarah more and more. Litrina approached her and asked what was wrong. If everything was fine, Sarah was quick to respond that no, it wasn't that. Litrina asked her not to worry so much, said that she just had a great interest in Mr. Riley. She said the same thing. Here with them, the 7th Circle mage who killed Astroy asked if this was true. So, Naini already turned around. She had to turn around. She asked how the lady knew. Litrina was happy that Naini was finally looking at her. Then she said that she could see that they both had a secret that they could not tell him. She would say that she herself had secrets too. Then, Mrs. Litrina laughed and talked about the beauty of women's secrets. The mistress decided to leave them, said that the reception was over and that she could not be out of sight for long. Litrina looked obliquely at Naini. Naini noticed this, and the lady wished them a good night's sleep. It was a dark, gloomy, and cold night, with the stars shining brightly in the freezing air. However, it wasn't long before morning arrived. The sun was illuminating and warming the morning land. The sun was also gradually rising over the duchy where the protagonist was resting. Sarah turned to an exhausted Naini. Now she could tell how much she hadn't slept. The girl asked if Naini could go for a walk. Naini folded another compress and asked what she meant. Then Sarah explained that Naini had been sitting here for 3 days, asked if she was bored. Nini said that she wasn't bored, and then the Helian fairy appeared out of nowhere and shouted that Sarah was right. Said that it didn't matter if you were a spirit or a human. Sitting within 4 walls for so long could become boring. Even she couldn't take it anymore, so she suggested that Nini go out. Heliona practically pushed poor Naini out of the room with her conversation. Naini barely agreed, and Sarah wished them a safe ride. When the door closed behind them, Sarah breathed a sigh of relief as she was very worried about Naini. However, Mr. Riley is much stronger. That night, people were discussing the fact that Mr. Riley had come here instead of Mr. Lloyd, the named heir. Someone asked if he was the one they called a lazy swordsman. Another said that there were serious discussions going on about the Solia's future. Another asked what the lazy man was doing here. The first objected that it was Mr. Riley who seemed to have a trump card up his sleeve that had turned Solia's fortunes in another direction, which interested the second nobleman, and he said that perhaps he was talking about it. Someone shouted, asking how that vile maid could be a trump card. Another told everyone to calm down to begin with and then listen to him. Asked if everyone remembered the incident with the wizard Astroy. This amazed the aristocrats, who asked how this was possible. Maybe she was just lucky. But the guy stood his ground, said he was telling the truth, told them that she had survived Astroya's experiments and that she was now a high-circle magician. And the aristocrats decided they should use it as a secret weapon. However, one of them said that if they placed such an outstanding mage at the head of the tower, as a mage in such troubled times, no one would dare to approach them, and all of their conversations managed to hear Sarah from across the corner. Then, a noble asked if the scar on her face was too big for such a position, saying that rumors would spread, so they better think of something else. Another said that it was true, saying that he thought they should talk to the people in the castle of Solia first. The first asked if he thought they were the only ones who were so smart, saying that there must be rows of people like them. Sarah was amazed at how much they cared about Naini's appearance. She wrung out another compress for Riley and talked to herself about how they would first turn the person into a weapon and then tell her she was very ugly. She was totally outraged at the fact that these were aristocrats having such disgusting conversations and placed the towel on Riley's forehead. Meanwhile, Naini was walking along the green trail. The snow had disappeared. Everything had melted. The girl wasn't having fun during the walk. Everything was making her frustrated. Suddenly, a smiling Mrs. Litrina appeared beside her and told Naini that she was very lucky and that thanks to her, they would have a wonderful outing. Heliona was also not happy to see the lady and asked Naini why on earth they found this particular fairy. Litrina approached and asked how Mr. Riley's condition was. Naini replied that he was neither alive nor dead, just in a vegetable state. Litrina noticed Naini's sadness and also became a little sad, choking right in the girl's face. Then a peculiar and sneaky smile appeared on her face, and she told Naini what was possible. When asked if she liked Mr. Riley, her words left Naini stunned and very embarrassed. She couldn't answer anything intelligently. She waved her hands intensely and denied everything she could. She tried to explain that you were fair, but Litrina wouldn't let her say anything, interrupting her with words about how Naini should just give up. She explained that it was because her family, Ippolita, was not just an empty sound, and that yes, and that Earl Stein would be against it. Litrina took great pleasure in all these words. The boss is so shameless and unethical that she talked about Naini's scar, said that the boss shouldn't look at her, but her skin still hasn't recovered and asked if that was the case. Heliona was already more than irritated, shouting that she was a pissy pumpkin, making threats. But Naini asked the fairy to calm down. She knew there was no point. Litrina said that if Naini was 100 times more beautiful, if her scar wasn't covered by a wedding veil, no one would come to the wedding, asking if Naini had the same opinion. She said that a wedding without guests is a bit sad. Her words broke poor Naini, who replied that she herself knew that. Then Litrina took Naini by the shoulder and called her, smiling, asking why she was taking everything so literally, asking who wasn't going to the wedding for such a reason. Now Naini was confused. She didn't understand what he wanted from her madam. Litrina asked if Naini remembered reading a book in Rainfield. She said it was like this and that it talked about etiquette. Naini was again surprised that she knew about this. The girl asked the master, who only replied that she could see that it intrigued Naini, but as she had said before, it was her secret. Suggested Naini to consider whatever she said to her as her rival who also loves the Lord, was telling her to think it was just a harmless joke. At dusk, the sky was once again plunged into darkness. Heliona was getting very angry, asking what kind of disgusting woman this lady was. Who did she think Naini was? Shouting that her Naini was 100 times more beautiful than that Latrina. Naini just remained silent and looked at the floor. Heliona still couldn't calm down, even though she had always been a fire fairy. Her flames burned more intensely now. She said that if she had been in Naini's place, she would have burned her alive right then and there, and Naini stood there like a poor relative. Soon, Naini turned to Heliona and said that normally when a joke is made, they say it's just a joke. Heliona replied yes, but she still didn't understand what Naini was getting at. Naini explained that the master had said that for some reason so that Naini thought it was a joke. The fairy. Heliona looked straight into the girl's eyes and, holding her nose, said that she would not leave, telling Naini not to hesitate and to clean the girl's nose. Naini actually gave up. She said no. And she doesn't look good to you. Heliona asked her what she was saying. She said if she became an artificial spirit, she would cure everything, and the scar, and in fact, hop. And no, she disappeared. This interested the girl very much. She asked if it was true, and what she had to do to make it happen. Heliona suggested that it would be better to go to her room and talk there, and they went to her quarters. Sarah talked about the white snow, and then asked what else it said. A fire fairy flew nearby. Heliona began to tell the story again, saying that the place where the snow falls and the rustling of black wings can be heard, a peaceful place where the song of light is heard. Naini asked if white snow meant winter and black wings meant a crow. Sarah asked what a quiet place where a light song sounds meant. She wondered how a place could be silent if music sounded there. Heliona replied that there was no way to say for sure where it was, but there was something she was sure of. She said the place was close, but where exactly, she didn't know. Naini and Sarah were intrigued by that. Naini asked if Heliona had said that she had already seen the spirit, and the fairy said yes, asking where Naini was going. Naini then approached Mrs. Sarah, asking if she could look after Mr. Riley while she was away. Naini told him that she intended to meet the spirit in person. Heliona was also surprised by her words and asked if Naini knew where he was, but Naini firmly replied no. She said she would use her eye to find him. Then she asked Heliona to remember that spirit now and think of him, and to imagine him as much as possible. When asked about the beginning, Naini gave the nod. She is using this search method towards the spirit for the first time, which is a new experience for her. Naini tried to believe in herself and her strength. White butterflies fluttered around. Naini woke up somewhere in the dark, in a little pain. Heliona hurriedly asked Naini if she was okay. The girl held her eye and replied that she was okay, although it hurt a little. She said she was almost finding it. There was just a little left. She saw butterflies and the silhouette of a man in a dark cloak with one sitting on his arm. Sweat was pouring down poor Naini's face, who was doing the best she could despite the horrible pain. Naini had already fallen to the ground. Sarah ran to her and told her not to exert herself, shouting that the master wouldn't want that. But now she knew where to find him, that Heliona, that Sarah shocked the girl and asked where. Naini pointed somewhere with her hand. She pointed to Mr. Riley, whose weight was also unconscious. The protagonist continued to feel bad, and therefore Sarah was extremely surprised by Naini's words. Naini pointed somewhere with her hand. She pointed to Mr. Riley, whose weight was also unconscious. The protagonist continued to feel bad, and therefore Sarah was extremely surprised by Naini's words. Sarah asked why the gentleman specifically. She didn't really understand. Heliona began to suspect something, and Naini replied yes, that you were the key. Heliona shouted that, in this case, nothing matched, no resemblance to the prophecy she spoke of. She pointed her hand at the Lord and asked where the black wings were, the peaceful place where the song resounded. Naini replied that if you looked at it from that perspective, the fairy was certainly right, for her eyes also reflected sleepless nights well. Naini said that everything didn't add up precisely because the place wasn't in real life, the three of them looking at the sleeping Mr. Riley. Naini explained that not in real life, but in Riley's dreams. It was as if Riley was drowning in something deep and cold. Heliona asked why then the spirit she had met a few months ago was sitting in the Lord's dreams, and shouted that she didn't understand anything. Naini just replied that this was what they would have to find out. She got up and walked over to Riley's bed. Heliona asked if she was going there, to his dream, and Naini said yes. Heliona then asked the girl to wait, asking if she realized what that meant, as she was saying that Nani's illness could be a big problem if she came in. She told her that if she got lost in the winding and tangled paths, it would be like a maze. She will be just a vegetable, left in a paralyzed state. Sarah asked her what she was talking about. If Naini was exaggerating again, Sarah was really worried. Naini replied that she wanted to make things right, as when the gentleman was feeling unwell, she couldn't do anything and just watched from afar. Sarah looked at the girl silently. She had nothing left to do but ask Naini to be careful. Her words and agreements left Heliona stunned. She asked what so, shouting that a person should be stopped at times like this. Sarah replied that she couldn't, because Naini had said that she wanted to do it alone. Heliona got very angry and said that she could go crazy with all of them. Then she told Naini that if she failed, she would become an ordinary puppet. Asked if she still wanted to go, and Naini nodded, which made the thoughtful fairy horrified. Heliona asked if Naini wanted her master to kill her. Naini replied, smiling that her mentor was definitely not that kind of person he would understand, as Naini Endal was indeed the kindest of beings, but not for Heliona. She had already imagined her master's murderous look when he asked her why she hadn't stopped Naini. The fairy shouted that Naini was obviously overestimating him. She wondered if they were talking about the same person. The fairy held her little head and shouted that, in fact, she would never understand what people were thinking, why they were heading straight to where danger awaited them. She actually asked Naini to think again, saying that even from the spirit's point of view, she was quite healthy now. Naini told her that she had thought a lot about it, whether it was really necessary to do such a thing. However, now it was not just about becoming a spirit, but also about saving the Lord. She said that she would become an artificial spirit since the beginning, just to stand next to the Lord. She smiled widely at the fairy, asking Heliona to understand her too and to watch her a little, as Sarah didn't understand what that meant. Heliona told Naini that to enter the dream, it was necessary to completely change consciousness. She said that until she resolved her issues and returned, she would be defenseless, so she asked her to protect her. Heliona explained this to Sarah, and she listened carefully. Lady Sarah couldn't help it and hugged Naini very tightly, which surprised the girl a lot, asking her to make sure to bring the Lord back and for her to return herself, saying that she would be here to protect and take care of them. Naini closed her eyes and snuggled into Mistress' neck, she promised. Soon she took Mr. Riley's hand and said it was time to begin. She used the dream communication skill. A red aura appeared around and Naini mentally addressed her master. Her black hair glowed with magic. She convinced herself a little more. She mentally begged for a little more time as her strength was leaving the girl, and Sarah, realizing this, rushed to Naini's side with all her strength. It was dark outside the window. Not even the curtains needed to be closed. Mrs. Latrina was lying on her big, soft bed, thinking about the maid from the seventh circle. She wondered what she had done to have this growth spurt, and Latrina resented having to read her mind some more. However, I decided that no, I shouldn't overdo it. Something shook the girl's window and she jumped onto the bed. A black bird with red eyes appeared outside the window, and Latrina wondered if the angry dog had sent it. The girl opened the window and wondered, just as she thought, how pathetic they were. 2 men off duty. She had read about all this in the letter the bird had brought. There were lines over the right leg, the head. What she read scared the girl and her eyes widened. A frantic smile began to slowly appear on her face as she spoke, saying that she knew that, which meant that she wasn't wrong. She wanted them. She wanted to possess them. She wanted them so much that a shiver ran through her entire body, from head to toe. His violet eyes seemed even more violet, and Latrina wanted more and more to make him hers. The sky was getting darker. Morning came again and the sun shone. The pink sky appeared behind the green curtains, but somewhere it was still night. Riley and Naini were now lying on the bed holding hands. Sarah stood over them and told herself that it had already been 2 days. Heliona replied that it wasn't already, it was just... Sarah exhaled and told the fairy that it was only 2 days by spirit standards. Heliona asked Sarah to stop sighing, saying it would make life shorter. Sarah asked her to forgive her, said that she was human, and that the more time passed, the more she worried. She seemed about to go crazy. She said that the fact that she was here watching was because she was still okay. The fairy replied that, after all, it was a fact that they could do nothing now, saying that if anyone was so impatient, they could go and pray to the goddess Ironessa, saying that this was what people were said to do in times of trouble. Difficulty. Sarah replied that she didn't really believe in all this, and asked where Heliona had learned phrases like, "If you inhale, your life will be shortened," or "If it's difficult, pray to the goddess." However, she laughed and said that it was Niney who told her, and Sarah immediately suspected something wrong as she thought it was something fishy. Heliona moved a little away from the girl. A woman's voice was heard outside the door, and the girl asked if anyone was in the room. Sarah immediately recognized the lady's voice and said yes, asking what was wrong. Latrina replied yes, but they had been here for 2 days and she hadn't seen them. She told him that she was worried, and that was why she had come. She asked how Mr. Riley was. The girl was still by her side, outside the door. Sarah replied that his condition had worsened, and if he improved, she promised to let her know immediately. Latrina then asked if Naini was in the room. She entered the room without arguing and said that she would like to talk to her. Sarah didn't like what she did. What was especially scary for her was that she remembered exactly locking the door. Heliona was indignant as always and asking what that detestable woman was. Sarah seemed genuinely worried, and Latrina was getting closer and closer. Latrina went to the protagonist's bedside and asked, horrified, what that was, saying that there was no temperature, his breathing was normal, and he was sleeping next to her, and holding hands. This was irritating Latrina, with the same frantic smile that Rivosa, Urialis, or Cabal had on her face. Sarah, realizing this, told the lady that she would explain everything, offering to talk. Suddenly, Heliona shouted for Sarah to dodge, blue magic cutting through the air. Sarah coughed up some blood and mentally asked her mistress why she was doing this to her. The poor maid was thrown out the window by Latrina's magic. Heliona screamed and called for Sarah, but she didn't help her in any way. Now Latrina leaned over the gentleman's bed and said, "Here she has eliminated the disturbance, and she and he will enjoy themselves and not be in a hurry." She grabbed Riley's face and said that she was even a little regretful about having to say goodbye to her status as the Duke's daughter now. But she thought the Lord was worth it. She believed he would show her wonderful memories. Naomi was in a very deep and dark place. Little was clear to her. She stood up and looked around. The girl asked for the light, stretching her arm in front of her. However, it turned out that she could not use her magic there. Naini started calling the gentleman, shouting, looking. She wandered gloomily, and all the time without stopping, she called to the master. Then the realization that it was more like a maze scared her. The poor girl wondered how she alone would be able to find a lord here. But she forced herself to stop engaging in self-destructive behavior, repeating to herself that she had already decided that she would do this. She decided that she would return with her master no matter what. Suddenly, she heard a strange sound, but she didn't know what it was. Someone seemed to moo. Green butterflies swirled around the girl, glowed, and so Naini immediately decided that it was probably a firefly. Then, that green blast became much stronger. Naini didn't realize what it was and had to cover her face with her hands. The black butterfly, amidst all this chaos, turned to Naini, calling her by her name. She apologized when she noticed Naini's face, asking if she was scared of her. Naini asked who she was, but Butterfly replied that before introducing herself, she wanted to show her something. Ahead was the city, covered in snow, with black smoke rising into the sky. It was also a different city for Naini, with tall houses that Naini had only seen in her lord's visions. Naini was scared, and the butterfly said that this was the world where you lived. She said it's where the snow falls and the black butterflies flutter. A peaceful place with bright, clear music. It was just an advertisement on a damaged screen. Naini asked the butterfly if that was so, and the butterfly said yes. She said it was his past life. Those words surprised Naini. It was as if they were penetrating her bones. Butterfly told him that for the first time, Naini had seen her past life. Naini was shocked, asked about the man's past life, said that, however, he, the butterfly, immediately understood what the girl meant and said that he remembered everything. The butterfly replied that she would very much like to tell, but that they didn't have much time and that there was a lot to show and tell. At that same time, the butterfly became more human-like, wearing a dark brown cloak. She says, Naini came here because of Mr. Riley, asked if this was true. Naini said yes, said he was here somewhere, asked if this was true. The butterfly just replied that it might or might not be here. Naini asked what this meant, so the butterfly, disguised as a man, held out something green and magical to her and told her to take it and see for herself. It was something that shone brightly. Naini took the object in her hand and shouted at him. She heard someone shouting that the sword, he took the sword. After all, this little boy, yes, this little boy is going to save them. Naini saw little Mr. Riley with a big sword in his hands. They were in the church and the priest was saying to everyone to rejoice. A hero has finally appeared. Naini gently held the balloon in her hands and asked if it was the Sir's memories, and the butterfly replied yes, it was her past life memories. She said she felt guilty about it all the time, said it felt like a very heavy burden had been placed on him. This world, much darker and more dangerous than the one Naini used to live in. The butterfly asked Naini if she could see any forest around here, and does she see the sister that is present in her world? Naini looked around and said that, by the way, she is not here. And the butterfly replied that although this world does not have such things, thanks to Mr. Riley, it looks like this. She said he used to be horrible, and Naini asked what she meant by that word. Butterfly, in turn, said that she had just started, asking her to look that way. Naini glanced, following her hand. There was a man. He was walking and swaying. Butterfly said this would happen instantly, so you must watch carefully. This man took a step, and at the same moment, the asphalt beneath his feet cracked, and a purple light began to come out from there. The man was grabbed by some hands that appeared from under the ground. He didn't realize what was happening, and continued to be wrapped and involved. They covered his nose and mouth, and he couldn't even say anything. Soon, he was dragged underground. He tried to hold on to something, but there was no way. The butterfly told him that they were black hands, the evil that Mr. Riley had fought against in his past life. To be more precise, he had fought against them in the underground from where these things appeared. Naini saw through the memory capsule fragments of the horror that was happening outside. The soldiers shouting at the captain that there weren't enough bullets, asking him to stop, asking if he was going to kill the people behind him, shouting that it looked like they had seen demons and that they were getting the hell out of here. Butterfly telling Naini that people had tried to fight them too, but it hadn't worked. They just trusted. A man asked everyone to move away and said he was going to knock now. They only trusted one hero, and that was Riley, or Beck, as he was known at the time. People screamed and applauded the hero, shouting that they were saved and that they would live. Butterfly asked if Naini would ask what he was like. As it showed her a poor guy who no longer cared about anything other than saving lives, he was exhausted. Naini noticed this and said he was very exhausted. She felt very sorry for her master. Butterfly answered yes, and said that at the age of 3, he had become a chosen one of the sword and later a swordsman, and since then he wielded his sword non-stop every day. At age 7, he killed a man for the first time, an outlaw. At age 9, he was betrayed by his mentor and his own sister died under horrific circumstances. At age 10, he killed his mentor. At the age of 12, the number of people he killed, including those demons, exceeded 1,000. At the age of 13, because of a friend's betrayal, he lost his parents. Because of his heroic duty, he could not even hold a funeral. Out of revenge, he began to persecute his friend. But at the same time, the people were dying because there was no one to protect them. People blamed him for these deaths. Public censure became stronger and stronger, and he stopped his activities for a while. Because of this, half of humanity lost their lives, and the responsibility for this was placed on him. He received punishment. Naini asked, "Why punish, sir?" Butterfly said yes because it was easier. The hero was blessed by the saint. Although no, he received his punishment as immortality, a body that cannot die. The saint discarded him as a slave. In her witch hunt, there were times when he killed innocents too and continued to destroy demons. Eventually, his body absorbed people's grudges and curses. So gradually, his ability to help people disappeared. Someone was looking at the bloody sword. A boy, who asked his uncle if he was a hero. It was the same girl who had asked him to fulfill her request. Then Beck apologized to her, but said he wasn't doing the monster's bidding, and the girl objected. All the children said that they became like this because of him. They complained that they were in pain, a lot of pain. Their mouths and eyes were black as lava, nothing was alive there, the children missed their mother. The children asked the hero to kill them so that they would soon be free from their pain and suffering. Beck was very hurt to hear all this, as he never wanted to kill innocent children. Then he gripped the sword tighter even though his hands were shaking. Bitter tears streamed down his face as he swung his cold weapon. If you liked the video, then subscribe to the channel and write a comment about what you liked. All the best. See you soon.